Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 2 of the series. Chapter 68, 68, 68. Stand up for Shen Qinghan. Chapter 68, 68. Stand up for Shen Qinghan. Translator, 549690339 Shanghai High School, Class 1 of Grade 1. All morning long, Lin Zichen's mind wasn't on his lessons. He kept thinking about what happened last night. That follower of the rat god cult was clearly caught by the public security officers during the day, so how did he end up bloodied and eating rats at a garbage dump on the outskirts at night? Had he escaped from prison and then suffered serious injuries during the escape? That must be it. With these thoughts, Lin Zichen took out his phone to check the local news, hoping to find reports related to the rat-like cult follower from last night. Unfortunately, despite browsing all morning, he found no news related to it. Instead, he stumbled upon a rather eye-catching piece of news about mechanical augmentation. MechGod Corporation announced at this morning's press conference at 9 o'clock that they have developed a brand new mechanical augmentation technology. They are recruiting 500 volunteers for human trials, offering a monthly stipend and lifetime insurance. Warm reminder, this experiment comes with the risks of disability and death. A monthly stipend. Lifetime insurance. But if one were to die during the experiment, could these benefits still be claimed? If not, then this was essentially getting something for nothing. Lin Zichen pondered these trivial matters to himself. Soon enough, the bell signaling the end of class rang, and the morning's lessons were all over. The students rushed out of the classroom, racing towards the cafeteria, afraid of being late and having to queue for a long time to get food. Conversely, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were in no hurry at all and remained seated at their desks. Just like in junior high, both of them brought lunch from home, so they didn't need to queue up in the cafeteria like the other students. A few minutes passed. Shen Qinghan put down the pen she was holding, took both her and Lin Zichen's lunch boxes, and stood up to go to the teacher's office to heat up the food. She returned shortly with the warmed lunch boxes. Lin Zichen took his lunch box, eating and scrolling through news on his phone at the same time, determined not to stop until he found news related to the rat god cult follower from last night. Just as he finished eating and was about to take his lunch box to wash it, he finally came across a news article related to the rat god cult follower on his phone. Fresh off the press, it was published by the local official media on their website. Upon opening it, he found the report contained exactly what he wanted to know, discussing the follower of the rat god cult who was eating rats at the garbage dump on the outskirts last night. "Xiaochen, what are you looking at so intently?" asked Shen Qinghan, who had just come back from washing her lunch box. Seeing Lin Zichen still at his desk, absorbed in his phone and not even bothering to wash his lunch box, she grew curious. "I'm looking at news about the rat god cult," Lin Zichen replied casually. Sar the Nellfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Shen Qinghan wasn't particularly interested in the rat god cult. Seeing the oil in Lin Zichen's lunchbox starting to congeal, she picked it up intending to wash it for him. But she hesitated and stopped in her tracks when she saw the two girls who had mocked her as a maid earlier in the corridor outside. She was afraid that if the girls saw her washing Lin Zichen's lunchbox, they would tease her about being Lin Zichen's maid again. Yet after some consideration and internal struggle, she eventually took Lin Zichen's lunchbox and stepped out of the classroom. Although it was hard to be ridiculed as Lin Zichen's maid, that was simply others' opinion, not Lin Zichen's. She could pretend not to hear it and shouldn't take it too seriously. That's what she thought, but when she actually passed by those girls with Lin Zichen's lunchbox in hand, she was still afraid of hearing the word maid. Fortunately, that didn't happen, and she didn't hear any mockery from the girls as she walked past. However, after she had gone some distance, those two girls in the corridor started to gossip about her. "See, I told you she's Lin Zichen's personal maid. Now she's even washing his lunchbox for him. She's really diligent, isn't she? To be a cut above the rest, one must endure the greatest hardships. With her martial arts ability being so weak, if she doesn't put in the effort to win over the master, she won't last in the elite class. Who are you calling a maid?" Suddenly, a voice rang out in front of the two girls. Both were startled, having not noticed anyone approaching them. No, nothing, you heard wrong. Upon recognizing Lin Zichen, one of the girls hurriedly defended herself. The other girl remained silent, bowing her head, not daring to meet Lin Zichen's gaze. Lin Zichen looked at the two girls in front of him. One was named Wen Yuntong. The other, Chu Yushi. Both of their grades ranked at the bottom of the class, just slightly better than Shen Qinghan's. He didn't say much to them, just calmly stated, "In the future, I don't want to hear you speaking ill of Shen Qinghan again." The speaker was calm, but those listening were anything but. The girls thought to themselves that it was over, they had offended Lin Zichen, and high school would be ruined for 3 years. Furthermore, if you hear anyone else speaking ill of Shen Qinghan, please relay what I just said to them. After dropping that line, Lin Zichen turned and went back to the classroom. Watching his retreating figure, both girls breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that from now on, they definitely couldn't mock Shen Qinghan as they had before. Otherwise, if they offended Lin Zichen, life at Shanghai High School would likely become very difficult. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, the end-of-class bell rang, bringing the afternoon's lessons to a close. On the way home, Lin Zichen thought for a moment and eventually turned to Shen Qinghan to ask, "You've been very down lately, is it because you heard people talking badly about you?" "That did happen, but it's really okay, I'm not down or anything," Shen Qinghan feigned indifference. Lin Zichen spoke gently, "If you encounter anything that upsets you, you can talk to me about it. We've been childhood friends, we should have no secrets from each other." Shen Qinghan nodded, "Yes, I will." After these words, the two walked on in silence for a while. Close to home, Lin Zichen asked, "Does it feel like a lot of pressure to always rank last in class?" "It is quite a bit," Shen Qinghan muttered, her lips quivering slightly with a hint of helplessness, "but physical talent is predetermined, and no matter how hard I try, I can't keep up with the rest of the class." Lin Zichen disagreed. "Physical talent may be predetermined, true, but martial arts techniques are not. Your physical talent is close to that of Wen Yuntong and Chu Yushi. If your martial arts techniques far exceed theirs, then you can defeat them on the martial stage." "Can that really work?" "It can," Lin Zichen affirmed confidently. "From now on, I'll give you special training 3 times a week, specifically to improve your martial arts techniques. By the end of the term at the latest, you'll be able to defeat the two of them on the martial stage." Hearing Lin Zichen's words, Shen Qinghan's eyes, which had been somewhat dim, suddenly brightened. She didn't want to continue being last in class anymore. As long as she could tear off the label of being the absolute bottom of the class, even if people still said that she got in through backdoor connections, it would be a lot more bearable for her. P.S. Begging bowl out, seeking monthly and recommendation tickets. Chapter 69, 69, Naval Commander. Chapter 69, Naval Commander. Translator, 549690339. Your punching angle is too high, lower it a bit, that way you can exert more force. Your legs are clamped too tightly, spread them out a bit. You also need to adjust your stance, don't face your opponent straight on, but at a slight angle. It was Saturday, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, at Shen Qinghan's house. After finishing his training at home, Lin Zichen came over to give Shen Qinghan a special lesson, patiently instructing her martial arts techniques. Shen Qinghan was extremely serious about her learning, doing exactly as Lin Zichen instructed. Feeling that the issues had been mostly corrected, Lin Zichen said to her, "Come on, let's put it into practice, attack me with all your strength." "Okay, here I come." With that said, Shen Qinghan propelled herself forward with a strong push from her calf, quickly rushing towards Lin Zichen. She was well aware of how strong Lin Zichen was, so she didn't hold back at all and attacked with full force. Smack! Lin Zichen caught her incoming fist and said with an approving face, "Not bad, the punching angle is very standard, and the force you exerted is much greater than before." Smack! Lin Zichen caught her sweeping leg and patiently corrected her, "The posture for your sweep is incorrect, don't clamp your legs so tightly before the sweep, space them out a bit. Now, using the correction I just made, try the same move again." "All right." Smack! Smack! Smack, with a series of blows from punches and kicks echoing around them. Before they knew it, more than 2 hours had passed by. After such extensive training, Shen Qinghan was completely exhausted, sitting on the ground drenched in sweat and panting. But she didn't find it tiresome at all, instead, she felt incredibly fulfilled. Because, after over 2 hours of special training with Lin Zichen, she could clearly feel her martial arts strength had improved. If before her martial arts strength was a 75, now it was at least an 80. Xiaochen, I think 3 times a week isn't enough, can we have special training every day? Shen Qinghan wanted to defeat Wen Yuntong and Chu Yushi on the martial stage as soon as possible and rip off the label of being ranked last in the whole class from herself. Lin Zichen shook his head and said, no need, 3 times a week is already a lot, you wouldn't be able to handle it if it were every day. Shen Qinghan thought that made sense, all right then, 3 times a week it is. At this moment, the sound of a WeChat voice message notification rang out. Lin Zichen answered the voice call, and soon Zhang Wanqin's voice came through, saying that dinner was almost ready and to come over for the meal. Shen Jianye and Su Meng, both being high school class advisors, were often too busy to come home and cook, usually having to settle for the school canteen. Under such circumstances, the couple would have Shen Qinghan go to Lin Zichen's house for meals. And today, the couple was too busy to come home to make dinner. After ending the voice chat, Lin Zichen turned to Shen Qinghan and said, you're covered in sweat, go take a shower. After that, we'll head over for dinner. Okay, I'll go now. Having said that, Shen Qinghan sat on the floor and started taking off her shoes and socks, getting ready to go to the bathroom for a shower. Xiaochen, it's so strange, other people's socks smell after they exercise and sweat, but mine don't smell at all. Shen Qinghan sniffed the sock she had taken off and then handed it to Lin Zichen, saying, smell it, see if it's true. Smell what the heck? Lin Zichen's mouth twitched slightly, not giving Shen Qinghan's sock even a glance. Seeing his twitching mouth, Shen Qinghan playfully laughed and said, just kidding, I'm not that weird to make you smell my socks. If only you could be this whimsical at school as well. See thnelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. That's impossible, I only act like this around you. Alright, go take a shower, or my mom will call again soon to hurry you. I'm going now. After leaving those words behind, Shen Qinghan got up to take a shower. Watching her departing figure, Lin Zichen slipped into deep thought. Whether it was the inability to hold urine from childhood, the aquatic talent that exceeded ordinary people, or the sweat that didn't smell bad but was even slightly fragrant. All of these unique aspects were related to water. Why was her body like this? What secrets lay within? As he wondered, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He took it out and saw a notification from the novel website's editor, stating that his book would be going live for paid access next Wednesday. Lin Zichen replied, got it, and then opened the writer's assistant app to check the novel's statistics. An update for a month, 150,000 words written, and over 20,000 readers had added it to their favorites. The data was quite impressive, showing promise of excellence. Hoping that the performance would soar after going live, he wished to earn more manuscript fees, aspiring to unlock the ferocious Great Eagle album as soon as possible. With that thought, Lin Zichen posted a notice to inform his readers that the book would go live next Wednesday. Afterwards, he logged out of the author's backend and started browsing the news on his phone. After many days of effort by the Public Security Department, the number of rats in the city area has significantly decreased, earning the praise of the general public. Jishin Group has declared on its official website that it will treat, free of charge, a once genius girl with mechanical talents who has become physically disabled due to premature mechanical modifications. Capital University Genius successfully integrates exotic beast gene of the thousand-thread spider, breaking the university's record for the youngest person to undergo a second genetic fusion. Seeing the words, Capital University Genius, Lin Zichen's first thought was of the prodigy from Capital City of yesteryear. He clicked on it and indeed it was the same person. About this, he felt a bit surprised. He had looked into the genius's information before, who was only a year and a half older than him, meaning they hadn't quite reached 18 this year. Under normal circumstances, most people would have to wait until they were adults to undergo genetic fusion. Otherwise, the body wouldn't be able to handle the dominance of the exotic beast gene, and mutations were likely to occur. However, this prodigy from Capital City, now tagged as Capital University Genius, had undergone a second genetic fusion before turning 18. Such genetic talent was truly formidable. Musing on this, Lin Zichen clicked on the video embedded in the news. Watching the Capital City Genius shooting webs and swinging around the buildings like Spider-Man was pretty cool. In the meantime, Shen Qinghan came out from the shower. Now her hair was slightly damp, her fair face flushed with a hint of red, wearing a light pink skirt that just covered her knees, showing off her slender and snowy white calves, looking elegant and graceful. "Xiaochen, is your book going live?" While toweling off her hair, Shen Qinghan looked down at her phone and saw the notification Lin Zichen had just posted about his book going live. Lin Zichen responded, "Yeah, the editor said it would go live next Wednesday at noon. Then I'll go leave you a good review." Having said that, Shen Qinghan sprang into action, logging into over a dozen of her alts and started to act as a one-woman army in the review section of Lin Zichen's book. Lin Zichen opened the author's backend and saw that in less than 5 minutes, Shen Qinghan had already switched through 17 accounts, leaving nearly 20 good reviews. Dang, what kind of army commander was she? P.S. Bowls out, seeking monthly tickets and recommendation votes. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 70, 70, 70. Next time for sure. Chapter 70, 70. Next time for sure. Translator, 549690339. Time flew by, and before I knew it, it was next Wednesday. Lin Zichen's novel hit the shelves that day, and he splurged all his drafts, updating 50,000 words in one go. The readers were thrilled, praising him as a writing machine. After that, he maintained a daily update of 10,000 words, continuing to delight his readers. The readers showed their support through votes and gifts. With the dual boost from regressing if not progressing in his gifted talents, after a month of writing exercises, he could now easily achieve 10,000 words per hour. Just spending an hour a day on writing wouldn't affect his daily training regime and was acceptable. "Xiaochen, your book's performance is truly impressive. If you can keep updating 10,000 words every day, and if the plot doesn't nosedive, you can expect to earn about 50,000 in manuscript fees in the first month. Once the word count increases, earning 100,000 a month won't be a problem," Lin Yanzheng said with a beaming smile on his face. Excited, Zhang Wanqin said, "My Xiaochen is truly a genius of all trades. Still in high school, and already about to out-earn his parents." With a sense of inferiority, Lin Yanzheng reminisced, "I think back to my first book, which did get published, but it only had a handful of subscribers. Toiling away at writing every month, I could only earn a few hundred in manuscript fees." At this moment, both husband and wife couldn't help but be filled with emotion. A genius indeed is remarkable, achieving far beyond the average person in any field. And the effort they spend to achieve such success is perhaps less than 1/10 of what others would expend. "Xiaochen, although you're making good money from writing novels right now, your focus must still be on your studies. Don't let it affect your academics, understand? You must listen to your father on this. In this world, no matter how wealthy an ordinary person is, they can't compare to a genetic integrator who has broken free from human constraints," the couple said earnestly. Lin Zichen nodded, "Mom and Dad, don't worry, I know my priorities." After speaking, he thought to himself, 50,000 in a month, or even 100,000. With this income, I won't have to worry about funds to unlock the Exotic Beast album anymore. I should update more while the novel is still new to ensure the manuscript fees for the first 2 months are enough to unlock the Ferocious Great Eagle album. With this in mind, for the following half a month, besides his daily training and helping Shen Qinghan with special training, Lin Zichen's main concern was the performance of his novel. The better the novel did, the more manuscript fees he would earn, and the sooner he could unlock the Ferocious Great Eagle album. To earn extra manuscript fees, sometimes he even wrote on his phone during class. He planned to unlock the Ferocious Great Eagle album first, then revert to his original study schedule. Days went by, one after the other. On this particular day, during martial arts class, Han Yuanfeng organized an in-class sparring session to check the students' progress. Lin Zichen, as always, overpowered everyone, leaving them no chance to fight back. While earning $888, he also gained several dozen points of completion experience for his survival of the fittest achievement. In contrast, Shen Qinghan still couldn't beat anyone, consistently ranking last in class. However, unlike before, she was now able to put up a fight. Search the nellfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. In the last sparring session, when facing Wen Yuntong, who ranked second to last, she was kicked off the martial stage in less than 3 seconds, ending the battle promptly. But this time, she managed to hold on for nearly 3 minutes against Wenyuntong. It wasn't 3 minutes of defense like a turtle. It was a 3-minute exchange of attacks with Wenyuntong. She landed several punches and kicks. Seeing this, Han Yuanfeng praised her for her significant improvement, encouraging her to keep it up. Time passed by the second. Just before class ended, Han Yuanfeng said to the class, "In a month, we'll challenge the strongest key class of the second year. Our goal is to take down everyone except the top 3 in their class. Do we have the confidence to do that?" "Yes." The students replied in unison, their voices loud and clear. Pleased with the answer, Han Yuanfeng wore a satisfied smile. Afterward, he called over the 4 strongest students in the class and patiently explained to them the high-end combat power in the top-ranked second-year class. Soon, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Lin Zichen didn't leave school but returned to the classroom with Shen Qinghan, Li Chuxin, and He Yu. Today, it was their group's turn to be on duty, so they had to go back and clean the classroom. "You and your teammates cleaned the blackboard together, cumulative tasks completed +1, you and your teammates swept the floor clean, cumulative tasks completed +1, you and your teammates arranged the desks neatly, cumulative tasks completed +1, damn, finally finished cleaning up." As he arranged the last desk in the classroom, He Yu exclaimed as if a heavy burden had been lifted off him. Then he couldn't help but complain, "Come on, Zichen, you're too responsible. Other groups just sweep the floor and call it a day, and here you are mopping and arranging desks too, making us work every time." Li Chuxin gave him a disdainful look. "If you're so reluctant, then don't do it. No one is forcing you." He Yu, with his legs crossed and looking like a boss, said, "That's not okay. The 4 of us are a team. We either all do it, or none of us do it. I don't want to be a lone wolf. Lin Zichen, this is on me. I've made everyone work harder because of personal reasons. To make it up, I'll treat you all to bubble tea later." Upon hearing this, He Yu immediately stopped complaining and became all smiles. "Zichen, no, foster father, how can I accept that?" Lin Zichen simply smiled and did not speak. Then, with a thought, he looked into the void to check the progress of the social animal achievement. Achievement, in the premise of cooperation with multiple people, complete tasks cumulatively 1,000 times, reward, acquire biometric attribute, social animal, cumulative tasks completed, 608/1000, only 392 to go. If he kept diligent, he could complete it in another month. I wonder what the effect of the social animal biometric attribute is, Lin Zichen pondered silently as he looked at the text in front of him. Just at that moment, Li Chuxin, who was fine just a moment ago, suddenly started crying on the desk, softly sobbing. Shen Qinghan, upon seeing this, asked with concern, "Chu Xin, why are you crying?" Li Chuxin raised her head, wiping tears as she spoke. "My mom just messaged me on WeChat to tell me that my cat, the one that could do backflips, accidentally fell from the balcony and died. Whoa, it's just a cat, is it worth crying over?" He Yu said, clearly not understanding. Li Chuxin glared at him in response, "Someone heartless like you will never understand the bond between a cat and its owner." "Ah, right, I wouldn't understand," he replied, taking out a tissue and handing it to her. "Stop crying, here, wipe your tears." Li Chuxin took the tissue, her eyes red from crying, somewhat surprised. "I didn't expect a guy who's always blustering to hand a tissue to a girl to wipe her tears. Quite the gentleman." After saying this, she took the tissue to wipe her tears, but as she did, she felt something was off. She looked at He Yu with a puzzled face. "Why does your tissue smell odd?" "That's one I had left over from the toilet this morning," he replied frankly. "Ugh," Li Chuxin went from sad to disgusted in an instant. When they parted ways, He Yu, his face sporting a handprint, cheerfully said to the 3 of them, "By the way, my family's first martial arts gym in Shanghai City is going to have its grand opening in a few days. You 3 have to come and show some support. I'll give you the Supreme VIP membership cards for free. Definitely next time, X3 PS, begging for monthly and recommendation votes." Chapter 71, Rat God Cult Meeting. Chapter 71, Rat God Cult Meeting. Translator, 549690339. Before I knew it, more than a month had passed since the novel was put on the shelf. The royalties for the first month were released. It was over 80,000 yuan. Lin Zichen looked at the figure and felt somewhat excited. His parents, standing by, were even more excited than him, saying that a genius is a genius, excellent at everything. Xiao Chen, take this bank card. Your author account is linked to this card. Once the website transfers the royalties in a few days, the money will be deposited here. Lin Yanzheng handed over a bank card to Lin Zichen and continued, as for the royalties, since you earned them yourself, you get to decide how to spend them. You can do whatever you want, and mom and dad won't ask too many questions. Lin Zichen took the bank card and nodded to show he understood. A few days later, when the royalties were transferred to his account, he immediately headed to the mall with the intention to purchase and consume violent great eagle meat. This time, he didn't go straight to the landlord uncle to ask for help with the purchase but instead went to the counter to ask the salesperson if there was a discount for buying a large amount of exotic beast meat. Then, he was told there was a discount, saying that a bulk purchase of £100 would get a 5% discount. With this information, Lin Zichen decided not to buy just yet, thinking he would wait until he had saved enough to buy £100 at once. After all, it was just a matter of next month. The next day. School. As soon as the bell rang for the end of class, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan hurried to the cafeteria. Just a few days before, a new stir-fry window had opened in the cafeteria, and many students said the chef's dishes were really fragrant and delicious. When Shen Qinghan learned about this yesterday, she told Lin Zichen she wanted to try it. Lin Zichen agreed. So, both of them intentionally didn't bring lunch today, wanting to eat at the cafeteria instead. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan walked quickly. cthnovelier.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. When they arrived at the cafeteria, there weren't many people queuing up. Seeing this, Shen Qinghan hurriedly ran to the stir-fry window with Lin Zichen and ordered 1 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, 3 dishes in total. Since they arrived early and didn't need to queue, it took less than 20 minutes for their 3 dishes to be cooked. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, holding their dishes, casually found an empty spot to sit down and start eating. While they were eating, a long queue started to form in the cafeteria. Xiao Chen, it's good that we came early, otherwise we would have to join a long queue now. Seeing the food line stretching almost out of the cafeteria door, Shen Qinghan couldn't help feeling fortunate. Lin Zichen, not one for many words, simply said, "Indeed." Just then, a commotion erupted from one of the food lines at the front. "Why are you cutting in line? Go back to the end." "I'm not cutting in line, my desk mate saved this spot for me." "You think you can reserve a place in the queue for someone?" "What a joke. Cutting is cutting, get out and line up at the back." "So what if I cut in line?" "I'm cutting in front of my desk mate, it's none of your damn business." "Are you an idiot? Your desk mate is in front of me." "How is cutting in front of your desk mate any different from cutting in front of me?" "I just did, what are you going to do about it?" Amid the arguing, Lin Zichen recognized Hiyu's voice. Looking in the direction of the noise, sure enough, it was Hiyu having a dispute with someone. On closer inspection, it seemed that Hiyu was upset about someone cutting in line in front of him and was giving the other person an earful. "Xiao Chen, Hiyu is arguing with someone, should we go over and see what's happening?" Shen Qinghan also noticed Hiyu and, seeing that he was the one being cut in front of, thought about whether to support him or not. Lin Zichen said indifferently, "We shouldn't be needed, Hiyu has a fierce presence, the guy who jumped the queue got coward." And indeed, that was the case. The queue jumper, being in the wrong, couldn't out-talk Hiyu, and quickly left the line. Just when everyone thought the matter was over. Suddenly, several boys from the neighboring line left their own queue and walked straight towards Hiyu, taking the person who had just been scolded for jumping the queue, and cut in front of Hiyu. Hiyu was stunned for a moment, then became somewhat angry out of embarrassment. "What do you think you're doing?" "Nothing much, just purely wanting to cut in front of you," said the person ahead of him arrogantly without turning back. Hiyu was infuriated and immediately tried to push all the queue jumpers out. However, upon pushing, he found he couldn't budge them at all. The queue jumpers were far stronger than him. Seeing this, Lin Zichen no longer sat motionless and immediately got up and walked towards Hiyu. He approached Hiyu, looked at the people in front of him, and said indifferently, "Out." One of them retorted arrogantly, "What can you do if I don't leave?" Lin Zichen took out his phone, turned on the recording, and captured the queue jumping group, saying coolly, "I will report you." Upon hearing this, their faces changed, not expecting Lin Zichen to be so shameless. Normally students resolve conflicts themselves to save face, without involving teachers or school leaders. Who would act without martial ethics like this? Soon, the group left the queue, no longer daring to cut in, afraid of being reported on video. As they passed by Lin Zichen, one of them said disdainfully, "Playing this reporting game is disgraceful." Lin Zichen replied, "I find the act of queue jumping even more disgraceful." The person was at a loss for words, feeling humiliated, and swiftly left. The others left just as quickly. Shanghai City. Inside a villa in the affluent district. The rat god cult sect hierarch summoned all his followers for a meeting. There weren't many of them, just over 20. Seeing that everyone was present, the rat god cult sect hierarch began, "Stupid Strong is dead. He went crazy a while back and messed with the security team at the market, and ended up losing his life." Someone clapped and cheered upon hearing this. "Good riddance to that fool. He was always causing trouble with his madness. I've wanted him dead for a while, he would have implicated us sooner or later." The rat god cult sect hierarch ignored him and turned to call a young man standing behind him. Then he introduced to the crowd, "This young man is a newcomer, he will take Stupid Strong's place. Everyone gets to know him." After finishing the introductions, he continued, "Also, the rat god has conveyed to me that ordinary people are too pitiful and not tasty. From now on, we should target the nobility and higher-ups. Everyone should be aware so we don't bring the wrong sacrifices later." Someone raised a question, "Sect hierarch, it's too risky to snatch the high and mighty." Another person added, "Yes, sect hierarch, it doesn't matter if one or two ordinary people go missing, but if a noble disappears, it might cause a big issue." The rat god cult sect hierarch said, "Try to choose the sons of wealthy businessmen with no power, the risk will be much lower that way." After speaking, he turned to the newcomer, "Since you're new, you don't have to snatch the noble ones yet. First, snatch a handsome ordinary young male to practice. Later, offer him to one of the rat god's divine sons as a sacrifice." The newcomer was puzzled. "Sect hierarch, why does it have to be someone handsome? Wouldn't an ugly one suffice?" The rat god cult sect hierarch replied, "Because the rat god likes beautiful things." "I see," the newcomer nodded and then confidently said, "Don't worry, sect hierarch, I'll present the most handsome sacrifice in the entire city to the divine son. P.S. Bowls out, asking for monthly and recommendation tickets." Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 72, 72, The Humiliation Under the Crotch. Chapter 72, The Humiliation Under the Crotch. Translator, 549690339. Several days had passed since the last cafeteria line-cutting incident. That day, as soon as he arrived at school, he brought the matter up to Lin Zichen, saying with an indignant face, "I've been looking into it for several days, and I finally figured out which class those who cut in my line the other day belong to. You might not believe it, but those people are actually from Class 3 Senior Year 2, the top key class we're about to challenge." As he spoke, he couldn't help but complain, "Even the key class students lack manners, I'm truly at a loss for words. Being good at studies doesn't mean one also has good manners." Lin Zichen, while scrolling through the news on his phone, responded indifferently. At that moment, a news report caught his attention. It said that a rich second generation had gone missing in the city, unreachable for 3 days, and their family was offering a hefty reward online for their return. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Another rich second generation missing. Lin Zichen furrowed his brows. This was the 5th case of a rich second-generation disappearance he had seen in these days. Initially, he thought it was a kidnapping for ransom, but after several days passed, he realized there was no kidnapper contacting the families for a ransom. It was very strange. Deeply frightening. While he was mulling over this, Li Chuxin, who sat in front of him, said to Shen Qinghan, Han, there's going to be a singing contest at school at the end of December. I want to sing a duet, and we're missing a partner with a soft voice. Your voice is so gentle, how about we join the contest together? I can't sing, no problem, the lyrics you need to handle are minimal. You just have to hum along with me occasionally. Why don't you find someone else? Shen Qinghan had a bit of social anxiety at school and simply didn't have the courage to perform on stage. Seeing her refusal, Li Chuxin immediately took her hand and pleaded, Han, please join me in the competition. Your voice is so soft and lovely, with you as a partner, we can definitely win a place. But, Shen Qinghan felt very troubled and did not know how to refuse Li Chuxin. Lin Zichen, sitting behind, seeing this, advised, Han Han, why don't you join Chu Xin in the contest? Your voice is very suited for singing, and I'm sure it will sound great. He thought Shen Qinghan was being too introverted at school and that participating in a singing competition to practice being on stage would be a good way for her to build confidence. Li Chuxin also urged, exactly, Han Han, your voice really is perfect for singing. It would be a pity not to show off your talent in the competition. After hesitating for a moment, Shen Qinghan finally agreed to join Li Chuxin in the contest. Considering Lin Zichen's feelings, you and Li Chuxin have successfully persuaded Shen Qinghan to join the singing contest. Total completed tasks count +1. Lin Zichen was somewhat surprised. He had not expected this to contribute to the progress of his social animal achievement. A few days later, on Saturday morning, inside the gymnasium, Lin Zichen's Class 1 Junior Year 1 was set to challenge the strongest key class of Senior Year 2, Class 3. During the warm-up period, a few boys from Senior Year 2 Class 3 gathered to chat and occasionally glanced over at Lin Zichen and Hiyu. It was none other than the guys who cut in Hiyu's line last week. Lin Zichen noticed their stares but didn't care, continuing to quietly help Shen Qinghan warm up. Hiyu, however, looked back at them and was immediately met with their middle fingers raised in provocation, which infuriated him enough to raise his middle finger in response. Soon after, both classes had finished warming up, and the competition was about to start. As last time, Shen Qinghan was the first to compete for Class 1 Junior Year 1. The only difference was that this time, Shen Qinghan was defeated within 3 seconds of taking the stage, swept off her feet by her opponent's leg sweep and then pinned down, unable to move. The senior girls from the key class were too strong, and even her turtle-style defense couldn't withstand their attacks. It wasn't just her. Wen Yuntong, Chu Yushi, Li Chuxin, and several other girls all got instantly taken down by the same opponent as soon as they stepped on the stage, with no chance of fighting back. It was only in the 9th match, when a short-haired girl with a sturdy build took the stage, that they finally managed to knock the key class's first competitor off the stage. After that, an even stronger senior girl from the opposing team started to dominate in the martial stage once again. In less than 10 minutes, they wiped out 9 people in a row. Among them, there were 3 boys. Class 2 maintained such an obvious trend of strength disparity as the battle continued. Before long, Class 1 of Senior Year 1 was left with only Lin Zichen, Wang Shujie, Lu Gang, and Hiyu, 4 people. Whereas Senior Year 2 Class 3 had only lost 5 students from the stage, with as many as 36 students yet to compete. The 5 students who were knocked off the stage were all girls, the other side hadn't even fielded a single boy. The disparity in strength was too great, there was simply no way to fight. In the face of this situation, everyone in Class 1 of Senior Year 1 frowned deeply, feeling somewhat powerless and desperate. Everyone except Lin Zichen. He needed to defeat as many opponents as possible to complete the survival of the fittest achievement. Seeing that his classmates were almost beaten, he was secretly pleased, eagerly hoping to soon be the last man standing. Hiyu, it's your turn. Han Yuanfeng looked at Hiyu, assigning him a difficult task. There are still 6 girls left on the other side, go and take them all down. Can you do it? No problem. Hiyu answered confidently, and after speaking, he jumped onto the martial stage. Then, living up to expectations, he took a bit of effort to knock out all 6 girls from the opposing side. Following that, a boy in a tank top from the other side entered the stage. Hiyu saw that the newcomer was actually an acquaintance, the very person who first cut in line at the cafeteria that day. Ready to die? The boy in the tank top said with a grin as he approached. Hiyu also smiled, not only do you lack manners, but you also lack self-awareness. The opponent was the first boy from the class to enter the fray, certainly a weakling. Hiyu was full of confidence for this duel. Seeing that both participants were in position, the referee quickly raised his right hand and chopped it down. Let the duel begin. No sooner had the referee spoken than the boy in the tank top used a swift step to move in front of Hiyu and, before Hiyu could react, raised his hand and punched him to the ground. Then, in full view of everyone, he stepped over Hiyu's body, deliberately humiliating him. Fuck your mother. Hiyu, enraged and humiliated, got up to hit the boy in the tank top. However, before he could throw a punch, he was kicked to the ground by the boy in the tank top and then stepped over again. Referee, student, you must not deliberately humiliate your opponent, warning once. The boy in the tank top ignored him, kicking Hiyu, who had just stood up, down again, and then stepped over him. Referee, warning twice. Seeing that he had been warned twice, the boy in the tank top did not continue to humiliate Hiyu and directly kicked him off the martial stage. The kick was so forceful that Hiyu curled up in pain beside the stage, his face twisted in agony. The boy in the tank top looked at the referee and asked, "I won't be disqualified until I've been warned 3 times, right?" The referee frowned. "While that's the rule, indeed, insulting your opponent is an extremely reprehensible act. I advise you not to do it." The boy in the tank top didn't heed the referee and instead looked down at Lin Zichen, smiling. "Junior, I remember you like to medal a lot. Do you want to come up and medal again?" After speaking, he gestured to Lin Zichen with a hooked finger, his face full of provocation. "If you have the guts, come on up, otherwise let it be." Lin Zichen could see that the boy in the tank top was very strong, definitely one of the frontrunners in the class. He had intentionally come out first to target Hiyu and then humiliate him publicly. And now, it was his turn. But I was just worried I wouldn't get a chance to participate. With that thought, Lin Zichen leaped onto the martial stage with one jump. P.S. Begging for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 73, Challenge the entire school. Chapter 73, Challenge the entire school. Translator, 549690339, Zichen, blow him away, give him the humiliation under the crotch. 2. Cutting the line in the cafeteria is bad enough, but acting so disgusting on the martial stage, where's your shame? Humiliate him harshly, get revenge for Hiyu. As soon as Lin Zichen stepped onto the stage, everyone in his class started shouting at him with emotion. They all knew about Hiyu being cut in line, they knew the man in the vest on stage was one of those who cut the line that day, and now they were all united in their animosity. Chiyu, step over his head. I hate snitches the most, gonna brutally torture him first before stepping over his head. Do it to him. The people from the opposing class were also shouting. However, not many were shouting, just those few who cut in line with the men in the vest that day. The homeroom teachers from both sides were somewhat dumbfounded, unable to understand why the situation had suddenly become so tense. It wasn't until they inquired with someone in the know that they learned it all stemmed from an old grudge related to cue cutting in the cafeteria. The homeroom teacher of Class 3, Year 2 had a headache, as a few students in the class lacked manners. Depending on their strong martial arts abilities, from the first year of high school until now, they had caused no small number of troubles and were basically uncontrollable. Han Yuanfeng had some objections but just frowned and didn't say much. Because, when students have conflicts, the best way to resolve them is to determine the winner and loser on the martial stage. There was no need for him to step in and mediate. On the stage, the man in the vest looked provocatively at Lin Zichen and said, "Perhaps, you could forfeit, so you don't have to be stepped over by me." Later. Forfeiture is the greatest taboo in martial arts competitions. Those who practice martial arts must show fighting spirit and dare to compete. The man in the vest said this to show off and to disgust Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen simply ignored him and looked towards the referee, speaking indifferently, "We're both in position. We can start the duel now." The referee nodded and then raised his right hand swiftly, chopping it down. The duel begins. As soon as the voice fell, the man in the vest fiercely pushed off the ground, rushing towards Lin Zichen like an arrow. He liked to brag before the fight, but once the battle started, he never underestimated his opponent. If one could give their full effort, they would. First knock the person down, then continue to arrogantly show off. Buzz. As the man in the vest approached Lin Zichen, he raised his leg for a vicious high side kick, targeting Lin Zichen's head. The speed was so quick, and the power so great, it even created a faint sonic boom in the air. This one kick, if an ordinary student were to take it to the head, could result in a light concussion or, in more severe cases, immediate unconsciousness. Smack! A crisp sound rang out. Lin Zichen didn't even move his feet, lazily raising a hand to slap away the leg the man in the vest had kicked over. Next, he grabbed the man's head and pushed down forcefully, bang, smashing his face to the ground. Finally, he raised his leg to step over and add insult, then kicked the man off the martial stage, ending the fight at lightning speed. The entire set of movements flowed like water, executed cleanly and swiftly, and took no more than 3 seconds. I lost. Below the stage, the man in the vest sat slumped on the ground, his forehead was scraped, and his nose bleeding, his face filled with life doubts, and he looked utterly disheveled. Even now, he hadn't quite grasped what had just happened. He only knew that he had rushed over to deliver a high kick to Lin Zichen, and then in the next second, everything went dark as his head was planted straight into the ground. His head was in pain and still buzzing, most likely concussed. What happened? Chiyu's strength ranks in the top 5 in our class. How did he get floored so easily? That cool junior is that strong. The students from Class 3, Year 2 were completely dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. In contrast, the students of Class 1, Year 1 appeared calm and untroubled. They had all witnessed Lin Zichen's strength and knew he had the ability to accomplish this. Another easy takedown. Han Yuanfeng squinted his eyes and muttered, "This kid is definitely hiding his true power." He was aware of how strong that vest-wearing guy in the opponent's class was. Much stronger than the black, overweight kid they had faced before. Yet, he was effortlessly taken down by Lin Zichen. Sir, the ovalfire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Zichen was absolutely holding back quite a bit of strength, otherwise, there was no way he could do this. Listening to Han Yuanfeng's murmurs, Wang Shujie and Lu Gang beside him were completely stunned. Damn, Lin Zichen is already showing such strength, and you're telling me that's not all of it. Is this guy even human? On the other side, Yu glanced at Lin Zichen on the stage, then at the vest-wearing guy sitting on the ground with a nosebleed, feeling a mix of emotions. The guy who beat me like a dog just got easily wiped out by Zichen. I was showing off in front of him at the start of school, how clownish is that? Han, your Zichen is too incredible. Li Chuxin was dazzled by Lin Zichen's recent moves, her face full of admiration. My Zichen. It was the first time Shen Qinghan heard this phrase and felt a little happy inside. On the stage, Lin Zichen paid no attention to the exclamations around him, and looked expressionlessly towards Class 2, Grade 3, addressing the few who had jumped the queue with the vest-wearing guy. Who's next? His voice sounded very calm but was unusually imbued with intimidating pressure. Those guys, hearing this, didn't look too good, already anticipating the thrashing they'd get on stage. The arrogance and shouting from before had vanished, replaced by panic. About half an hour later, all 29 remaining students of Grade 2, Class 3 were defeated. All by Lin Zichen. Each match ended in a quick defeat. Among them, those who had been part of the queue jumping suffered the same fate as the vest-wearing guy. All were humiliated by Lin Zichen stepping on their heads, then kicked off the martial stage. Now they were all sitting on the ground with bloody noses, looking quite miserable. After the last match, Lin Zichen had a thought and checked his progress in the survival of the fittest achievement through the void. Achievement, in an official competitive situation, use the most primal method of organisms to cumulatively eliminate 1,000 different adversaries. Reward, gain the biometric attribute, survival of the fittest. Cumulative adversaries eliminated, 119/1000, only 119. Looking at the number on the progress bar, Lin Zichen couldn't help but frown. The achievement survival of the fittest appeared much earlier than social animal, but the completion progress was several hundred behind that of social animal. This rate of progress was too slow. The reason was that he was always the last one to fight during the class bouts. No, this can't continue. My strength far exceeds the high school level, there is no need to follow high school rules. I need to set my own rules. Come Monday, I'll go to the academic affairs office and ask the principal to arrange a reward-based personal challenge for me. I will challenge the whole school. P.S. Bowl in hand, asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 74, 74. Public Enemy of the Whole School. Chapter 74. Public Enemy of the Whole School. Translator, 549690339. 2 days later, Monday morning. As soon as Lin Zichen arrived at school, he headed straight to the administrative building to find the female principal and tell her he wanted to hold a personal challenge match. The rules were simple: he would defend the position while allowing the entire student body to challenge him. The female principal was a bit dumbfounded after hearing this. You're just a freshman and you want to challenge the entire student body, are you serious? Lin Zichen didn't beat about the bush and took the female principal to a corner of the gym where no one was and showed her his strength by lifting a 700 kilograms barbell with one hand. The female principal was completely shocked. 700 kilograms. That's even stronger than Wu Tiancheng, the strongest student in the school's history, during his freshman year. Am I dreaming? Once she regained her composure, the female principal said excitedly, no problem, I'll arrange a solo showcase where you can challenge the entire school. Principal, remember to set up a reward. Without a reward, no one will be motivated. Don't worry, leave it to the principal. It's best to set up two kinds of rewards, one for participation to encourage everyone to step up and challenge, and a cumulative reward, which is a prize pool that grows with each challenge attempt. The more attempts, the larger the pool of prize money. Whoever beats me gets to take the prize money. If no one can beat me within a certain period, then I'll receive the prize money. Okay, we'll do it just as you said. Principal, regarding my strength, you must keep it a secret from me first, otherwise nobody will be motivated to challenge if they find out. All right, the principal will listen to you. No matter what Lin Zichen asked for, the female principal was quick to agree without hesitation, completely unlike the domineering figure who instilled fear in the entire school on regular days. That's the charm of a genius of the highest caliber in school history, capable of making the high and mighty female principal willingly become an eager follower, as if she were hypnotized. At lunch break, the female principal, having spent the whole morning pondering, personally came to class 1 of freshman year with the solo showcase plan she had prepared and handed it to Lin Zichen for his approval. Lin Zichen quickly glanced at it and nodded with satisfaction. Nicely done, principal, thank you for your hard work. The female principal beamed. Oh, it's no trouble at all. Many of the passing teachers and students rubbed their eyes, wondering if they were dreaming. What's going on? How come the ever-serious female principal, the notorious terror of the school, was smiling like a sycophant in front of a student? What sort of turnaround was this? Unlike everyone else, Shen Qinghan, who also witnessed this scene, remained completely calm throughout. Whether it was teachers fawning over Lin Zichen or the principal doing so, she had grown up seeing it and was well accustomed to it. She even thought that even when they got to university, the university principal would still act as Lin Zichen's eager follower. On the other side, the female principal, excited by the discovery of an unparalleled genius, was not concerned about the odd looks from others. Seeing that Lin Zichen had no issues with the plan, she immediately took out her phone and notified all the homeroom teachers to gather their students at the field at 2 in the afternoon, announcing there was something important to disclose. 2 in the afternoon. All the homeroom teachers brought their students to the field punctually. Lin Zichen and the female principal stood on the stage. Once everyone was gathered, the female principal immediately took the microphone and announced Lin Zichen's challenge to the entire school. She detailed Lin Zichen's basic personal information, his recent achievements, and the rules of the challenge, the prize money, and so forth. Upon hearing this, the teachers and students below were in an uproar. Principal, are you serious? The principal has gone mad. You, a freshman new student, are setting up a challenge for the entire school to face you. Where does your confidence come from? You think you're worthy of our challenge? Just because you beat the strongest class of sophomores, you're acting like this, and if people didn't know better, they'd think you had defeated the top class of seniors. Arrogant and ignorant, do you think you are the historically strongest student, Wu Tiancheng? Seeing Lin Zichen, a freshman, daring to set up a challenge for the whole school, many older students felt offended and started berating him from below the stage. Facing everyone's questions, Lin Zichen simply said, starting tomorrow, for 2 hours during every lunch break, I will be at the gym defending the position, and everyone is welcome to come and spar. On the way home, Shen Qinghan's peachy eyes brimmed with curiosity. Xiao Chen, how come you suddenly want to challenge the whole school like this? It's not your style. High school is so boring. Just looking for some fun. Liar. You caught me. Tell me. Shen Qinghan coquettishly clung to Lin Zichen's arm. Lin Zichen, not now, wait until I come up with a good excuse, then I'll tell you. Shen Qinghan. Seeing her puff up her cheeks unhappily, Lin Zichen stopped teasing her and told her the reason he had prepared in advance. The principal saw how well I did in the class competition and wanted to see my limit. He set this challenge up especially for me. You actually agreed with the principal. That's not like you. Of course I agreed, there's money involved, said Lin Zichen, adding, once we get the money, we should find a time for our two families to go out for a big meal. Yes, yes. Shen Qinghan nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking, already drooling at the thought. Seeing this, Lin Zichen couldn't help but smile. Such a foodie, just like when she was little. Evening. After dinner, Lin Zichen rested for a while and quickly started his daily exercise routine. Last night was strength training, so tonight is speed. He changed shoes, grabbed his keys. Lin Zichen stepped out the door, ready to go for a road run. As he left, he heard a gentle, sweet voice singing from the neighboring building. It was very pleasant to the ear. It was Shen Qinghan practicing her singing again, preparing hard for the December singing competition. Such a soft, lovely voice, and she was practicing so earnestly, she was bound to win a prize at this rate. I'll have to buy a bouquet for that occasion. After she finishes singing and wins, I'll go on stage and give them to her. What kind of flower should I buy? I'll need to think about this carefully. There's still time, might as well run by the florist on the way. Thinking this, Lin Zichen picked up his pace toward the nearest florist. cthnovelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. On the bustling street. A somewhat handsome young man, holding a cup of lemon tea that costs just 4 yuan, stood on the sidewalk, scrutinizing every person who walked by. Oddly enough, he wasn't interested in the beautiful women at all. Whether they were in stockings or in cheongsams, he didn't give them a second glance. His gaze remained solely on the young, handsome men. I give up. Is Shanghai City this bad? All I want is a perfect 10 in terms of looks. How come I've been searching for days without any luck? All these handsome guys passing by have flaws. It's so annoying. If I can't complete this sacrifice task perfectly, how will the sect hierarch look at me? Will I be ostracized in the cult in the future? The more he thought about it, the more agitated the young man became, almost to the point of stamping his feet in frustration. Just as he decided to give up on perfectionism and was ready to catch a decent-looking guy to get it over with, suddenly, he spotted a full-score handsome guy in the flower shop across the street. Holy shit, so handsome. It's like finding a needle in a haystack without even trying. Pikachu, I choose you. P.S. Bowls out, begging for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 75, 75, 75. The Fall of the Rat God Cult. Chapter 75, 75. The Fall of the Rat God Cult. Translator, 549690339. On a deserted highway at night, Lin Zichen looked at the half-human half-rat corpse on the ground, his expression filled with confusion. Is this it? Did he just pick up a rock and throw it, and then it died? Are there really followers of the Rat God Cult this week? When he had left the flower shop, Lin Zichen had noticed someone following him. He originally thought it was a coincidence, that he was just being paranoid. But unexpectedly, as he was about to reach the highway, the person suddenly sped up and chased after him. Turning around at the sound, he saw the person had 8 eyes on his face and was covered in dense fur. Lin Zichen didn't say a word and took off running. But as he ran, he noticed that the person's speed seemed a bit slow and couldn't keep up at all. So, he stopped to pick up a rock and threw it, intending to test the person's strength. As a result, that single throw killed him. What kind of experience baby was this? Lin Zichen was puzzled, but he didn't dwell on it for too long. He soon squatted down and extended his finger to touch the corpse on the ground. Then, with a thought, devour. You have devoured a strand of life essence from the gigantic mutant rat. Gigantic mutant rat compendium, 8%, only increased by 1%. That's really little. No wonder this ratman was so trash. Lin Zichen shook his head, took some time to clean up the scene, and quickly left the highway. He didn't go for a night run anymore, opting to go straight home instead. Just going out for a jog and being targeted by a ratman was somewhat hazardous. For safety reasons, he decided not to go for nightly runs. For the time being. After all, not every follower of the Rat God Cult was as trash as the one he encountered tonight. Some more formidable followers of the Rat God, after mutating, had extremely powerful flesh that could even withstand firearms. After returning home, Lin Zichen engaged in high-intensity training at home. He trained for several hours straight. In between, sweet singing from the next room occasionally filtered through. It was Shen Qinghan practicing her singing again. It was clear that she was taking the singing competition at the end of December very seriously. After working out, he took a bath. Lin Zichen leaned against the wall, sitting on the bed browsing the news on his phone. Not long into reading, he came across a news item about the rat god cult. In the news, the city security minister stated that a series of recent kidnappings of wealthy second-generation individuals had been confirmed as the work of rat god cult followers. The city security minister expressed great anger and shame, assuring the citizens that they would eradicate the rat god cult as soon as possible and restore a good public order environment in Shanghai City, or he would resign and apologize if unsuccessful. What does the rat god cult want with these rich second-generation kids? Are they asking for death? Lin Zichen couldn't figure it out. Saw the Nefire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. But he didn't think too much about it, noticing it was late, turned off the lights, and lay down to sleep. Tomorrow, he was to challenge the entire school in the arena. He needed a good rest tonight. The next day, at the crack of dawn. Before his phone alarm went off, Lin Zichen woke up first. He picked up his phone to check the time and saw it was still early, so he didn't rush to get up but instead lay in bed scrolling through the news. Just opening the news app, he was shocked by a top news story. Good news. Last night at 3 in the morning, the city security headquarters teamed up with professors from Evolution College at Shanghai University, and eradicated the rat god cult in one fell swoop. The rat god cult was wiped out. Lin Zichen was shocked, his face filled with disbelief, and immediately clicked on the news to read it in detail. The city security headquarters had requested the assistance of a professor from the Evolution College at Shanghai University. The former was in charge of dealing with the rat god cult followers, while the latter dealt with the rat king. The professor was a genetic integrator, an advanced-level biological creature named Wu Tiancheng. Wu Tiancheng. The strongest historical figure of Shanghai High School. Wasn't he someone who had just graduated from high school in the last few sessions? How did he become a mentor at Shanghai University? Employed right after graduation. With these questions in mind, Lin Zichen searched online and realized that Wu Tiancheng mentioned in the news was indeed the strongest person in Shanghai High School's history. He graduated the year before last and was supposed to stay at Kyoto University, but he was poached back to Shanghai City by Shanghai University. He continued to browse news about the extermination of the rat god cult. Soon, Lin Zichen came across a live video. It had just been released by the city security headquarters. Upon opening the video, the scene showed a desolate forest landscape. As the camera moved, a giant mutant rat nearly 10 meters in length soon appeared on screen. This massive giant mutant rat, self-proclaimed as the Rat King, sat on the ground like a mountain, overshadowing the sun and appearing extremely sinister. In the video, a birdman hovering in midair was confronting it. It wasn't long before they started fighting. The battle was earth-shattering and the scene was incredibly intense. However, in less than half a minute, the huge Rat King was killed by the birdman, who was no larger than an average adult male. The nearly 10-meter-long massive body was chopped into pieces by the feathers shot out by the birdman. After killing the Rat King, the birdman retracted his wings and landed on the ground. In less than a few seconds, all features of the birdman rapidly vanished from his body, reverting to a well-built young man. It was none other than Wu Tiancheng. Capable of switching freely between human and birdman form. Able to shoot feathers for long-range attacks. Is this what an advanced-level creature is? Truly powerful. Lin Zichen watched Wu Tiancheng in the video, filled with envy. Shanghai City Security Headquarters. The director's office. A stern-faced middle-aged man was sitting and drinking tea with a well-built young man. The middle-aged man took a sip of tea and asked, "Tiancheng, still no contact with your teacher?" The young man shook his head, still missing. Those strong individuals who went to suppress the uprising in Source Land number 36 that year are all still unaccounted for. What's the situation in Source Land number 36 now? The situation has stabilized. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the time to be here today to clean up the small fry that slipped in amidst the chaos back then. Small fry. The middle-aged man laughed, set down his teacup, and said with a sigh, back when the Sourceland number 36 uprising happened, you were just a middle school student. It's hard to believe that in just 10 years, you've evolved into an advanced-level creature. The Rat King, who the entire security headquarters was powerless against, is just small fry to you. Talent really makes a difference. After finishing, he asked the young man, by the way, since you've come out from the origin land this time, are you interested in giving a lecture at your old high school? The young man waved his hand, declining, forget it, I don't have that much time. I have to go back to Source Land to commit myself. If it hadn't been for that Rat King eating more people than he should, I wouldn't have been dispatched here. Shanghai City. Within a kilometer-deep underground cavern, a giant mutant rat more than 10 meters long was cowering in front of a 4-meter-tall three-eyed giant. You started off by eating beggars and vagrants, then moved on to young, tender, and good-looking people, and later you went for those who were high above. I put a lot of effort into dodging surveillance to bring you to Shanghai City so that you could expand our race and dig tunnels. Instead, you've been going around eating people, and your appetite has only grown. Tell me, do you think you deserve to die? The three-eyed giant lifted its right leg high and stomped down on the giant mutant rat's nose, looking down at it imperiously and asking. The giant mutant rat immediately pleaded, Sir, please give me another chance. Opportunities, well, can be given but, you need to offer something in return, the giant said. No sooner had the words left its mouth than the three-eyed giant suddenly raised its right hand and forcefully plunged it into one of the giant mutant rat's eyes. A squelching sound was heard. That was followed by the resonating screams of the rat. The next moment, a basketball-sized eyeball was in the hand of the three-eyed giant. Ignoring the screams of the giant mutant rat before him, it opened its maw wide and stuffed the eyeball into its mouth, chewing slowly with visible pleasure. The eyes of sewer rats still smell as foul as ever, but taste delicious. I must say, you may be dull-witted usually, but you're quite clever when it comes to valuing your own life, letting your brother take the front stage as Rat King and facing the risks, while you enjoyed yourself behind the scenes. However, if you don't start digging tunnels under Shanghai City and behave, your life will still be forfeit despite your caution, the giant continued. With that, the three-eyed giant plucked out another eyeball and popped it into its mouth, using it to calm its anger. P.S. Begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. Chapter 76, 76, 76, Top Student of the Senior 2 Honor Class. Chapter 76, 76, Top Student of the Senior 2 Honor Class. Translator 549690339. After watching the video of Wu Tiancheng killing the Rat King, Lin Zichen continued to search and browse related news. Soon, a wanted notice about the remaining fugitive cultists of the Rat God cult caught his eye. The content of the news was that there were still 9 Rat God cult followers on the run, but the Public Security Department had already found their specific identity information and made it public, hoping citizens could provide clues to assist in the capture. There was a reward for providing clues, with the amount ranging from 5,000 to 500,000 yuan depending on the importance of the clue. Lin Zichen glanced at the wanted photos, committing to memory the appearances of the 9 remaining Rat God cult fugitives. These 9 people were walking 500,000 yuan each, worth remembering their faces. However, the reward was secondary, the important thing was to protect oneself. Knowing the appearances of the Rat God cult fugitives meant that if he happened to encounter them by accident one day, he could recognize them immediately and quickly distance himself to avoid danger. He would provide clues to public security only after ensuring his own safety, and then claim the reward. Xiao Chen, aren't you up yet? It's already 6 o'clock. If you don't get up now, you'll be late for school. While he was engrossed in the news, Zhang Wanqin's voice came from outside the door. I know, I'm getting up now. Lin Zichen responded and quickly got out of bed to get dressed. Then he washed up, went downstairs for breakfast. About half an hour later, Lin Zichen stepped out the front door and went to school with Shen Qinghan, who was already waiting for him outside. Along the way, Shen Qinghan, unusually quiet, kept humming softly, sounding more and more skilled and pleasant to hear. Lin Zichen listened and enjoyed it. He had thought that Shen Qinghan would definitely win an award in the competition at the end of December, but now, he believed she was sure to come first. In less than 10 minutes, the two entered the gates of the school. Walking along the campus paths, many were pointing at Lin Zichen, whispering about what had happened to him yesterday. Having announced his challenge to the entire school on the sports field stage the previous afternoon, he was now famous throughout the school. To exaggerate a little, even the stray cats on the road and the dogs kept by the teachers might recognize him. However, this fame wasn't exactly positive. In the senior years, especially among the seniors, aside from some infatuated girls whose values followed their looks, the vast majority of seniors are quite averse to him. They think this freshman is too arrogant and has deeply offended them, the seniors. As for all the pointing and whispering on the way, Lin Zichen didn't care at all, acting as if he had seen or heard nothing, and went about his business as usual. It was tough, though, for Shen Qinghan walking with him. Already socially anxious at school, Shen Qinghan, walking along the campus paths, was constantly struck by the looks others directed at Lin Zichen, her head bowed the entire way, too scared to lift it. The constant chatter around her only made her feel more uncomfortable, to the point where her legs seemed to forget how to walk, and every step felt awkward. Seeing her in this state, Lin Zichen also felt helpless. His childhood friend lacked confidence, always timid at school, which made her seem like an easy target for bullying. He wondered when she would become more confident. The time quickly reached 12 o'clock at noon. As soon as the bell rang for the end of class, Lin Zichen didn't even stop for lunch. He left the classroom and headed for the school gymnasium. He had already eaten something to line his stomach during the break the class before. It was an onigiri made by Zhang Wanxin. It was convenient, time-saving, and didn't require cleaning a lunchbox. Seeing Lin Zichen heading to the gymnasium, Shen Qinghan hurriedly left her seat to heat her lunch in the office, planning to bring the warm food to the gymnasium to eat and accompany Lin Zichen throughout his challenge matches. She intended to use her phone to capture every moment worth recording of Lin Zichen's performance, collecting all the highlights of his student days, and then prepare a slideshow to give to him as a gift. Meanwhile, Lin Zichen had already arrived at the gym and stepped onto the martial stage. The gym was empty at that moment, not a soul in sight. The students had just finished class and hadn't arrived yet. 2 or 3 minutes later, students began to trickle into the gym. These students hadn't gone to the cafeteria for lunch but had bought a piece of bread from the campus store and come to watch Lin Zichen's first day of individual challenge matches. There were classmates. There were onlookers. There were fangirls. There were hopeful challengers. And there were students who were just there for the raffle. In order to encourage active participation in the challenge, the female principal added a prize for participation in her plan. Any student who took part in the challenge would get a raffle ticket. The prizes were generous, including various latest models of electronic products. Zichen, the top student of the high sophomore honors class, has his sights on you, he said. Today, he wants to rub you relentlessly on the martial stage, beat you until even your own mother wouldn't recognize you. Below the martial stage, he was leisurely munching on his bread as he mimicked the threatening tone of that sophomore honors class tyrant and relayed the message to Lin Zichen, appearing like an instigating eunuch. Wang Shujia sneered upon hearing this. He's just a worthless person who's practiced for an extra year. How could he be considered a match for Lin Zichen? Lu Gang also remarked, those high graders are nothing but frogs in a well. They have no clue how strong Lin Zichen truly is. At this moment, both top achievers from Nangguan City stood speaking up for Lin Zichen, sharing his enmity, and looking down upon the top student from the high sophomore honors class. After several shocks, awe, and existential doubts, they both accepted Lin Zichen's superiority, thoroughly convinced that he was the number one of Shanghai High School. Even though Lin Zichen had not yet faced the top students of the junior and senior honors classes, this did not prevent them from being so sure of their stance. They trusted their intuition as geniuses. Xiaochen, good luck later. Shen Qinghan, holding her heated meal, sat in a corner below the stage, smilingly shouting a word of encouragement to Lin Zichen. Beside her, Li Chuxin also shouted, Zichen, go for it. Lin Zichen waved back at the two and the rest of the class with a smile. About 10 minutes later, the teacher in charge of refereeing arrived. Seeing this, Lin Zichen didn't waste a second and immediately asked everyone below the stage, everyone, the individual challenge match can now begin. Does anyone want to come up for a sparring session? I'll do it. With a delicate voice, a girl with twin ponytails jumped onto the martial stage. She was a student from the ordinary class of grade 1 and was weaker than Shen Qinghan. The main reason she stepped up to the challenge was to have physical contact with Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen didn't go easy on her just because she was a girl. Aiming to save time to spar with more challengers, he knocked her out in less than 3 seconds. Survival of the fittest achievement progress +1. I'm next. It's my turn now, my turn. And me too. In the time that followed, the little fangirls took turns scrambling to get on the stage, all eager for physical contact with Lin Zichen. See the Audiobook.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Then, in less than half an hour, Lin Zichen had taken down nearly 100 little fangirls, significantly increasing his achievement progress by dozens of points. With 95 points progress made in less than half an hour, he thought at this rate, he might complete the survival of the fittest achievement by this week. Lin Zichen felt a surge of excitement within. Another half hour passed, and the supply of little fangirls below the stage had almost been spent. At this time, the cumulative progress for the survival of the fittest achievement had reached 309 points. A straight gain of 190 points within an hour. The speed of progress was far more than what he had accumulated over the past few years combined, ridiculously efficient. In the meantime, some fangirls were not ready to give up and wanted to challenge again after their defeat. Lin Zichen flatly refused, not accepting a second challenge from any losers. Because for the survival of the fittest achievement, he had to defeat different competitors to increase the completion progress. Are there any other challengers? After making use of the little fangirls, Lin Zichen looked down at the others and asked. Yes, of course. There was an immediate response from below the stage. As long as they stepped up to challenge, they would get a raffle ticket afterwards. Everyone was enthusiastic about this, lining up to take their turns for the challenge. Half an hour later, the completion progress for the survival of the fittest achievement had reached 419 points, nearly half completed. Meanwhile, the total amount of money accumulated in the prize pool had reached 2,000 yuan. Anyone else want to come? Lin Zichen looked down and asked. By then, all the little fangirls had had their turn, and the students who wanted raffle tickets were done as well. I'm coming. A senior student from the key class of third year leapt onto the martial stage, a huge guy 2 meters tall, covered with muscles, looking like a mountain. He had his eyes on the 2,000 yuan in the prize pool. Junior, I know you're strong, but setting up a challenge for the whole school as a freshman is a bit too arrogant. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. After speaking, the senior took off his shirt in public, showing off his ridiculously exaggerated pectoral muscles, which throbbed with every flex, brimming with explosive power. 10 seconds later. Bang. A collision sounded. The confident muscled senior who had just been full of confidence to fly backwards off the martial stage. Next. After taking down the muscle-bound senior, Lin Zichen immediately shouted to those below the stage. However, no one came up to challenge. Seeing even a key class third-year senior get swiftly defeated, everyone understood their chances, and none stepped forward to be humiliated. As for the raffle tickets, not everyone cared about that. Just as Lin Zichen thought it might be time to call it a day, a commotion suddenly arose from below. Yan Shaoxian is here. I didn't expect him to specifically come here for the challenge. He must really dislike this freshman and wants to come up here to teach him a lesson. This is interesting, now there's a show to watch. Most of the students who came to the gymnasium had done so to watch Yan Shaoxian teach Lin Zichen a lesson. After waiting so long, they finally got to see this dominant figure from the second year's top class. Who is Yan Shaoxian? Hearing the voices below and following everyone's gaze toward a boy approaching the martial stage from a distance, Lin Zichen became curious. Thinking to himself, he turned his head to look at He Yu, who was well informed about the happenings below. Seeing Lin Zichen's curious gaze, He Yu knew what he wanted to ask and promptly introduced, Yan Shaoxian is the #1 student in the top class of the second year that I mentioned to you before. He's said to be able to lift a 560-kilogram barbell with one hand, sprint 100 meters in just 6.38 seconds, and his overall strength is among the top 5 in the entire school. After hearing that, Lin Zichen nodded, completely unfazed. It was then that a lean figure leaped out from the crowd. The height of his jump nearly reached 4 meters. And then, like a god descending from the heavens, he landed on the martial stage with a thud. P.S. Holding out my bowl, asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. Search the Novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 77, 77, 77. Attributes of Survival of the Fittest. Chapter 77, 77. Attributes of Survival of the Fittest. Translator, 549690339, a 4.2-meter vertical jump from a standstill. What kind of spring-loaded person is this? Lifting a 690 kilograms barbell with one hand, a punch from him could probably kill a cow. No, make that 2 cows. 100 meters in 5.86 seconds, whooshing is the man. In the classroom of senior year class 1, students were praising a muscular boy. The boy's name was Chen Wuxing, the king of the top students in the senior class. His recent results from the Kyoto University Special Talents exam had just been released, causing an uproar among his classmates. As he basked in everyone's exclamations, a student from the next desk leaned over and said, "Wuxing, I heard that Yan Shaoxian has gone over to the gym to educate that arrogant freshman. Seems like he's trying to imitate what you did to him last year. He's not as handsome as me, nor does he have my charisma. He can't learn it," Chen Wuxing said with a calm face. After that, he stood up from his seat and headed out of the classroom. The class discipline officer, a girl with shoulder-length bobbed hair, noticed he wasn't heading to the bathroom but going downstairs, so she immediately chased after him and asked, "Chen Wuxing, class is about to start. Where are you going?" "To the gym, to illustrate how a senior year should teach a sophomore. Class begins in less than 10 minutes. Are you planning to skip?" "I am skipping class." "So what?" Chen Wuxing stopped, turned around to look at the meddlesome girl at the classroom door, and said coolly, "I've already passed the special admission exam for Kyoto University. Even if I drop out now, I'll still be a Kyoto University student come next September. Don't try to constrain me with the same rules that bind you, get it?" After dropping those words, Chen Wuxing turned and headed towards the staircase, leaving the girl only a dashing silhouette. Inside the gymnasium, 2 people stood on the martial stage. One was Lin Zichen, who held the position of the defender, and the other was Yan Shaoxian, the challenger. The former was the overlord of the first year, and the latter was the overlord of the second year. This battle between the new and old attracted a lot of spectators. Many teachers without classes next period even came to witness this peak showdown. Who do you think will win? Yan Shaoxian, I guess. I think so too. Although Lin Zichen has become famous lately, after taking down nearly half of the second year's class 3 by himself, that's still just an advanced class, and not on the same level as the elite class. To take a class down single-handedly, Yan Shaoxian easily did that last year. And then what? When he went on to challenge Chen Wuxing, a grade above him, wasn't he thoroughly beaten? Indeed, they are all top-tier geniuses in the elite classes. There's not much difference in talent, an extra year of practice simply makes one much stronger. A group of teachers analyzed the likelihood of victory from below the stage. Their conclusion overwhelmingly doubted Lin Zichen's chances. After all, not everyone is Wu Tiancheng, capable of taking down the entire school in his first year. Besides, when Wu Tiancheng was a first year, the senior students happened to be a weaker cohort, which allowed him to dominate the entire school. Right place, right time, neither can be lacking. On the martial stage, Yan Shaoxian, with one hand in his pocket and casually flicking his bangs that covered his eyes, said with an air of arrogance, "Junior, I was as arrogant as you in my first year. But after being trashed by someone, I learned that there is always someone better. Today, I will give you your first lesson in life, teaching you how to be a genius who is neither arrogant nor impetuous." Last year, in his first year, he was insufferably arrogant, picking a fight with an entire senior class all on his own from the start of the school year. Starting with the second year, he fought his way up, smashing through the regular and advanced classes until he reached the elite class, only to be hung and beaten by Chen Wuxing in a David versus Goliath fight and brutally grinded against the martial stage. Now, he was the upperclassman, and he wanted to bully the lower-grade geniuses, making them suffer the same humiliation he had encountered. If he couldn't beat the higher grades, could he not beat the lower ones? Today he had to brutally trounce the freshman who was showing off. Lin Zichen was oblivious to the drama playing out in Yan Shaoxuan's mind and didn't wish to listen to his paternalistic preaching. So he looked at the referee and said, "Teacher, we're both in position, can we start the duel?" The referee nodded, then turned to Yan Shaoxian and asked, "Are you ready?" "Ready," replied Yan Shaoxian. Hearing this, the referee immediately raised his right hand and swiftly chopped it down, declaring, "The duel begins. Junior, I suggest." Bam. Yan Xiaoxian wanted to say something preachy, but before he could finish, he was kicked off the martial stage by Lin Zichen. Always talking, hurry down from the stage and let others come up for a challenge, don't delay my survival of the fittest achievement. Muttering to himself, Lin Zichen shouted to the others below, lunch break is almost over, does anyone else want to challenge? No one responded from below. Because, at that moment, everyone on site was dumbfounded. What just happened? Yan Xiaoxian got defeated in a second. That was the overlord of the second year, a genius who ranked among the top 5 in the entire school. He was just knocked down by a freshman with a single kick. You've got to be kidding. How is this possible? After a moment, as the shock wore off, the entire gymnasium suddenly filled with incredulous chatter. Everyone couldn't believe what they had just witnessed was real, wondering if they were dreaming. As for the person involved, Yan Xiaoxian, he sat on the ground in a daze, as if his soul had left his body. Last year, when I was a junior, I was bullied and beaten up by the seniors. Now that I'm a senior, I'm getting instantly killed by my juniors trying to overthrow me. Either way, it looks like I'm the one who's always getting beaten up. Lin Zichen didn't even glance at the defeated under his hand, ignoring the gasps of astonishment that kept coming from around him. He looked around at the people below the stage and shouted, anyone else want to come up for a challenge? Participate to get a chance to draw a prize. You could win a month of free milk tea vouchers. Or the latest fruit brand smartphone. After shouting for a while and seeing that no one else stepped forward, Lin Zichen turned towards a bespectacled girl standing at the edge of the martial stage and asked with a smile, classmate, do you want to come up and try a few moves? I'm just a freshman from a liberal arts class, I'm just here for the excitement. No worries, come on up for the experience. Saying this, Lin Zichen grabbed the bespectacled girl onto the martial stage, stuffed a raffle ticket into her hand, and then instantly knocked her out with one move. Survival of the fittest achievement progress +1. Watching this, even the female principal was a bit stunned. She pondered, Lin Zichen deliberately organized a personal challenge match, shouldn't he be eager for a clash of the strong? Why is he now not even sparing the liberal arts freshman who came to join in the fun? Does he have a battle addiction? Crazed? Not picky at all about his opponents? The female principal was at a loss. However, it didn't matter if she didn't understand, as long as she grasped one thing, and that was, to cater to Lin Zichen's needs as much as possible. Thinking this, the female principal immediately arranged a task for the teachers present, instructing them to organize the students who hadn't had a turn to go up on stage and challenge Lin Zichen. So, in the time that followed, many students who originally just came for the fun were herded onto the martial stage like ducks and then instantly defeated by Lin Zichen. Seeing the progress bar shoot up, Lin Zichen was overjoyed, thinking to himself that a strong woman who could be principal really was different with a keen ability to read the situation. Soon, the bell for class rang, and the students expressed that they needed to go back for their lessons. The female principal directly said there was no need to worry about it, if their teachers held them accountable, they should say it was the principal who told them to stay in the gym. Look, Chen Wuxing is here. Is he here for the challenge? I didn't expect even Chen Wuxing, the top student of our school, to come for the challenge. This is going to be good. Right at the moment the bell finished ringing, such a commotion arose from the crowd. Lin Zichen followed the crowd's gaze toward a boy approaching from afar. Chen Wuxing. The #1 student in the school. So after the juniors come the seniors. Seeing him watching, the boy immediately sped up with a dash, pushed hard off the ground with his calves, and leapt up with a thud as he landed onto the martial stage. Just like Yan Xiaoxuan's entrance. The only difference was that this boy's leg muscles had more explosive power, he jumped higher, and he was even more handsome. I really didn't expect Yan Xiaoxian to lose to you, on the martial stage, Chen Wuxing said calmly as he looked at Lin Zichen who was even more attractive than him. After finishing his sentence, he quickly added, you are indeed very strong, but, teacher, we're all set in our positions, and we can start the duel. Without waiting for Chen Wuxing to finish, Lin Zichen interrupted him and said this to the referee beside him. Chen Wuxing looked like another chatterbox show-off, and Lin Zichen couldn't be bothered to waste time on him. Junior, you seem a bit impatient, Chen Wuxing shook his head and then said with a smile, but that's all right, once the duel starts, I'll let you settle down and listen properly. After about 10 seconds, bang! Accompanied by the sound of impact, the school's top student who had just been thinking to teach Lin Zichen a lesson was kicked off the martial stage, along with his pride, in an instant. When dealing with those who talked too much and interfered with him completing the survival of the fittest achievement, a quick defeat was the way to go. Without paying attention to the shock of those around him, Lin Zichen urged the students lined up below to get on the stage. "Classmate, don't daydream, hurry up to the stage." "Oh, okay," the boy at the front of the line snapped back to reality and responded. He then went up to challenge and was speedily defeated by Lin Zichen. From getting on stage to being knocked down, the whole process took less than 10 seconds, finished in a quick and clean manner. Next. Come on, next. Keep it going. And so, after match, by the time it was almost 4 in the afternoon, the survival of the fittest achievement was finally completed. In a formal competitive setting, using the most primitive means of biology, you have cumulatively eliminated 1,000 different competitors. Achievement reached. Acquired biometric attribute, survival of the fittest, increases the damage you inflict on other organisms. After reading the message, Lin Zichen was quite satisfied with the effect of the biometric attribute survival of the fittest. A simple and brutal increase to damage dealt. Very practical. The only slightly disappointing part was that it didn't specify how much damage would be increased, leaving it rather vague. P.S. Begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. Chapter 78. Shen Qinghan's Superpower. Chapter 78. Shen Qinghan's Superpower. Translator, 549690339. Seeing that the survival of the fittest achievement was completed, Lin Zichen ended the personal challenge and didn't waste any more time on the martial stage. Afterward, with everyone watching, he and the female principal walked toward the administrative building. Shen Qinghan originally intended to return to the classroom but was asked by Lin Zichen to accompany him to the administrative building, so she followed him with her head lowered. When they arrived at the office in the academic building, the female principal couldn't contain her joy any longer and burst into laughter in front of them. After laughing for a while, she finally congratulated Lin Zichen on becoming the top student in the whole school. Then, recalling the scene where Lin Zichen instantly defeated Chen Wuxing, she couldn't help but ask, "You even defeated Chen Wuxing in mere seconds, Zichen, you must still be hiding your strength, right?" "Not bad, I'm just hiding a tiny bit." "I think it's more than a tiny bit. Chen Wuxing just recently took the special admission test for Kyoto University. I've seen his score, he can lift a 690 kilograms barbell with one hand. Even so, he was easily taken down by you with one kick on the martial stage, so it seems your strength must be at least 800 kilograms. The principal really has divine intuition. I just tested it at home last week, it's 795 kilograms. Having said that, Lin Zichen smiled and asked, "By the way, Principal, when can I get the 8,810 yuan from the prize pool?" "You can have it now." The female principal took out her phone, opened WeChat, and said, "Come, let's add each other on WeChat, and I'll transfer it to you directly." After the transfer, the female principal continued to chat with Lin Zichen. They talked about many things, about representing the school in martial arts competitions, about which universities to consider for the future, and some other trivial matters. During this time, Shen Qinghan just sat quietly on the side, listening to their conversation and not daring to play with her phone. About half an hour of chatting passed. Lin Zichen felt that it was enough and stopped discussing these matters with the female principal. Instead, he mentioned that both he and Shen Qinghan really enjoyed swimming and requested to use the competition swimming pool inside the gym. He wanted to use it at any time, and it had to be the kind that is not open to others. When using it, they would block the entrance so no one else could come in, ensuring that only he and Shen Qinghan were in the swimming pool. Without a second thought, the female principal agreed. Seeing her so readily agree, Lin Zichen pushed his luck further, requesting that the cameras be covered when he used it. The reason was that he didn't like the idea of being watched while swimming in his trunks, it would make him feel uncomfortable. Upon hearing such a request, the female principal raised her eyebrows. These two little ones, not only did they want the swimming pool to themselves, but they also wanted to block the cameras. What were they planning to do? Although she was curious, the female principal didn't probe too deeply. Instead, she opened a drawer, took out a key, handed it to Lin Zichen, and said with a smile, "Zichen, since you want it, From now on, that swimming pool in the gym will be exclusively yours and Qinghan's. I will collect all the keys from the other teachers at the evening meeting, so they won't be able to use this swimming pool." With that, she put away her smile and reminded them in the tone of an elder, "But Zichen, you two are still young, and you must be careful when there's no one watching over you in the pool. Don't let anything fatal happen." Lin Zichen found this remark somewhat strange but didn't think much of it and simply replied, "We will be careful." After leaving the administrative building and returning to the classroom was empty, everyone else was outside attending their martial arts training classes. Lin Zichen didn't plan to join the class and sent a WeChat message to Han Yuanfeng to say he was going to leave school early and head home. Immediately after, he packed his things and left the school with Shen Qinghan. On the way home, Shen Qinghan mentioned that she was already quite practiced in singing, but her duet with Li Chuxin didn't harmonize well and needed more practice. She asked if Lin Zichen could accompany her for half an hour of rehearsal in the evening. Lin Zichen happily agreed. Shen Qinghan's commitment to the singing competition was exactly what he wanted to see. He hoped Shen Qinghan could exhibit herself on a large stage and find her confidence, so she would no longer be as introverted and insecure as she was now. Shen Qinghan was inherently excellent, intelligent, and beautiful. She shouldn't live the way she was now. He was well aware that Shen Qinghan's introverted and insecure nature was closely related to his own dazzling presence. In fact, it could be said to be entirely because he shone too brightly. A firefly, if alone in the dark night sky, would be the brightest star. But in the presence of a bright moon, the light of the firefly would pale in comparison. That evening, at Shen Qinghan's home. After dinner, Shen Jianye and Su Meng were correcting test papers in the living room. Meanwhile, from upstairs came Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan's singing voices, as well as their laughter from when the singing went off key. "Wife, don't you think it's a bit inappropriate for them to be alone in a room playing around now that they are both grown up?" Shen Jianye suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Su Meng was almost furious. She glared at him and snapped, "What's wrong with that? They've grown up together since they were little. What's wrong with them playing in a room together? Who are you, an old man, to object to this? Shen, I'm warning you not to meddle in other people's business. Or else I won't let it go." Su Meng was truly angry, unable to comprehend what was going through her husband's mind, criticizing their daughter and Lin Zichen for being together by themselves as being inappropriate. Was he out of his mind? He was just asking for a scolding. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 79, 79, 78. Shen Qinghan's Superpower _2 Chapter 79, 78. Shen Qinghan's Superpower _2 Translator, 549690339 Upstairs. Lin Zichen was practicing singing with Shen Qinghan. With his keen sense of perception, he heard the couple's conversation downstairs and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He knew exactly what Shen Jianye and Su Meng were thinking. All he could say was, this was the difference between a father and a mother. The former felt like his precious child was about to be taken away, while the latter felt the child had found a good place to settle down. "All right, Qinghan, we've been practicing for half an hour now, that should be enough. Go study," Lin Zichen said as he turned off the song accompaniment playing on his phone, addressing Shen Qinghan who was seated beside him. Shen Qinghan glanced at the time, saw that indeed half an hour had passed, and obediently went over to the desk to sit down and study. She wasn't as clever as Lin Zichen and could only maintain good grades with diligent studying. Lin Zichen didn't rush home. Instead, he leaned against the wall on Shen Qinghan's bed and began to browse through the phone's news aimlessly, planning to read for a while before returning home. He stumbled upon news related to the remnants of the rat god cult. None of the 9 remnants of the rat god cult had been caught up till now, they were all still at large. According to the city's public security headquarters, rat god cult followers had the ability to communicate with ordinary rats and could use them as their eyes and ears, thus managing to evade capture continuously. Continuing to scroll down, he found more news related to the remnants of the rat god cult. There were 2 such pieces of news. The first, last night in the city, there were 2 cases of young men being tortured to death, and the public security headquarters suspected it was the work of a female remnant of the rat god cult. The second, this morning in an alleyway, the naked body of a woman was found, and the public security headquarters suspected a male remnant of the rat god cult was responsible. At first glance at these two news items, Lin Zichen felt puzzled. They were on the run, yet they still committed crimes. Wasn't that like asking for death? But then he quickly understood. The rat god cult followers had undergone forbidden genetic fusion in unconventional ways, with severe disadvantages. The biggest drawback being the dilution of humanity and the strengthening of bestial traits. Once the bestial traits strengthened, they would lose their reason, unable to control themselves, only acting on biological instincts. And most biological instincts are driven by desire. The reason these rat god cult remnants on the run committed crimes wasn't that they wanted to die by engaging in dangerous behavior, they simply couldn't control themselves. After browsing the news for a while, Lin Zichen got up from Shen Qinghan's bed to make his way home. Before leaving, he reminded Shen Qinghan, who was sitting at the desk, "Qinghan, remember to bring your swimsuit tomorrow afternoon. We're getting out of school early to practice swimming in the pool," he said. I know, by Xiao Chen." Shen Qinghan waved at Lin Zichen, her smile sweet. After Lin Zichen left, she stood up and walked over to the wardrobe, stopping in front of it. Opening the door, she took out two swimsuits from the very bottom. One was a conservative one-piece that when worn, covered the body, connecting the top and bottom and leaving very little of the thighs exposed. The other was a more revealing swimsuit, almost like just wearing underwear. Shen Qinghan hesitated for a moment, but eventually blushing, she picked up the more revealing swimsuit and stuffed it into her backpack. Wearing this swimsuit, her body would have more contact with the water, and it would feel a bit more comfortable. After all, the swimming pool in the gymnasium was exclusively for her and Lin Zichen. With no one else there, it wouldn't matter if she wore something more revealing. The next morning, after breakfast, Lin Zichen went out to meet Shen Qinghan for school. When he left the house, Shen Qinghan was either getting up late or something, still having breakfast inside, eggs, bread, and milk. Seeing that he was already waiting outside, Shen Qinghan couldn't afford to eat more, grabbed the bread and milk from the table, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and hurried out of the house. "Run slower, don't fall." "It's fine, I'm a student of the martial arts class, don't you underestimate me, okay? Being a student doesn't make you a martial artist. If a stone trips you, you'll still fall." "Ah, you're so annoying, always picking on me." Shen Qinghan pouted her rosy lips and playfully hit Lin Zichen with her hand. It was a light hit, just teasing, looking like the playful banter between a couple. They bantered for a few sentences and quickly headed for school to make it on time. On the way, Shen Qinghan, with her small appetite, couldn't finish the bread or the milk. Feeling that throwing them away would be a waste, she handed them over to Lin Zichen to deal with. Lin Zichen didn't mind her saliva, he ate what needed to be eaten and drank what needed to be drunk. After walking for a few minutes, the two of them passed through the school gate and arrived at the school path. Just like yesterday, students on the road would start whispering to each other about Lin Zichen once they saw him. But the difference was, most people yesterday were cursing him for being arrogant and ignorant of the ways of the world. Today, they were in awe of him, saying he took down Chen. Whooshing with a single kick, his strength was too terrifying, he must be an exotic beast in human disguise. After entering the classroom, Lin Zichen was greeted with a different atmosphere. The gazes from classmates towards him all felt like they were looking up to a lofty leader, creating a sense of distance that had never been there before. Before, classmates only saw him as the overlord of the first year, someone who still needed more training and growth to compete with the geniuses in the senior classes. But to everyone's surprise, Lin Zichen managed to take down the #1 student in the school with just one kick. This strength made him a super genius in a league of his own. Even stronger than the so-called strongest in the school's history, Wu Tiancheng. After all, Wu Tiancheng couldn't have managed to instantly defeat the top student in the school back in his first year. Lin Zichen was indifferent to the change in how those around him viewed him. High school was just an inconsequential interlude in his life. The interpersonal relationships during this period were fragile, mostly coming to an end after graduation. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Zichen had already agreed with Han Yuanfeng to leave class early. Once he saw the time was 4 o'clock, he packed up his bag with Shen Qinghan and left the classroom. Then, in less than 5 minutes, the two entered the gymnasium and arrived at the eagerly anticipated swimming pool. The swimming pool at this time was already filled with cool, clean water. All the cameras on the walls were covered with black tape. It was all done in advance by the female principal. She seemed to take on the role of a nanny, providing the most attentive and meticulous service to the genius. Before getting into the water, Lin Zichen asked Shen Qinghan to close all the doors to the pool and pull down the curtains on the windows as well. He, on the other hand, took a camera detector and an electronic signal jammer out of his backpack. These two tools were bought for his nighttime tests on his physical data, and they came in handy now. After almost 10 minutes, once the indoor space was confirmed to be absolutely private, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan went to opposite corners out of sight to change into their swimwear. Soon, they both came out of the corners. Lin Zichen wore just a pair of swim trunks, while Shen Qinghan wore a swimsuit that looked almost like underwear. When they first came out and saw each other, the former seemed calm on the surface, but inside there was a surge of emotion. The latter, however, had her pretty face blushing like a ripe peach, feeling very embarrassed. "Let's go, we'll get in the water for training, practicing walking underwater," Lin Zichen said, deliberately averting his gaze from Shen Qinghan, looking at the pool in front of him. Shen Qinghan nodded and followed him into the water. Soon, they were both completely submerged, practicing walking at the bottom of the deep water area. Not long into the practice, Shen Qinghan suddenly, for some reason, tapped Lin Zichen's shoulder with her hand and then quickly surfaced. Lin Zichen frowned, wondering if she had heard the weird sound from the sea before. Thinking this, he immediately surfaced. As he broke through the water, he heard Shen Qinghan say in somewhat panic, "Xiao Chen, look quickly, the water in the pool can pass through my body." Following the direction of her voice, he looked toward Shen Qinghan. Saw the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He saw Shen Qinghan right before him scooping up some water in her hand, and just as she had scooped it up, the next moment the water passed right through her palm, falling back into the pool. P.S. Bowls out, asking for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 80, 79. The Reason Shen Qinghan Wet the Bed. Chapter 80, 79. The Reason Shen Qinghan Wet the Bed. Translator, 549690339. Shen Qinghan is leaking water. Watching the scene before him, Lin Zichen couldn't help but widen his eyes, feeling utterly incredulous. Although he had always been swearing that Shen Qinghan had superpowers, that was mainly to comfort her and prevent her from giving up on herself. As to whether Shen Qinghan really possessed water-related superpowers, he actually had no certainty in his heart. Unexpectedly, Shen Qinghan was now truly displaying a scene where she possessed superpowers. Water could directly pass through the body, what else could this be if not a superpower? "Xiao Chen, it's so strange, why are my hands leaking water?" Shen Qinghan swam over to Lin Zichen, placing her water-leaking delicate hands in front of him, her expression somewhat at a loss. Lin Zichen steadied his emotions and asked, "Besides being permeable to water, do you feel any other changes in your body?" Shen Qinghan shook her head, "No, I've only discovered that my hands can be penetrated by water, I haven't found any other changes for now." "It's only the hands that can be penetrated." Thinking this, Lin Zichen quickly asked again, "What does it feel like to be penetrated by water?" Shen Qinghan thought for a moment, organized her thoughts, and then replied, "How do I say this? It feels like my hands have merged into the water, becoming a part of it, and then there is no feeling of resistance from the water, making movements in the water much more nimble." Lin Zichen pondered for a moment and then looked at Shen Qinghan, saying, "Stretch out your hand for me to take a look." Shen Qinghan obediently stretched out her hand, extending her right hand. Lin Zichen took her extended hand and carefully examined it. The fingers were slender and long, the skin fair and smooth, soft to the touch, with a particularly nice hand feel, and looked very exquisite altogether. Moreover, it was natural, without any subsequent maintenance, a genetic advantage inherited through generations. With Shen Qinghan's hand, advertising as a hand model, promoting rings, bracelets, manicures, nail polish, etc., the effect would be absolutely fantastic. However, at this moment, Lin Zichen was not in the mood to appreciate how beautiful Shen Qinghan's hand was. Instead, he used her hand to conduct an experiment, asking her to scoop up some water again to observe how the water was passing through her palm. Then he noticed that the water would first stay on her palm for a moment before quickly falling back into the pool through her palm. In this process, the water loss was very fast, looking like a plug had been pulled out of the water pool, flowing away instantly. After observing like this several times, Lin Zichen did not make any useful discoveries. So, he turned his attention to studying Shen Qinghan's palm. First looking, then touching, and finally poking. During this, Shen Qinghan felt a tickling sensation in her palm, which was quite uncomfortable, but seeing Lin Zichen so focused on his research, she kept still, allowing him to continue studying. After a thorough examination, Lin Zichen found that Shen Qinghan's palm was quite normal. Apart from water being able to penetrate through it, in terms of touch, temperature, or color and other features, it all seemed no different from an ordinary person. It's only the hand that water can pass through. Yeah, it's only the hand that feels unusual. Let's go up, I'll give you a thorough physical examination to see if there are other parts of your body that can be penetrated by water. Okay. The two exchanged a few simple words and soon swam ashore together. Lin Zichen brought a few chairs together for Shen Qinghan to lie on for him to examine her body. Then, he took out a water bottle from his backpack, filled it with water, and slowly poured it onto Shen Qinghan's body to see if any other parts could also be penetrated by water. With Lin Zichen observing her body so closely, Shen Qinghan's face turned completely red. She quickly closed her eyes to divert her attention, looking all shy and bashful. Lin Zichen, however, didn't mind these things and focused all his attention on researching the superpower. About 10 minutes later, the examination had ended. It had been done 3 times in total. The final conclusion was that Shen Qinghan's hands were indeed the only parts that could be permeated by water, all other parts of her body were normal. Xiao Chen, have you figured anything out? Shen Qinghan, completely drenched, sat up from the chair and looked at Lin Zichen with some expectation. Lin Zichen shook his head. For now, aside from knowing that your hands can be penetrated by water, I know nothing else. I see. Not getting the answer she hoped for, Shen Qinghan felt a bit disappointed. Lin Zichen said in a comforting tone, don't worry, there's plenty of time in the future to research slowly, no need to rush things. That's true. Shen Qinghan's beautiful eyes curved, and she smiled sweetly. No matter what, at least now I can be sure that I do have superpowers, just that they haven't been fully unearthed yet. After saying that, she seemed to think of something, her cheeks blushed slightly, and she started playing with her fingers. After hesitating for a moment, she said in an embarrassed voice, Xiao Chen, do you think it's possible that since I was young, I have not been able to hold my bladder because some part of me is like my palms now, unable to hold water, resulting in it seeping out? If there's no surprise, that should be the reason. After saying that, Lin Zichen added, next time you feel a strong urge to pee and you think you can't hold it, you can investigate it yourself, to see if some part of your body has the same unusual sensation as your current hands do. Actually, what he had wanted to say was to ask her to notify him next time she was in a hurry to pee, so he could research it. But before he could say it out loud, he realized that it sounded very inappropriate, like something a pervert would say, so he swallowed the words and changed them to what he had just said. Still, Shen Qinghan across from him blushed, finding the topic embarrassing. By the way, Xiao Chen, what should I do with my hands now? Shen Qinghan, looking at her leaky hands, couldn't help but display a trace of worry on her face. Lin Zichen reassured, it's all right, don't worry too much, your hands in this condition should not be permanent, I estimate they will return to normal soon. Otherwise, you wouldn't have lived this long without encountering this situation before. After that, he added another sentence, once your superpower is further developed in the future, you should be able to control whether your body can be permeated by water or not, just like those superpowered beings in the movies who can transition between elemental and solid forms at will, turning into water when entering water, and reverting to human form when exiting. That sounds amazing. Shen Qinghan's eyes were full of anticipation, she couldn't wait to see the day come. At that moment, Lin Zichen asked, by the way, when you were walking at the bottom of the pool just now, did you do anything that you don't usually do? Se the novel, FIR.NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. After asking, he explained further, I think the reason your hands are like this now might be because you did some special action at that time. Shen Qinghan thought hard. A moment later, she said with certainty, I didn't do anything special, I was just walking when suddenly I felt an abnormal sensation in my hands, and then I saw that water could pass through them. Lin Zichen nodded upon hearing this and didn't say anything more. In the time that followed, the two trained in the pool, all the while discussing topics related to superpowers. They fantasized about all kinds of superpowers based on the movies, TV shows, and comics they had seen or read. Such as water magicians, water elementalists, water sprites, aquatic gods, even cultivators with a water spiritual root, and so on. Throughout these discussions, Shen Qinghan was extremely excited, her pretty face looking flushed. Having lived for so many years, she had finally confirmed that she was not a talentless girl but a superpowered being related to water. She thought that once she had fully developed her superpowers, nobody would call her Lin Zichen's maidservant anymore. Instead, they would say that the two of them were a match made in heaven, a peerless and powerful duo. P.S. I'm putting out my bowl, asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. Chapter 81, 80. Eye of the Sky Chapter 81, 80. Eye of the Sky Translator, 549690339. Over the next few days, Lin Zichen left class on time every day, ahead of schedule. At 4 in the afternoon, he would take Shen Qinghan out of the classroom and head to the swimming pool in the gymnasium to do research. Unfortunately, after several days of continuous research, there was no progress to be reported. They still hadn't figured out why Shen Qinghan's hands were leaking water, nor understood how to achieve voluntary control over whether to leak water or not. However, neither of them was in a hurry, both believing that with enough time, they would eventually find a solution. And so, several more days passed. Shen Qinghan's hands healed and no longer leaked water. But when it came to holding in urine, there was still no change, just like before. She had to wear diapers at night, otherwise, there was a high chance she'd wake up to wet sheets. As for whether she felt the same abnormal sensation when she had the urge to urinate as when her hands leaked water, the answer Lin Zichen received from Shen Qinghan was that, for the moment, she could not tell. One Saturday morning, in the living room. After eating breakfast, Lin Zichen sat leisurely on the sofa with his parents, watching the morning news on TV. At that moment, the screen was broadcasting a news story about a gene integrator mutating and causing massive casualties. The details revealed that a triple gene fusionner had suddenly lost control over the exotic beast gene within him, leading to his mutation right on the street. Then, losing all humanity and succumbing to bestial rage, he attacked anyone he saw, resulting in over 100 casualties, shocking the entire nation. Losing control of the exotic beast gene inside and then mutating into a monster that is neither human nor ghost. Fortunately, I possess the biometric attributes of the survival of the fittest, which allows me to assimilate various biometric properties without risk by simply devouring them. Survival of the fittest can basically be considered a perfect upgraded version of genetic fusion. These thoughts crossed Lin Zichen's mind. While he was contemplating these things, the news anchor had finished explaining the incident, and the news station then played a video clip. The footage showed two groups of people engaged in a heated debate in a hall, seemingly on the verge of coming to blows. The debating parties were the conservative faction, which opposed genetic fusion, and the liberal faction, which supported it. The conservatives pointed to the mutation incident as a challenge to the liberals. They argued that genetic fusion was a wrong path to follow. They cited information from ancient relics and various mythological and monster tales that have been passed down over the ages, indicating that only monsters have always desired to transform into humans, not the other way around. They claimed that human potential was immense and that with the right methods, it would be possible to break through ordinary limits and evolve into advanced-level creatures. They proclaimed that the human powerhouses recorded on the stone tablets in ancient relics or the all-powerful immortal gods from mythological tales undoubtedly evolved by continuously tapping into human potential. Search * the novel, f.ir.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. They suggested reducing the resources and funding dedicated to genetic fusion research and reallocating them towards the exploration of human potential. In contrast, the liberal faction was also fiercely retorting. They argued that the human powerhouses recorded on the stone tablets in ancient relics and the immortal gods described in mythological tales remain unverified to this day, hence it was unreasonable to put all one's eggs in that basket. They reasoned that even if the immortal gods of legend truly existed, many depicted with strange and monstrous forms, some with a snake's body and a human head, others with 3 heads and 6 arms or faces jutting out in 4 directions, underscored the correctness of the genetic fusion path. They challenged conservatives by asking if, in the absence of gene integrators, they expected traditional martial artists, who couldn't even stop bullets, to face off against exotic beasts. They stated that many components in mechanical modifications were made from parts of exotic beasts and were therefore related to genetic fusion. Without it, humanity would have been doomed long ago. In the video, both factions clung to their views, arguing loudly. Even through the television screen, the noise was so loud that it buzzed in the ears. I'm fed up with these traditional martial artists, they themselves can't counter the exotic beasts to protect their nation, yet they don't allow the development of genetic fusion to combat them. What are they thinking? As he watched the video playing on TV, Lin Yanzheng had a poor impression of the traditional martial artists shown. Zhang Wanqin said, maybe it's because the rise of genetic integrators has caused their societal status to plummet, and they harbor resentment because of that. That must be exactly it. Lin Yanzheng nodded in agreement, then added, but to be fair, being a genetic integrator does have its downsides. If the exotic beast genes inside aren't handled properly, and mutation occurs, it leads to a massive catastrophe with countless casualties. Zhang Wanqin dismissed the concern, you're being overly worried. As long as the gene fusion is done through legitimate channels and is properly maintained afterward, mutation won't happen. After all, the state has very strict controls over this area. As soon as she finished speaking, she continued, if you ask me, instead of worrying about mutations, it's wiser to worry about passing down the lineage. Most genetic integrators lose the ability to reproduce, and if the stuff saved in the storage before fusion goes bad, that's the end of one's lineage. Lin Yanzheng replied, that's true, you definitely need to save up more before gene fusion, or you might as well just find a partner and have children before undergoing genetic fusion. Hey, our son is here, let's not talk about this stuff. Realizing belatedly that Lin Zichen was sitting nearby, Zhang Wanqin gently hit Lin Yanzheng and whispered to him. Hearing Zhang Wanqin's words, Lin Zichen tactfully got up and left the sofa to go upstairs, to spare his parents any embarrassment. As for the issue of lineage and genetic integration his parents had just been discussing, he had read about it when he was very young. Due to mixed genes, 90% of genetic integrators lose the ability to reproduce. The remaining 10% who retained the ability to reproduce often had children with all sorts of problems, either they were weak and sickly and died young, or they looked so abnormal it was shocking. However, given the randomness of genetics, theoretically, it is possible for two genetic integrators to conceive a child who only inherits the strong traits from both parents, a true prodigy. But that's just theory. As for reality, Lin Zichen had not seen any such examples yet. The next day, Sunday. Lin Zichen had just finished a high-intensity workout in his room on Sunday morning when his phone on the desk vibrated. Picking up his phone, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the payment for the second month of his novel being online had been deposited, a total of just over 120,000. Adding in the payment from the first month, the total earnings for 2 months were close to 210,000. This sum of money was enough to buy 100 pounds of violent great eagle meat to devour and then unlock the violent great eagle photo album to acquire the related biometric attributes. Soon after, Lin Zichen took his bank card and headed out to the market to purchase violent great eagle meat. Upon reaching the market, he gave all the jars and containers from home to the landlord, who quickly purchased 100 pounds of violent great eagle meat and brought it back using his bank card. An employee from the market helped wheel it over. Lin Zichen took back his bank card from the landlord, picked up the 100 pounds of violent great eagle meat, and left to find a secluded spot to begin devouring it. You have devoured a large quantity of violent great eagle, life essence, violent great eagle photo album, 100%, as the textual information appeared. In the void a muscular falcon emerged, flying over the sea surface in the empty space. Suddenly, spotting its prey, the falcon dived swiftly, plunging from the sky to the sea in less than a second. When it emerged again, its talons grasped a deep blue squid. At the same time, 2 new lines of text appeared in the void. You have successfully unlocked the violent great eagle photo album, acquiring the biometric attribute, Eye of the Sky. Eye of the Sky, your field of vision and dynamic visual capture have been greatly enhanced. P.S. Begging for your monthly and recommendation tickets. Chapter 82, 81, Top 10 Singers Competition on Campus. Chapter 82, 81, Top 10 Singers Competition on Campus. Translator, 549690339, Name, Lin Zichen, Age, 16, Biological Level, Common, Tier 5, Biometric Attributes, Use It or Lose It, Divine Root of Intelligence, Survival of the Fittest, Water Mastery, Natural Selection. Hawk's Eye, unknowingly, I had already possessed 6 biological skills. My biological level had also evolved to Common Tier 5. And I am only 16 years old now. Looking at the personal attributes panel in front of me, Lin Zichen felt a surge of excitement, believing that his future was promising. With such a rate of growth, I would surely become a human paragon with a sanctified body and various powerful biological attributes. By that time, whether it be the child prodigy from the capital city or the mechanical genius girl, they were destined to pale in comparison to someone like me. I idly thought about these things for a while. Soon, Lin Zichen gathered his thoughts and headed to the rooftop of the building where the mall was located to experience the effect of the hawk's eye attribute. In just a moment, he arrived on the rooftop and stood at the highest point gazing around. Everywhere his gaze landed, he could see very clearly. He could see a mosquito flying in the air dozens of meters away. He could see every person walking on the street below. He could see a man and a woman fighting in a window hundreds of meters away. The man and woman who were fighting suddenly felt a chill in their hearts, as if some terrifying presence had set its sights on them, turning them into prey ready for slaughter. The man, thinking he was being spied on with a telescope, cursed as he got out of bed and gave the finger towards the window, then quickly drew the curtains. Whether it's the range of vision or the ability to capture motion, both have far surpassed human limits. The eyesight of birds of prey is indeed powerful, Lin Zichen couldn't help but remark after recalling the high-definition scenes he had just seen from a distance. Leaving the rooftop, he returned to the place downstairs where they sold exotic beast meat. Lin Zichen walked and browsed around, eventually stopping in front of a freezer marked with a Stealth Dragon label. The Ferocious Great Eagle album was already open, and now it was time to unlock the next exotic beast album. The biological attributes of the Stealth Dragon piqued his interest. About the Stealth Dragon, despite the word dragon in its name, it was not the dragon that everyone recognizes, but a lizard known for its ability to hide. It could minimize the vitality and breath inside its body to lower its presence, making it easier to hunt or evade predators. Being good at hiding means it's difficult to capture. Therefore, Stealth Dragon meat was very expensive, priced at 8,888 yuan per 500 grams. 8,888 yuan times 100 equates to nearly 900,000 yuan. If the manuscript fee is calculated at 100,000 yuan per month, it would take almost a year to save enough to unlock the Stealth Dragon album. It's pricey, but there's a reason for the price. Lin Zichen was intrigued by the biological attribute of being good at hiding and decided that the next exotic beast album would be the Stealth Dragons. Once he had saved enough from his novel's manuscript fees, amounting to 900,000 yuan, he would come over to purchase and consume it. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, December was coming to an end. Sar the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Today is Friday, and tonight, Shanghai High School was hosting its annual Top 10 School Singers competition. In the monotonous high school life, the appearance of such an entertaining competition immediately attracted a large number of students to come and watch. Many students chose not to go home after school. Instead, they settled for dinner in the cafeteria or just outside the school gates before coming over to the playground for the singing competition. Aside from the students and teachers, there were also quite a few parents present. Most were local residents living near the school who had come over to join in the post-dinner entertainment out of boredom. A small part of them were parents of the contestants who had specifically come to cheer on their children. As a contestant, Shen Qinghan's parents, Shen Jianye and Su Meng, were both present, already seated and waiting for her to appear on stage to cheer her on. Lin Zichen's parents, Lin Yanzheng and Zhang Wanqin, were also there. They had long treated Shen Qinghan as their own daughter, and coming to cheer for her was a given. As for Shen Qinghan and Lin Zichen themselves, they were both backstage preparing. As a contestant, Shen Qinghan was sitting in front of a mirror having someone apply makeup to her. And the person doing her makeup was none other than Lin Zichen. Observing the scene before her, Li Chuxin couldn't help but express her incredulity, saying, "Zichen, it's amazing that you, a boy, actually know how to do makeup, such a versatile god. I used to be naughty when I was little and would often steal my mom's cosmetics to play with them, applying them all over Han's face in a mess, and after messing around for a bit, I sort of got the hang of it," Lin Zichen explained. The Shen Qinghan in front of him, whose makeup he was applying, muttered to herself, "Liar. Xiaochen, you never really messed around. The first time you did makeup, it looked really good, and Aunt Xin and Mom laughed and praised you as a genius. Genius is indeed different, you got the hang of it just playing around when you were little. For someone like me, I've been learning makeup with my mom since 6th grade, but my technique isn't even a tenth as good as yours," Li Chuxin said, feeling a bit defeated. Lin Zichen was too much of a genius. During this short semester in high school, whether it was a field typically mastered by males or one favored by females, he could demonstrate an amazingly exaggerated talent in it. So exaggerated that it left people without the slightest motivation to follow, with nothing but a deep sense of inferiority and a profound sense of futility in questioning their own lives. Zichen, after you finish doing Han Han's makeup, can you do mine too? The makeup you're doing for Han Han is just so beautiful. I want to have makeup that looks just as good, Li Chuxin pleaded with her eyes. Lin Zichen wanted to decline, but before he could speak up, Shen Qinghan sitting in front of him said, "Of course he can. After all, we're the closest group members in our class." Seeing Shen Qinghan say that, Lin Zichen no longer refused, smiling at Li Chuxin. "Okay, I'll do your makeup afterward, too." "Thank you, Zichen, thank you, Qinghan." Li Chuxin didn't know how much Shen Qinghan's just-spoken words had influenced this, but it seemed right to thank them both anyway. After all, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were a known pair tied together at school. About 10 minutes later, Lin Zichen had finished applying makeup to Shen Qinghan. The Shen Qinghan now had fine eyebrows and sparkling eyes, small and tender lips, and a touch of light peach blush on both cheeks, looking very charming. Even Lin Zichen, who had personally done this beautiful makeup, found himself staring a bit too long. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Feeling uncomfortable being stared at by Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan's pretty face turned red and hot. She had to turn her head to the side and look away, her little hand awkwardly playing with her hair. Lin Zichen chuckled and said earnestly, "Because you're beautiful." These words pierced right through Shen Qinghan's heart, filling her with joy and a blush of shyness. P.S. Begging bowl in hand, asking for monthly and recommended tickets. Chapter 83, 82, Twists and Turns Before Success. Chapter 83, 82, Twists and Turns Before Success. Translator, 549690339. Zichen, it's my turn, help me with my makeup. Seeing that Lin Zichen had just finished doing Shen Qinghan's makeup, Li Chuxin, who had been watching the other contestants sing, immediately turned around and ran over with a smile on her face. Lin Zichen said, "Come on, sit down." "Okay." Li Chuxin walked over to the mirror with a giggle and sat down. Once she sat down, Lin Zichen quickly began applying her makeup with skilled movements, while Shen Qinghan stood by to assist. It took less than 10 minutes. The makeup was done. He had used less than 50% of his effort, not as wholeheartedly as when he had applied makeup to Shen Qinghan. For Lin Zichen, he reserved the best of everything only for his parents and Shen Qinghan. As for others, he had to reduce the quality. Yet even so, the makeup he did for Li Chuxin still made her so happy that her face was full of smiles. "So beautiful, so pretty. Zichen, your makeup skills are amazing, even better than my mom. No, it feels like you're even better than many professional makeup artists." Li Chuxin stood in front of the mirror, admiring herself, feeling incredibly beautiful, and kept exclaiming in amazement, full of praise for Lin Zichen, who had done her makeup. Lin Zichen, with high emotional intelligence, replied, "It's mainly because you're naturally pretty." Upon hearing this, Li Chuxin felt overjoyed and then, with a rare display of high EQ, she said with a laugh, "That's true, I've been the class belle since I was young, but, compared to your Qinghan, I'm still lacking a little bit." After saying that, she turned her gaze to Shen Qinghan, eyeing her delicate and pretty face, and couldn't help but start complimenting, "I just can't understand how there can be such a gorgeous fairy in this world. And the childhood sweetheart looks super handsome too. You two are a match made in heaven. I, Li Chuxin, am totally shipping you." Li Chuxin's stance had changed. She used to be crazy about Lin Zi alone, but now she was smitten with Shen Qinghan too, and she was really into this pair of high school sweethearts. No, you're too much." Li Chuxin's words were too blunt, and Shen Qinghan, feeling very embarrassed, quickly blushed and asked Li Chuxin to stop. However, she was just shy, and inside, she was actually very happy. She did not resist Li Chuxin's words. On the contrary, she liked it when others linked her and Lin Zichen together. While they were laughing and joking, the host's loud voice came from the stage. "Thank you, contestant number 18, Wang Li, for an amazing performance. Next, let's invite contestant number 19, Gao Guang, to the stage to sing a foreign song, Yesterday's Song. And also, contestants number 20, Li Chuxin and Shen Qinghan, please get ready off stage." Clap. 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 The audience below the stage was applauding for the contestant making her exit, and the atmosphere was very lively. Hearing the host's recent announcement, Li Chuxin looked at Shen Qinghan excitedly and said, "Han Han, it's coming, it's finally our turn to perform. We must dazzle everyone later and snatch the championship in one go." "Ah yes, win the championship." Shen Qinghan's voice trembled slightly in response. At this moment, she was very nervous, unable to stop her hands and feet from shaking. The slender, shapely legs hidden under the skirt were already so weak that she could barely stand, ready to collapse onto the ground at any moment. Lin Zichen noticed her tension and immediately reached out to hold her hand, signaling her to relax. However, it did not have the desired effect. The next moment, Shen Qinghan's face suddenly changed color. Feeling a warmth between her legs, she uncontrollably wetted herself. In an instant, the skirt she wore was soaked in a large area. Xiao Chen, Shen Qinghan looked at Lin Zichen beside her with a bewildered face, her eyes already red and tears swirling, on the verge of crying. Lin Zichen reacted very promptly and immediately pulled her hand to walk outside. At the same time, he picked up an open bottle of mineral water from the table and held it upside down, allowing the water to flow out and cover the traces Shen Qinghan had left behind. "Zichen, where are you taking Han Han? It's almost our turn to go on stage." Li Chuxin was utterly confused when she saw Lin Zichen suddenly taking Shen Qinghan by the hand and heading out, spilling a bottle of mineral water all over the place. The others backstage were also a bit stunned by the scene in front of them. "We'll be right back." Leaving behind just that phrase, Lin Zichen took Shen Qinghan and left the backstage, completely disappearing from Li Chuxin's sight. Coming out of the backstage, the two found an empty corner and stopped. Seeing that no one was around, Shen Qinghan couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears, crying incessantly as if tears cost her nothing. "What should we do, Xiao Chen? What should we do? It's almost time for Chu Xin and me to go on stage. Chu Xin and I have practiced so long, if it ends up being ruined because I wet my pants, Chu Xin will definitely hate me. Why am I so useless?" By the end of her sentence, Shen Qinghan was sobbing so violently that she could hardly speak fluently. Ever since she started high school, she had become timid, introverted, and felt inferior. Aside from Lin Zichen, she hardly dared to interact with others. To change herself and become more confident, she mustered up the courage to sign up for the campus top 10 singers competition following Lin Zichen's suggestion. After practicing so earnestly for so long, she never expected to wet her pants from nervousness just before going on stage. Why am I so useless? I am really so useless. The more Shen Qinghan thought about it, the more painful it became, feeling a heavy and uncomfortable pressure in her chest. She had already been struggling internally, and this incident of wetting her pants seemed like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing her complete breakdown. Lin Zichen took out tissue to wipe her tears and comforted her softly. There, don't cry anymore, or your makeup will run. It's just wet pants, it's not a big problem, don't panic. Don't rush, don't be nervous, I'll think of a way to solve this right away." As he said these words, Lin Zichen's brain was spinning rapidly, trying to figure out how to resolve the current predicament. That's when from the corner of his eye he spotted the curtain on the window up ahead. It was a brightly colored curtain, embroidered with various patterns. A solution came to mind. Lin Zichen, struck with inspiration, told Shen Qinghan to wait here for a moment and then ran back to the backstage at top speed to find a pair of scissors. Then, he ran up to the tightly closed window and smashed the glass with a punch, pulling down that curtain fabric inside. With the pair of scissors in his hand and the curtain fabric, he intended to tailor a skirt for Shen Qinghan on the spot in half a minute. P.S. Bowls out, looking for monthly ticket recommendations. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 84, 83. Attributes of social animals. Chapter 84, 83. Attributes of social animals. Translator, 549690339. After a while, Shen Qinghan gradually calmed down. She stopped crying, though there was still some sniffles. Wiping her tears dry with her hand, she took deep breaths, trying her best to calm herself down. In front of her, Lin Zichen had already cut out the basic shape of the dress, only the bottom hem and the straps were left to complete the entire dress. But at that moment, the host on stage was already calling for contestant number 20 to come up and sing. Backstage, Li Chuxin was so anxious she couldn't stand it, constantly making video calls to Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. Lin Zichen was too busy to answer, not even lifting his head as he said to Shen Qinghan, Han Han, pick up Chu Xin's video call. Shen Qinghan was a bit scared to answer, afraid of facing Li Chuxin. But quickly, she wiped her tears away, adjusted her emotions, and then picked up the phone to answer Li Chuxin's video call. Han Han, it's our turn to go on stage, where did you and Zichen run off to? Li Chuxin looked extremely anxious on the video. Shen Qinghan's eyes darted around, her voice faltering as she said, we are at. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Zichen spoke up, Han Han and I will be on stage immediately. Go up first and stall for a bit, we will be there within half a minute. Then hurry up. Li Chuxin didn't dwell too much on the reason the two had not returned yet. She hung up the video call after saying those words and rushed onto the stage by herself. Thinking whether a self-introduction or telling an interesting opening joke, she had to stall for half a minute on stage, waiting for Shen Qinghan to get back. Just as Li Chuxin got on stage, Lin Zichen finally finished tailoring the dress. He stuffed the dress into Shen Qinghan's arms, telling her, it's ready, hurry to the restroom and change into it. Just throw the dress and panties you take off by the restroom door, I'll come to pick them up. For some reason, Shen Qinghan was much calmer at this point, no longer nervous. Perhaps like how one wouldn't feel so sick after vomiting from drinking too much, she felt much better after urinating. Wanting to save more time and not to delay Li Chuxin further, she hesitated for a moment and then gathered the courage to boldly say, no, that's not necessary, Xiao Chen, turn around, I'll just change right here. Sir, the novelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Change right here. Lin Zichen was a bit surprised to hear that, but said nothing, quickly turning his back to let her change dresses. Seeing him turn around, Shen Qinghan, with her face flushed, quickly stripped off her lower garments and put on the dress that had been tailored on the spot. Then she hurried towards the stage, tying the dress straps while on the run. Watching Shen Qinghan's retreating figure heading for the stage, Lin Zichen realized that she was not as weak as he thought. In some very urgent situations, with a bit of effort, she was still able to summon some courage. I hope the performance goes smoothly, Lin Zichen murmured. Afterward, he turned around, picked up the dress and underwear Shen Qinghan had just removed, put them in a bag, and, carrying it, went back to watch Shen Qinghan and Li Chuxin's performance. At first, he was quite worried that Shen Qinghan, because of her nerves, would not sing well, but after listening for a while and realizing she was doing great, he breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he really feared that she would be so struck by her performance that she'd become even more introverted, depressed, self-deprecating, and reclusive. Fortunately, none of that happened. A few minutes later, accompanied by thunderous applause, Shen Qinghan and Li Chuxin's singing came to an end. Both were panting, a smile of satisfaction with their finished performance on their faces. Then, under the long-lasting applause, they left the stage and walked towards the backstage. On the way back, Li Chuxin asked curiously, Han Han, how come you suddenly changed your dress? Did you go out earlier just to change dresses? Shen Qinghan's eyes dodged a little, the previous dress got dirty by accident. Got dirty. Shen Qinghan didn't explain much, merely responding with a gentle sound. Fortunately, Li Chuxin didn't dwell on the matter and quickly steered the conversation towards their recent singing performance, smiling brightly as she grasped Shen Qinghan's hand and said, Han Han, we both performed incredibly well just now. The applause from the audience was louder than any other contestants, for sure. We're definitely going to place, and we might even take the championship in one fell swoop. Really? During her time on stage, Shen Qinghan's mind had actually been a blank, and she had sung the entire song purely on instinct, not really knowing whether she had sung well or not. Lin Zichen came up, smiling as he said, you sang beautifully. I feel like the championship is pretty much in the bag. If Xiao Chen says it's a championship, then it must be a championship. Shen Qinghan beamed sweetly, her smile blooming like a jasmine flower, delicate and full of vibrancy. The two didn't stay backstage for too long, quickly gathering their things and heading towards the audience seats. The singing was over, it was time to head back and join their parents in the audience. About 10 minutes later, the results of the competition were announced. As expected, Shen Qinghan and Li Chuxin clinched the championship and happily embraced each other. Among them, Li Chuxin was so excited that she burst into tears, her eyes swimming with them. He, who came over to congratulate the two, immediately took out a tissue and offered it to Li Chuxin. Li Chuxin still remembered the last time He gave her a leftover bathroom tissue to wipe her tears. This time, she assumed He was up to his old tricks again, and gave him a cold look, refusing his tissue. Shen Qinghan, on the other hand, didn't cry. She smiled throughout, just feeling a bit surreal, almost as if she were dreaming, never having imagined she would actually win the championship. Soon, many people came to congratulate Shen Qinghan. There were her parents, her homeroom teacher, her classmates, and even strangers she didn't know. From a young age, all of her merits had always been overshadowed by the halo that followed Lin Zichen around. Only at this moment did she truly feel what it was like to be the center of attention. And for the first time, she realized she was not worthless. Even under Lin Zichen's halo, she could still shine with a faint sparkle, not completely fading into obscurity. Who on earth did this? Who's so lacking in decency to smash a window and tear down and shred the curtains? Didn't they learn anything? From the backstage storeroom area, suddenly a chorus of loud cursing erupted. Hearing the string of curses, Lin Zichen's face couldn't help but show a bit of unease, feeling somewhat guilty. Seeing him like this, Shen Qinghan grasped the hem of her dress with her hand, looking at him with eyes full of affection as she said, "Xiao Chen, I love this dress so much. I'm going to cherish it for a lifetime." No sooner had she finished speaking than a gust of cold autumn wind blew in. Shen Qinghan's dress hem fluttered slightly, and she felt a chill on her lower body. Lin Zichen quickly took off his coat and tied it around her waist to keep her from getting cold. At the end of the event, to make amends for smashing the window and cutting up the curtains, the two of them volunteered to stay behind to clean up the stage. After spending over 10 minutes tidying up, Lin Zichen noticed several lines of text popping up in the void. Achievement unlocked, collaboration 1000. Completed tasks 1000 times in a cooperative setting. Biometric attributes acquired, social animal, within a certain range, the more of your kind are near you, the higher your combat power will be. P.S. Please offer up your monthly and recommendation tickets. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 85, 84, change Chapter 85, 84, change translator, 549690339, Han, your singing is so good, do you want to go sing K with us after school? We're not going to a KTV, my family has a karaoke room, it's inside my house. Yeah, Yan Ling's family is really rich. She lives in a big villa with a karaoke room, a swimming pool, and even a badminton court. The day after the campus top 10 singers competition ended. During the lunch break, a female student, along with her best friend, walked up to Shen Qinghan and stopped, inviting her to sing K at her house with a friendly face. Shen Qinghan was somewhat flattered and wanted to go, but didn't know if she should. She never expected to be so warmly invited by her classmates. After all, everyone disliked her for being a relation higher. After hesitating for a long time, she finally decided to go to the girl's house to sing K, following Lin Zichen's suggestion and with his company. Accompanying them were also Li Chuxin and He. The girl who invited Shen Qinghan was very excited and thrilled to see Lin Zichen there. That's Shen Qinghan from class 1 of the first grade, her singing is super nice, you really missed out by not going to the playground after school that day. She's so pretty, even with not a bit of makeup on her face, she looks so delicate. I heard not only is her singing great but her painting skills are amazing too. The reason class 1's blackboard newspapers always win first place in the competitions is because of her. I used to think she was just a vase beside Lin Zichen, but it turns out she's actually talented and skilled. I feel like overall, she could even be the campus belle. In the days following the campus top 10 singers competition, whether it was on the way to school or on the way home after school, Shen Qinghan could always hear students discussing her in hushed tones. The content of the discussions was universally flattering. This continued for several days in a row. Gradually, Shen Qinghan was no longer as introverted as before when she walked on the school paths. She gained a bit of self-confidence. Hearing people discuss her, she no longer bowed her head in embarrassment but responded with a shy smile. Han, come on. Team member, believe in yourself, you can win. With 2 consecutive wins in sparring, Han, you're amazing. Shen Qinghan has made great progress. Everyone should learn from Qinghan. Even if we're not as physically strong as others, we can still win by using excellent martial arts skills to turn the tables on the martial stage. In the end-of-term exams half a month later, Shen Qinghan successfully turned the tables and defeated Wen Yuntong and Chu Yushi, who were ranked ahead of her, with her excellent martial arts skills. Her grades in class improved from last to third from last in one fell swoop, wowing everyone and earning the praise of the homeroom teacher Han Yuanfeng. Seeing that her grades were no longer the last in class, Shen Qinghan was thrilled and a relieved smile spread across her face. She thought that from now on, no one in the class would attack her over being a relation higher. Seeing the smile on her face, Lin Zichen also smiled, thinking that she was finally getting better and not as insecure as before. Xiao Chen, how about I give you a ride on my bicycle for a fun ride out, just like when you used to give me rides to and from school in junior high? That bicycle hasn't been ridden in a long time, the tires are probably flat. It's no problem, we can just pump up the tires, right? If you really want to ride that badly, then let's ride. One day during the winter break of the first semester of senior high, just after having lunch at home, Shen Qinghan ran to Lin Zichen's house, saying she wanted to ride a bicycle and take him out for a spin. Ever since junior high, she'd wanted to ride a bicycle with Lin Zichen, but back then she didn't have the strength and couldn't pedal with an extra person, so Lin Zichen didn't allow it. Now that she could manage it, she absolutely had to experience the feeling of being the driver once. Shortly, the two headed back inside and pushed out the long and used bicycle. In the yard, they cleaned it and pumped the tires full of air. Looking at the bike in front of her, as shiny as if it had just been bought, Shen Qinghan couldn't wait to swing her leg over and hop on, then turned her head to hurry Lin Zichen, who was behind her. Xiao Chen, come on, get on. Okay, I'm coming. Don't hold onto the seat, it's unsafe. You need to put your hands around my waist, like how I hugged you when I sat on the rear seat of your bike in junior high. That's the safe way. Shen Qinghan reminded him with a gentle warning. After listening, Lin Zichen didn't say anything and just did as she suggested, stretching out his hands to hug her waist. Feeling the touch on her lower abdomen, Shen Qinghan's heartbeat sped up a bit, her fair cheeks tinged with red. Then, with a forceful push of her lower legs, she pedaled off towards the suburban roads with Lin Zichen in tow. There were fewer cars there, and fewer traffic lights, making the ride feel freer. Xiao Chen, that forest over there looks so beautiful. Let's climb up a tree for a better view and take some nice photos, Shen Qinghan suggested as they stopped in front of a large tree on the roadside midway through their ride. Lin Zichen had no objections, he was all ears to her. After stopping the bike, Shen Qinghan stuffed her phone in her pocket and immediately began climbing the tree without a word. Since it wasn't cold during the winter break in the south, she was wearing a blue lace skirt and a pair of warm white stockings that day. As she climbed up in front of Lin Zichen, she inadvertently flashed him. Though she was wearing safety shorts, and flashing wasn't really a big deal, Lin Zichen still consciously moved to the other side of the tree, avoiding the scene laid out before him. In just a moment, both of them were standing a few meters high on a tree branch. Shen Qinghan boldly let go of the tree trunk, took out her phone, and started taking pictures of the distant forest. Sir, the ovalfire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Being a student of the martial arts class, she'd practiced tree climbing often during the school's wilderness survival courses, so she was quite stable on the tree and wasn't afraid of falling. Just then, a breeze blew by, whipping Shen Qinghan's smooth hair into a dance. Lin Zichen found the girl before him so captivating at that moment that he too took out his phone and began taking pictures of her. I don't know how long passed. Both put away their phones. No more photographs were taken. Shen Qinghan, gazing at the distant scenery, suddenly spoke up, Xiao Chen, in both junior high and senior high, I got into the same school and the same class as you because of our connection. I can't keep doing this, I can't always rely on you. As she said this, she turned her head to look at Lin Zichen next to her, her eyes firm with resolve, in 2.5 years. I will definitely get into the same university as you by my own merit. I believe in you. Lin Zichen responded trustingly, without a second thought. He noticed that Shen Qinghan seemed much more confident after winning first place in the school's top 10 singers competition as well as scoring a double win in the end-of-term martial arts sparring, a contrast to the insecure, timid, and shy Shen Qinghan he knew before the winter break. He liked this new Shen Qinghan better, the one with a bit more self-confidence, a more resolute heart, and an increasingly cheerful personality. P.S. Bowls out, seek monthly tickets, recommend tickets. Chapter 86, 86, 85, Jishin Group Chapter 86, 85, Jishin Group Translator, 549690339 Xiao Chen, you're amazing. Son, champion, you're the champion again. Captain is fucking awesome. Holy shit, that's just too crazy. Those top students from first high, second high, and third high have all been beaten by Zichin until they're doubting their life choices. Now they must be utterly heartbroken. After 5 years, our Shanghai High School has finally lifted the championship trophy once again. Several months later, during the summer vacation of his first year in high school. The city sports stadium. The Shanghai City High School Martial Arts Exchange Competition. Representing Shanghai High School in the competition, Lin Zichin dominated the martial stage, sweeping away any opponent with an unstoppable force. Whenever it was his turn to fight, it was a quick kill every time. And then, with effortless ease, he took the championship of the current tournament. Such an exaggerated performance stunned his opponents, and exhilarated both his teammates and the fan group of friends and relatives. After the competition, many local martial art gyms sought out Lin Zichin, stating they wanted to sign him as a spokesperson, and the price was negotiable. He Yu's family's gym was among them. Lin Zichin didn't want to waste his time on these tedious matters, so he directed these people to discuss with Zhang Wanqin and Lin Yanzheng. As for the son, he just waited at home to collect the money. After gaining a detailed understanding. In the end, Zhang Wanqin and Lin Yanzheng chose the gym opened by He Yu's family. First, because He Yu was Lin Zichin's deskmate, choosing his deskmate's gym felt more reliable, and second, because the contract offered by He Yu's family's gym seemed most appropriate. A few days later, the prize money from the competition was distributed, and the upfront payment for the endorsement deal was also transferred. Including the royalties saved over the past few months, he had amassed 900,000 yuan and could now go buy stealth dragon meat to consume and unlock the album to obtain biometric attributes. Without further thought, Lin Zichin quickly headed to the shopping mall and asked Uncle Landlord to help him purchase 100 gene of stealth dragon meat to consume. You have consumed a large amount of Stealth Dragon's Life Essence, Stealth Dragon Album, 100%. At the moment the text message appeared, a crystal-clear lizard began to emerge in the void. This lizard was lying on the ground motionless, reducing its vitality to diminish its presence as a way to avoid the ferocious great eagle that was hunting from the sky above. Soon, the scene in the void faded away, replaced by 2 new text messages. You have successfully unlocked the Stealth Dragon Album, gaining the biometric attribute, Natural Camouflage. Natural Camouflage, you can reduce your vitality to diminish your own presence, and use it to conceal your biological level. After reading the text and the information, Lin Zichin felt a little excited. This biometric attribute actually has 2 effects. 1. It reduces presence, which can be used for evading enemies or for launching surprise attacks. 2. It conceals the biological level, allowing for deceiving stronger opponents by lowering their guard before striking. After spending a little time experiencing the natural camouflage's attribute effect, Lin Zichin quickly started wandering around in the exotic beast meat sale area, looking for the next exotic beast album to unlock. After a stroll, he finally settled on the meat of an exotic beast that was extremely expensive, costing 20,000 yuan per gene, the Void Eel. The Void Eel, an exotic beast with a very powerful danger perception ability, extremely sensitive to malice from other creatures, is rarely captured by hunters. Lin Zichin took a fancy to the Void Eel's ability to perceive danger and decided to unlock its album. However, the meat's price was 20,000 yuan per gene, and he needed to save up 2 million yuan to unlock the album. A long journey ahead. Shaking his head, Lin Zichin left the mall and headed for home. On his way, he passed by a bar. Lin Zichin saw a few mechanically modified humans grabbing a woman and dragging her out of the bar. The woman's body was pierced with various cylindrical hard objects, making her look very weak, hardly able to walk steadily, having to be propped up by the arms of 2 mechanically modified humans. Lin Zichin paid no attention to the woman, his gaze fixed directly on those cylindrical hard objects. They were the size of rebar. They appeared to be made of a special alloy material. If he wasn't mistaken, they should be some form of high-tech restraining tool. They're similar to handcuffs and leg chains, tools used to restrict a prisoner's movement. Zichin. What a coincidence. At that moment, one of the mechanically modified humans, a young man with a buzz cut, called out to Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen followed the voice and his face revealed a hint of surprise. The one who called him was actually a senior from his junior high martial arts team. It was Zhang Kai, the one who, after failing to get into high school, became a ghost flame youth with dyed hair, racing cars everywhere, and then accidentally fell and had his legs amputated. Zhang Kai had since shaved off his colorful, ghost flame hairstyle and returned to the buzz cut he had in junior high. The most significant change was that the lower half of his body now sported metallic alloy limbs. It was rare to bump into each other on the street, and the two quickly struck up a conversation. Afterward, Lin Zichen learned that Zhang Kai had undergone mechanical modification experiments with the Mech God group after the despairing accident where he had his legs amputated due to a bike crash. As it turned out, it was a blessing in disguise. The experiments Mech God group conducted on him were very successful, transforming him from a disabled person into a mechanically modified human. Now, he was interning in the mechanical modification team at Mech God group. You might not believe me, but these alloy mechanical legs that might look a bit cheap allow me to run 100 meters under 5 seconds, which is more badass than many top scholars. Zhang Kai pointed at his alloy prosthetics, boasting proudly to Lin Zichen. 100 meters in 5 seconds, that's really impressive. Lin Zichen nodded in admiration, but inwardly, he was skeptical. Top scholars are high school students, unprocessed quality seedlings. It's only after going to the university and undergoing genetic fusion that one can witness their true strength. After a brief conversation about alloy prosthetics, Lin Zichen thought of the woman from earlier and curiously asked Zhang Kai, "By the way, Zhang Kai, I saw you guys taking a woman out of the bar just now. Who was she?" Zhang Kai quickly replied, "That woman is a remnant of the rat god cult, the only female among those 9 remnants. We've been pursuing her for a long time. She secretly underwent plastic surgery and hid herself well, it wasn't easy to catch her." Speaking, Zhang Kai waggled his eyebrows sleazily. "Let me tell you, before joining the rat god cult, she had quite an interesting identity, was a female college student who could fly across the entire country." Just as he finished speaking and seemed about to divulge more, a mechanically modified human urged him forward. "Zhang Kai, stop chatting, let's go." "Coming." Zhang Kai responded and then turned to Lin Zichen, saying, "We'll talk more when there's time." "I'm off." "Sure, we'll catch up later." After watching Zhang Kai leave, Lin Zichen took out his phone, intending to look up some news related to the Mech God group. As soon as he opened the news app, he saw reports about a well-known building in the city that had sunk, with residents suffering greatly and protesting, angrily denouncing the developers for not laying a proper foundation, sparking widespread social concern. Lin Zichen wasn't interested in this news and only glanced at it before moving on to search for news related to Mech God group. Subsequently, he saw 2 recent news reports. One was about a mechanical genius girl who had become disabled due to premature mechanical modification, which Mech God group successfully treated and turned into the group's brand ambassador. There were related photos to see. She was a pretty girl. The only drawback was that over 40% of the girl's body had undergone mechanical modification, and she looked almost like a half-human robot. Lin Zichen felt it was a pity. At her age, a girl's skin is at its most delicate, yet nearly half her body had turned into cold steel. Shaking his head, he clicked on another report to browse through. It was about how all 9 remnants of the Rat God cult had been captured by Mech God Group's mechanical modification team and transferred to the security forces. After reading this report, Lin Zichen had one thought: Mech God Group's power far surpassed that of the local security forces. It was a colossal entity. P.S. Begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. Search *theovalfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 87, 87, 86, Coming of Age at 18 Ceremony. Chapter 87, 86, Coming of Age at 18 Ceremony. Translator, 549690339. Time flew, and over a year passed. Xiaochen and Chenqinghan's school life had reached its 15th year. That is, they were in their senior year of high school. In the past year or so, Xiaochen's biological level successfully evolved to ordinary 6th order, with all his physical data greatly enhanced. A 100-meter sprint took only 2.87 seconds. A vertical jump from a standstill could reach 8.32 meters. He could lift a weight of 2,450 kilograms with one hand. During this time, in the summer vacation of his junior year, he once again brought a championship trophy to Shanghai High School, achieving an unprecedented back-to-back victory, breaking school history and becoming the first person at Shanghai High School with such a record. Shen Qinghan wasn't as outstanding, but in the past year or so, she also made great strides, constantly progressing in her studies. Through day after day of effort, she had broken into the top 10 from the bottom in martial arts grades in her class, reaching the 12th from the bottom. If counting from the first, she was the 34th in the class, ranking at the forefront among the more than 10 girls in the class. With such a relatively good result, even though she was admitted through backdoor connections, no one would use it against her anymore. Thanks to this, her personality became more cheerful and outgoing with each passing day, seeming to return to her lively childhood years before school, smiling every day. As for the research into superpowers, there had been no progress in the past year or so. On this day, October 14th, Shen Qinghan was celebrating her 18th birthday. Xiaochen was just a day older than her, having celebrated his birthday just yesterday. So, both families got together in the evening and organized a simple celebration at home to hold an 18th birthday coming-of-age ceremony for the childhood friends who had grown up together. Okay, the candles are blown out, now it's time for the gift-giving segment. You two young handsome boy and beautiful girl, quickly bring out the gifts you've carefully prepared for each other, and I'll take photos for keepsake. I'll handle the video recording. SEA the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Yanzheng and Zhang Wanqin, a husband and wife duo, with the former handling video recording with a mobile phone and the latter taking photos with a camera. Shen Jianye and Su Meng, another couple, were quieter by nature, and simply sat smiling on the side, witnessing the moment the two kids exchanged adult birthday gifts. Xiaochen, this is the gift I'm giving you. Shen Qinghan brought out a wrapped picture frame from behind, carefully placed it upright on the table, and said to Xiaochen with a sweet smile. The picture frame was large, approximately 1 meter in both length and width. It was unclear what picture required such a large frame to bear. Go ahead and lift the cloth, you'll definitely be surprised by the painting inside, Shen Qinghan said confidently with a smile. Hearing this, Zhang Wanqin, who was in charge of taking photos, couldn't help but tease. Han's words sound like a bride urging the groom to lift her red veil. Lin Yanzheng joined in laughing. Haha, true, I wonder when my son will lift the red veil. Shen Qinghan blushed at the teasing, becoming shy and casting her gaze away from Xiaochen, too embarrassed to make eye contact with him. Xiaochen, however, remained calm, his lips naturally curving into a slight smile, and quickly went forward to grab a corner of the cloth, lifting it with a bit of anticipation. In the next moment, a colorful portrait painting came into his view. It was a watercolor painting, featuring 3 people standing together. One was him, another was also him, and the remaining one was still him. However, these 3 versions of him were distinct in form. The one to the left and slightly behind was a winged genetic integrator, his eyes wild with abandon. The one in the middle, closer to the front, donned the school uniform of a normal human, looking utterly harmless. The one on the right and to the rear was a mechanically modified human, his body mostly covered in alloy, exuding an air of cold and ruthless indifference. The 3 forms standing together gave off the feeling that angels and demons were always accompanying an ordinary person, filled with contrasts and rich in artistic flair. Upon this painting's unveiling, before Lin Zichen could voice his thoughts, Zhang Wanqin at the front couldn't help exclaiming, Han, you're amazing, this painting is so beautiful, and Xian is truly overwhelmed by it. This watercolor painting is a masterpiece completed just 2 days ago, after a whole year of creation by Han. The draft papers that were discarded before its completion could fill a backpack, Su Meng said with a smile. Shen Qinghan had watched the devotion that went into this painting over the past year. As a mother, she had to convey her daughter's heartfelt intentions to Lin Zichen, to further deepen the connection between the two. Observing the 3 versions of himself in the painting and listening to the mother's conversation, Lin Zichen looked up at Shen Qinghan before him, locking eyes with her, and said sincerely, "This is the best gift I've ever received, and I will treasure it for a lifetime." Of course. Shen Qinghan's eyes curved into crescents, her face brimming with a joyful smile. After hearing Lin Zichen's response, she felt all the effort she had poured into the watercolor over the past year was fully rewarded. Lin Zichen carefully stored the watercolor painting on the table and gently placed it on the couch nearby. He then picked up a bag from the couch and handed it to Shen Qinghan, saying softly, "This is my gift to you, I made all of it by hand. I hope you'll like it after seeing it. I'm sure I'll love it. Shen Qinghan accepted the bag with an expectant smile, her voice tender. She immediately opened the bag to find that the gift inside was also a picture frame. Only this frame was a bit smaller, its length and width reminiscent of a student certificate. But it was quite thick as a dictionary. Inside weren't paintings, but specimens of up to 20 types of miniature flowers. There were starflowers, morning glories, plum blossoms, orchids, and more. At the very center of the frame, the miniature flower was her favorite, the dandelion. At that moment, these miniature flower specimens were fixed in the frame's compartment with a special soft gel filler, seeming vivid and incredibly beautiful. Xiaochen, I really love this gift. Looking at the flowers in the specimen frame, Shen Qinghan's eyes shone with joy, holding on to the birthday gift from Lin Zichen as if it were a treasure. Seeing that both their gifts were picture frames, Zhang Wanqin couldn't help but ask with curiosity, both of your gifts are frames, did you two agree beforehand to give each other this? Shen Qinghan answered, we didn't plan it, it's just a happy coincidence. Zhang Wanqin laughed, just like childhood sweethearts who have grown up together, you've both thought of the same gift. Perhaps you have developed a telepathic bond. After speaking, she added, come, sit together with your gifts, I'll take a photo for you to commemorate this moment. Hearing this, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan each took their respective gifts and sat down on the adjacent couch. They sat very close to each other, legs touching and shoulders side by side, looking exceptionally intimate. P.S. Bowls out, begging for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 88, 88, 87, 20,000 meters under the ground. Chapter 88, 87, 20,000 meters under the ground. Translator, 549690339. After celebrating the coming-of-age ceremony for the two children, the parents of both families, as if by prior agreement, gathered in the living room and began playing mahjong amidst laughter and chatter. Xiaochen and Shen Qinghan found it a bit noisy, so they went outside for a walk. They came to a tree-lined path not far from home, walking slowly with the evening breeze, enjoying the tranquility of the night. Shen Qinghan, in her light pink dress, showed off her slim and fair legs as she walked along the path, quite eye-catching. Xiaochen couldn't help but glance over several times with his peripheral vision, but each time quickly looked away. Xiaochen, how long did it take to make that specimen frame? Walking along, Shen Qinghan suddenly asked. It took almost half a year. Xiaochen lied without blinking an eye. With his exceptional natural talent, it had taken him less than a week to finish the specimen frame. Furthermore, during that week, he spent only an hour each day working on it. However, it was best to keep such things to oneself. There was no need to tell her. Saying that it only took a week would seem careless. Shen Qinghan might feel let down hearing that. The evening breeze was gentle. Feeling it on one's face was very comforting. After walking a while, they saw two low parallel bars ahead and went over to sit and chat. Swinging her legs leisurely, Shen Qinghan said sweetly, when I get back, I'll hang that specimen frame in my room. That way, I can see the flowers you gave me every day. When I get back, I'll also hang the watercolor painting you gave me in my room. As he said this, Lin Zichen's gaze inadvertently fell on Shen Qinghan beside him, and he started to appraise her intently. At 1.68 meters tall, with lean and straight legs that had grown quite a bit longer, and the once unremarkable front and back now full and rounded, she looked alluring and graceful. Her facial features were still petite and delicate but had become more defined and three-dimensional than before. Especially those bright, peach blossom eyes that used to appear naive and cute now held a mix of innocence and maturity, captivating the soul. Shen Qinghan at 18 was becoming ever more enchanting. Prettier than those celebrities on TV with their thick makeup and beauty filters. Xiaochen, you've been staring at my face more and more frequently lately. Noticing Lin Zichen's lingering gaze, Shen Qinghan turned her head towards him, her charming peach blossom eyes glimmering with a smile. Now, when facing Lin Zichen's stares, she no longer felt as embarrassed and shy as before. Sometimes, she would act more playful and adorable, filled with a young girl's quirks and zest. No, I just feel time has flown by so quickly. Just like that, we've turned 18 and grown up. We've matured a lot in appearance, losing the childishness of our younger years. Sometimes, thinking about these changes makes me want to look at your face now and compare it with the you from my memories, Lin Zichen said reflectively. Suddenly, a question popped into Shen Qinghan's head, and she asked curiously, "So, which do you like more, the younger me or the current me?" "I like both." Lin Zichen answered without hesitation. He wasn't lying, he truly liked both. He liked Shen Qinghan, who used to be giggly and neat, the self-doubting, introverted Shen Qinghan of a few years ago who was timid and too compliant, and the now more lively and cheerful Shen Qinghan. Saw the Audiobook.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Each phase of Shen Qinghan had left deep and wonderful memories in his heart. Perhaps this was the affection that came from being childhood friends who grew up together. Hearing Lin Zichen's response, Shen Qinghan's smile grew sweeter, her legs swinging under her dress became more buoyant, and she even started humming a song happily. "What about you? Do you prefer the younger me or me now?" Lin Zichen asked the same question. Shen Qinghan replied without thinking, "I really liked you at every stage." After finishing, she added another sentence, "If I really had to say which version of you I like more, it would definitely be you right now." "Why's that?" Lin Zichen was very curious. Shen Qinghan looked into his eyes, her beautiful eyes curving slightly, as she said with a smile, "Because I like you more with each passing day." Lin Zichen was momentarily stunned. After snapping back to his senses, he replied with a smile, "Then I'd have to revise my earlier answer. I'm the same as you, liking you more with each day, and hope that our friendship lasts forever." May our friendship last forever." After saying this, Shen Qinghan reached out her slender and pale little finger to Lin Zichen, her voice filled with nostalgia. "When we were little kids, we used to make pinky promises not to change for 100 years, every day. Do you want to relive that now?" "Sure, let's relive that." Lin Zichen also extended his own little finger and hooked it with Shen Qinghan's. Just as they were about to recite, "Pinky promise," suddenly, the ground began to shake. The two sitting on the parallel bars could both clearly feel the significant tremor. "Is it an earthquake?" Shen Qinghan's face was filled with shock and uncertainty. Lin Zichen replied, "It seems like there's been an earthquake." As soon as he spoke, he noticed that several lines of text information had appeared in the air. "You have survived an earthquake. Achievement, survive 100 times in different, extreme harsh environments or disasters. Reward, gain biometric attributes, survival of the fittest. Number of survivals, 1/100, an achievement task had been triggered." Lin Zichen's eyes widened slightly, feeling somewhat surprised. He truly had not expected that something like an earthquake could trigger an achievement task. It was quite unexpected. "Xiaochen, it really was an earthquake just now. Lots of people are talking about it on social media, and our classmates in the group chat are discussing it too," Shen Qinghan said, looking at her phone. Lin Zichen was about to respond when his phone inconveniently rang. It was a video call from Zhang Wanqin. As soon as he answered, Zhang Wanqin's worried voice came through the phone. She mentioned the recent earthquake and asked if the two of them were okay. Lin Zichen directed the phone's camera at himself and Shen Qinghan and told Zhang Wanqin they were fine. Once she confirmed that both were safe, Zhang Wanqin let out a sigh of relief and told them to get home early and not to stay out late. After ending the video call to avoid worrying their parents, Lin Zichen didn't linger outside and quickly brought Shen Qinghan home. When they arrived home, the TV was broadcasting news related to the earthquake. The speed of the report was so fast that it was startling. Lin Zichen sat down on the sofa and watched the news with his parents. The relevant departments explained that it was just a minor earthquake and not a big deal, stating that Shanghai City's geological location was not at the junction of tectonic plates, and significant earthquakes were unlikely to happen, advising the public not to panic. Deep beneath Shanghai City, 20,000 meters down, the temperature here had soared into triple digits, and in some areas with particular geological features, the temperature even broke into quadruple digits, capable of cooking any ordinary creature from the surface. Yet, in this extreme and hostile environment, at this very moment, there were hundreds of high-temperature, high-pressure-resistant gigantic mutant rats engaged in intense burrowing. The once solid ground had been turned into something resembling an anthill by them, without anyone noticing when it happened. A glance would reveal a maze of intersecting tunnels. P.S. Holding out my bowl, asking for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 89, 89, 88, Dragon Girl Chapter 89, 88, Dragon Girl Translator, 549,690,339 Second semester of senior year, June 6. Time flew by, and before anyone knew it, the day before the college entrance exams had arrived. On that day, the school decided not to hold any more classes, opting instead to let students rest and relax to be in the best condition for the exams. In the school grounds, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were strolling around aimlessly, chatting and laughing as they went. Shen Qinghan held a cup of milk tea, took a small sip, and said, "Xiao Chen, the college entrance exams are tomorrow. I'm a bit nervous." "You're a student from the top class, ranked among the best in school, what's there to be nervous about?" Lin Zichen said with a smile. Compared to when she first started high school, Shen Qinghan's grades had improved tremendously. She had climbed from dead last to 28th in her class. Her scores were second among all the girls in her class and even higher than several boys. Looking at the entire senior year, she could firmly place within the top 40, a true academic overachiever. "I'm afraid I might wet myself during the exam." Shen Qinghan pursed her thin lips, flavored with the taste of milk tea, her face full of worry. Lin Zichen dismissed the concern. "You're somewhat worrying over nothing. In the past 6 months, the frequency of your urgent needs has significantly decreased, and your body has nearly returned to normal. You won't wet yourself that easily. Besides, even if you do get so nervous that you wet yourself, aren't there diapers for that purpose? Just relax, don't be nervous." Since reaching adulthood in October last year, Shen Qinghan's body had begun to show improvements, no longer suffering from frequent urges like before. As for the specific reason, it was still unknown. However, Lin Zichen guessed that it might be because Shen Qinghan's body had become more stable after maturation, and the related parts weren't as easily permeable by water. "Xiao Chen, my body getting randomly permeated by water, what could be the reason for that?" Shen Qinghan really wanted to know the answer. After nearly 3 years of research and her body being checked by Lin Zichen hundreds of times, they still couldn't find the reason. This was quite frustrating for her. Seeing her distressed look, Lin Zichen comforted her in a gentle voice. "This is a good sign. The harder it is for us to find the reason, the more ancient, mysterious, and powerful this superpower likely is. The older it is, the more powerful it is." This notion tended to favor antiquity over the present. In his previous life, such an idea would definitely be ridiculed. But in this altered Earth, populated by exotic beasts, extraordinary powers, and ancient ruins, this statement held a certain degree of truth. Many scholars speculated that the exotic beasts that suddenly appeared on Earth hundreds of years ago might not be alien species but rather ancient creatures that had always existed on Earth. This hypothesis had many flaws and seemed absurd, but it still gained the acceptance of many. That's because all other theories were even more absurd. Furthermore, the sudden emergence of exotic beasts itself was so absurd that even the most ludicrous theories seemed reasonable in comparison. The older and more mysterious, the more powerful. Shen Qinghan showed a bitter smile, pessimistically saying, "I wish that were true. I just fear that it's not some superpower at all, but a mere physical defect." Lin Zichen laughed. "Even if it's a physical defect, it doesn't matter. I won't hold it against you anyway." Hearing this, Shen Qinghan felt warm inside and somewhat sweet. Then she stopped walking, grabbed the sleeve of Lin Zichen's shirt, and with a hint of humble pleading in her eyes, she said, "Xiao Chen, you have to promise never to despise me, okay?" "I won't despise you." Lin Zichen looked into Shen Qinghan's teary, peach blossom eyes and said humorously yet very sincerely, "If I dare to despise you, my mom will definitely be the first to not let me off the hook." In the evening, after having dinner, Lin Zichen checked the royalty earnings in his bank account. He had accumulated 2 million and could now unlock the Void Eel album. Without wasting any time, he left the house and headed to the market to buy meat to devour. He went straight to the top floor of the market to buy the meat in person. Now that he was 18 years old, he no longer needed someone else to purchase it for him. Soon, he had 100 pounds of void eel meat in hand. Finding a secluded spot, he started to devour the meat with just a thought. "You have devoured a large amount of Void Eel Life Essence, Void Eel Album, 100%, the moment the text information appeared, a pitch-black eel emerged from the void. This eel had an extremely sharp sense of danger. As soon as a predator appeared within a certain range, it would flee swiftly. As the scene in the void faded, 2 new pieces of text information appeared. You have successfully unlocked the Void Eel Compendium, acquiring the biometric attribute, Danger Perception. Danger Perception. Within a certain range, you can clearly sense hostility emanating from other creatures and are more sensitive to the suppressive aura they emit, thus allowing you to more easily determine the biological level of your targets. After reading the text information, Lin Zichen quickly began to experience the effects of this biometric attribute. Glancing around, he sensed no hostility, but he did perceive surges of biological pressure. Based on the intensity of the pressure, he roughly estimated the biological levels of everyone around him. Most were ordinary first level, a few physically strong individuals reached ordinary second level, and he couldn't see anything beyond that. It could only be said that most people in this world were ordinary. Beings like genetic integrators and mechanically modified humans were extremely rare existences. Otherwise, their social status would not be so high. Before leaving, Lin Zichen took a quick stroll around the mall, looking for the next type of exotic beast meat to consume. In the end, he chose undead slug meat. The price was 100,000 per 500 grams. The most expensive in the entire place, bar none. Yet, he was resolute in his decision to purchase the undead slug meat. The reason being that the undead slug was a creature with exceptionally strong regenerative abilities, potentially 100 times greater than that of an ordinary slug. As long as it didn't die on the spot, and as long as there was sufficient energy supply, it could heal from even the most severe injuries. If he could acquire its regenerative ability, even just a tenth of its effectiveness, his life would become tougher than diamond. 100,000 per 500 grams, 100 times that is 10 million. Just relying on a monthly income of 100,000 from my manuscript fees, it would take me over 8 years to save up enough. That's too long. It seems after the college entrance exams, I need to increase my income, Lin Zichen thought to himself as he looked at the chunks of pink, fresh undead slug meat in the freezer. Nanjiang Province, Provincial Education Headquarters. Minister's Office. A nearly 2-meter-tall man was using a projector to report this year's educational situation in Nanjiang Province to a woman sitting in an office chair. This year's educational achievements in the cities of Nanjiang Province are generally the same as last year. Tianjin City is still in the lead, closely followed by Changzhou City, then Nangguan City, followed by Shanghai City, Daoshan City, and Haiyuan City is at the bottom. It's worth mentioning that Shanghai City's educational achievements have greatly improved compared to last year, due to both the enhancement of its own educational level and the fact that it has poached a large number of high-quality students from other cities. And also, lastly, about an hour later, the men finally finished reporting the data, and said respectfully to the woman, "Principal Yuan, these are this year's educational outcomes from across the province." Thank you for your efforts." The woman sitting in the office chair, dressed in a light green cheongsam, hair cascading like a waterfall, and adorned with a pair of dragon horns on her head, nodded after taking a sip of tea. The woman named Yuan Dongji appeared to be just over 40 years old, but was actually nearly 100. Her identity included being one of the vice-chancellors of Shanghai University, the minister of the Nanjiang Provincial Education Headquarters, and a powerful genetic integrator. Everyone usually called her Principal Yuan, never Minister Yuan. This was because in a world where a university offers Evolution College and Mechanical Academy, it's the most powerful force in the area, the pinnacle of power. Search the Nelfer.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. And naturally, the chancellor of such universities is the supreme ruler of the area. Therefore, in terms of status and power, even the vice-chancellor of a provincial university far exceeds the minister of the provincial education headquarters. Usually, the minister of the local education headquarters would be served by one of the vice-chancellors from the strongest university in the area. "Principal Yuan, what's the situation like in Source Land number 36 now?" The man hesitated before asking the question he couldn't help but ask. Yuan Dongji put down her teacup and said indifferently, "It's basically stabilized, otherwise I wouldn't have the time to preside over this year's college entrance exams in the province." Hearing this, the man's hanging heart was finally put at ease, and he breathed a sigh of relief. If Source Land number 36 were still in turmoil, then the entirety of Shanghai City, and possibly all of Nanjiang Province, would be in danger. Everyone living above it would suffer. It wasn't long before the man left. Yuan Dongji rose from her office chair and walked leisurely to the floor-to-ceiling window in front of her, stopping to look out at the sea nearby, murmuring to herself, without realizing it, "It's been many years since I last accepted a disciple. I wonder if this year's college entrance will yield a promising youngster that catches my eye. P.S. Asking for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 90, 89, College Entrance Examination officially begins. Chapter 90, 89, College Entrance Examination officially begins. Translator, 549690339. The martial arts college entrance examination in this world lasts for a total of 9 days. On the first day, the morning session is a written exam assessing theoretical knowledge, and the afternoon is a physical fitness test. From the second to the 8th day, there is a week-long practical exam where martial arts candidates from the province will be sent into a forest to survive in the wilderness. The 9th day involves a test for compatibility with genetic fusion and mechanical modifications. Today, June 7th, is the first day of the college entrance exam. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan got up early, had breakfast together, and went to school to take the exam. Xiao Chen, I'm so nervous. Sar the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. I'm afraid. I'll actually pee during the exam. I'm afraid I won't do well. Along the way, Shen Qinghan kept talking non-stop, expressing her nervousness to Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen, seeing her like this again, couldn't be bothered to comfort her. He had already comforted her so many times. She was already wearing a diaper. Her scores in theoretical knowledge were stable in the top 5 of their class. But she just had to be nervous. Her mental stability really was terrible. What needed to be done has been done, and now it's up to her to overcome it herself. More words were needless. After arriving at the school, the two of them, not in the same venue, quickly went their separate ways. Lin Zichen hadn't gone far when he thought better of it, still somewhat worried about Shen Qinghan, so he turned around, came back and called out to her, Han Han, wait a moment. What's the matter? Shen Qinghan stopped, turned around and looked at Lin Zichen with a puzzled expression. Lin Zichen saw she was nervous enough to shake a little, hesitated, then pulled her into his arms for a gentle hug, and encouraged her in a soft voice next to her ear, you have studied the theory very well, and you're wearing your diaper, just your best and don't be nervous. Feeling Lin Zichen's body heat and listening to his heartbeat, Shen Qinghan found herself, perhaps due to psychological effects, seemingly less nervous. After a while, she said softly, I will try my best, and you should too. Lin Zichen replied softly, yeah, let's both do our best. Right after he spoke, he noticed many passing students stopping to look at him hugging Shen Qinghan, with some even taking out their phones to take photos. Realizing it wasn't appropriate to do this so publicly, he immediately let go of Shen Qinghan. Afterward, the two separated and headed toward their respective examination rooms. Arriving at his examination room, Lin Zichen, with nothing better to do, sat and passed the time by pondering novel plot lines. Soon, more than half an hour had passed. The exam officially began. Lin Zichen received the test paper, glanced over all the questions once, and finished everything in less than half an hour. For words, all it takes is hands. After finishing, he placed his exam paper on the desk and weighted it down with his pen. Then, he continued to idly think about the novel's story. In the meantime, the boy at the next table tried so hard to peek at Lin Zichen's paper that he almost went cross-eyed. Lin Zichen noticed the boy's gaze and turned his head slightly to look at him. At the moment of eye contact, the boy smiled awkwardly but politely and continued to slant his eyes, trying hard to sneak a glance at Lin Zichen's test paper. Lin Zichen didn't move the paper, leaving it as it was. The seats in the exam room were quite far apart, so if that boy could see the answers on a neighboring table's paper like that, it was his own skill, and he deserved to copy. Time flew by fast. Before long, only half an hour remained until the end of the exam. Seeing the time when it was permissible to submit papers early, Lin Zichen stood up, paper in hand, left his seat, walked to the podium and turned in his exam paper. Other students felt immense pressure at the sight. Many of them had still a bunch of unanswered questions on their test papers and knew they couldn't finish. Seeing Lin Zichen handing in his paper early, they felt a sudden urgency. Even though they knew they couldn't compare to Lin Zichen, it didn't stop them from feeling stimulated by his early submission. After leaving his own examination room, Lin Zichen went straight to where Shen Qinghan was taking her test. Looking through the window, he saw Shen Qinghan sitting in the back row, head down, intently working on the test. At the same time, he noticed her legs tightly crossed under the desk, probably because she needed to pee and was holding it in hard. 20-some minutes later, the bell signaling the end of the exam rang. Before long, Shen Qinghan came out after submitting her test paper. Seeing her pale face, Lin Zichen thought she had performed poorly and immediately comforted her. "We are students of the martial arts class, the written exam is relatively less important, just passing is fine, there's no need to chase high scores." I did well, you don't have to comfort me." "Then why do you look so pale?" "I peed." Shen Qinghan stood on tiptoe slightly, her fair face blushing as she whispered into Lin Zichen's ear. Lin Zichen was speechless for a moment. "Wait for me here, I'll go to the restroom and take off the diaper, I'll be back soon." After whispering this, Shen Qinghan quickly walked towards the restroom with her legs pinched together, leaving Lin Zichen with only a view of her knock-kneed silhouette. A few minutes later, Shen Qinghan came out of the restroom. The two went back to Senior Class 1, heated up the food they brought from home in the office. After the meal was ready, they took it to the quiet and deserted rooftop to eat together. While taking a break and enjoying the breeze on the rooftop railing after lunch, Lin Zichen suggested to Shen Qinghan, "During the physical test this afternoon, just don't wear a diaper, it'll affect your performance, and if you do pee, well, once high school is over, no one will know anyone." "You're so annoying, you underestimate me again. I wasn't planning on wearing it for the physical test this afternoon." Shen Qinghan pouted unhappily and said, "The physical test is only a short while, even if I really need to pee then, I can hold it until the end, I'm not going to pee." Now she can discuss the topic of diapers in front of Lin Zichen without any embarrassment. As long as she doesn't have an accident right in front of him, she doesn't feel embarrassed at all. After all, in the past 2.5 years, the two of them had researched this matter extensively in the swimming pool. Any embarrassment had long been overcome, now only a familiar numbness remained. More than an hour later, the physical assessment began. Males and females were tested separately. Only 3 basic events were measured, which were the 100-meter dash representing speed, the standing vertical jump representing bounce, and the one-arm weightlifting representing strength. During the test, Lin Zichen didn't use his full strength but just enough to ensure that he could confidently clinch the city's top scholar spot. Ultimately, the 3 measured results were, the 100-meter dash in 5.12 seconds. Standing vertical jump of 4.91 meters. One-arm lifting of a 950 kilograms barbell. Each time he produced these results, the place erupted in amazement. Most of the gasps of shock came from students of regular high schools. In Shanghai City's martial arts college entrance exam, test centers were only located in a few key high schools, so students from regular high schools' martial arts classes had to come here to take the exam. Soon, Shen Qinghan's results were also out. The 100-meter dash in 9.32 seconds. Standing vertical jump of 1.62 meters. One-arm lifting of a 125 kilograms barbell. These results placed her among the very top of the school's female students, an unquestionable academic achiever. But compared to Lin Zichen's performance, it was like an ant to an elephant, not even remotely on the same level, with no comparison whatsoever. Not to mention compared to Lin Zichen, even against most of the boys in the class, it was worlds apart. In this mutated Earth, the gap between geniuses and ordinary people had been further widened. The same was true for the gap between men and women, also further widened. It felt like the winner takes all. Around 5 in the afternoon, the physical assessment drew to a close. Lin Zichen's 3 recorded data undoubtedly placed him as the number 1 of the entire field, far ahead of the second place, in a league of his own. Almost simultaneously, the results of the written test taken in the morning were out. Everyone could check their scores on their phones. Lin Zichen immediately checked his and, as expected, he scored a perfect 100. Shen Qinghan did well too, scoring 82 points. Others like Wang Shujie, Lu Gang, He Yu, their scores were similar, all in the 80s. In particular, He Yu scored only 80 points, not even as high as Shen Qinghan. It wasn't that He Yu performed poorly, but rather that Shen Qinghan performed too well. It could be said that being under the influence of Lin Zichen for a long time was indeed very beneficial. As the saying goes, you are influenced by the company you keep. Xiaochen, the week-long field combat assessment starts tomorrow, and I wonder what that forest which serves as the test site will be like. Just the thought of it makes me feel a bit nervous, said Shen Qinghan after checking the physical assessment results, her nerves tangling at the prospect of being sent to survive in a deserted forest for a week starting tomorrow. Seeing her getting nervous again, Lin Zichen was somewhat speechless. His childhood friend never had a moment when she wasn't nervous. Xiao Chen, we can't bring anything during the combat assessment, no diapers, what should I do if I have an accident? Shen Qinghan wondered aloud, furrowing her delicate and lovely brows over this critical issue. Lin Zichen replied, if you're in the forest surviving in the wild and you need to go, just find a tree to hide behind and squat to take care of business, you don't need to worry about this at all. I'm not worried about the daytime, I'm mainly concerned about wetting my pants while sleeping at night. It's uncomfortable to wet your pants in the forest with no change of clothes, she continued, her unease growing as she spoke. Lin Zichen felt this was not a big deal and bluntly suggested, that's easy to solve, just sleep without pants. All right, that does seem like a solution, she conceded. By the time this conversation reached this point, Shen Qinghan realized she was being a bit too anxious and stopped discussing her worries with Lin Zichen from there on out. In a room in Shanghai City, a college-aged young man was chatting over drinks with a middle-aged man in a mask. From their posture and demeanor, the conversation seemed very casual. But the content of their conversation was unnervingly chilling. The field combat assessment starts tomorrow. Here are 10 special seeds for you to take. Make sure to use your status as a safety officer to help the organization control 10 talented individuals, said the man in the mask, casually extracting a small, elegant wooden box from his chest and tossing it on the table. The youth picked up the wooden box, opened the lid, and saw 10 sinister red plant seeds inside. The size of peanuts, each seed's surface was covered with pulsating veins, looking like tiny animal hearts. Do this well and I will introduce you to the higher-ups in the organization, making you an official member, said the masked man to the youth. I'm not in a rush to become an official member. What I want now is to get an exotic fruit, the young man replied lightly after closing the lid of the box. The masked man shook his head, young man, your vision seems a bit short-sighted. An exotic fruit can at best help you evolve to a regular 7th rank, but joining the organization promises countless benefits in the future. Just to talk about evolution, if you can become an official member of the organization, evolving into an advanced level creature will no longer be a dream. Plus, if you do well, you might even get to experience the company of the organization's flower fairy, he continued, his voice laced with lingering pleasure. Last year, I had a taste of the flower fairy's touch, very smooth. Flower fairy very smooth, the youth was swayed and quickly changed his tune. You're right, becoming an official member of the organization has a better cost-benefit ratio compared to getting just one exotic fruit. P.S. Asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. Chapter 91, 90. I will share half of my headphones with you. Chapter 91, 90. I will share half of my headphones with you. Translator, 549690339. The second day of the college entrance examination, June 8, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan got up early, finished breakfast, and headed to the school to gather. Together, they would take a bus to the test site for the practical assessment, a forest brimming with primal nature. This forest was located on the outskirts of Nanjiang province. It was desolate and uninhabited, with numerous wild animals and few human visitors. It was very suitable for use as a practical assessment test site. Outside the two families' homes, Lin's father and mother, Shen's father and mother, all 4 parents got up early to see their children off. Take this bag of bread, and don't forget the biscuits, remember this bottle of sports drink, and this pack of jerky, bring more food, eat well before entering the forest. That way, once you're inside, you won't have to rush to find food and can first observe the terrain. Zhang Wanqin opened the zipper of Lin Zichen's backpack and, while speaking, kept stuffing food into it. Feeling his backpack getting heavier and heavier, Lin Zichen hurriedly said, Mom, that's enough, I can't finish all that. Isn't Han Han there to eat it too? Han Han's backpack is full as well. That's not a problem, if you can't finish it, you can eat it after the exams when you'll probably be hungry. Zhang Wanqin was very thorough, fearing the children would get terribly hungry. On the other side, Su Meng was also incessantly nagging Shen Qinghan, reminding her, Qinghan, the forest is full of dangers. Don't risk it just to get a high score. Your safety comes first, understand? I understand, Mom. Shen Qinghan obediently nodded her head. Hearing this, Zhang Wanqin, who was beside her, said to Su Meng with a smile, "Don't worry, they've been assigned the same test entrance. With Xiaochen around, he'll surely protect Qinghan well." Of course, of course." Su Meng replied with a smile. After saying that, she looked at Lin Zichen with a gentle smile and said, "Xiaochen, I'm entrusting Qinghan to you. After the college entrance exams, Aunt Meng will buy you and Qinghan the latest model of the fruit phone, as a gift for your high school graduation. Then I'll thank Aunt Meng in advance." Lin Zichen smiled and didn't bother being formal with Su Meng. The two families had been close for many years and had long considered each other family. Being too polite would actually seem distant. "Dad, Mom, Aunt Meng, Uncle Yi, we're leaving. Dad, Mom, Aunt Xin, Uncle Sheng, goodbye." The two waved to the four parents to say farewell and quickly left with their backpacks, walking briskly towards the school. By the time they arrived at the school, all 10 martial arts classes in their senior year had already lined up on the playground. Seeing this, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan jogged to the end of the line for Class 1 of the senior year. About half an hour later, the buses responsible for transporting the examinees to the practical assessment site arrived. There were 10 in total, with one bus for each class. Soon, all examinees were on the buses. Nearly 500 martial arts seniors from Shanghai High School set off for the practical assessment site. At the same time, high schools in various cities across Nanjiang province were also organizing their students to head to the test sites. The numbers were not large. A larger, more prominent high school had only a few hundred martial arts students per grade. A smaller, average high school might just have one martial arts class per grade, meaning only a few dozen martial arts students. As such, even in Nanjiang province, which is known for a large number of college entrance examinees, the number of martial arts students participating in the exams this year did not exceed 100,000. The rest of the several 100,000 examinees were all humanities, arts, technical students, etc. After all, those who practiced martial arts were still a minority. After all, on the path of martial arts cultivation, if one couldn't become a genetic integrator or a mechanically modified human in the end, their potential would indeed be lower than that of humanities students. The ones who achieve the best success often open martial arts schools and widely recruit disciples. For those slightly less successful, they become martial arts teachers in high schools after passing exams, or take up positions in related security departments. Those with even less success work at martial arts schools. For academic students, the range of job prospects after graduation is much wider. Education, medical services, finance, design, networking, etc., all offer job positions. See thovalfire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. It's such a pity, Han Han, if only I had the same examination hall entrance as you, then I could have company and also cling to Zichen's coattails at the same time. Just thinking about it feels awesome. In the car, Li Chuxin leaned over the back of the seat, looking at Shen Qinghan in the rear seat as she spoke. Yu, sitting next to Li Chuxin, was immediately displeased upon hearing this, grumbling, "What do you mean by that? Are my coattails not thick enough? Isn't it good enough to be in the same examination hall entrance with me? Being on a team with me would also be cool, get it? Teaming up with a straight guy like you is boring." Li Chuxin expressed her disdain with her face. Yu was unconvinced and retorted, "What straight guy? I call this genuine and unaffected." Seeing the two bicker at the drop of a hat, Shen Qinghan found it quite amusing and silently watched the show with a smile. Next to her, Lin Zichen was wearing headphones and watching news videos on his phone. He stayed informed on social issues and current affairs from all aspects. Capital University prodigy, successfully integrates the Shadow Nightcat gene, breaking the school's record for youngest triple gene fusionner. Mechanical genius girl, right eye successfully implanted with the latest generation supercomputing chip, needs only a glance to calculate a target's various data, comparable to fiery golden eyes. At 4 a.m. today, a minor earthquake occurred in Shanghai City. A pair of lovers with keen senses felt the significant tremors, got so scared that they didn't even bother to get dressed, and ran out of their home naked, shouting for residents to flee. In the video, a censor-barred couple caught in adultery was covering their privates and shouting by the roadside about an earthquake, telling everyone to run. Then, an old lady quickly rushed out of the house, the woman's mother-in-law, wielding a broom and beating the two while cursing, "My son works hard on the construction site every day and sends money home. How dare you sneak in a man for an affair in the middle of the night, acting as if I, your mother-in-law, don't exist. I'll beat you to death, you adulterer and hussy. While the news anchor reported the news with a serious demeanor, the top of the video was continuously flashing with barrage comments. The civil engineer brother must be crying. No problem, as long as the kid is his own. Haha, though they were having an affair, they still showed responsibility. Human nature is complex. In some ways, they are the bad guys, but in others, they can be the good ones. Who said heroes can only stand in the light? A hero can also stand there naked. Lin Zichen glanced over these comments and found them funny, but he didn't laugh. Instead, he slightly furrowed his brows. This seems to be the second noticeable earthquake in Shanghai City this year. Isn't this a bit too frequent? Theoretically, given Shanghai City's geographical location, having one noticeable earthquake over several years would be considered a lot. I hope I'm just overthinking it, please, let there not be a massive earthquake, Lin Zichen thought to himself. On the other side, Shen Qinghan's gaze shifted from He Yu and Li Chuxin in front to Lin Zichen beside her. Seeing him quietly watching the news, she couldn't help but feel moved. Xiao Chen is so quiet, not like other boys his age who are noisy and boisterous. Having such an almost perfect childhood friend must mean I saved the earth in my past life. I'm so lucky. With these thoughts, a satisfied smile spread across Shen Qinghan's lips. Lin Zichen noticed her gaze and thought she wanted to see the news on his phone, so he took off one earphone and offered it to her. Want to watch together? Sure. Shen Qinghan laughed as she accepted the earphone, brushing the hair by her ear aside and tucking the earphone in. Then, she skillfully leaned a little, intimately resting her shoulder against Lin Zichen's, tilting her head to watch the news video on the phone with him. P.S. Bowing for votes, seek monthly tickets and recommendations. Chapter 92, 91, Practical Assessment of the Chicken Eating Mode. Chapter 92, 91, Practical Assessment of the Chicken Eating Mode. Translator, 549690339. About 2 hours later, the bus that Lin Zichen was on finally arrived at the forest that served as the exam venue. Shen Qinghan, who had been watching news videos with earphones, was now sweetly asleep on Lin Zichen's shoulder. She was sleeping so deeply that drool was leaking out. Be it wetting the bed or drooling, it seems she has always been overabundant with liquids. Lin Zichen shook his head helplessly, took a tissue out of his backpack, and wiped off the drool at the corner of Shen Qinghan's mouth. Then he gently poked her cheek with his finger and softly called, Han Han, we've arrived at the exam site, wake up. We're here. Shen Qinghan woke up groggily, her eyes still sleepy. Soon, everyone got off the bus, and as soon as they disembarked, they heard someone shouting through a megaphone. Those for entrance 29, come this way. Entrance 3, over here. Candidates for entrance 18, gather over here. Entrance 78 is right here. The candidates coming for the practical assessment were numerous, nearly 100,000. Having just one entrance clearly wouldn't do. To scatter the candidates into the forest and achieve a better assessment outcome, the educational department had specially set up 100 entrances to the forest. It didn't take long for the candidates to locate their respective entrance groups according to the announcements. Then, they left the transfer station in groups, heading to their designated entrance points. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were assigned to the same entrance point. Both were for entrance 9. Finding their group, they left the transfer station by bus. In less than 10 minutes. Search *the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The bus arrived at the destination and stopped. Once Lin Zichen got off the bus, he saw that entrance 9 was already teeming with people. At a glance, there were at least several hundred candidates. Apart from the candidates, there were also about a dozen vendors setting up stalls selling food. In the middle of this wilderness, there are actually people setting up stalls to sell food. Shen Qinghan was surprised. Lin Zichen explained, it's normal, with nearly 1,000 candidates at each entrance point. Setting up for a few hours here could likely earn them thousands. A puzzled look appeared on Shen Qinghan's face, but logically speaking, the educational department shouldn't allow these vendors to come in, right? Lin Zichen smiled, who knows? Shen Qinghan quickly had another question, so many people are buying food at these stalls. It's the college entrance exam, aren't they afraid of getting a bad stomach? The food these vendors are selling is definitely hygienic, otherwise, the the relevant personnel would not dare let them in to sell food. Lin Zichen added. After finishing, he quickly said, "Let's go find a less crowded spot to sit down and eat something to fill our stomachs." Okay. Shen Qinghan agreed. Before long, they found a large tree, randomly chose a couple of rocks to sit on as chairs, and started eating the food they had brought from home while chatting casually. In their idle moments, Lin Zichen, using his extraordinary sensory perception, kept listening to the conversations of other candidates nearby. Some candidates felt nervous. Some were excited. Some were happy, glad to have acquaintances at this entrance point, so they wouldn't feel lonely entering the forest later. Others noticed Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, attracted by their good looks, whispering how handsome and pretty they were. About 10 minutes passed like this. The person in charge of the entrance point stepped onto the platform and emphasized the rules of the practical assessment to the candidates present. He talked for a good half an hour or more. Lin Zichen summed up his points, which were roughly as follows: many scorecards are placed throughout the forest, with each card displaying a number indicating the number of points it is worth. These scorecards are placed in tricky positions, like treetops, cliff edges, or on fierce animals such as bears, tigers, rhinos, crocodiles, pythons, and on a few exotic beasts deeper in the forest. Near each fierce animal and exotic beast, there are safety officers on guard, ready to rescue candidates who challenge these beings and then run into danger. The exotic beasts in the deepest parts of the forest are intended for the geniuses to earn points. Ordinary candidates are advised not to join in, to avoid accidents. Ordinary candidates are too weak to contend with exotic beasts and might die at their jaws before safety officers could rescue them. The results of the practical assessment are based on the points individuals earn. Additionally, candidates' other abilities demonstrated during the 7-day period will be observed through cameras, for example, leadership skills. Nearly 100,000 candidates are taking part in the practical assessment, but the total value of the scorecards is only 50,000, meaning more than half of the candidates will not score any points. The practical assessment encourages both cooperation and competition. Candidates can work together to earn points and then distribute the scorecards among teammates according to contribution, but on the other hand, they can also directly steal scorecards from others. There are cameras and safety officers all around the forest. If you encounter danger, you can seek help, but the price is immediate elimination. Candidates, the rules for this practical assessment are as stated. In 1 hour, we will enter the forest and begin the assessment. Prepare well, said the entrance point's official, before promptly leaving the stage. No sooner had the official left than a fat candidate began to shout, "My dad is a senior executive at the Nangguan City branch of the Mech God Group. Is there any brainiac who can guide me after the assessment starts? There will be a handsome reward. I will. I'll take you. I'm a top student from Changzhou No. 1 Middle School's genius class. I guarantee to carry you to the top." There was a top student responding to the fat examinee. Unfortunately, before the two could exchange contacts, they were warned by the teaching staff on site. They were told that they couldn't be so blatant. If they wanted to form teams, they should do it quietly and privately. On the other side, Lin Zichen was chatting and eating with Shen Qinghan when a few students from their school approached him. They asked if he could take them along when they entered the forest later on. Lin Zichen didn't even have to think before he rejected their request. The reason for refusal was simple: he wasn't going to share any of the scoring cards he collected along the way with anyone else. Upon hearing this, they gave up on the idea of clinging to his coattails. Lin Zichen didn't pay attention to these few and continued to chat and eat with Shen Qinghan. About 20 minutes passed. A muscular student walked up to them and stopped, asking politely, "Classmate, I'm feeling a bit hungry now, but I didn't bring any food with me. I see you guys seem to have a lot of food in your bags, could you sell me some?" "No need for money, just take it," Lin Zichen said and took out a loaf of bread and a pack of biscuits from his bag, tossing them casually to the student. After all, there was so much food in the bag that he couldn't finish it himself. Giving some away wouldn't hurt. "It's embarrassing to freeload off you guys like this. How about this? In return, once we enter the forest, I'll team up with you two and help you score," the student offered confidently, introducing himself. "By the way, my name is Hong Juanping, a student from Tianjin No. 1 Middle School's rocket class. I can run 100 meters in 6 seconds and lift a 750 kilograms barbell with one hand. Once we're in the forest, I can at least get you 5 points. Lin Zichen declined politely, "Thank you for the offer, but it's not necessary." The boy was stunned, not expecting to be rejected. Moments later, he recovered and smiled awkwardly. "I see, well then, bro, thanks for the bread and biscuits," and turned to leave. Once the boy had walked some distance away, Shen Qinghan couldn't help but comment, "He's weird. There are so many food stalls around, but instead of buying from them, he came specifically to us." The old man's love for wine is not just about wine, it's because we have a stunningly beautiful girl here, Lin Zichen said with a smile. He knew very well that the boy had approached them to hit on Shen Qinghan. Seeing how beautiful Shen Qinghan was, he wanted to get to know her and then came up with a poor excuse to team up. "Ah. So he was hitting on me." "That's so sly," Shen Qinghan said, realizing only after Lin Zichen explained. At this moment, a girl nearby chimed in with a smile, "That's not necessarily the case, maybe the boy came over because he saw a handsome guy here." Lin Zichen, the girl walked over and struck up a conversation with Lin Zichen. "My name is Zhou Wenjuan, a student from Changzhou No. 1 Middle School's genius class. I think you're really handsome, can we add each other on WeChat?" "I don't use WeChat." "Then, QQ." "I don't use QQ either." Lin Zichen declined gently again, not interested in adding this strange girl to his contacts. Getting the hint, the girl didn't linger any longer and walked away. In the following time, all the candidates at the entry point were eating. If they didn't eat now, they would have nothing to eat once they entered the forest. Eat as much as possible while it's possible, so that even if there's nothing to eat for the whole day later, they could still get through it effortlessly. While eating, most of the candidates were constantly observing the others around them. They were trying to distinguish which were the top students and which were the underachievers, so they could form appropriate strategies for the upcoming practical assessment. If they encountered top students, they would avoid them for fear of having their scoring cards snatched away. Conversely, if they ran into underachievers, they would go for their scoring cards. The game was all about bullying the weak and fearing the strong. In the meantime, the Tianjin City student who had been previously rejected by Lin Zichen for teaming up came over again to ask. This time, he didn't ask Lin Zichen but instead went to ask Shen Qinghan. However, Shen Qinghan bluntly refused, stating, "I only team up with him. I won't team up with other guys. You should go talk to other girls. Don't get me wrong, I'm not hitting on you. I just don't like owing people," the boy tried to clarify. "I took your bread and biscuits for free earlier and thought about helping you out in the forest as a way to repay for that. Since you don't need it, let's leave it at that," he said, and then left awkwardly. He hadn't expected to be rejected again, and so bluntly at that. He muttered to himself that these two didn't know the chance they were missing and how foolish they were. P.S. Bowls out, asking for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 93, 92, The Road Narrows, Classmate. Chapter 93, 92, The Road Narrows, Classmate. Translator, 549690339. Half an hour later, the real combat assessment began. The perpetually closed number 9 entrance. Finally, at this moment, slowly opened up. The entrance was large, estimated to be nearly 50 meters wide. At the supervisor's command, hundreds of candidates instantly filed in, scrambling to rush into the forest to seize the initiative. Lin Zichen wasn't in a hurry at all. He waited until everyone had rushed in and the entrance was no longer crowded, then leisurely entered with Shen Qinghan. "Xiaochen, there's actually a map inside the forest, and even signposts." Shen Qinghan looked around the environment and discovered that there was a map sign erected ahead, and each path had signposts indicating the distance to the deepest part of the forest. There was also a sentence highlighted in red as a warning, saying that the deeper into the forest, the more dangerous it gets, and to proceed according to one's capability. The purpose of the college entrance exam is to select, not to eliminate through life and death situations. Having maps and signposts is normal, otherwise, there would likely be numerous casualties. After saying this, Lin Zichen stepped forward to glance at the map and signposts, then casually chose a path and went deeper into the forest with Shen Qinghan. All along the way, he was carefully observing the surrounding environment. Nearly every 100 meters, one could see a surveillance camera. As for the safety officers, one could see one every 500 meters. One could say that unless someone acted recklessly, this real combat assessment had no dangers whatsoever. After walking about 2 kilometers, Lin Zichen, with the effect of his biometric attributes, eyes of the sky, noticed a scorecard on a large tree ahead. It was a 1-point card, tied up with rope, hanging in a position more than 10 meters high. Without paying careful attention, it would be very difficult to spot. Han, there's a scorecard on that tree up ahead. Can you see it in that position? I see it. There really is one. You climb up and get the card down. For Lin Zichen, this real combat assessment was meaningless, he could pass it with his eyes closed. Therefore, he planned to let Shen Qinghan take action during the following 7 days, to train her wilderness survival skills. He, on the other hand, was responsible for being Shen Qinghan's Mr. Yao, stepping in to help her solve problems she couldn't handle on her own. About this matter, the two had already agreed on before entering the forest. Soon, Shen Qinghan arrived at the base of that tree. She used her hands and feet to quickly climb up and in just a short time, successfully fetched the scorecard that was hung more than 10 meters high. Xiaochen, am I awesome or what? After coming down from the tree, Shen Qinghan immediately returned to Lin Zichen's side and proudly said. From climbing up to coming down, she took less than a minute, with exceptionally good climbing skills. Awesome. Lin Zichen gave her a thumbs up. After chatting for a few moments on the spot, the two continued their journey deeper into the forest. Lin Zichen acted as the radar, telling Shen Qinghan where the scorecards were so she could fetch them. Working together in this manner for half a day, they easily scored 12 points. Several safety officers along the way were astonished by their performance. No matter how well hidden the scorecards were, the pair could retrieve them as easily as if reaching into a bag, almost as if they had X-ray vision. In the blink of an eye, it was already afternoon. Just as the two were about to look for something to eat, the sky suddenly darkened. Looking up, they saw rain was coming. Not far away, there was a cluster of banana trees, so they ran over there, tearing off banana leaves to make a rain shelter while also picking some bananas to eat. Just as the rain shelter was finished, the downpour started, and the large raindrops beat against the banana leaves with a pattering sound. We're really lucky to have set up the rain shelter just before it started to rain. Shen Qinghan stood under the shelter, eating a banana and speaking. The heavy rain didn't last long, stopping in less than half an hour. Seeing that it was getting close to evening, Lin Zichen urged Shen Qinghan to go out and look for food and water, saying they needed to find it before dark, otherwise, they would go hungry tonight. Shen Qinghan patted her chest and said, "Leave it to me. You have always taken care of me before, but this week it's my turn to take good care of you." After the rain, puddles were everywhere on the ground, and before long, Shen Qinghan's shoes and the bottom of her trousers were wet. But strangely, she didn't feel uncomfortable, rather, she found the wetness somewhat pleasant. She knew that this was the effect of her uncultivated superpower. I'm very compatible with water, feeling comfortable whenever I come into contact with it. Can these fruits be eaten? Shen Qinghan found many wild fruits in a bush, the size of grapes, emerald in color and hard to the touch. Uncertain if they were edible, she turned and asked Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen refused to answer the question, smiling and saying, "We agreed you'd take care of me, so I can't help you with this." "All right then, I'll try it myself." After Shen Qinghan spoke, she picked a relatively ripe fruit and hesitantly bit into it. The next second, her eyebrows furrowed tightly, and she spat out the fruit with a grimace, complaining about its sourness. In the blink of an eye, the sky had darkened, and night had fallen. Shen Qinghan made a bed from banana leaves, secured it to a tree with vines, and spent the night there with Lin Zichen. She wanted to take off her pants to sleep, but since Lin Zichen was right beside her, it was inconvenient, so she chose to trust that she wouldn't wet the bed during the night. The next day dawned dimly. Lin Zichen woke up to find Shen Qinghan lying on top of him, sleeping sweetly with drool at the corner of her mouth, some on his neck. "At least I didn't wet myself, sir." The novel, F.ir.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Zichen glanced at Shen Qinghan's lower body, saw her pants were dry, and heaved a sigh of relief. Soon after, Shen Qinghan woke up as well. The two of them climbed down from the tree and continued deeper into the forest. Like the day before, Lin Zichen acted as a radar, pointing out the locations of scorecards for Shen Qinghan to collect. Around noon, they ran into someone familiar on the path. It was the top student from Tianjin City who had tried to hit on Shen Qinghan yesterday under the pretense of teaming up. Seeing the two, the male student expressed surprise. "What a coincidence." "Quite a coincidence." Lin Zichen politely responded to him. The boy quickly turned his attention to Shen Qinghan beside him, and after just one more look, his heart thumped wildly, as if it would explode. She's too pretty. She's too cute. If he didn't get to know her today, he would surely regret it in the future. Thinking this, the male student took out more than 20 scorecards from his pocket, laid them out in front of Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, and earnestly said, "I am someone who repays even the smallest debt of gratitude with a wellspring of kindness. The bread and cookies you gave me yesterday, I've kept them in mind. You might think it's nothing, but personally, if I can't repay kindness, it bothers me. Really, just let me take you too, and we'll divide the scorecards we collect evenly among the three of us. The practical exam isn't too important in the martial arts college entrance exam, it's enough to just pass. The written exam is the same, passing is enough. What's really important are the physical tests that were already completed, and the final adaptability test. That's why this top student from Tianjin City was willing to share the scorecards evenly." Lin Zichen glanced at the scorecards in the other's hand. There were 28 in total. That was far more than the ones he and Shen Qinghan had together, almost 3 times as many. In the outer area they were now, with not many scorecards placed around, it was impossible for one person to collect so many in a day's time. This top student from Tianjin City, having so many scorecards now, had most likely taken them from other examinees. With that in mind, Lin Zichen said, "We don't need to team up, but if you really can't get over it and want to repay the kindness, you can just give us the scorecards you have." Upon hearing this, the male student's face turned unpleasant in an instant. Having issued 3 invites to team up and being rejected all 3 times had made him somewhat infuriated. "Classmate, it seems we're on a narrow road." The male student dropped his facade, narrowed his eyes threateningly, and said. At this moment, Lin Zichen's danger perception biometric attribute was throbbing, sensing the intense malice emanating from the male student. In response, he smiled calmly and said, "Yes, the road is narrow. P.S. Holding out my bowl, asking for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets." Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 94, 94, 93, Fitness Test. Chapter 94, 93, Fitness Test. Translator, 549690339. In the quiet forest. Lin Zichen looked at the boy lying motionless on the ground, completely passed out, with a face full of astonishment. Wasn't it 6 seconds for 100 meters? And being able to lift a 750 kilograms barbell with one hand. I didn't even use force, so how did he fall with just one punch? He suspected that the boy now sprawled unconscious on the ground was bragging yesterday, and his actual strength wasn't as formidable. Otherwise, how could he pass out from a single punch? You should know, that punch just now wasn't strong, it was only meant to cause pain. Not wasting time on such trivial matters, Lin Zichen soon squatted down and took all 28 score cards from the boy for himself. "Xiao Chen, he won't have any issues, right? No worries, he's just fainted, I hardly used any force with that punch." Having said that, Lin Zichen quickly stood up and left with Shen Qinghan. In the time that followed, Lin Zichen continued to focus on training Shen Qinghan's wilderness survival skills, without rushing deeper into the forest. And then, in the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The two went from the initial outer periphery, gradually entering the depths of the forest. During that time, Shen Qinghan's wilderness survival skills became increasingly strong. Whether it was finding water sources, making fire by friction, or fighting wild beasts, she looked more and more professional. Especially when hunting a wild boar, she managed to kill it without injury, using just a sharpened bamboo stick combined with exceptional wisdom and skill, and enjoyed a delicious roasted pork meal. That afternoon, after Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan had searched all the score cards nearby, they continued on toward the deeper parts of the forest. As they were about to enter the deepest area, they encountered He Yu, who had just come out from there. At this time, He Yu had a black eye and his upper clothing was ragged, as if he had been in a scuffle. After asking, Lin Zichen learned that He Yu had been gang-beaten by several top students from Changzhou City, and all of his score cards had been taken. "He Yu, do you want to join us?" Shen Qinghan extended an invitation to He Yu, thinking that since they were in the same group in class, it was fated they met and should definitely team up. However, He Yu decisively refused. "Forget it, there's no challenge in being on a team with Zichen, I'd rather continue as a lone wolf." In the remaining 3 days, I'll go back to the outer areas to snatch other people's scorecards. Upon hearing this, Lin Zichen couldn't help the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. There's no challenge teaming up with me, but there's a challenge in robbing weaker examinees. What's this, bullying? The weak and fearing the strong. After parting ways with He Yu, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan continued heading deeper into the forest. The closer they got to the heart of the forest, the more formidable the examinees they encountered. Along the way, they were ambushed by other examinees over 10 times. They had been accosted by lone examinees. They had encountered acts of righteous gang beatings. But without exception, all these examinees who came to rob them ended up being thoroughly plundered by Lin Zichen instead. Time quickly passed and another 3 days went by. It was the 7th day of the practical assessment, also the final day. That morning, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan arrived at the deepest part of the forest, only to find that the exotic beasts had already been killed off by others. Lin Zichen wasn't surprised by this. He knew that on the first day of the practical assessment, many geniuses headed straight for these low-level exotic beasts in the forest's depths, paying no attention to the scorecards along the way. He guessed that by the 2nd day of the assessment, all the beasts here had been killed off. Xiao Chen, what a pity, if we could have come earlier, you definitely would have won the title of Genius Beast Slayer. As Shen Qinghan uttered these words, she thought to herself that if it weren't for Lin Zichen being busy training her wilderness survival skills these past few days, the exotic beasts here wouldn't stand a chance against the other exam candidates. Contrary to her, Lin Zichen didn't feel any regret. With security personnel and cameras everywhere, killing the exotic beasts wouldn't allow consumption, so it was meaningless. It was better to take this opportunity to properly train Shen Qinghan's wilderness survival skills. As for the title of Genius Beast Slayer, he didn't care at all. As long as he had enough scorecards in hand to help himself and Shen Qinghan achieve good results, that was enough. Soon, the last day of the practical assessment passed by. Under the guidance of the security officers, all the students left the forest, returned to the entrance point, and boarded their respective school buses to return home. The practical assessment was so torturous, it's finally over. Yeah, these 7 days were extremely tough. Once I get home I'm going to have a big meal and sleep well. SEA the Nafire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Tomorrow is the compatibility test, the decisive moment for one's life. On the bus of Class 1, Grade 3, the students were chatting energetically, making a ruckus. Lin Zichen, with earphones in and oblivious to the noise inside the bus, quietly watched news videos on his phone. Sitting beside him, Shen Qinghan was also wearing her earphones and listening to music, resting on his shoulder and asleep. During the 7 days of the practical assessment, Shen Qinghan hardly got any good sleep, and now she was extremely sleepy. Engrossed in the news, Lin Zichen suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder from behind. He took off his earphones and looked back to find that it was He Yu who had tapped him. Upon seeing Lin Zichen turning around, He Yu immediately pointed towards Wang Shujie and Lu Gang sitting behind them and said with confusion, "Something is off about these two. I personally saw them team up to kill a demonic beast deep in the forest. With their personalities, they should be showing off right now. Why are they so quiet?" Hearing this from He Yu, Lin Zichen also glanced at Wang Shujie and Lu Gang. He indeed noticed that the two of them looked a bit off, as if they were preoccupied with heavy thoughts. However, he didn't pay it much attention, thinking that the two might have been outshone by the geniuses from other schools and were now brooding over it. 2 hours later. The bus returned to Shanghai High School. The moment the bus stopped, Wang Shujie and Lu Gang, who were sitting near the back, hurriedly got off and left, walking faster than anyone else, which looked very unusual. Lin Zichen saw this scene and found it strange, but he didn't dwell on it and soon got off the bus with Shen Qinghan to head home. In the past 7 days, they had only taken 2 baths, and now their bodies felt so uncomfortable that they just wanted to go home and thoroughly clean themselves inside and out. Xiao Chen, tomorrow we have the compatibility test for genetic fusion and mechanical modification. Just thinking about it makes me so nervous. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight because of the anxiety, Shen Qinghan said worriedly on the way home. Hearing her talk about her nervousness this time, Lin Zichen didn't think like before that she had a bad mindset. Because the compatibility test was the most important part of the university entrance exam, determining the upper limit of each candidate's future, it was only natural to be nervous. Unlike the previous written tests on theoretical knowledge, the physical fitness test, and the practical assessment of wilderness survival skills. The importance of all three combined wasn't even a tenth of the compatibility test happening tomorrow. Passing the written test, physical fitness test, and practical assessment meant that one could go to university. But what kind of university they could enter, and whether they could become a genetic integrator or a mechanically modified human, all depended on tomorrow's compatibility test. Naturally, people with better physical fitness generally had higher compatibility for genetic fusion and mechanical modification. Therefore, students with high compatibility scores were mostly excellent students. In other words, it wasn't too realistic for underperforming students to hope for a turnaround with this test. With my current physical strength being so exaggerated, I wonder what kind of result I'll get in tomorrow's compatibility test, Lin Zichen thought, full of curiosity. P.S. Asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. Chapter 95, 95, 94. If there are exotic beasts, there should be exotic people. Chapter 95, 94. If there are exotic beasts, there should be exotic people. Translator, 549690339. At night, after having dinner and a shower, Lin Zichen went back to his room and sprawled on his bed, scrolling through news on his smartphone. Close to 9 o'clock, his next-door neighbor Shen Qinghan came to find him, dressed in pajamas and carrying a Fruit brand tablet computer into his room. "This tablet is for you, my mom bought it especially for you," she said. Shen Qinghan handed the tablet that she was holding over to Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen was somewhat puzzled. Why did Auntie Meng suddenly give me this? Shen Qinghan explained, before the practical assessment, didn't my mom say she would buy the latest Fruit brand smartphones for us? She thought it over and felt that tablets would be more convenient for our studies, so she decided to buy tablets instead. Upon hearing her explanation, Lin Zichen remembered. Se the Ovalfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He picked up his smartphone and sent a message to Su Meng on WeChat, saying he really liked the Fruit brand tablet computer and thanked Auntie Meng. While he was chatting with Su Meng, Shen Qinghan at the bedside took off her slippers, revealing a pair of petite, delicate, fair feet, and skillfully climbed onto his bed. She then sat cross-legged on the bed, her pretty face showing a faint blush, and said softly, "Xiao Chen, I want to sleep over at your place tonight, is that okay?" "What?" Lin Zichen thought he had heard wrong and looked up at her in surprise. Shen Qinghan clarified, "The compatibility test is tomorrow, and if I sleep alone, I will definitely keep thinking about it and then not be able to sleep. But if I sleep with you, I can talk to someone and divert my attention, so I won't keep thinking about the compatibility test and end up unable to sleep." After saying this, she looked into Lin Zichen's eyes and asked again, "Is it okay?" "If you want to, then of course it's okay," Lin Zichen replied. It's not like they hadn't slept together before. When they were children, they often slept together. More recently, they had slept together during the 7 days of the past practical assessment. "Then I'll tell my mom now that I won't be going home tonight." Shen Qinghan took out her phone and informed Su Meng on WeChat that she would be sleeping over at Lin Zichen's place tonight. For something like this, she knew Su Meng would definitely not mind. As expected, Su Meng had no objections, and even proactively said she would bring over a toothbrush, toothpaste, towel, diapers, and the clothes to wear for the next day for her. But she didn't need them, because she had already brought these daily necessities with her when she came to find Lin Zichen. In the time that followed, the two sat close together, watching the news on the newly purchased Fruit brand tablet. They watched and chatted, discussing the contents of the news. During this time, they came across many news stories about the conservative faction in evolution. It was the faction that does not support genetic fusion, but firmly believes that humans can break their limitations through their own potential and evolve into advanced-level creatures, rare-level creatures, or even epic-level creatures. During the time of the college entrance exams, these conservatives were very active, frequently appearing in news reports from major media outlets, extending olive branches to many genius examinees. They claimed to have unique body-refining methods that could very likely help humans break free from the limitations of frail flesh and refine the body to a strength not inferior to genetic integrators and mechanically modified humans. However, these body-refining practices could only be cultivated by pure-blood humans with intact bodies. Therefore, they now need enough geniuses to practice these body-refining methods to prove to the world that humans can evolve into higher forms of life solely through their own potential. As soon as these conservative views were aired, they immediately drew countless curses. People criticized them for enticing geniuses to give up genetic fusion and mechanical modifications to practice their so-called body-refining methods, claiming it was harmful. Xiao Chen, do you think humans can really evolve into higher-level beings purely through their own potential? After reading these conservative statements, Shen Qinghan couldn't help but raise such a question. Her personal opinion was that they could not. If humans truly had this potential, with so many people around the globe, some would have evolved into higher-level creatures based solely on their own inherent abilities by now. However, to date, not a single example exists. Beyond genetic integrators and mechanically modified humans, the strongest known pure-blood humans are at the ordinary 9th rank in terms of biological level. They are very strong, and their statistics are infinitely close to those of advanced-level creatures, but they have always been unable to break through the last barrier to evolve into advanced-level creatures. I believe that humans can evolve into higher-level creatures based solely on their inherent potential, replied Lin Zichen without hesitation. Seeing his decisive answer, Shen Qinghan couldn't help but ask with curiosity emanating from her clear eyes, why do you think so? I feel that if this world has exotic beasts, then correspondingly, there should be exotic humans. That would make things seem more reasonable, explained Lin Zichen, and then he added, the exotic humans I'm referring to are the kind of humans who can evolve continuously through their own potential. That does make sense. Shen Qinghan mused with a contemplative expression, logically, if there are exotic beasts, there should definitely be exotic humans too. It's unreasonable for there to be only exotic beasts and no exotic humans. But where are the exotic humans? Exotic beasts have been around for so long, so why haven't exotic humans appeared? Shen Qinghan was genuinely puzzled, feeling that it didn't make sense. Suddenly, she had a thought and immediately turned to Lin Zichen. Xiao Chen, you're not an exotic human, are you? Lin Zichen denied, you're overthinking it. I'm definitely not one. I'm just a wimp. How can I compare to an exotic human? The next morning, just as the sky began to brighten, Lin Zichen awoke from his bed and the first thing he did was to lift the blanket to check if the bed was wet. Thankfully, it was dry. Shen Qinghan hadn't urinated last night, or perhaps she wore a diaper. Lin Zichen wasn't unduly worried for no reason. As a child, Shen Qinghan's bedwetting had truly scared him. Every time she didn't wear a diaper and they slept in the same bed, he would invariably be urinated on, which had left him with a psychological shadow. About half an hour later, Shen Qinghan also woke up. After the two of them freshened up and had breakfast, they headed out to school together. The compatibility test for the candidates of Shanghai City was arranged in a research facility on an island. To get there, students had to take a school bus. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan reached the school. By that time, the schoolyard was already teeming with people. The candidates were waiting for the buses to come and pick them up. Before long, the buses arrived. All of the candidates boarded and set off for the research facility. On the bus, Lin Zichen thought back to Wang Shujie and Lu Gang's odd behavior from the day before and glanced over at them out of the corner of his eye. He then noticed that they didn't seem to be in good spirits. They appeared somewhat listless, lacking their usual energy. So what exactly was wrong with these two? Lin Zichen was quite puzzled. P.S. Holding out my bowl, asking for monthly tickets and recommendation votes. Chapter 96, 96, 95, Fitness Test Results. Chapter 96, 95, Fitness Test Results. Translator, 549690339. On an island within Shanghai City. In front of the scientific research base. As soon as the vehicle stopped, the teacher leading the team from Shanghai High School immediately took the students into the base. Today, nearly 5,000 martial arts students from all over Shanghai City had come here for testing. Being able to enter early to queue would save a lot of time. Once inside the base, Lin Zichen looked around curiously. What caught his eye were various sophisticated instruments, filled with a sense of technology. Don't just look around. While there are still not many students from other schools, and it's not too crowded, everyone hurry up and line up at a testing window, urged the teacher leading the Shanghai High School team. Upon hearing this, the students hurriedly chose the less crowded testing windows to queue for their compatibility tests. Lin Zichen, with Shen Qinghan in tow, casually picked a window where fewer people were lined up. He Yu and Li Chuxin followed, lining up behind them. Xiao Chen, are those reagents inside used for testing the genetic fusion compatibility with the drifting jellyfish genes? Shen Qinghan asked somewhat uncertainly as she looked at the test tubes filled with blue liquid inside the testing window. Lin Zichen replied, yes, those are the drifting jellyfish gene reagents. The genes of the drifting jellyfish, an exotic beast, have a high affinity for the human body and can easily undergo a particular chemical reaction with human blood. Therefore, they are used as reagents for testing genetic fusion compatibility. The testing method is also quite straightforward. It involves drawing fresh blood from the examinees on-site and injecting it into the drifting jellyfish reagents to induce a chemical reaction. Then, based on the reaction's intensity, judges would determine whether the examinee is suitable for genetic fusion. The compatibility test started soon after. First, they tested the genetic fusion compatibility. Testing for mechanical modification compatibility would only occur later. This arrangement could reduce a lot of unnecessary testing. Normally, after examinees checked their genetic fusion compatibility and found satisfactory data, they wouldn't bother with the mechanical modification compatibility test. After all, mechanical modification is too inhuman for many. They can't accept their body turning into steel. For the vast majority of examinees, if they are compatible with genetic fusion, they definitely will not choose mechanical modification. Even though genetic fusion changes your genes, you still have a body of flesh and blood, far better than cold steel. As for whether there are people just curious and eager to know their mechanical modification compatibility, thus specifically going for the test, there are indeed such people, but very few, almost negligible. Because the compatibility test for mechanical modification is not as mild as the one for genetic fusion. The mechanical modification compatibility test involves implanting a special alloy material into the human body. During the process, the body will exhibit rejection reactions, causing extremely intense pain. The level of pain is on par with that of childbirth. About half an hour later, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan had both had their blood drawn. Next, they just needed to find a place to sit and wait for the results. The results would be out in no longer than an hour. As the two chatted and waited, many of the examinees who had their blood drawn earlier started to get their results one after another. The results could be checked on their mobile phones. Thus, the base soon filled with various shouts. 8%. My genetic fusion compatibility is as high as 8%. Haha. Fortune favors me. I can become a genetic integrator. Only 4%. Sigh, I knew I could never become a genetic integrator. 6%. Hiss. Thrilling. Just made it past the mark. Hearing these shouts, Lin Zichen too became curious, wanting to know what his own genetic fusion compatibility would be. The standards for genetic fusion compatibility. 6% is passing. 8% is excellent. 10% is the level for the two prestigious schools. These two prestigious schools refer to Kyoto University and Shanghai University. Yes, the Shanghai University located right in Shanghai City. Although the educational standards of Shanghai City are not high and don't compare to many inland cities, it still boasts such a top-tier institution. The reason lies in Shanghai City's particularly strong economy. Setting political status aside, Shanghai City has the country's top economic level. Genetic fusion and mechanical modification are both costly fields. Take genetic fusion, for example. Cultivating a genetic integrator with a high biological level would cost a sum counted in billions. Not 1 or 2 billion, but tens of billions. Therefore, the economically developed Shanghai University was able to become one of the top 2 universities in the country. To be admitted to the Evolution College of these two prestigious institutions, genetic fusion adaptability had to be at least 10%. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Take that genius from Kyoto University, also known as that frequently marketed prodigy from Capital City. His genetic fusion adaptability reached a staggering 16%. He belonged to the top echelon of the country. Lin Zichen thought, without undergoing genetic fusion, his own physical strength was much higher than that Kyoto genius. So, barring any surprises, his genetic fusion adaptability should be higher than 16%. He estimated it could be close to 20%. However, no matter how high that number was, it would be meaningless. For someone with survival of the fittest as a biometric attribute, he was destined not to choose the path of genetic fusion. Why fuse when you could directly devour? There was absolutely no need for it. Xiaochen, I can't take it, I'm so nervous. Shen Qinghan looked at Lin Zichen helplessly, her hands shaking violently, and her legs going weak. At this moment, there was not a hint of curiosity in her heart, only fear. Fear that her genetic fusion adaptability was not high. It's okay, being nervous is normal. Lin Zichen took Shen Qinghan's hands to calm her down. In fact, he was also a bit afraid that Shen Qinghan's genetic fusion adaptability would not be high enough to get accepted into any of the two top schools and continue being his classmate. From kindergarten to now, he had grown accustomed to school life with Shen Qinghan by his side. The thought of not being at the same university was unbearable. As for helping Shen Qinghan get in through the back door during college, like he did in middle and high school, that would be too harmful. It could very well make Shen Qinghan, who had just started to become confident, become self-doubting and introverted again. 10%. My God. I can't believe I got into one of the two top schools. Li Chuxin, who was sitting not far away, suddenly leapt up in excitement. Her grades were among the worst in class, and she never dreamed of getting into one of these top schools. She just hoped to get into a top 10 university, but she unexpectedly exceeded her own expectations. Damn it. How come it's only 11%? Contrary to Li Chuxin, He, looking at the score displayed on his phone, had a face full of disappointment, feeling as if his life had dimmed. He believed he was at a 12% level, even capable of reaching 13%. But the result was only 11%, only 1% more than Li Chuxin, the bottom of the class. Now he was truly at a loss. Hearing the two of them talk, Lin Zichen knew that his and Shen Qinghan's results were out. He said to Shen Qinghan, the scores for He and Chu Xin, who ranked after us, are out, so ours must be too. Check quickly and see. Shen Qinghan shook her head, nervously saying, I don't dare to look, you check yours first. After you're done, you help me check. All right, I'll help you check afterwards. After speaking, Lin Zichen logged into the Nanjiang Province College Entrance Examination website to check his results. At that moment, He and Li Chuxin, who weren't far away, gathered around, curious about how high his score would be. Soon, the score was retrieved. Genetic fusion adaptability, 15%. 15%, that's so high, if nothing unusual happens this should be the highest in Nanjiang Province, said Li Chuxin with a face full of envy. He commented, 15%. It's about what I expected. Shen Qinghan said with a joyful face, Xiao Chen, with that score, you should be the provincial top scholar for sure. She felt happy for Lin Zichen. Unlike the other three, Lin Zichen was not very satisfied with this score. Only 15%, too low, not even surpassing the Kyoto genius. It seemed that physical strength was not the only determining factor for a high adaptability. There were other various factors influencing it. After steadying his emotions a bit, Lin Zichen looked at Shen Qinghan and said, Han, it's your turn to check. All right, check it for me, said Shen Qinghan, her voice revealing a trace of nervousness. Li Chuxin, noticing Shen Qinghan's state, comforted her, don't worry, Han, even I, the one at the bottom, got 10%, you definitely can too. He also offered comforting words, yeah, team member, you're one of the top students in our class, getting into the top schools is a sure thing, there won't be any surprises. Yeah, I'm confident, Shen Qinghan smiled at them, but was still very nervous. Without saying anything, Lin Zichen silently logged into Shen Qinghan's examinee portal and clicked to view her score. Then the next second, a number appeared that was beyond anyone's expectations. Genetic fusion adaptability, 21%. P.S. Begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. Chapter 97, 96, Walking on the Waves. Chapter 97, 96, Walking on the Waves. Translator, 549690339 Nanjiang Province, Provincial Education Headquarters. Conference Hall. Yuan Dongji, the director of the Provincial Education Headquarters, was currently watching the live data of the college entrance examination with educational leaders from various cities in the province. In front of them was a huge projector. The projection displayed the genetic fusion adaptability test results of the candidates from each city. Yuan Dongji stared at it for a while, his eyebrows involuntarily furrowing slightly. This year's scores seemed to be even worse than last year's. Particularly in Haiyuan City, which lagged behind in teaching standards, the candidates' scores were outrageously poor. So far, fewer than 1/10 of the candidates had a genetic fusion adaptability of over 5%, far below the average. Principal Han, the college entrance examination scores from the Haiyuan city you oversee are excessively poor this year, said Yuan Dongji, looking at a man in front of him with a faint expression. If it's the same next year, you should no longer occupy the position of the educational leader of Haiyuan city. Go find your value in source land number 36 instead. Hearing that he would be sent to the source land, the man who was named immediately showed terror on his face. Principal Yuan, next year's genetic fusion college admission rate for Haiyuan city will be at least 10%. If I cannot achieve it, I, Han Qian, will go to the source land to contribute myself, the man declared with a cold sweat on his forehead under Yuan Dongji's gaze. Yuan Dongji, with an expressionless face, said, Principal Han, 10% is too low. Let's set it at 20%. If you don't reach this number next year, I will personally send you into the source land. Hearing it was 20%, the man's face turned ashen. He slumped into his chair, as if all the strength had been drained from his body. With such a poor level of education in Haiyuan city, how could he possibly achieve this number? To poach top students from other cities. But with Haiyuan city's economy in tatters, where would he find the money to do this? Yuan Dongji's words were tantamount to sentencing the man to death, forcing him into the source land. And inside the source land, where exotic beasts roamed everywhere, even advanced-level creatures struggled to survive, easily meeting with disaster if not careful. For a man like him, who had long lived in comfort within human society as an older genetic integrator, once he entered the source land, and if he encountered an exotic beast's rampage, it was almost certain death. The other city's educational leaders were all very clear on this and looked at the men with sympathy in their eyes. However, none of them dared to speak up for him. They all knew too well how domineering Yuan Dongji could be. As subordinates, they dared not provoke her, to avoid bringing trouble upon themselves. Principal Luo, the results of Tianjin City you manage this year are very good. Several candidates have reached a genetic fusion adaptability of 13%, and there's even one at 14%. That's commendable. Next year's educational budget will be inclined more towards your side, Yuan Dongji said after she finished with Haiyuan City's educational leader, clearly showing her principle of rewarding and punishing. Hearing this, Tianjin City's educational leader beamed, saying, Thank you for the recognition, Principal Yuan. Next year I will certainly not let you down and will push Tianjin City's college entrance examination scores even higher. The other cities' educational leaders were all incredibly envious. Then, one by one, they smiled and offered their congratulations to the educational leader of Tianjin City. With a genetic fusion adaptability as high as 14%, and barring any surprises, that's probably this year's top scorer of Nanjiang Province. Tianjin City is on the rise this year. Principal Luo, congratulations, congratulations. Tianjin City's educational leader said with a smile, it's all luck. Just then, the score region for the Shanghai City candidates on the projection showed Lin Zichen's genetic fusion adaptability. Candidate, Lin Zichen. Examination number, 12073222328. School, Shanghai High School. Genetic fusion adaptability, 15%. When they saw the 15% at the bottom, everyone was startled for a moment. Then, as they came to grips with it, their faces filled with incredulity. How much? A 15% genetic fusion adaptability? Is that for real? That's almost touching the 16% of the geniuses from the capital city. Lin Zichen. A candidate from Shanghai City. Principal Zhu, you've been quietly making a fortune. Unbelievable, the provincial top scorer is actually from Shanghai City. All the city educational leaders present were shocked by Lin Zichen's score. Even the educational leader of Shanghai City was very surprised, feeling a bit dazed. He knew of the student Lin Zichen, knew that he had been breaking records at Shanghai High School throughout his 3 years of high school. But he never imagined that Lin Zichen's genetic fusion adaptability could be so high. 15%, that was outrageous. With such a score, without even thinking about it, he was definitely the provincial top scorer. Principal Zhu, well done. Next year's educational funding will be focused towards Shanghai City, Yuan Dongji said, looking at the educational leader of Shanghai City, revealing a rare smile. See thnafire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels. Early and in the highest quality. She was born in Shanghai City and also worked at Shanghai University, feeling a deep connection to the city and wanting to favor it all along. But regretfully, the academic performance of Shanghai City had never been particularly outstanding, and even if she wanted to be biased, she didn't know how to show it. Now, with the provincial top scorer from Shanghai City, she could justifiably allocate more funds to her hometown. Thank you for the recognition, Principal Yuan. Shanghai City will strive to maintain this performance next year, the educational leader of Shanghai City said, visibly delighted. In contrast, the educational leader from Tianjin City was glum, filled with helplessness and embarrassment from the dramatic rise and fall of his expectations. The top scorer he thought he had secured was gone. And so was the inclined funding. People were stunned. Just when everyone thought that Lin Zichen would be the top student of Nanjiang province. The projection of the Shanghai City candidate scores displayed the genetic fusion compatibility of Shen Qinghan. Candidate, Shen Qinghan. Examination number, 1207322467. School, Shanghai High School. Genetic fusion compatibility, 21%. The moment the figure 21% appeared, the entire conference hall fell into dead silence. About 1 or 2 seconds later, the leaders' voices of doubt rose one after another. 21%. What is this situation? Since the existence of the high school exams, the highest genetic fusion compatibility score was 18%. How did a 21% just pop up? Was there an error in measurement? Machinery malfunction. That Lin Zichen from before, was that also a measurement error or machinery malfunction? Possible. The leaders were much calmer than imagined. If the score had come out as 16%, the leaders would have been shocked. But the score that came out was 21%, which was truly beyond reason, so their first reaction was that there had been an error during the test. Yuan Dongji didn't speak, but silently pulled up Shen Qinghan's student file and began to slowly review the information projected onto the large screen. After a careful look, Shen Qinghan seemed like an ordinary student, with nothing special about her. After reviewing the files, the other leaders were even more convinced that it was a measurement error. They criticized the staff of the Shanghai City Research Base for their carelessness. It was utterly unacceptable, and they must be held accountable. On the other side, Yuan Dongji frowned slightly, also feeling that the staff there had been too careless. But considering the what-ifs, she stood up and left the conference room to go to the base and see what was really going on. After all, the base wasn't far from here, she could get there quickly. In the research base, the 4 people stared at the genetic compatibility displayed on their phones, all looking bewildered. What the hell? 21%. Is this a mistake? He rubbed his eyes and looked at the phone screen again, still seeing the 21% displayed and filled with confusion. Li Chuxin was speechless. Are the staff at this base so careless? They didn't even verify the results before uploading the scores. Is this some kind of joke? He said, the test scores are automatically recognized and uploaded by machines. It's not their fault, the machine may have malfunctioned. Li Chuxin disagreed. Even if it's a machine fault, they're to blame. This is the high school exam. Don't they know to check the state of the machines beforehand? Machine errors are common. Just because a machine is checked and no problems are found doesn't mean it won't malfunction. He still defended his point of view, feeling it wasn't the staff's fault. The two carried on with this back and forth. Eventually, their conversation turned into a debate, looking like they were bickering. Xiao Chen, how come it's 21%? There must have been a mistake, right? Shen Qinghan, looking at the score on the phone screen, also thought it was preposterous and that there must have been an error in the measurement. Lin Zichen had a guess but, seeing there were many people around, didn't rush to tell Shen Qinghan. Instead, he stood up and led her out of the base to a secluded corner with no people and no surveillance. Then, he said to her, I think there was no mistake. Your superpower is related to water, you have a natural affinity with water and are extremely comfortable with it. Conveniently, the reagent used to test the genetic fusion compatibility is the stream cloud jellyfish, a water-associated exotic beast with a strong water attribute. At this point, Lin Zichen offered his conclusion. I suspect that your physique is highly compatible with the gene of a water attribute exotic beast. Upon hearing this, Shen Qinghan also came to realize this point belatedly. Following that, she felt a surge of excitement. Genetic fusion compatibility of 21% signified a genius among geniuses. She finally felt worthy of Xiao Chen. At this moment, Shen Qinghan was preoccupied with this thought. Since she was young, her status compared to Lin Zichen seemed extremely unequal in the eyes of others. Because of this, she had suffered quite a bit of verbal abuse at school, which had hurt her deeply. If this 21% genetic fusion compatibility data was indeed true, then she would no longer have to endure people gossiping about her being with Lin Zichen. At that moment, Shen Qinghan's phone rang. It was a video call from Li Chuxin. As soon as she answered, Li Chuxin's voice came through immediately. Han Han, where did you run off to? The base staff finally realized there was something off with your data, and now they want you to come back for an individual retest. Okay, I'm heading back right now. After saying this, Shen Qinghan hung up the video call, eager to return to the base with Lin Zichen. She wanted to be retested as soon as possible to confirm whether her genetic fusion compatibility was indeed as high as 21%. Just as she returned to the base and prepared for the staff to conduct the test, the sea outside the base suddenly erupted in towering waves. Everyone was startled by the commotion of the waves. They all looked up through the glass towards the outside. Immediately, what entered everyone's view was a woman with dragon horns on her head, riding on waves dozens of meters high, rapidly approaching the base. PS, I'm putting out the begging bowl, asking for your monthly and recommendation tickets. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 98, 98, 97, Dragonslaying Family. Chapter 98, 97, Dragonslaying Family. Translator 549690339. The terrifying towering wave was rushing towards the research base at high speed. The tremendous noise it made penetrated the ears of every person inside the base. There's a woman on the wave. With a pair of dragon horns, she's a dragon woman. She's so beautiful. Suddenly, an examinee shouted out loud, his face filled with shock. This examinee had switched his smartphone's camera to the telephoto mode and could clearly see the woman on the wave from a distance of several kilometers. On hearing this, everyone turned their attention towards the examinee. Seeing him using his smartphone as a telescope, many others remembered their phones had this feature. They took out their own devices, switched the camera to telephoto mode, and carefully observed the dragon woman who was walking on the waves. Lin Zichen followed suit upon seeing this. Soon, he saw the woman who was walking on the waves. She appeared to be in her early 40s, with a noble and aloof face reminiscent of a wealthy lady, dressed in a blue and white porcelain cheongsam, revealing a pair of plump and fair long legs, her whole demeanor exuding an air of charm and poise. At first glance, she gave off the vibe of a sexy stepmother from a metropolitan novel, or a stunning sect mistress from a wuxia tale, or a cold and distant fairy master from a cultivation story, igniting one's imagination. By the way, that wave, tens of meters high, could it collapse the base? Suddenly, an examinee said this. The next moment, the other examinees in the base instantly panicked, realizing the gravity of the situation. They snapped out of their shock, with expressions of terror on their faces. It's over, the woman walking on the wave is speeding up. She's probably a member of the heretical sect coming to attack the college entrance examination site, planning to kill all of us examinees. No way, don't scare me. I don't want to die. I studied so hard for so many years, barely finished the exams. I still want to enjoy university life. More and more examinees began to panic, their emotions turning more and more anxious. It was only when the head of the base came out and said that the woman on the wave was a leader from the Nanjiang Province Educational Headquarters that the examinees' emotions finally stabilized. At the same time, Yu, who had been carefully observing the woman through his smartphone camera, finally recognized her identity. He said to Lin Zichen and the others nearby, "Team members, I know who that beautiful woman on the wave is now. She's a vice principal from Shanghai University, Yuan Dongji." Having said this, he immediately showed off his extensive knowledge to his teammates and began to introduce Yuan Dongji. Let me tell you, this woman's background is incredible. She comes from a millennium-old martial arts family in Nanjiang Province, the Yuan family. The Yuan family was originally just a martial arts family in Shanghai City, and they could only dominate Shanghai City. But since entering the era of genetic fusion, the Yuan family produced many powerful genetic integrators. Their family strength saw a great increase, and within decades, they became the foremost family in Nanjiang Province, and a lord that dominated their territory. Did you see the dragon horns on that woman's head? Se the novel, F. Ir.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Back in Nangguan City where I lived, I heard my grandfather say that the Yuan family had slain dragons and fused their genes into the younger generation of their family, creating many water attribute genetic integrators capable of controlling water. And this woman is one of them. After saying all of this, He looked eagerly at the three teammates beside him, hoping to see a hint of admiration in their eyes. Li Chuxin gave him an unimpressed look and said, "All right already, we get it, you're well informed." Shen Qinghan sincerely admired him and said, you know so much." He was ecstatic as he listened, thinking to himself how awesomely satisfying it is to put on airs. He continued to boast, "Definitely, I am the young master of the He family from Nangguan City. I have some serious insights. I have an intimate understanding of many important figures, even those who have never appeared on television screens. I know them well. If you have any questions in relation to these matters, feel free to consult me at any time." As he said this last sentence, He specifically looked towards Lin Zichen, hoping to gain the approval of this king of pretense. However, Lin Zichen was deep in thought at that moment and subconsciously ignored He who was beside him. A genetic integrator with the water attribute. Could it be the woman outside, who was controlling the huge waves and quickly approaching the base, was coming for Shen Qinghan? After all, right after Shen Qinghan had tested for a 21% genetic fusion compatibility, this woman had arrived. She was not only the vice principal of Shanghai University but also a leader in the provincial education department. With the additional insight from her family being genetic integrators of the water attribute, this combination of identities probably allowed her to discern the reason behind Shen Qinghan's high compatibility score for genetic fusion. And her arrival on top of the huge waves must be concerning this matter. With these thoughts, Lin Zichen couldn't help feeling a bit worried, uncertain whether Yuan Dongji's arrival was a good or bad thing. While he was pondering these matters, a wave of panic erupted among the candidates in the base. It was Yuan Dongji who had brought the towering waves crashing to the edge of the base. The dozens of meters high waves, which loomed and obscured the sky, like a dark cloud, hovered in front of the base entrance, casting the entire base into shadow. Lin Zichen was astounded by the scene in front of him. Dozens of meters high, the towering waves were under the control of a human as if at will. What kind of strength was needed to achieve this? An advanced fighter? A rare-level fighter? Or an epic-level powerhouse? In that instant, Lin Zichen suddenly felt very insignificant, keenly aware that he could only dominate within the school at his current stage. Outside of the campus, there are others beyond one's own level, and skies beyond our skies. Outside the base. With just a thought, Yuan Dongji sent the dozens of meters-high towering waves back into the sea. Afterward, under the watchful eyes of everyone, she walked elegantly towards the base. In the meantime, her long, pale, beautiful legs flashed provocatively under the slit of her cheongsam dress, catching the eyes of many teenagers at the peak of their adolescence. Upon entering, she looked at the person in charge of the base and said, "Director Gao, please bring a candidate named Shen Qinghan to me." It took only a moment. The balding director with glasses brought Shen Qinghan before Yuan Dongji, his face full of smiles, ingratiatingly saying, "Principal Yuan, this girl is Shen Qinghan, the one you're looking for." Shen Qinghan was confused about the current situation and felt somewhat at a loss, only able to look helplessly towards Lin Zichen standing beside her. Lin Zichen held her hand reassuringly and said, "It should be related to your genetic fusion compatibility degree. It's very likely not a bad thing, so don't worry." Upon hearing this, Shen Qinghan also relaxed a bit in her heart. At that moment, Yuan Dongji said to her, "Student, there may be some issues with your genetic fusion compatibility score. You need to come with me for a retest. P.S. Bowls out, begging for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets." Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 99, 99, 98, White-Haired Girl. Chapter 99, 98, White-Haired Girl. CTH novel, F. Ir.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Translator, 549690339. Shen Qinghan followed Yuan Dongji into a testing room up ahead. Not long after, she returned. That was quick. Lin Zichen was a bit puzzled. Shen Qinghan, pressing on her arm with a cotton swab, sat down next to him and said, "As soon as I went in, they just drew 3 tubes of blood from me, and then they let me out to wait for the results." Gosh, drawing 3 tubes of blood, that's a lot, who can stand that? Li Chuxin, who was close by, felt scared just hearing it and couldn't help but complain. Shen Qinghan gave a wry smile. "Indeed, it's unbearable, my hand is even feeling a bit numb now." He also found it strange. Logically speaking, for a retest, 1 tube of blood should be enough. "I don't understand why they needed to draw 3 tubes." While they were talking, the team leader teacher came over to inquire about what was going on, curious why a leader from the Provincial Department of Education had suddenly come to find Shen Qinghan. Lin Zichen answered for Shen Qinghan, saying that the results of the test were a bit abnormal and needed to be retested. As for the specifics, he didn't elaborate to the team leader teacher. As time ticked by, soon, the genetic fusion adaptability tests at the whole base were completed. Almost at the same time, Yuan Dongji came out of the test room. Now, the expression on her face was clearly different from before. It was no longer the aloofness she had when she first arrived at the base, but instead a look of excitement and agitation, with a faint smile on her lips. "Principal Yuan." Seeing Yuan Dongji approaching, the team leader teacher from Shanghai High School immediately stood up straight and called out somewhat nervously. Lin Zichen and the others followed suit and greeted her as well. Yuan Dongji toned down the smile on her face and said to the team leader teacher from Shanghai High School, "I have some matters to attend to with student Shen Qinghan next. You go ahead and take the other examinees back to school. Once I'm done here, I'll arrange for someone to take her home." "I understand, Principal Yuan." The team leader teacher from Shanghai High School replied and then turned around to leave, organizing the students who had completed the genetic fusion adaptability test and were not participating in the afternoon's mechanical transformation adaptability test to board the bus and head back to school. Seeing this, He Yu and Li Chuxin followed the team leader teacher and left. Lin Zichen did not leave, he wanted to stay at the base to accompany Shen Qinghan. Yuan Dongji looked at Shen Qinghan and said, "Shen Qinghan, come with me, let's talk inside." Shen Qinghan murmured her acknowledgement and followed her into the director's office. Lin Zichen waited quietly outside, using his phone to explain the situation to Zhang Wanqin and Su Meng, telling the two mothers that he and Shen Qinghan would be home late. Inside the director's office, Yuan Dongji, shedding her usual aloof demeanor and wearing a smile, said, "Student Shen Qinghan, the results are out, all 3 tubes show 21%. Hearing this, Shen Qinghan finally felt the heavy weight in her heart drop. During the time she had waited outside, she had been very worried, very frightened. Frightened that the results would come out to be not 21%, implying the previous 21% was a mistake and the actual score was not even 10%. Yuan Dongji continued, "The results of the genetic fusion adaptability tests for the entire Nanjiang province are out, and your 21% stands out, a full 6% higher than the second place. To be honest, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes that it was retested 3 times, I wouldn't believe that this 21% is real. After all, the highest record since the existence of the college entrance exam was only 18%, and many experts have guessed that humans' adaptability to the exotic beast gene might not surpass 20%. However, the score you received today has completely overturned this notion, and it is astonishing. Once it's made public, it will definitely cause a sensation across the country. But, your score is a bit too exaggerated to be released. So, I've just revised it to 16%, just enough to surpass the second place's 15%, allowing you to retain the title of provincial top scorer." Yuan Dongji took a sip of tea and continued, "You must have heard about that genius from the capital city who has been hyped up for many years, right?" "Yes, I have heard of him," Shen Qinghan nodded and replied. Putting down her teacup, Yuan Dongji said, "That capital city genius is known almost nationwide, but what many don't know is that because of his high profile, he has been constantly attacked by heretical sect members since he was young, once even nearly losing his life. It is only because of his family's strong background providing enough protection that he could withstand such attacks. If it were the child of an ordinary family, they might have been attacked by heretical sect members so many times that by now the grass on their graves would be 2 meters high. The mechanical genius girl marketed along with him is a prime example. News reports say that this mechanical genius girl's body failed due to premature mechanical transformation. But the truth of the matter is, she was attacked by heretical sect members and was cut in 2. If not for the Machine God Corporation's intervention, she would have been long gone." Yuan Dongji cautioned, I told you all this to make a point. Being the provincial top scorer is indeed a proud achievement, but it's best if only you and your family know. Don't over-publicize it to avoid attracting the attention of the heretical sect members, understand? Shen Qinghan nodded, I understand. This was the first time she had heard about these hidden truths. These things had never been mentioned in the news. Before today, she had always thought. The news was transparent, with many reports about the exotic beasts being quite thorough. Unexpectedly, she was still too naive, many things were not disclosed to the public. The world was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. But she couldn't understand, what was there to hide about a heretical sect attack? Was there some secret that couldn't be exposed? She couldn't figure it out at all. Forget it, when she got home, she would tell Xiao Chen and let Xiao Chen think about it. Shen Qinghan silently thought to herself. Lin Zichen was her childhood friend and her encyclopedia. As long as she didn't understand something, she could just ask Lin Zichen. Since childhood, she had always relied on Lin Zichen more than her own parents. All right, we've talked enough, it's time for the main issue. Yuan Dongji's expression turned serious. The main issue? What main issue? Shen Qinghan was first puzzled, then anxious, as she sat up straight. Yuan Dongji didn't beat around the bush and cut to the chase. Your genetic fusion talent is very high, and I want to take you as my disciple. Ah. Shen Qinghan was stunned. Yuan Dongji didn't explain too much, merely saying indifferently, as my disciple, the feat I performed outside the base, walking on the waves, you will be able to do it easily in the future. This is too sudden, I'm not psychologically prepared at all, can I think about it, Shen Qinghan said weakly. She couldn't make up her mind and wanted to ask Lin Zichen for his opinion before making a decision. However, Yuan Dongji's personality was very dominant, as she unilaterally decided, there's nothing to consider. Being my disciple will only bring benefits, no drawbacks. From this moment on, you and I are master and apprentice. I hold positions both as Minister of the Nanjiang Provincial Education Headquarters and as Vice-Chancellor of Shanghai University. You will attend Shanghai University. Having said all this independently, Yuan Dongji then asked Shen Qinghan, do you have anything to say? Shen Qinghan opened her mouth to say something but realized she didn't know what to say. In the end, she could only purse her lips and give a feeble shake of her head. No, her personality had always been on the meeker side, and under Yuan Dongji's imposing dominance, she confusedly acknowledged this master. I don't like complications, and I prefer to keep things simple, therefore, a verbal agreement on our master-disciple relationship will suffice. There's no need for a formal apprenticeship ceremony. Yuan Dongji finished and took out her mobile phone to open WeChat, then said, come, let's add each other on WeChat. Shen Qinghan obediently took out her phone, opened her WeChat QR code for her to scan. After adding each other as friends, Shen Qinghan felt dazed, unsure of what she had just done. Despite knowing very little about Yuan Dongji, she had inexplicably accepted the other as her master. It was all so hasty. Shen Qinghan felt extremely frustrated inside, thinking she was too soft-hearted, being led by the nose from start to finish, never knowing how to refuse. Oh, besides you, I have another disciple. She entered the fold 10 years before you, but she is about your age, also a girl, you two should get along well. However, she is not currently here, and where she is, electronic devices can't be used. It's estimated that she won't be able to return for a while. I'll arrange for you two to meet when there's an opportunity. I have her picture on my phone, I'll send it to you so you can see what she looks like. As she spoke, Yuan Dongji sent a photo to Shen Qinghan over WeChat. Curious, Shen Qinghan clicked on the photo, and saw a tall girl of her age. The girl had snow-white hair, a stern look with an oppressive gaze in her eyes, and was holding a bloodied spear in her hand. At her feet lay an exotic beast, its body larger than an elephant, giving the image a striking impact. Shen Qinghan did not recognize the exotic beast in the photo, but she felt a strong sense of familiarity with the white-haired girl. The moment she saw her, memories from second grade of elementary school suddenly surged from the depths of her mind. Is this Bai Shui? Staring blankly at the girl in the photo, Shen Qinghan's face was filled with disbelief. P.S. Begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. Chapter 199, Luo Qianxue. Bai Shui. Chapter 199, Luo Qianxue. by Shui. Translator, 549690339. What's wrong? Noticing the odd expression on Shen Qinghan's face, Yuan Dongji asked her with confusion. Master, since it was a master she had acknowledged rather inexplicably, the way Shen Qinghan called out master sounded very unnatural and awkward. She took a moment before asking, what's my senior sister's name? Luo Qianxue. Yuan Dongji answered indifferently. Fearing Shen Qinghan might not know which 3 characters, Yuan Dongji also thoughtfully typed out Luo Qianxue and sent it to her on WeChat to see. It wasn't by Shui. But the name contained the character for snow. Shen Qinghan felt that her senior sister might very likely be by Shui. Yuan Dongji asked, looking at the photo of your senior sister like that, did you know her before? When I was in the 2nd grade of elementary school, there was a good friend named Bai Shui in my class, who looks a lot like my senior sister. After speaking, Shen Qinghan added, this good friend of mine had just transferred to our school not half a semester before she suddenly transferred away again, and since then, I've never seen her again. Yuan Dongji raised an eyebrow, is that so? Shen Qinghan hesitated for a moment before voicing her guess, Master, it's been exactly 10 years since I was in the 2nd grade. Do you think, could my senior sister be that good friend of mine? Impossible. Yuan Dongji directly denied it without even thinking. As for the reason, she did not explain. Shen Qinghan had a timid disposition and did not dare to ask further, she just silently looked at the photo again. It was only at that moment that she noticed something very off about the background of the photo. The plants growing on the ground were all strangely shaped. There was grass with black leaves and branches. There were trees with trunks covered in blood vessels. And there were eerie, enchanting flowers with mouths. The plants were very different from those known to her, seeming very fake, as if they had been altered in post-production. At this point, Yuan Dongji said, Qinghan, your genetic fusion compatibility is so high that it somewhat exceeds my understanding. How about this, I'll give you a full physical examination now to see if your body has any special characteristics that would give you such high compatibility. After speaking, Yuan Dongji stood up, walked in front of Shen Qinghan, sat down, and slid her hand inside her clothes to press on her lower abdomen. She then channeled a strand of her spiritual power into Shen Qinghan's body and began to carefully examine her. About 10 minutes later, Yuan Dongji frowned and withdrew her hand. Shen Qinghan's body was very normal, with no difference from an ordinary person. But that was strange. How could such an ordinary body have a genetic fusion compatibility as high as 21%? Yuan Dongji was baffled. Seeing her frown, Shen Qinghan thought there might be something wrong with her own body and immediately asked with some panic, Master, is there something wrong with my body? There's nothing wrong with your body, it's no different from an ordinary person's, and every part is quite normal, Yuan Dongji said, then continued with bewilderment, but it's precisely because it's too normal that it seems abnormal. Logically, a body with a genetic fusion compatibility of 21% shouldn't be this ordinary. After hearing this, Shen Qinghan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just now, when Yuan Dongji suddenly frowned, the first thought that popped into her head was that she might have contracted some incurable disease. It was all because she had watched too many melodramatic idol dramas in the past, always thinking in terms of cliched plotlines. It's past 12 o'clock. Let's go, I'll take you to the canteen for lunch. My childhood friend is still waiting for me outside, can I bring him along? Of course. Soon, the two of them stood up and left the office. As they went out the door, with just a thought from Yuan Dongji, all the electronic equipment in the office, which had malfunctioned, returned to normal. When she had brought Shen Qinghan in earlier, she had used her spiritual power to shield all the electronic equipment in the office to prevent their conversation from being leaked. Once outside, Shen Qinghan waved at Lin Zichen and called out, Xiao Chen, come on, let's go eat in the canteen. Coming. Lin Zichen responded and stood up to walk over. On their way to the canteen, Yuan Dongji walked ahead. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan followed behind. Yuan Dongji was wearing high heels that made a series of crisp, melodious sounds when they hit the ground, which far from being noisy, sounded somewhat wonderful. Even more beautiful were her voluptuous, snow-white legs and the full, perky rear that swayed seductively under the silk fabric as she moved, extremely enticing. Walking behind her, Lin Zichen was already trying hard to control himself, but he still couldn't help glancing over several times. It just goes to show that humans, though far more rational than other creatures, often have their rationality consumed by desire. Before long, the three of them reached the cafeteria. After finding a spot to sit down, Yuan Dongji called over the head chef and turned to ask Shen Qinghan, "Qinghan, what would you like to eat?" "Just tell this chef. Anything is fine for me." Shen Qinghan was still a bit reserved at the moment, not daring to make demands on anyone. Seeing Shen Qinghan's somewhat introverted demeanor, Yuan Dongji turned to Lin Zichen, seated next to her, and said, "You are Qinghan's childhood friend and sweetheart who's grown up with her. You must know her well, so order some dishes she loves to eat." "Okay." Lin Zichen responded to Yuan Dongji and then told the chef in front of him, "Let's have tomato and egg stir-fry, soy braised chicken, soy braised shrimp, hand-torn cabbage, and carrot and corn stew. 4 dishes and 1 soup should be enough for 3 people to eat." In the time that followed, the three of them sat together, eating and chatting. During the conversation, when Lin Zichen found out that Shen Qinghan had taken Yuan Dongji as her mentor, he was flabbergasted. How did she suddenly get a mentor out of the blue? But he soon figured it out. He guessed it must be because Shen Qinghan's genetic fusion adaptability was so outstanding that she was destined for great things in the future, and Yuan Dongji was securing her support in advance. And Yuan Dongji, upon learning that Lin Zichen was the candidate with a whopping 15% adaptability in genetic fusion, was also stunned. This pair of childhood friends had actually clinched the top 2 spots in the Nanjiang Province martial arts exam. Wasn't that a bit too coincidental? Yuan Dongji keenly sensed that something was amiss. About an hour later, the three had their fill. Yuan Dongji arranged for someone to send Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan home. As soon as the two left, she notified her confidant to investigate their family backgrounds. She instructed a particular focus on Shen Qinghan's background to find out who could give birth to such a daughter with impressive physical quality. Her confidant was extremely efficient, and in less than an hour, had gathered all the family information about Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, sending it over to Yuan Dongji for review. Search the novel_fire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. After going through the information, Yuan Dongji grew even more puzzled. Their parents were all very ordinary, neither genetic integrators nor mechanically modified humans. So the question was, how did such ordinary parents give birth to children with such high talent? Could it be a genetic mutation? Yuan Dongji was completely at a loss. Next, she took out her phone and called her father. At home. Her father, with his broad experience, might provide her with the answer she sought by telling him about this issue. Soon, the call connected, and a somewhat deep, middle-aged male voice came through. "What's the matter, Dongji?" "Dad, I've taken on a new apprentice today who has an extremely high talent, with a genetic fusion adaptability of 21%. "What did you say?" "A 21% genetic fusion adaptability. How is that possible? Quickly, tell me the details." An extremely shocked voice came from the other end of the phone. Yuan Dongji organized her thoughts and told her father about the situation, emphasizing that Shen Qinghan's parents were ordinary people. However, her well-experienced father was also encountering such an unreasonable situation for the first time and could not provide a definitive answer. He only suggested it might be a genetic mutation. After that, he instructed her in a very serious tone, "Dongji, you must train this new genius apprentice well. With a genetic fusion adaptability as high as 21%, your genius apprentice will surely achieve greatness in the future, and the rewards we could gain from this are unimaginable. Also, don't let anyone know about your apprentice's terrifying talent." "I understand, father. P.S. Holding out my bowl, asking for monthly and recommendation tickets." Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 101, After Graduation, We'll Get Married at Once. Chapter 101, After Graduation, We'll Get Married at Once. Translator, 549690339. A luxury business vehicle stopped in an urban village that seemed entirely out of place, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Soon, the car door opened, and Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan got out. After the car had driven away, Lin Zichen looked at Shen Qinghan the first chance he got and couldn't help but complain, "I mean, this is just weird. You went to take an adaptation test, How did you end up with a master out of the blue? I find it strange too, it was so sudden. Shen Qinghan still thought the whole situation was ridiculous, blaming her own too gentle nature and inability to argue, leading to haphazardly becoming someone's disciple. Lin Zichen felt a bit of a headache. Forget it, let's wait and see. If the person has no ill will and seems to be of good character, then there's no harm in acknowledging this cheap master. If their character is not good, once you're strong and independent, you can just end this so-called master-disciple relationship. Shen Qinghan gave a barely audible response, like a child who had done something wrong. At that moment, the family door opened. Zhang Wanqin stood at the doorway, calling out to the two by the roadside, "What are you standing there for? Aren't you coming in?" Hearing her, the two stopped chatting and quickly went inside the house. Shen Jianye and Su Meng had been very busy lately, and Shen Qinghan was mostly eating at Lin Zichen's home, rarely going back to her own. In the evening, at Mingxiang restaurant, the two families put aside all other matters, finding time to gather together to celebrate the children's great results in the adaptation test they took that day. Lin Zichen scored second in the entire province, which surprised no one as it seemed very reasonable. But Shen Qinghan became the provincial top scorer. Both sets of parents were stunned, thinking the kids were playing a joke on them. It wasn't until they witnessed Shen Qinghan checking the adaptation test scores on the official college entrance examination website and saw the figure of 16% displayed that the parents believed it was real. My daughter really is the top scorer, Jianye, am I dreaming? Su Meng's face was full of disbelief, feeling it was too surreal. Her daughter had always been just a pretty face without anything extraordinary about her from childhood till now. Yet, today, she had suddenly emerged from obscurity, surpassing Lin Zichen to become the provincial top scorer. She wouldn't even dare to dream of this. On the other hand, Shen Jianye also found it hard to believe, but with the evidence right before his eyes, he had to forcefully explain. There have always been dark horse candidates like Qinghan in previous years, many of whom seemed ordinary during their 3 years of high school and not particularly athletic, but they just surprised everyone in the adaptation test. That's true, but going from a dark horse to the top scorer is a bit much. Su Meng still felt it was so unreal. Zhang Wanqin laughed. Well, there's no need to fuss over these details. What's important is that the two of them can go to the same university now, it's predestined fate. That's right. Su Meng sincerely smiled. She had always worried her daughter couldn't keep up with Lin Zichen and that the two would drift apart as they grew up. Now that problem was solved, no need to worry anymore. The childhood sweethearts, one a top scorer and the other a runner-up, were a perfect match, destined to become an enviable couple that no one could split apart. Around 9 in the evening, the family dinner ended. Each family took their leave to their respective homes. Around 10:30 at night, Shen Qinghan, having taken a bath, dressed in pajamas and went to find Lin Zichen. Seeing her come looking for Lin Zichen in pajamas late at night, Zhang Wanqin teased, "Han Han, are you here to sleep with Xiaochen again?" "No, it's not that, I just have some important things to talk about with Xiaochen in person." Shen Qinghan, her face flushed, denied it. The words, "sleep together," sounded too misleading, as if implying something more intimate, making her quite embarrassed. "Aunt Xin, I'm going upstairs to find Xiaochen." After dropping that line, Shen Qinghan walked towards the staircase. Once she had vanished at the stairwell, Zhang Wanqin immediately said to Lin Yanzheng, "They've just finished their exams and she has something so important that she must discuss face to face. Do you think Han Han is going to confess to Xiaochen?" "Probably." Lin Yanzheng, engrossed in the kung fu soccer match on TV, replied absently. Zhang Wanqin went on to herself, "The two of them are both 18 and have graduated from high school, they are proper adults now, it's indeed time for them to be together. Yeah, date for 4 years in college, and get married right after graduation. After graduation, get pregnant, with twins, a boy and a girl. Tisk, perfect." As she spoke, Zhang Wanqin's charming face, still full of allure, was covered with a smile, blissfully imagining the wonderful life of 3 generations living together in the future. Upstairs, in the corridor, Shen Qinghan knocked on Lin Zichen's room door, and as soon as she entered, she said to him, "Zichen, I have something very important to tell you." "What is it?" "It's about what happened at the base during the day." "Something at the base?" Lin Zichen was somewhat puzzled and closed the door, inviting her to sit on the bed and talk slowly. Shen Qinghan kicked off her slippers, sat cross-legged on the bed hugging a pillow, and then said, "Today at the base, that inexplicable master who acknowledged me used spiritual power to give me a full-body checkup to see why my genetic fusion compatibility was so high. The final result was that there is nothing special about my body, no different from an ordinary person. She couldn't find out anything about my body leaking water." After listening to Shen Qinghan, Lin Zichen felt quite surprised. Could Yuan Dongji, who could manipulate dozens of meters high surging waves at sea, not discern the secrets of Shen Qinghan's body? It seems that Shen Qinghan's body is even more mysterious than imagined. Thinking this, Lin Zichen seriously said to Shen Qinghan, "About your body leaking water and having an extremely high water affinity, let's not let a third person know for now, let's wait and see how things develop. Our current understanding of this world is still very naive. What we know is only limited to what we can see in front of us. We could say we know nothing. Some things, once exposed, we cannot judge what kind of consequences will follow, whether good or bad. Therefore, for now, let's be conservative and prioritize stability." Lin Zichen continued, "Whether it's your body leaking water, having an extremely high water affinity, or the strange sounds heard twice in the sea, we'll gradually research them as we grow stronger and more knowledgeable. There's no need to rush." "Okay, I understand. I'll listen to you," Shen Qinghan obediently nodded. After speaking, she then added, "Oh right, I forgot to tell you something. Back at the base, my master told me I have a senior sister, and when I saw her photo, I found she looks a lot like Bai Shui. You should remember Bai Shui, right? The white-haired girl we got along well with in the 2nd grade, then suddenly transferred schools and left. I have her photo. I'll send it to you to see." Shen Qinghan took out her phone and sent the photo to Lin Zichen through WeChat. Bai Shui. At the mention of this name, Lin Zichen's eyebrows twitched, and dormant memories began to assail him. Quickly, he took out his phone, opened WeChat, and clicked on the photo Shen Qinghan sent. What he saw was a pretty-faced, white-haired girl with a good figure. Indeed, she looked somewhat like Bai Shui. But the eyes were too sharp, the aura too imposing, not at all like the Bai Shui from his memories, making it difficult to confirm if it was the same person. However, Lin Zichen didn't care much about whether this white-haired girl was Bai Shui or not. Unlike Shen Qinghan, in his heart, Bai Shui was just a passerby from his elementary school days, not someone with whom he had any special connection. At this moment, what captivated him the most was the background in the photo, with the plants looking very peculiar, almost like alien species. "Do you know where this photo's background is?" "I don't know, I didn't ask. Why don't you ask your cheap master about it on WeChat?" "Sure, I'll ask right now." Although Shen Qinghan was somewhat embarrassed to contact Yuan Dongji, seeing Lin Zichen's desire to know about the photo's background, she braced herself to inquire for him. After sending the message, Yuan Dongji did not reply immediately. Sir, the novelfire.ne*t website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. She must be away from her phone at the moment. Lin Zichen wasn't in a hurry and asked Shen Qinghan to open Yuan Dongji's WeChat moments to see what kind of person this so-called master was. Unfortunately, the moments were set to be visible for only 3 days, and there was nothing to see. The only thing they could see was the WeChat profile picture, which was a solitary lotus flower growing atop the water. About 10 minutes later, Yuan Dongji replied. Just 2 brief words, Origin Land. P.S. Bowing for votes, seeking monthly and recommendation tickets. Chapter 102, 101, A Night of Sharing the Same Bed and Pillow. Chapter 102, 101, A Night of Sharing the Same Bed and Pillow. Translator, 549690339, Origin Land. Shen Qinghan expressed her confusion. What place is that? Lin Zichen had not heard of it either, so he chose to open the browser and seek help from Qian Dubai Ko. But after searching, he found nothing, with no results for a place called Origin Land. If the answer couldn't be found online, the only option was to ask Yuan Dongji. Thinking this, Lin Zichen said to Shen Qinghan, "Ask her what Origin Land is." Shen Qinghan obediently went to ask. This time, Yuan Dongji replied quickly. However, the content of the reply was not satisfactory. Yuan Dongji said that once they started university and had some strength, they would naturally learn about Origin Land, and there was no need to know about it now. Lin Zichen was very curious and not ready to give up, intending to let Shen Qinghan continue asking. But then he thought about it, and considering that doing so might irritate Yuan Dongji and be bad for Shen Qinghan, he did not ask her to continue. After ending the topic about Origin Land, the two sat on the bed and each played with their phones. Not long after playing, Shen Qinghan hesitated for a moment, put down her phone, and looked at Lin Zichen to ask, "Xiao Chen, do all men like women who wear kipeos?" "Depends on the person." Lin Zichen answered calmly. Inside, however, he felt a bit embarrassed. He knew she must have noticed him sneaking peeks at Yuan Dongji's butt and legs on their way to the cafeteria at the base, his masculine behavior. "Do you like kipeos?" Shen Qinghan did not allow for any evasion and directly cut to the chase, asking Lin Zichen this question. Lin Zichen honestly replied, "I do." Without saying a word, Shen Qinghan just nodded, then quietly opened a shopping website, searched for blue and white porcelain qipao, and without a second thought, placed an order for one. 81% of buyers who purchased a qipao also bought silk stockings. Saw the novel Fire.ne*t website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. After placing her order, Shen Qinghan noticed a product recommendation section at the bottom suggesting silk stockings. There were many styles available: black, white, flesh-colored, fishnet, and other types. Boys must all really like silk stockings, right? With this stereotype in mind, Shen Qinghan's face turned slightly red as she asked, "What about silk stockings? Like them too?" Lin Zichen remained as straightforward as ever. "So he really likes them?" Continually delving into the topic, Shen Qinghan's cheeks grew redder as she asked, "There are many types of silk stockings, like black, white, flesh-colored. Which kind do you prefer?" "Wait, why are you suddenly asking so many bizarre questions?" Lin Zichen, sensing something was off, looked up at Shen Qinghan and counter-questioned. "No reason, just suddenly got curious and wanted to ask." After saying this, Shen Qinghan once again asked, "So, which style of silk stockings do you prefer?" Lin Zichen answered, "Black or white, I guess." With that answer, Shen Qinghan silently placed an order for 2 pairs of both black and white stockings. At this moment, the room door was knocked. Then Zhang Wanqin's voice came from outside, "Han Han, your mom has brought you some personal care items, open the door and take them." "Ah." Shen Qinghan was momentarily startled. Upon realizing what was happening, she quickly got out of bed to open the door. Outside, Zhang Wanqin was smiling as she handed Shen Qinghan a bag filled with toothpaste, toothbrush, towel, clothes, and diapers. "You two have finished your college entrance exams, so it's fine to stay up late and sleep in. If you have anything to talk about, you can have a good chat tonight." "All right, I'll leave you two to talk, I won't disturb you anymore." After leaving these words and a meaningful glance, Zhang Wanqin quickly closed the door, leaving ample private space for the two of them. "I didn't ask my mom to bring these, she did it on her own initiative," Shen Qinghan said while holding the bag and turned to Lin Zichen to explain. Lin Zichen said, "It's fine, she's already brought them, so you might as well sleep here tonight." Shen Qinghan murmured a faint in reply. Afterward, she opened the bag to check if all the daily necessities were there, especially the most important diapers. Although her body was much more normal now and she hardly wet the bed anymore, she had to wear the diapers just in case luck wasn't on her side and she wet Lin Zichen's bed. She used to wet Lin Zichen's bed all the time as a child, but now that she was grown up, that just couldn't happen again. "Huh, what's this?" Shen Qinghan suddenly pulled out a small pink packet from her bag, which looked like some sort of snack. Lin Zichen glanced over at the sound and, the next second, his expression became extremely unnatural. At that moment, Shen Qinghan also saw the line of small print on the packet, ultra-thin natural latex rubber XX sleeves. Her entire face flushed red immediately, and she hurriedly threw the little packet back into the bag. Then, the atmosphere in the room fell into an awkward silence, but both of them tacitly acted as if nothing had happened. "I'm going to put on a diaper." Unable to bear the awkward atmosphere, Shen Qinghan picked up the diaper and left the room. About 10+ minutes later, she returned with a diaper on. "It's 11 o'clock already, you got a lot of blood drawn today, your body needs to recover, go to sleep early and rest." "Yeah." The two exchanged a few words awkwardly, then quickly turned off the lights and went to bed, avoiding the lingering awkwardness in the room. During the night, Lin Zichen fell asleep, but Shen Qinghan was still awake. At this moment, her mind was filled with thoughts about that small packet in the bag, irritatingly restless and too agitated to sleep. She tossed and finally turned over to face Lin Zichen sleeping beside her. Looking at the face that had her smitten day and night, she suddenly had the urge to stealthily kiss him. But she gave up as soon as she considered it. Rather than a one-sided stolen kiss, she preferred to have a mutual kiss when they were both willing. A few days later, the college entrance exam results were released. Only the cutoff scores and how many made it into the top schools were announced. As usual, the scores of the top 10 within the province were concealed. Nobody knew who the top scorer was, or who the second or third places were. However, admission office staff from various universities were obviously an exception. On the second day after the results were released, the recruitment officers from Kyoto University and Shanghai University visited Lin Zichen's home in turn, offering various benefits to persuade him to enroll at their schools. Because Shen Qinghan had already decided to study at Shanghai University, Lin Zichen didn't think twice and immediately chose Shanghai University. This university was close to home, and his childhood sweetheart was there, leaving no reason not to choose it. After seeing off the recruitment officer from Shanghai University, Lin Zichen rolled out his bicycle from home to take Shen Qinghan to Hiyu's martial arts gym. Both had signed endorsement deals with Hiyu's gym, and today they were going there to engage in a promotional event. They decided not to use the notoriety of being the top exam scorers for the promotion, that would be too conspicuous. They only marketed themselves as having been accepted into the top 2 schools. Apart from them, Li Chuxin, who was also accepted into the top schools, had signed with Hiyu's gym as well. They had all signed on as a favor to group members. "Hey, I'm going to start cycling, stop looking at your phone, hold on tight." Seeing Shen Qinghan holding her phone and typing in the back seat, Lin Zichen reminded her. At his words, Shen Qinghan put away her phone, skillfully wrapped her arms around his waist, and sweetly smiled, "I'm holding on tight already, let's go." Lin Zichen steadied the handlebars and lightly pushed on the pedal, and they quickly sped off. But they hadn't gone far when a group of burly men blocked their path. One of them, a middle-aged man with a Taoist priest hairstyle, approached him with a polite smile and asked, "Hello, are you Lin Zichen?" "And you are?" The middle-aged man with the Taoist hairstyle replied with a smile, "Let me introduce myself, I am Lu Chuanwu, the Dean of the Martial Arts College at Shanghai University. I'm here today to discuss an enrollment matter with you." "The Martial Arts College?" Lin Zichen was a bit confused and quickly said, "Your admission office from Shanghai University just visited, and I've already decided to enroll in your Evolution College." The middle-aged man with the Taoist hairstyle said, "I am not here on behalf of Shanghai University today, but to invite you to join us at Tianren Pavilion." Tianren Pavilion. Lin Zichen felt it sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. After thinking for a moment, he quickly remembered. Tianren Pavilion, that was a conservative organization frequently mentioned in news reports. An organization that opposed genetic fusion. P.S. Bowls up, begging. For monthly tickets and recommendations, search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 103, 102, The Human Body is Invincible by Nature. Chapter 103, 102, The Human Body is Invincible by Nature. Translator, 549690339. From the day the physical assessments ended, Tianren Pavilion had been appearing frequently in the news and maintained a high level of buzz online. However, most of the attention it received was negative, stemming from criticisms and condemnations. That's because, over the past few days, Tianren Pavilion had been visiting, or rather, harassing, those candidates with good physical test data. They were persuading them to give up genetic fusion and join Tianren Pavilion to research and develop the potential of pure-blood humans. During this period, Tianren Pavilion's main strategy was a wide-net approach to recruitment. No matter if a candidate's genetic fusion compatibility was high or low, as long as they had good physical test data, the pavilion would visit each one, employing various harassment-like recruitment tactics. Then, the candidates' parents complained and exposed Tianren Pavilion, leading to a significant amount of criticism and condemnation from society. They were accused of leading the youth astray. They were accused of having no shame. They were accused of being part of a heretical sect. In such circumstances, Tianren Pavilion's reputation grew worse, becoming the rat across the street that everyone wants to bash after each year's college entrance examination. As a result, their annual recruitment visits were mostly met with closed doors. Occasionally, they would manage to recruit a few candidates whose physical data were not bad, but who had unsatisfactory compatibility for genetic fusion and mechanical modification. The majority of these candidates, when other options were unavailable and attracted by the benefits offered by Tianren Pavilion, chose to join, not because they genuinely believed in the pavilion's philosophy. All of the above constituted Lin Zichen's impression and understanding of Tianren Pavilion. Would it be convenient to take a moment to talk? Lu Chuanwu, the middle-aged man with the Taoist hairstyle, said earnestly, "We won't take up much of your time, half an hour will be enough." Without waiting for Lin Zichen to respond, he took a bag from the young man beside him and smilingly handed it over, saying, "Oh right, this is a small gift for our visit. Inside is the latest model of the fruit phone. If you don't mind, please accept it." How could I possibly accept this? Though Lin Zichen spoke modestly, he honestly reached out to take the bag. A free phone, take it when it's free. It's just half an hour, let them take up the time. It was also a good opportunity to learn more about Tianren Pavilion and this so-called conservative faction. Seeing Lin Zichen accept the phone, Lu Chuanwu also showed a satisfied smile. No matter whether the recruitment was successful in the end, as long as they could sit down and thoroughly introduce Tianren Pavilion's philosophy to the second-place scholar of Nanjiang Province's college entrance examination, then the phone given away was worth it. Shall we find a restaurant to sit down and talk while eating? Lu Chuanwu's face was full of sincerity. You decide the place, my treat. Talking at the candidate's home, he feared he might be chased out by the parents with a broom. Se the novel, FIR.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The candidates, still young, would hardly be able to resist the allure of the latest model of a fruit phone, but the parents would not. Especially the parents of a child who was the second-place scholar in the college entrance examination, they were likely to dismiss a mere latest model of a fruit phone. If he dared to persuade the candidate to give up genetic fusion in front of their parents, the parents would dare to hit people with a broom. Where would you like to go to eat? Lin Zichen turned to ask Shen Qinghan standing behind him. After thinking for a moment, Shen Qinghan said, "Let's go to the dessert shop at the corner ahead." The shop was close by, just a 2-minute walk away, which would save quite a bit of time. After all, they couldn't afford to delay too long, as there was still a gathering at Hiyu's martial arts college later. In the dessert shop, the group found a corner to sit down, briefly ordered some syrup desserts and snacks, and got straight to the point. Mostly, it was Lu Chuanwu speaking, while Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan listened. Tianren Pavilion has been getting so much attention lately, I presume you both have your understanding of it, but with some prejudices, he began. After all, many people are jumping on the bandwagon to criticize Tianren Pavilion for misleading the young generation and being a scourge to the community. Some even go so far as to curse Tianren Pavilion as a nefarious heretical sect. All of these derogatory labels are nothing but parroting without independent thought, revealing biased perceptions. The pureblood supremacy faction that we, Tianren Pavilion, represent shares the same ideology as the genetic fusion and mechanical augmentation factions, all aiming for the advancement of humanity. It's just that our research directions differ. Our members mainly consist of teachers and students from the martial arts colleges of major universities, masters and disciples from various martial arts gyms in society, as well as reputable independent martial artists. We gather together to study how to unlock the potential of pure-blood humans and evolve into advanced-level creatures, rare-level creatures, and even epic-level creatures without the need for genetic fusion or mechanical augmentation, relying solely on our bodies to break free from the shackles of ordinary levels. After years of exploration, we at Tianren Pavilion have achieved certain results, and you will understand after watching this video. As he spoke, Lu Chuanwu took out his phone, opened a video, and continued, "My biological level is ordinary 9th order, and this is a video of me overpowering and killing a high-level genetic integrator." An ordinary 9th rank pure-blood human overpowering and killing a high-level genetic integrator. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were both a bit surprised when they heard this. Then, with that surprise, they began to watch the video playing on the phone. 2 people appeared in the video. One was a bare-chested Lu Chuanwu, showing off extremely exaggerated muscles. The other was a birdman covered in feathers. Lin Zichen glanced at the birdman and unexpectedly realized it was someone he knew, Wu Tiancheng, the strongest historian of Shanghai High School and now a tutor at the Evolution College of Shanghai University, a young and promising high-level genetic integrator. The rat god cult, which had been wreaking havoc in Shanghai City for nearly 10 years, was wiped out single-handedly by him. The nearly 10-meter-long Rat King was directly turned into minced meat by the countless feathers he shot out in his Birdman form, and it fell dead on the spot. Soon, Lu Chuanwu and Wu Tiancheng began to fight in the video. Like when he killed the Rat King, Wu Tiancheng shot out most of his feathers in an instant, shooting them at Lu Chuanwu with a sky-obscuring intensity. However, these sharp feathers, which could easily penetrate the Rat King, only scratched Lu Chuanwu's skin and drew a bit of blood when they hit him, causing no fatal injuries. After withstanding the barrage of flying feathers, Lu Chuanwu took advantage of Wu Tiancheng's lack of feathers and inability to fly, immediately charging at him with a speed close to 100 meters per second, punching him to the ground and knocking him unconscious. The entire battle lasted just a mere minute. Out of that minute, 58 seconds were spent with Lu Chuanwu enduring Wu Tiancheng's feather shooting. Lu Chuanwu's actual counterattack only lasted a brief 2 seconds. Yet, in those 2 seconds, he instantly knocked out Wu Tiancheng, who could easily kill the Rat King, with a punch, demonstrating defense and attack power far surpassing that of a high-level genetic integrator. At the end of the video, a blood-covered Lu Chuanwu stood in the center of the martial stage, shouting to the surrounding audience, "The human body is invincible in itself, why resort to the bodies of other species? With the body of an ordinary 9th-rank pure-blood human, I battled a high-level genetic integrator. Pure-blood humans practicing the art of body refining are the future of mankind." His voice was loud, and even through the phone screen, Lin Zichen and Chen Qinghan felt their ears buzzing, indicating how excited and impassioned Lu Chuanwu was at the time. After shouting those 3 sentences, the video ended. But the shock on Lin Zichen and Chen Qinghan's faces did not end. Body refining techniques. Pure-blood humans. Able to overpower genetic integrators. Is it really that exaggerated? At this moment, their understanding was being challenged. Since childhood, both had only been aware of the strength of genetic integrators and mechanically modified humans, having no knowledge of pure-blood humans who practiced body refining techniques. P.S. Begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 104, 104, 103, The Origin of Life. Chapter 104, 103, The Origin of Life. Translator, 549690339. Could this video have been post-processed? Could that Wu Tiancheng be a plant? Having recovered from his shock, Lin Zichen's first thought was to harbor these doubts. After all, it was too far beyond common understanding and seemed incredibly unbelievable. As if knowing what Lin Zichen was thinking, Lu Chuanwu, sitting across from him, smiled and said, "This is the original live recording, without any post-processing. If you don't believe it, I will continue to challenge other advanced genetic integrators in the future, and you're welcome to come and watch live at any time." As he spoke these words, Lu Chuanwu's face was full of confidence. Lin Zichen believed that the video was real. However, he soon harbored a question and challenged Lu Chuanwu, "If pure-blood humans can overpower genetic integrators across levels, why don't you post this video online? Wouldn't that better promote your Tianren Pavilion?" "We would like to, but the current power holders do not allow it." "Why not?" "Because the current upper limit for pure-blood humans practicing body refining is only ordinary 9th rank. Since they can't break the shackles of the ordinary biological level, power holders think that no matter how invincible they are at the same rank, as long as they can't move up in biological level, there's no future to speak of, not worth the investment to promote. They say they will consider promoting it when pure-blood humans can break through to an advanced level." At this point, Lu Chuanwu scoffed and spoke with a face full of disagreement. "The problem is, if we don't promote it a little to get more people involved in the research, it will be difficult to make a breakthrough. After all, a qualitative change requires a quantitative change first. Moreover, this research needs the involvement and cooperation of geniuses to proceed as envisioned. But now, all the geniuses are choosing to embrace genetic fusion, and no one is participating in this research. In such a case, I'm afraid the research might not yield results even until the extinction of humankind." The more Lu Chuanwu spoke, the more troubled he seemed, his expression also carrying a hint of disappointment, a disappointment in today's power holders. Lin Zichen felt there was some truth to this. Some research does need support first to yield results. If support is only provided after results emerge, that's a bit unrealistic and shows a lack of foresight. However, he did not think that the power holders were truly short-sighted. Instead, he felt that the power holders must have other backups, better than the so-called pure-blood human path. Otherwise, they would not disregard the pure-blood human path so much. Across from him, Lu Chuanwu continued, 50 years ago, my biological level had already reached ordinary 9th rank, just a hair's breadth away from evolving into an advanced level creature, but I've been stuck for 50 years without being able to evolve. But I feel it's not that there's a problem with the direction of my research, but rather that my talent isn't good enough. If a peerless genius with a higher bodily talent were to take my place, they would definitely be able to break the shackles of the ordinary level and with the aid of the body refining method, evolve into an advanced level creature as a pure-blood human. Returning to the main topic, Lu Chuanwu said, actually, what I want to say is that Tianren Pavilion currently lacks nothing except for a genius like you to join. Wait, 50 years ago. You only look to be in your 50s now, don't you? You reached ordinary 9th rank when you were still a toddler. Lin Zichen sensed something amiss and was immediately filled with doubt. Seeing the doubt on Lin Zichen's face, Lu Chuanwu knew what he was questioning. After all, he had had this kind of conversation over 1,000 times before. Soon, he smiled and said, don't be fooled by my current appearance of being in my 50s or 60s, actually, I'm nearly 100 years old. The reason I've lived so long and maintained such youth as a pure-blood human is thanks to the body refining method. If you don't believe me, you can look up my information on Baidu Baiki to check my date of birth. Since it could be checked, it was definitely worth looking into. Lin Zichen unlocked his phone screen, opened the Baidu Baiki webpage, and entered, Dean of Shanghai University's Martial Arts College. With a quick search, Lu Chuanwu's personal information came up. Date of birth, March 1929. In 2024, that made him a 95-year-old elderly man. Body refining really does extend one's life. I wonder if my parents could practice it. The first thing that came to Lin Zichen's mind was this. He continued to look through Lu Chuanwu's personal information. In his youth, he was the eldest son of a martial arts family. Sir, the novelfire.net ** website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Lu family, to which he belonged, was one of the foremost powers in Nanjiang province at the time. However, when the era of genetic fusion came, they couldn't adapt well to the trend, refused to accept genetic fusion, and the whole family fell into decline. Lu Chuanwu, as the eldest son of the family, ended up with a broken family. The reason for the family breakup was that he insisted on not following the path of genetic fusion, while his wife and children chose to embrace genetic fusion. He would rather suffer the dissolution of his family than give up researching the pure-blood human path. Seeing this, Lin Zichen couldn't help but admire Lu Chuanwu. Such perseverance was not something everyone possessed. Lin Zichen asked himself if, in the future, he and Shen Qinghan were to marry and have children and face the same situation as Lu Chuanwu, he probably wouldn't be able to choose research over his family. However, this hypothesis did not exist. Because Lin Zichen felt that if faced with the same situation, Shen Qinghan would definitely not leave him, but instead choose to stay by his side and support his research. Chapter 105, 103, The Origin of Life _2 Chapter 105, 103, The Origin of Life _2 Translator, 549690339 This is the bond between childhood sweethearts who grew up together. Suddenly, Lin Zichen saw a very unexpected name in Lu Chuanwu's personal relationships column. Ex-wife, Yuan Dongji. Son, Yuan Xuxing. Daughter, Yuan Xiaoyi. Yuan Dongji. Isn't that Han Han's cheap master? What a coincidence. Son Yuan Xuxing, daughter Yuan Xiaoyi, did they change their last names to their mothers after the divorce? Lu Chuanwu seems a bit miserable. The more Lin Zichen thought about it, the more he admired Lu Chuanwu. With the combat power that Lu Chuanwu had just displayed in the video, if he had undergone genetic fusion when he was young, he probably would be at least at the same level as Yuan Dongji by now. He wouldn't need to shout joyfully to the sky after barely winning, bloodied, against an instructor at the school like he did in the video. He wouldn't need to be scorned every day while recruiting students everywhere. Suddenly, Lin Zichen noticed something was off. The profile pictures of Yuan Xuxing and Yuan Xiaoyi were both gray. Are they both dead? Lin Zichen wanted to click and see more about these two, but with Lu Chuanwu there, he curbed his curiosity and didn't click. After seeing that Lin Zichen finished browsing the encyclopedia, Lu Chuanwu smiled and said, although I don't look as young as other genetic integrators of the same age, being able to maintain my current appearance at nearly 100 years old is enough to show that human potential is great, and that pureblood humans have a promising future. It is also for this reason that Tianren Pavilion exists, and why so many aspiring individuals are willing to join Tianren Pavilion to explore the evolutionary path of pureblood humans, he added. As he said this, Lu Chuanwu's tone suddenly became serious. What is Tianren? To prevail over nature is to be a Tianren. Here, human refers to pureblood humans. After finishing, Lu Chuanwu lowered his voice back to a calm tone and continued, the mainstream view now is that without genetic fusion or mechanical modification, humans' potential is locked at an ordinary 9th rank. But in truth, it's the genetic fusion and mechanical modification that truly lock the potential. Genetic fusion, derived from exotic beasts, will never surpass exotic beasts, offers no future and will only end with humanity's gradual defeat to the invasion of exotic beasts, resulting in extinction. The same goes for mechanically modified humans. Keep in mind, many of the materials for mechanical modification come from the bodies of exotic beasts, again derived from exotic beasts, and thus cannot surpass them. Lu Chuanwu, feeling a bit thirsty from talking, took a sip of sugary water and then continued, Tianren Pavilion doesn't oppose genetic fusion and mechanical modification, but opposes putting all our bets on these two alone. I believe the right approach is to rely on genetic fusion and mechanical modification to hold out initially, and during this period, research other paths to prepare for the later stages. And developing the potential of pureblood humans is a path worth investing resources to research. Having talked so much and for so long, seeing that it was almost time, Lu Chuanwu went straight to the point. Lin Zichen, I sincerely invite you to join Tianren Pavilion, to work together for the future of humanity. I am convinced that you can become the first pureblood human to break the shackles of the ordinary ranks. The pitch was finally complete. Unfortunately, my heart was utterly unmoved thinking this. Lin Zichen did not respond to Lu Chuanwu's invitation but curiously asked, you've talked about the body refining technique for so long, what exactly is this body refining technique? Seeing Lin Zichen ask this, Lu Chuanwu thought he was interested in joining Tianren Pavilion and enthusiastically explained with a smile on his face, the body refining technique of Tianren Pavilion refers to the blood tempering technique, which comes from an ancient ruin. As the name suggests, blood tempering technique is about using qi blood to refine the body, strengthen the flesh, and enhance one's combat abilities. The records in the ruins state that when the blood tempering technique is cultivated to its highest realm, one can achieve a holy body, fly to the heavens and tunnel into the earth, and have fists that can break mountains and rivers. In modern terms, it means having the ability to rip apart steel beasts with the body of a human. However, the blood tempering technique can only be practiced by pureblood humans. Genetic integrators have impurities in their blood, which is not pure, and they cannot practice it. It's the same with mechanically modified humans, their bodies are not whole, and qi blood cannot circulate throughout, so they can't practice it either. Aside from the blood tempering technique, other body refining techniques unearthed from the ruins are also only practicable by pureblood humans. This is why we firmly believe that only pureblood humans have a future, while genetic integrators and mechanically modified humans do not. After finishing, Lu Chuanwu asked again, Lin Zichen, would you like to join our Tianren Pavilion, practice the blood tempering technique, and follow the pureblood human path? Lin Zichen politely declined, I feel that I still know too little about the so-called pureblood humans, so I'll just wait and watch for now. Lu Chuanwu earnestly advised, you could join us for a year on a trial basis. If after a year you feel it's not suitable, you could still choose genetic fusion. But once you choose genetic fusion, your blood will no longer be pure and you'll be unable to practice the blood tempering technique. I still want to take my time to understand more, Lin Zichen again refused. Lu Chuanwu, not giving up, once again persuaded, really, Lin Zichen, your physical talents are so high, it would be such a waste if you didn't at least try the pureblood human path. In our eyes at Tianren Pavilion, that student with a 16% genetic fusion compatibility from Nanjiang province isn't worth mentioning in front of you, not even comparable to a hair on your body. We've always believed that you, with the top biometric data, are the true top scholar of Nanjiang province. If you choose the genetic fusion path and compete with her, you might not outperform her, but if you decide to follow the pureblood human path, you'll definitely crush her in the later stages. While delivering this last sentence, Lu Chuanwu involuntarily raised his voice a little. Shen Qinghan felt extremely awkward upon hearing this. She pondered how she had been sitting there the whole time without saying a word or provoking anyone, yet she had been shot while lying down. Lin Zichen was unaware if Shen Qinghan felt awkward, but he knew Lu Chuanwu was about to feel extremely embarrassed. That student with a 16% genetic fusion compatibility from the province, that's her. He pointed towards Shen Qinghan sitting beside him and said to Lu Chuanwu. Lu Chuanwu was initially stunned, then so embarrassed he could have drilled a hole in the floor that would fit a 3-room apartment. Seeing the half-hour deadline had arrived, Lin Zichen stood up with a smile and said, "Thank you for the mobile phone and the sweet drink, but half an hour is up, and we have other matters to attend to, so we'll be leaving now." After finishing, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were about to leave. Lu Chuanwu became anxious. He had been recruiting for so many years and Lin Zichen was the first talent he had encountered who was willing to talk with him for so long. He felt there was a chance to invite Lin Zichen to join Tianren Pavilion and did not want to give up this opportunity. Therefore, in desperation, he shouted to Lin Zichen as he was about to leave, "Half a year, just join us for half a year to give it a try. During this period, we'll offer you double the benefits that Evolution College provides you." "No, double is not enough, we'll give you triple." Normally, students at Evolution College start their first genetic fusion at the end of the first semester of their freshman year. Joining for just half a year would not conflict with genetic fusion, so he thought Lin Zichen would agree. Triple. Upon hearing this, Lin Zichen's eyes lit up, and he immediately turned back and sat down in his seat, saying very seriously, "As you know, I've always had great respect for the philosophy of Tianren Pavilion. I've decided to bring my talent to Tianren Pavilion and contribute to the cause of pure-blood humans." Whether the philosophy of Tianren Pavilion was right or wrong, he wasn't sure. The one thing he could be sure of at the moment was that being someone with the biometric attribute, survival of the fittest, he didn't need to follow the path of genetic fusion. Therefore, now that Tianren Pavilion promised to provide triple the benefits, he had no reason not to join. Sir, the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Such a teachable young man. Seeing Lin Zichen's decision to join Tianren Pavilion, Lu Chuanwu couldn't help but show a look of admiration. Then came a sharp pang in his heart. Offering 3 times the benefits. To this kid, how much funding would that require? Sigh, it seems he would have to shamelessly approach wealthy women for fundraising again. He hoped that the kid would prove to be impressive and that in the coming half-year, he would bring some breakthroughs to their research. Otherwise, it would be a loss. While Lu Chuanwu was thinking about all this, Lin Zichen suddenly remembered a previous doubt. He looked at Lu Chuanwu and curiously asked, "By the way, I have a question I'd like to ask. Do you know what Origin Land is?" How did this kid come to know about Origin Land? Lu Chuanwu felt puzzled but wasn't overly concerned and quickly replied, "That's a place believed to be the cradle of life. The exotic beasts that exist on Earth all come from Origin Land. P.S. Bowing for votes, seeking monthly and recommendation tickets." Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 106, 106, 104. The Secret of the Origin Land. Chapter 106, 104. The Secret of the Origin Land. Translator, 549690339. The Origin of Life. Where do exotic beasts come from? Lin Zichen felt he had heard an incredible secret. Before this, he thought exotic beasts were shrouded in mystery, with humans knowing almost nothing about them. But from Lu Chuanwu's answer, it seemed humans actually had a certain understanding of the exotic beasts. At the very least, they knew that exotic beasts came from the Origin Land, and that they could enter it. Shen Qinghan's mentor sister, who got off cheap, even had a photo taken inside the Origin Land, which indicated that humans could enter it. Is the exotic beast meat sold in the markets from the Origin Land? Lin Zichen suddenly thought of this question and looked at Lu Chuanwu curiously. Lu Chuanwu replied, "Of course it's from the Origin Land. Otherwise, with the little reserve of exotic beasts on Earth, the higher-ups wouldn't have enough for themselves, let alone to sell to the common people." Sell to the common people. The cheapest phantom squid meat costs 998 yuan per 500 grams, which common person could afford it. Sell to the wealthy. Maybe Lin Zichen couldn't help but mutter to himself and then asked, "I'm very interested in the Origin Land. Do you have any videos that I could watch?" No, Lu Chuanwu shook his head. Any electronic device would malfunction in the Origin Land, and many chemical reactions also cannot proceed normally. Is that place really so strange? Lin Zichen was quite incredulous. But soon, he realized something was amiss. If electronic devices malfunctioned and many chemical reactions could not take place, then how did Shen Qinghan's mentor sister have a photo taken in the origin land? Upon thinking of this, he immediately asked, "But, some time ago a friend sent me a photo of her in the origin land, what's that about?" Lu Chuanwu explained, "Those so-called photos are mostly hand-painted. There are specialized artists in the origin land responsible for painting the environment, making maps, and other such tools. These artists' skills are incredibly sublime, it's not difficult for them to create paintings that look just like photographs. As long as you pay them, they can paint whatever you want for you." Lu Chuanwu grinned, "I've seen people bring in photos of their crushes, show them to the artists in the origin land, and then ask them to paint erotic pictures of themselves with their crushes for their own fantasies." Shen Qinghan blushed as she listened. Lin Zichen showed no reaction and quickly opened WeChat to find the photo Qinghan had sent him. Upon enlarging it, he indeed noticed it was painted, with traces of brushwork visible. The painting was incredibly realistic. Without close inspection, one simply couldn't tell it was a painting. "By the way, where is the origin land?" Lin Zichen looked up and asked Lu Chuanwu. Lu Chuanwu shook his head, "I'm also not very clear on this point because our human method of entering the origin land relies on arrays found within certain relics to teleport there. To this day, it's still uncertain whether the origin land is even on Earth." Lu Chuanwu added, "Of course, it's possible that those in power have actually ascertained its location but have kept it undisclosed, only allowing those at the very core to know." Lin Zichen pondered upon hearing this. Just then, the phone rang. It was a call from Hiyu. As soon as the call connected, Hiyu's urging voice came through, "Handsome guy and beautiful lady, the martial arts gym's promotional event is about to start. When are you guys going to arrive?" "We're on our way now." "Then hurry up." "All right, we'll be there in 10 minutes. After a brief exchange, the two quickly ended the call. Lin Zichen said to Lu Chuanwu, "I have to go, let's exchange WeChats, and we can chat more when we have the time." "Sure, I'll scan you." Lu Chuanwu added Lin Zichen on WeChat. Just as Lin Zichen was about to leave, Lu Chuanwu pulled out a brand new book and handed it to him. This is a translated version of the blood tempering technique. It contains detailed cultivation methods. However, the blood tempering technique has a certain threshold. You need to reach the biological level of an average fourth order, with enough qi blood within your body, before you can cultivate it. During this summer vacation, when you have some free time, you can take a look to get familiar with it in advance. Once your first semester of freshman year starts and your biological level evolves to an average fourth order, you can immediately begin cultivation. The standard for an average fourth order, on average, involves these three metrics: lifting a weight of 1,000 kilograms with one hand, sprinting 100 meters in 5 seconds, jumping vertically from a standstill to a height of 5 meters. Lu Chuanwu had looked at Lin Zichen's physical test data, which was very close to the criteria of an average fourth order. As long as Lin Zichen remained diligent throughout the upcoming summer vacation and continued to maintain high-intensity training, his biological level would definitely evolve to an average fourth order by the start of his freshman year. "All right, I'll take a look when I have the time." Lin Zichen took the books and casually placed them in Shen Qinghan's shoulder bag. "Fourth order is enough for cultivation. I'm already at sixth order." After participating in Hiyu's martial arts school's promotional event, after eating dinner and taking a bath at home, I'll see whether I can cultivate the blood tempering technique or not. He's martial arts school, reception area at the front desk. As soon as Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan walked in, they saw Hiyu and Li Chuxin sitting at a tea table, chatting. Li Chuxin was fashionably dressed, with a tank top on the upper body and a denim skirt on the lower body, along with a pair of enchanting black stockings on her legs, which could easily capture a man's gaze. Lin Zichen instinctively glanced at her, finding her quite tempting, but he wasn't particularly interested in his heart. Having acquired a selective taste from Shen Qinghan, among girls of the same age, if they didn't have the beauty and figure on par with Shen Qinghan, they generally failed to attract him. In contrast, Hiyu wasn't as selective, currently sneaking peeks at Li Chuxin's black silk-clad legs, his face full of contentment. While sneakily gazing, the corner of Hiyu's eye caught the two who had just entered, and he immediately looked over and teased, "Handsome guy and beautiful lady, you two finally arrived, we've been waiting for a long time." Lin Zichen responded with a smile, "Sorry, got held up with something." Zichen, Han Han, the two of you really do look increasingly like a match made in heaven. Seriously, I suggest you get married right after college graduation. I'll come to be your bridesmaid. Watching the handsome young man and the beautiful girl, Li Chuxin couldn't help but show an infatuated anti-smile on her face, shipping this childhood sweetheart couple a lot. Shen Qinghan blushed a little when she heard this, feeling quite embarrassed to be teased in front of others. But at the same time, her heart was filled with sweetness as she fantasized about the beautiful prospect of stepping into the hall of marriage with Lin Zichen one day. Everyone is here now, so let's start with the promotional event. While they were all chatting and laughing, his father, who had been waiting for a while, came out from inside the martial arts school and said to everyone. Standing next to him, his mother glanced at him and chided, "What's the rush? Zichen and Han Han just arrived. Let them sit down and rest for a while." After scolding her husband, his mother turned to the people at the tea table and smiled warmly and hospitably, "We're not in a hurry for the promotional activity. Take your time talking, I'll go cut some watermelon for you to eat." "Auntie, there's no need, we've already delayed you for quite some time, let's start with the promotional event now." Lin Zichen felt it was somewhat inappropriate since it was his own delay that caused them to be late, yet the host was still so hospitable, which made him feel uneasy. Search *the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. However, his mother insisted with a smiling face, no rush, take a seat and rest first, have some watermelon to quench your thirst." After saying that, she turned and walked towards the martial arts school. Seeing his mother leave, Lin Zichen didn't want to impose any further. His father was a straightforward and honest man, not as adept in social interactions as his mother. Seeing that the promotional event would be delayed, he quietly found a place to sit and looked at his phone. Lin Zichen remembered that his father was a sixth-order martial artist, so he walked over to initiate a conversation about Tianren Pavilion. After chatting for a while, Lin Zichen unexpectedly discovered that the man was actually a member of Tianren Pavilion. Yet, he was only an outer member. As they continued to talk, Lin Zichen learned that his father didn't feel much sense of belonging to Tianren Pavilion. It was purely because he wasn't a genetic integrator or a mechanically modified human, and with no other choice, he had joined Tianren Pavilion just to have an affiliation. Phrases like, "pure-blood humans are the future," were considered nonsense by his father, who always favored genetic integrators. After all, in today's society, genetic fusion is mainstream, and only by becoming a genetic integrator can one ascend to the upper echelons. Not as an unnoticed martial artist who can only open a martial arts school and earn a meager living by teaching students. P.S. Bowls out, seeking monthly and recommendation tickets. Chapter 107, Slap Her Face. Chapter 107, Slap Her Face. Translator, 549690339. In the evening, inside the room. Lin Zichen sat on the bed with his back against the wall, curiously flipping through the blood tempering technique given to him by Lu Chuanwu. The book wasn't an ancient original, but a translated version in modern text, filled with annotations. With the effect of the Tianren wisdom root enhancing him. Lin Zichen was speed reading at a rate of 10 lines at a glance. In less than half an hour, he had finished the entire thick volume of the blood tempering technique. He learned that the blood tempering technique is divided into 3 stages. The first stage. Become aware of the existence of qi blood and try to control it. The second stage. Control the qi blood to perform body refining, starting with tempering skin, then tempering flesh, and finally bone tempering. Tempering skin and tempering flesh are very simple, no matter if one has talent or not, as long as there is sufficient qi blood, success is guaranteed, with only the length of time being the variable. The difficult part is bone tempering. Without sufficient talent, one simply cannot control the qi blood to permeate the bones for tempering. Even with talent and the ability to control qi blood to temper the bones, not everyone can endure the intense pain that comes with it. However, the more difficult a feat is, the higher the rewards upon completion. Once the skin, flesh, and bones are all tempered, the physical strength can reach that of an ordinary 9th rank. If one can undergo a second tempering, the physical strength can rival that of an advanced 1st rank genetic integrator. Even more incredible is a 3rd tempering, which would surpass the strength of an advanced 1st rank genetic integrator. And the number of times one can undergo body refining, according to ancient records, is up to 5 times. But until now, only Lu Chuanwu, after decades of cultivation, has managed to temper his body 3 times. No one knows just how powerful one's physique can become after the 4th or 5th tempering. In his annotations, Lu Chuanwu speculated that if 3 times tempering could crush an advanced first-ranked genetic integrator, then 4 temperings could presumably crush an advanced second-ranked genetic integrator, with 5 temperings following the same logic. The 3rd stage. After body refining is complete, control the qi blood to open up the body's acupoints. There are a total of 366 acupoints, and the strength gained from opening each acupointment is comparable to having undergone body refining once more. Once all acupoints are opened, one can achieve the legendary sanctification of the flesh. The annotations in the book speculate that if even just one acupointment can be opened, one can break free from the shackles of ordinary levels as a pure-blood human and evolve into an advanced-level creature. After comprehending the blood tempering technique, Lin Zichen began to attempt the first stage, sensing qi blood. He closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and concentrated. Following the guidance in the book, he used his spiritual power to sense the qi blood flowing inside his body. Within 3 seconds, he had successfully sensed the qi blood. Easier than he had imagined. After sensing the qi blood, the next step was to try to control it. This process was somewhat challenging. Lin Zichen tried for nearly half an hour before he finally managed to control the qi blood in his body. Being able to control the qi blood meant he could perform body refining. Lin Zichen didn't want to wait another second and immediately began body refining intuitively. The first thing he wanted to temper was the skin on his entire right hand. During the tempering process, the skin being tempered experienced a burning sensation, which was slightly painful, but not intense. You are using qi blood to temper your skin, skin toughness +1, blood tempering technique proficiency +1, about half an hour later. The tempering was complete. The skin on his entire right hand, while apparently unchanged at a glance, felt noticeably tougher than before. And at that time, less than 1% of his body's qi blood had been consumed, still very abundant. I wonder how tough my right hand's skin is now, should grab a knife and scratch it to see. Thinking this, Lin Zichen quickly went downstairs to the kitchen, took a fruit knife, and forcefully scraped the back of his right hand. He then found that nothing happened to his hand, except for a faint scratch mark on it. Just one tempering and it's already impervious to knives and swords. No wonder Lu Chuanwu, after 3 times of body refining, could withstand Wu Tiancheng's feather shots. I have to say, this blood tempering technique, exclusively for the pure-blood human body, really is something. I wonder how strong the body can be after 5 times of body refining. At this thought, Lin Zichen became invigorated, immediately returning to his room upstairs to continue tempering his skin. Shanghai University. A training field of the martial arts college. A woman clad in a martial arts uniform, with her hair tied in a single ponytail, sashaying with grace, was intensively training her body within. Just as she passionately sweated it out, Lu Chuanwu hummed a tune as he strolled in from the outside, his face brimming with pleasure. "Principal, what's put you in such a good mood?" The woman paused her training, wiping the sweat off her forehead, and asked with some curiosity. Lu Chuanwu's mouth quirked up proudly. "Under the invincible charm of my personality, the second-place achiever of Nanjiang Province's college entrance exam, and the top physical test scorer of the province, has joined our Tianren Pavilion." Really? The woman's face was incredulous. She had well understood how unpopular Tianren Pavilion was with talents over the past decade, so it was hard to imagine that a genius would be willing to forego the path of genetic fusion to join Tianren Pavilion. "For real, I've even added him on WeChat already." Lu Chuanwu unlocked his phone screen, opened his WeChat friends list, and showed it to the woman. Seeing Lin Zichen's name, the woman couldn't help but widen her almond eyes, amazed that the so-called useless principal had actually managed to recruit the provincial second-place achiever. "Principal, how did you pull it off?" "It was my personal charm." "Ha, quit bragging. Tell me the truth." The woman had no patience for his boasting, eager to know the real story. Lu Chuanwu told the truth. "I didn't do much really, just told him whatever benefits Evolution College could give him, we at Tianren Pavilion would offer him 3 times as much." 3 times. The woman was dumbstruck for a moment, then her face turned frantic. "Principal, the funds for our pavilion are almost exhausted." "No, not almost, we are already in deep debt." "Where are you getting the money to offer him triple the benefits?" After saying this, she quickly urged, "You shouldn't be idling here chatting with me, Principal. Hurry up and meet with your old flame to reminisce, go sell your body to bring some funds back. Lu Chuanwu spoke confidently, don't worry, I've got it all lined up. One for the first half of the night, another for the second half, and yet another one tomorrow morning. We'll have more than enough for triple the benefits. After saying that, he looked at the woman and asked, Yu Yan, how long did it take you to sense your qi blood after getting your hands on the translated version of the blood tempering technique? Ah, that was 10 years ago. But if I remember correctly, it should have been around a week before I could sense the qi blood, replied Song Yuyan after recalling the past. Lu Chuanwu then asked, and controlling it? Controlling qi blood? Song Yuyan answered firmly, I remember very clearly, it took me exactly 2 months. Lu Chuanwu sighed, a week to sense qi blood, and 2 months to control it. You really lived up to your reputation as the capital city's college entrance exam runner-up back then. Your talent was remarkable. Although I consider myself a genius, it took me nearly 2 weeks just to sense qi blood. It's true what they say, there's always someone better. Principal, please stop bringing up the words, capital city's runner-up, in front of me, Song Yuyan complained bitterly. Ever since I gave up the path of genetic fusion to join Tianren Pavilion and research the pure-blood human path, not being able to evolve into an advanced-level creature has led to no end of mockery over the years. It's absolutely maddening. Lu Chuanwu nonchalantly replied, let them laugh if they like, what's there to be annoyed about? I've been laughed at for decades, and I'm still standing strong, aren't I? What we're doing is enduring hardship for future success. The more we suffer now, the more exhilarating our breakthrough will be later on. Continuing, Lu Chuanwu said, just give it a few more years. Once you evolve into an advanced-level creature with the body of a pure-blood human, you'll make a sensational breakthrough. You can then easily hang and beat any of your genetic integrator classmates. In a few years. Song Yuyan chuckled bitterly, I feel like it could take 10 years or even never happen. Opening acupoints was incredibly difficult. SE of the NovelFire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Ever since completing her first body refining 5 years ago, Song Yuyan had been attempting to open acupoints. But 5 years had passed, she had undergone body refining twice, and still, not one acupointment had opened. To be honest, she felt that opening acupoints could be classified as a lifetime goal. If she could open one by the age of 50, she would consider it a success. Thinking this, Song Yuyan suddenly asked, by the way, Principal, did you give Lin Zichen a copy of the translated blood tempering technique? Of course, I gave it to him. I wouldn't forget such an important matter, said Lu Chuanwu. I'm looking forward to him mastering the control of qi blood before school starts, and then have his biological level evolve to ordinary 4th order as soon as the term begins, immediately starting his body refining. Song Yuyan inquired, Principal, how long do you think it will take him to successfully sense qi blood? I estimate it'll take him about 10 days to sense it, Lu Chuanwu explained after answering. The kid's physical test data is quite extraordinary, almost on par with your high school graduation physical data. Song Yuyan said with anticipation, I guess he must think Tianren Pavilion lacks geniuses, and that he's the one with the highest talent. I wonder if he'll be totally shocked when he sees me, a beautiful senior with even greater talent, once school starts. Seeing Song Yuyan's eager expression, Lu Chuanwu realized this woman was quite the hypocrite. This Song Yuyan, she would often get annoyed at him for always showing off, yet here she was, planning to show off in front of a talented junior. Well, now she's looking forward to flaunting herself to a gifted underclassman. Lu Chuanwu hoped that Lin Zichen would perform even better and give her a well-deserved slap in the face. P.S. Begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. Chapter 108, 108, 106, First Kiss Chapter 108, 106, First Kiss Translator, 549690339 In the room, Lin Zichen was still refining his skin. It took him less than 3 hours to finish refining the skin on both arms. The price he paid was that about 1/3 of his qi blood had been consumed, leaving his body weak and feeble, and feeling a bit dizzy. However, it was only physical discomfort. His mood was filled with nothing but pleasure and excitement. The surface area of the skin on both arms accounted for about 18% of the entire body. At this rate, he could refine the skin on his entire body in less than a week. By then, his body would be impervious to sword and spear. Just thinking about it made Lin Zichen's mood even more cheerful. At this moment, his phone next to him sounded a notification. It was the alert for a WeChat message. Picking up the phone and opening WeChat, he found a message from Shenqinghan. Han Han, Xiao Chen, have you gone to bed? Zichen, not yet. Han Han, I've prepared a surprise for you, can you come over to my room to see? Zichen, what surprise? Han Han, if I tell you, it won't be a surprise anymore. Zichen, okay, I'll come over now. After ending the chat, Lin Zichen checked the time and found it was almost midnight. He was curious about what kind of surprise it could be that she was calling him over to see so late at night. Thinking this, he quickly got out of bed, left his room, and arrived at Shenqinghan's door, where he stopped and took out his key to unlock it. This was a key Su Meng had given him for easy access. Similarly, Shenqinghan also had a key to his house. Their families were not yet related by marriage, but they were already closer than in-laws. Xiao Chen, are you looking for Han Han? Yes, she mentioned on WeChat she had prepared a surprise for me and urged me to come over and have a look. Then you'd better hurry up to her, lest she gets anxious. Su Meng said with a smile from the living room. Lin Zichen didn't linger for a chat, but quickly headed towards the staircase. Soon, he arrived in front of Shenqinghan's door and noticed it was not closed but ajar. Having learned from past experiences, he did not push the door open but instead knocked and said, Han Han, I'm here. Come in. The voice of Shenqinghan came from inside the room, sounding a bit tense. Lin Zichen pushed the door open and walked in, closing the door behind him. Then, he saw Shenqinghan sitting on the bed with the quilt wrapped around her. She was wrapped up tightly, with only her head showing, looking like a zongzi. What are you doing? Lin Zichen was somewhat baffled. Shenqinghan replied with a flushed little face, nothing, just prepared a surprise for you. Lin Zichen found it strange and said, what kind of surprise requires wrapping yourself in a quilt? Come over and you'll see. Shenqinghan lifted a corner of the quilt, her pretty face turning even redder and hotter. Seeing her blush like that, Lin Zichen couldn't help but think of some not-so-child-friendly scenes. Could it be that she was not wearing anything under the quilt? Was the surprise to offer herself to him? With these thoughts, Lin Zichen felt his body grow a bit hot. However, he remained composed on the outside and smiled, let me guess, you're not about to show me a glow-in-the-dark luminous watch, are you? I'm not that boring, Shenqinghan pouted her rosy lips in denial. Lin Zichen looked at her tender and lustrous cherry lips and, driven by a man's instinct, really wanted to lean down and give her a kiss to feel the softness of her lips. After steadying his emotions a bit, he stopped guessing, took off his shoes, climbed onto the bed, and readied himself for Shenqinghan's surprise. Why don't you lift the quilt? Shenqinghan pursed her tempting pink lips, her voice tinged with a thread of shyness. Lin Zichen swallowed, reached for a corner of the quilt, and began to lift it slowly from the bottom up. Search *the novel fire.ne*t website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As he lifted the quilt higher, a pair of dainty and exquisite white silk-clad feet appeared, tempting and small enough to fit in one's hand. Then, slender and straight white silk-clad legs followed, and a pair of somewhat plump white silk-clad thighs. Finally, there was a blue and white porcelain cheongsam with a slit hem, looking very similar to the one Yuan Dongji had worn on the day of the compatibility test. White silk and cheongsam. Lin Zichen felt even hotter, sensing an imminent physical reaction. He quickly pulled the quilt over to cover his legs. Do I look good in this? Shenqinghan, feeling shy, didn't meet Lin Zichen's gaze and looked down at her white silk legs, asking with some anticipation. Lin Zichen nodded, it looks good. Shenqinghan bit her lip, fiddled with her hair that fell down her back, and shyly said, I also bought black silk stockings, do you want to see me wear them? Let's have a look. Upon hearing the words, black silk stockings, Lin Zichen felt even hotter, but he tried to remain calm. Seeing that Lin Zichen wanted to see it, Shenqinghan blushed as she quickly began to remove the white silk stockings from her legs. The white stockings, sliding off from her slightly plump thighs to her knees, and then slowly over her cute and dainty feet, looked a bit clumsy compared to the silk-smooth removal by girls in online videos. But it was precisely this clumsiness that made Shenqinghan look all the more enticing, carrying the unique charm of an innocent young girl. After gently slipping off the white stockings, Shenqinghan turned around, took a pair of fragrant black stockings from behind her, and slowly began to don them. Lin Zichen watched the whole process of her changing stockings, and he had to admit he was enjoying it. A moment later, she had her black stockings on. Shen Qinghan raised her slightly flushed face, her clear eyes shining with a hint of youthful timidity. Softly and sweetly, she asked, "Do they look good?" "Yeah, they look good, they really suit you." Lin Zichen's breathing grew heavier, but he didn't let it show too much. Chapter 109, 109, 106, First Kiss _2 Chapter 109, 106, First Kiss _2 Translator, 549690339 The girl next door has blossomed, and silk stockings and cheongsams are here to entice. Shen Qinghan looked very tempting in black stockings, like a ripe peach that makes one unable to resist taking a bite. Feeling his body growing increasingly hot, Lin Zichen quickly found a topic to divert his attention and asked, "The quality of this cheongsam and stockings seems pretty good. How much did you pay for each?" The cheongsam cost 5,288 yuan, and the stockings, 2,998 yuan a pair. What? Lin Zichen was stunned. The heat that had just risen in his body instantly froze over at the prices Shen Qinghan quoted. Together they're over 10,000 yuan. That's so expensive. It might make sense for the cheongsam to be expensive, but these thin stockings selling for thousands. What's going on? Seeing Lin Zichen's shocked expression, Shen Qinghan explained, "They're brand-name goods, so they're pricier." To prevent Lin Zichen from thinking she was a spendthrift, she quickly added, "I bought them with the prize money from topping the exams, not with my parents' money. But it's still too expensive." cthnovelfire.net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Zichen couldn't comprehend, perhaps a bit too straight-laced. In a weak voice, Shen Qinghan said, "Expensive ones are of better quality and less likely to get damaged. They last a long time, so actually, if you look at it over a longer period, it's not much of a waste." "It's not a waste, not at all. Wearing something expensive feels comfortable, liking it yourself is what's most important." Sensing that his lack of understanding may have dampened Shen Qinghan's spirits, Lin Zichen quickly expressed his agreement. Shen Qinghan shook her head slightly and pursed her soft, delicate lips, saying, "Whether I like it is not important, it's most important that you like it." Lin Zichen stated, "I really like it, I was amazed the moment I lifted the covers." "Really? Really? Then that's good." Shen Qinghan's eyes bent into a slight smile. No sooner had she finished speaking than she stretched her leg toward Lin Zichen and said with flushed cheeks, "These stockings feel very nice to the touch, do you want to feel them?" "Then I'll feel them." Lin Zichen placed his hand on Shen Qinghan's leg and began to stroke it with a gentle touch. The subtle rustling sound was very pleasing to the ears. It was as intoxicating as listening to the songs Shen Qinghan sang. "How do they feel to your touch?" Shen Qinghan's face was extremely red, but she still asked. While enjoying the wonderful sensation from his hand, Lin Zichen replied, "I can only say that there's a reason they're sold at a high price. The touch is very good, quite comfortable to feel. If I had bought cheap stockings, you wouldn't be enjoying this feeling now." After speaking, she blushed even more, and with a coy voice said, "Do you think, maybe it's just that my legs themselves feel good to the touch? They complement each other. The stockings feel good, and your legs also feel very good. Then, between the stockings and my legs, which feels better to you?" As she asked this, Shen Qinghan's tone was much more natural, not as shy as before. As time went on, she had slowly gotten used to the feeling of wearing the stockings and no longer felt embarrassed being stared at by Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen moved his hand to her bare foot, holding it gently in his hand, his heart in turmoil but trying to appear calm. "Then it's definitely your legs that feel better." "I think so, too." Shen Qinghan was overjoyed inside. Just then, there was a knock at the door, followed by Su Meng's voice, "Xiao Chen, your mom just sent over some daily necessities. I hung them on your doorknob. You can come out and pick them up later." Startled by Su Meng's voice, Lin Zichen instinctively withdrew his hand from Shen Qinghan's leg. But quickly he realized, he and Shen Qinghan were meant for each other, and both their parents were supportive. What was wrong with touching her leg? Thinking this, he placed his hand back onto Shen Qinghan's black silk-clad foot, feeling it as he replied, "Okay, I got it, Aunt Meng." Touching her feet felt more interesting than touching her legs, as he could hold her entire petite foot in his hand. After Su Meng had left, Lin Zichen got up, opened the door and brought the bag inside. Remembering the embarrassing incident when Shen Qinghan had stayed over last time, he immediately opened the bag to check, and sure enough, he found an ultra-thin condom. Shaking his head, he threw it back into the bag, pretending he hadn't seen it. It wasn't that he didn't want to eat her up, but it was too soon. Their lips hadn't even met yet, what's the rush? Straight to the end would be so bland, enjoying the slow process of getting closer was much more interesting. Aunt Xin already sent the stuff over, why don't you stay over tonight? After speaking, Shen Qinghan added, ever since you started elementary school, you've never slept on my bed, it's always been me sleeping on your bed. That's not fair at all. Then I'll sleep over here more often, Lin Zichen said with a smile. Shen Qinghan huffed and said, you'll have many nights to sleep over then. You'll have to sleep here hundreds of times to even out the frequency. You're keeping track. Of course. Then do I need to wet your bed as many times as you did mine? Lin Zichen teased Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan pouted in rebuttal, that's not the same at all, I didn't do it on purpose. But I am teasing you on purpose. Oh, you're so annoying. Shen Qinghan picked up a pillow and threw it at him. Lin Zichen caught the pillow, laughing as he threw it back. The two of them began to toss pillows back and forth, playfully bantering with each other. Unknowingly, time had reached 1 a.m. Lin Zichen checked his phone and saw how late it was, then said to Shen Qinghan, it's so late, let's go to sleep. Staying up is bad for a girl's skin. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 110, 110, 106, First Kiss _3 Chapter 110, 106, First Kiss _3 Translator, 549690339, it's already 1 a.m. Shen Qinghan glanced at the time and realized it was already so late. She usually went to sleep before midnight. No, I have to brush my teeth and wash my face quickly and go to bed. Shen Qinghan quickly took off the stockings on her legs, got out of bed, put on her shoes, and went to the restroom to wash up. Lin Zichen watched as she took off the stockings on the bed, picked them up to take a closer look. The quality really was good, worthy of being a brand that costs thousands of yuan. Nice legs deserve nice stockings. However, he thought maybe he should also buy some cheaper, lower quality stockings as disposable items to tear up and throw away. About 10 minutes later, Shen Qinghan finished washing up and came back, and then it was Lin Zichen's turn to wash up. Another 5 minutes passed. Lin Zichen finished washing up and returned. By that time, Shen Qinghan was already in her pajamas sitting on the bed, waiting for him to join her to sleep. Seeing this, he walked unhurriedly to the light switch and said, then I'll turn off the light. Turn it off. Click. The light in the room went off. The whole room plunged into darkness. At that moment, Shen Qinghan remembered she hadn't put on her diaper yet and hastily said, Xiao Chen, turn on the light, I forgot to put on my diaper. Click. Lin Zichen turned the light back on. Shen Qinghan got out of bed, opened the drawer, and took out a diaper. She didn't go to the restroom to put it on, nor did she ask Lin Zichen to leave, she just asked him to turn around and not look. Afterward, she took off her pants in the room and skillfully put on the diaper, not feeling at all self-conscious in front of Lin Zichen. Okay. You can turn back around now. Then I'll turn off the light. Turn it off. Click. The light in the room once again went out. The two quickly went to bed to sleep, sharing the same quilt and the same pillow, their bodies very close to each other, clearly able to hear each other's heartbeats. Once Lin Zichen calmed down, he noticed a faint fragrance on Shen Qinghan's bed that was very comforting to smell. He asked curiously, Han, why does your bed smell a bit fragrant? Did you use something? No, that's my body fragrance. I've slept in the bed so long that it scented the bed. Body fragrance. Lin Zichen was puzzled, but it doesn't quite match the scent on you. Shen Qinghan turned to face him, confident, it really is my body fragrance. If you don't believe me, you can smell it on me now. Then I'll have a sniff. Lin Zichen said and then shifted a bit closer to smell Shen Qinghan's chest. After carefully smelling for a while, he still couldn't match the scents. Just as he was puzzled and about to ask again, he caught a glimpse of an air freshener hanging at the head of the bed out of the corner of his eye and immediately realized he'd been duped. Clearly there's an air freshener hanging above the bed and you tricked me into thinking it was body fragrance, huh? But I really do have a body fragrance. Shen Qinghan grinned playfully, refusing to admit it was the air freshener scent, teasing Lin Zichen on purpose. Lin Zichen was about to say something when he felt the warm breath of Shen Qinghan fluttering on his face and realized their faces were very close. At that moment, looking at Shen Qinghan's moist and plump cherry lips, he felt a sudden urge to kiss them. Shen Qinghan, aware of the growing intimacy, her eyes gradually becoming misty. After they looked into each other's eyes for a few seconds, Lin Zichen slowly moved in and kissed Shen Qinghan's cherry lips. Feeling the warmth of Lin Zichen's lips, Shen Qinghan's body shuddered as if shocked and then became completely limp, feeling as though she was melting. Lin Zichen didn't kiss her for long, just experienced the soft warmth of her lips before pulling back. In the nearly half a minute that followed, neither spoke and were silently savoring that brief, wonderful moment. When love is mutual, the feeling of a first kiss is truly delightful and unforgettable. Suddenly, Shen Qinghan broke the calm. She tossed off the quilt, got out of bed, put on her shoes, and prepared to leave the room to go outside. What happened? I peed, Shen Qinghan said, feeling embarrassed. Merely kissing Lin Zichen, her heartbeat had accelerated, her body temperature quickly rose, and she had wet herself uncontrollably. Hearing the words peed, Lin Zichen quickly sensed something and sat up in bed to ask, "Did you pee while we were kissing just now?" Sir, the novel, F.ir.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Yeah. Shen Qinghan answered, her cheeks slightly red. Wetting herself just from a kiss was not particularly flattering, it was too embarrassing. Lin Zichen then asked, "What did it feel like when you kissed? Was it a big wave of emotion?" "It was a faster heartbeat, like a thumping feeling," Shen Qinghan explained awkwardly. "I also felt suddenly hot, and then I just peed." After finishing, she added, "There really was a big surge of emotion just now." Lin Zichen thought for a moment, then shared his speculation with Shen Qinghan. "I suspect that unknown superpower of yours might be related to spiritual power. It could be controlled by spiritual power, and if your spiritual power is high enough, maybe you can fully develop and control this superpower." P.S. 2 chapters updated together. Chapter 111, 111, 107, Strongmouthed King. Chapter 111, 107, Strongmouthed King. My superpower needs to be controlled by spiritual power. Shen Qinghan listened, understanding yet not fully comprehending. "Come on, let's keep kissing and see if you wet your pants again when your spiritual fluctuations are strong," Lin Zichen said as he grabbed Shen Qinghan's hand and pulled her into his arms. Shen Qinghan let go of his hand and said, "Hold on, let me go wash up in the restroom. I'll be right back." "There's no point in washing now, you'll just have to wash again later if you pee, which is more trouble. But it feels uncomfortable being all wet right now." Although Shen Qinghan liked water and the feeling of being drenched, she hated wetting her pants. Even if it was just peeing in a diaper without getting her pants wet, she didn't like it. It was a psychological dislike. Lin Zichen still felt it was unnecessary and advised her, "Hold it for a while, it'll be over soon. Wash up after we're done kissing. Then I'll change into a new diaper." After saying that, Shen Qinghan walked to the drawer, stopped, and took out a fresh diaper. Not sure if she'd forgotten or didn't care, she changed her diaper right in front of Lin Zichen, without bothering to find privacy. Lin Zichen didn't look at her, quietly bowing his head to check his phone. "I'm ready now." Shen Qinghan returned to Lin Zichen, sounding both shy and expectant. She was still savoring that brief, wonderful first kiss, eagerly anticipating their next one. Without a word, Lin Zichen pulled her to sit on his lap, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, and kissed her lips. The kiss was more intense and deeper than the first. Taken aback by the suddenness, Shen Qinghan instantly tensed up, her cute toes clenched together, and her small feet bent slightly from the effort. But soon, her body relaxed, her head felt dizzy, and she flushed red, collapsing into Lin Zichen's embrace, feeling utterly weak and tender. Lin Zichen did not let go, continuing to kiss her enticing, rosy lips. CTH novel, F.ir.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. It wasn't until he felt a warm sensation on his lap that he reluctantly released her lips, his voice soft, how does it feel this time? Shen Qinghan did not answer him, she just panted with her mouth slightly open, sweat beads rolling down her cheeks, her clothes already soaked through. This time the kiss lasted too long, to the point where she felt like she might suffocate. After catching her breath a bit and feeling less breathless, she looked at Lin Zichen with still somewhat hazy eyes and said, "My heart was racing non-stop just now, and at one moment my spiritual fluctuations were very intense. Then I felt a warmth in my body and lost control, I just peed." Hearing Shen Qinghan's response and feeling the slight dampness coming from her, Lin Zichen was almost certain his guess was correct. Whenever Shen Qinghan had significant spiritual fluctuations, she would uncontrollably wet her pants and get so hot that she would sweat profusely, water everywhere. All these signs indicated that Shen Qinghan's mysterious water-related superpower was also connected to her spiritual power. If all went as expected, this aquatic superpower was controlled by spiritual power. "Come, let's continue," Lin Zichen urged as he gazed at Shen Qinghan's tempting little cherry mouth, bending down to kiss her again. 2 tests weren't enough, the sample size was too small. For the sake of rigor, multiple trials were necessary. Only then could they arrive at a more accurate answer. Shen Qinghan's head was still spinning when Lin Zichen unexpectedly kissed her again, eliciting an involuntary moan from her. After an indeterminate amount of time, when a familiar warm sensation spread over his leg, Lin Zichen released Shen Qinghan and asked, "How does it feel this time?" "Just like before, I feel weak, my head dizzy," Shen Qinghan said, panting slightly. "Then when you pushed your tongue in, the spiritual fluctuations were intense, and I peed." Lin Zichen said, 3 times the same result, we can almost be sure your superpower is activated by spiritual power. The reason you can't control it might be because your spiritual power is still weak. When your spiritual power grows stronger and you can control your superpower, we'll probably understand the full effects of your ability. But 3 trials are still not enough, let's do a few more. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zichen bent down to kiss Shen Qinghan again. Just when he was about to kiss her, Shen Qinghan put her hand in front of his mouth and said weakly, "Wait, let's kiss later. The diaper feels like it's almost full, I need to change into a new one, or it will leak." Changing them back and forth is such a hassle, and it's also wasteful, Lin Zichen suggested, "Why not just go without? I've been peed on by you hundreds of times since we were little, I'm used to it and don't mind." These words hit Shen Qinghan's sense of shame, dealing massive damage, causing her face to turn bright red, as if about to drip with water. "No, I can't not wear the diaper." For once, Shen Qinghan was adamant. She quickly got off Lin Zichen's lap and walked to the drawer for a new diaper. Times were different when she was a child. Now, at 18, she couldn't do like she did as a child, wetting the bed, her pants, or on Lin Zichen. Opening the drawer, she took out a new diaper. Shen Qinghan stood sideways to Lin Zichen as she changed her diaper, unbothered by whether he would see. Just like before, Lin Zichen didn't watch her, choosing instead to look at his phone. "I'm done," she announced. Chapter 112, 107, Strong-Mouthed King _2 Chapter 112, 107, Strong-Mouthed King _2, then let's continue. In the next hour or so, the two conducted 9 experiments in a row, wasting 5 diaper liners. The results of the experiments were all consistent. Every time there was a significant fluctuation in spiritual power, Shen Qinghan would wet her pants. Sometimes the fluctuation of spiritual power was so great that her entire body would sweat profusely, incessantly flowing like a faucet, with a very large output of water. After a total of 12 experiments, the outcomes were the same each time. This pretty much confirmed that Shen Qinghan's superpower was triggered by spiritual power. "I've sweated a lot, I'm going to take a shower." After taking a short break, Shen Qinghan got off Lin Zichen's legs and left the room with her legs pressed together, quickly walking towards the bathroom. About 10 minutes later, her crisp voice came from the bathroom, "Xiao Chen, I forgot to bring my clothes, can you bring me a set of pajamas?" Her voice was soft, but since it was late at night and the bathroom was close to the room, Lin Zichen heard her very clearly. "Okay, I got it." Lin Zichen replied, got out of bed, and walked to the wardrobe in the room. Upon opening the wardrobe, he was greeted with clothes of all colors. Some were hanging, some were folded. Lin Zichen's gaze immediately went to the personal garments folded in the corner. Out of curiosity or perhaps male instinct, he inexplicably picked up the underwear on top to take a look. It was plain with a light pink color, looking very pure and cute. After looking at it for a while and suddenly realizing that this behavior seemed somewhat perverted, he quickly folded the underwear back in place and randomly picked out a set of pajamas to bring to Shen Qinghan. Just pajamas, no underwear. Sleeping in underwear is so uncomfortable. Moreover, Shen Qinghan didn't wear underwear to sleep at night, she only wore a diaper. Before long, Shen Qinghan, who had received the clothes, quickly got dressed and came out of the bathroom. Seeing her out, Lin Zichen picked up his own clothes and went into the bathroom to take a shower as well. He hadn't sweated when they kissed, but his clothes were soaked with Shen Qinghan's sweat, so he had to wash them. 5 minutes later. Sar the novel, F.ir.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Zichen finished showering and came out. He turned off the room's light, got into bed, and went to sleep with Shen Qinghan. They chatted for a while, but seeing it was getting late, they soon quieted down to sleep. However, not long after the silence, Shen Qinghan turned to him and said, I was thinking, we just kissed 12 times, and every time it was you who kissed me. I feel like that's not great. So, I want to kiss you voluntarily too. After speaking, Shen Qinghan propped herself up, brought her face close to Lin Zichen's, and under his gaze, kissed him on the mouth. It was only a light peck. No significant fluctuation of spiritual power. What there was, though, was a sweet feeling that left her heart as sweet as a date. This is my good night kiss for you, good night. Good night. After saying good night to each other, they quieted down again, laying in their respective spots, and closed their eyes to sleep. Even though Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were under the same blanket, sleeping on the same pillow, the spots where they lay were somewhat far apart. Mainly because Shen Qinghan was still too sensitive. In the quiet of the night, being too close to Lin Zichen would make her mind wander. Just the thought of inappropriate images would make her wet the bed. The next day, Lin Zichen woke up early. He glanced at Shen Qinghan, who was still sound asleep, and noticing she still drooled in her sleep as usual, he couldn't help but smile and used the back of his hand to wipe the saliva from the corner of her mouth. Then, he quietly got out of bed, put on his shoes, and left. Upon reaching the first-floor living room, he saw Shen Jianya sitting on the couch watching the morning news. Lin Zichen smiled and greeted him, "Good morning, Uncle Jianya. You're up early, aren't you?" "Yeah, I'm used to getting up at this time." "Has Han Han woken up yet?" "Not yet." "Sigh, I wish Han Han could be as self-disciplined as you. The girl sleeps until the sun's high when she's on vacation, and only gets up after your Aunt Meng calls her." Shen Jianya shook his head and sighed. Lin Zichen laughed, "Han Han has brought you the honor of being the provincial top scholar. I think it's not too much for her to sleep in a bit during her holidays." "That's true." Shen Jianya nodded in agreement, the pride evident on his face whenever he thought of his daughter achieving the rank of top scholar. At that moment, Su Meng came out of the kitchen. Seeing Lin Zichen holding a bag of daily necessities, she immediately approached and said, "Xiao Chen, breakfast is almost ready, why don't you eat before you go back?" "Okay, I'll eat and then go back." Lin Zichen smiled and didn't stand on ceremony with his prospective mother-in-law, a superb cook. Breakfast was lean pork congee. Very fragrant. Lin Zichen ate 2 bowls before heading home. As soon as he left, Su Meng turned to Shen Jianya, who was still sipping his congee, and said, "Last night, I woke up to use the restroom and heard someone showering upstairs. Do you think our daughter was with him last night? Now that you mention it, that must have been the case. This is a big step forward, I must tell this good news to Wanqin." Su Meng's face lit up with a smile as she took out her phone and sent several messages to Zhang Wanqin on WeChat. Meanwhile, as soon as Lin Zichen got home, he tossed the dirty clothes from the night before into the washing machine. Next, he picked up the detergent from the floor, poured some into the machine, and hit the start button. When he had finished all that and was ready to go out for morning exercise, Zhang Wanqin came over, beaming with joy, and praised him warmly. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 113, 107, Strong-Mouthed King _3 Chapter 113, 107, Strong-Mouthed King _3, Son, you're very capable. What? Lin Zichen felt somewhat puzzled. He had just done the laundry, and that too with a washing machine. How did that relate to being capable? Zhang Wanqin did not explain but continued to smile with satisfaction, saying, "It's nothing, Mom just thinks you're very capable and wanted to praise you." Lin Zichen couldn't figure out what was going on, but he didn't dwell on it and soon went out for his morning exercise. Search the Oval Fire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. After exercising in the morning, he would return home to shower and then go upstairs to his room to temper his skin. When evening came, he would go to Shen Qinghan's room to kiss her little mouth and research her superpower. This went on for 2.5 days. There was still no progress with the superpower research. However, he had gained a lot in the kissing department. Under the combined effects of using it or losing it and divine wisdom roots, Lin Zichen's kissing skills had soared to the pinnacle of the world. Each time he kissed her, it only took a few seconds to make Shen Qinghan's body go limp, to leave her dizzy and unable to tell north from south, going through diaper after diaper. Besides, his tempering skin progress was also significant. After 2.5 days of effort, he had now tempered the skin of both arms, legs, and his butt. That was about 47% of his total skin area. With just 3 more days, or at most 4, he would be able to temper all the skin on his body. By then, his body would be like wearing a top-grade bulletproof vest, impenetrable by blades and guns. Shanghai University. A training field at martial arts college. Lu Chuanwu was practicing his legwork inside. Every punch thrown and kick delivered was exceedingly sharp, full of explosive power, creating a series of booming sounds against the air. As he was immersed in his training, suddenly, several well-built middle-aged men walked in from outside, their faces unfriendly as they quickly headed towards him. Leading them, one man shouted angrily, "Lu Chuanwu, what's this business with Lin Zichen about? You need to give me an explanation." "What Lin Zichen business? I don't understand what you're talking about." Lu Chuanwu stopped his training to look at the men, feigning ignorance. The men didn't waste words with him and cursed directly, "Lin Zichen clearly enrolled in my evolution college, and you still schemed behind my back to snatch him away to your martial arts college. Have you no shame?" "What do you mean I schemed behind your back?" Lu Chuanwu asked defiantly. "Is it only your evolution college that can recruit students and my martial arts college cannot?" While speaking, his tone turned sarcastic. "President Ma, what great authority you wield." Ma Zhenhe challenged. "There's a matter of first come, first served. You've lived long enough, don't you understand this principle? I don't care about any first come, first served. I only know that as long as school hasn't started, he's not a student of your evolution college, I'm free to recruit him, and it's not against the school rules." "Yes, the school rules don't specify this, but you've broken the unwritten rule between the presidents." "Laughable, that's your unofficial rule, what's that got to do with me?" Lu Chuanwu continued, "In any case, my recruitment is justifiable, completely fair competition. If you're unhappy, you can go find Lin Zichen and try to recruit him back to evolution college." Ma Zhenhe, beside himself with anger, sneered, "Ha, you, the most cunning and despicable man who loves underhanded tactics, also talk about fair competition. If you've got the guts, come up on stage and fight me, 1 round to decide who calls the shots. That's what I call fair competition. Not like you, always sneaking around and pulling petty tricks, get it?" Ma Zhenhe was truly furious, so angry that he had lost all reason, no longer the composed man he was usually. Even now, he couldn't grasp whether the problem lay with the second-place student in the college entrance exams or if Lu Chuanwu's sweet talk had reached a new level. How could he have let this happen? In the past, Lu Chuanwu poaching students wasn't unheard of. But back then, the students were just ordinary ones, and he couldn't be bothered to squabble with Lu Chuanwu over them. But this year's second-place student in the college entrance exams was a different story. He absolutely could not tolerate it. "Come up and fight. Think I'm an idiot?" Lu Chuanwu looked at Ma Zhenhe as if he were looking at a moron and scoffed, "You, a high-level 5th ranker, trying to bully me, an ordinary 9th order. You've got the nerve to talk about fairness. Where's your shame? I'm only 48 years old this year, while you're 95. How am I the bully here?" "Then you're just bullying the elderly. You." Ma Zhenhe was so enraged he felt like he was going to spit blood. Lu Chuanwu's mouth was simply too good at provoking people, a true master of verbal combat. Assuming the air of an elder, Lu Chuanwu said gravely, "Young man, you want to challenge me? Fine. The day I break free from the shackles of the ordinary as a pure-blood human and evolve into an advanced-level creature, you'll be the first one I'll take down. Lu Chuanwu confidently proclaimed. At that time, I'll live-stream it nationwide, using my advanced first-rank strength to overpower and kill you, a genetic integrator of high-level 5th rank. Ma Zhenhe sneered. Yeah, keep talking, Mr. Mouth Almighty. Lu Chuanwu, mark my words, as long as you refuse genetic fusion, you'll always be just an ordinary 9th rank weakling. An inferior ordinary creature, go on tinkering with your pure-blood human nonsense. With that parting shot, Ma Zhenhe left the training field, too weary to argue with Lu Chuanwu any longer. However, he couldn't just let the matter of the poached top student slide. He quickly headed to the principal's office to complain to Yuan Dongji, claiming that Lu Chuanwu had no respect for martial honor, resorting to underhanded tactics to poach Evolution College's top exam scorer. In response to his grievances, Yuan Dongji comforted him indifferently. Don't worry, President Ma, wait until the school year progresses. When Lin Zichen sees his former peers, who weren't as good as him, surpass him one by one through genetic fusion or mechanical enhancements, he'll naturally switch his major. Ma Zhenhe said, Principal Yuan, that's not the point. It's about Lu Chuanwu breaking the rules. He needs to be punished. Yuan Dongji picked up the teacup from the desk, took a gentle sip, and said, if you're upset, then give him a taste of his own medicine and win the top student back. Then I'll do as Principal Yuan suggests. Seeing that Yuan Dongji wouldn't discipline Lu Chuanwu, Ma Zhenhe felt disgruntled but didn't say anything more, maintaining a respectful demeanor on the surface. They exchanged a few more words. Soon after, Ma Zhenhe left the office to attend to his own matters. After he was gone, Yuan Dongji muttered to herself, Ma Zhenhe looks steady enough usually, but every time he confronts that Lu fellow, he ends up losing his cool. So many years have passed, and that Lu guy hasn't changed a bit. His mouth is still as sharp as ever. She sighed. He could have been just as formidable in strength as he is with words if he hadn't gone down the wrong path when he was young. Otherwise, he'd at least be a principal by now. P.S. Begging for monthly votes and recommendation tickets. Chapter 114, 114, Fiancé. Chapter 114, Fiancé. In the afternoon, sunlight wasn't as intense, and a gentle breeze was brushing face on, bringing with it strands of cooling air. It felt extremely comfortable. On a road in the suburbs, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were training in interval running. It was mainly Shen Qinghan who was practicing. Lin Zichen merely played the role of coach and training partner, helping to improve her training efficiency. Although Shen Qinghan had decided to pursue genetic fusion, mainly strengthening herself through the fusion of exotic beast genes, physical training was still essential. Because the stronger the body, the more beneficial it is to genetic fusion. I can't go on, I can't run anymore. Shen Qinghan stopped. By the roadside, hands on her knees, bending over to catch her breath, large beads of sweat sliding continuously from her flushed cheeks, falling to the ground like streaming water. Her clothes were completely soaked, clinging tightly to her body due to the sweat, excellently displaying her graceful figure, very tempting. Here, rehydrate. Lin Zichen took out a bottle of sport-specific electrolyte water from his backpack, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to her. Sweating too much, her body had lost not only a large amount of fluid but also many trace elements. At this time, drinking electrolyte water was more beneficial than drinking pure water. Shen Qinghan took the electrolyte water, and though she was extremely thirsty, she still sipped little by little, not rushing. Mainly because she had choked several times in the past from drinking too quickly and learned her lesson after Lin Zichen scolded her. Seeing that Shen Qinghan had drunk enough, Lin Zichen said to her, let's call it a day for today's training, let's go to that bench up ahead and relax our muscles. Shen Qinghan, with her mouth full of water, could only make an sound in response. Soon, the two arrived at the bench. cthnovelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Shen Qinghan put down the water bottle and skillfully lay down on the bench. Lin Zichen sat beside her, gave her but a pat, and said, I'll start by massaging your feet, go ahead and take off your shoes and socks. I don't feel like getting up, just help me take them off. Shen Qinghan turned her head to look at Lin Zichen, with her clear, sparkling peach blossom eyes, and in a whispery voice, coaxed him. Since she was cooing already, Lin Zichen reluctantly helped her remove her shoes and socks. Her shoelaces weren't tied tightly, so the shoes could be slipped off without undoing the laces. With 2 pink sports shoes taken off, a pair of dainty, sock-clad feet was revealed. The socks were wet with sweat, but remarkably, there was no smell at all. In fact, there was a faint scent of freshness. Lin Zichen thought to himself that Shen Qinghan's physique was remarkable, and if it were ancient times, she would certainly be a famed fragrance beauty renowned through the ages. He idly considered these things. Soon, Lin Zichen began to massage Shen Qinghan's feet. Considering the effectiveness in dispersing lactic acid, Lin Zichen massaged with a bit of force, causing Shen Qinghan to groan from time to time, tensing her feet and crying out for lighter pressure. After massaging the feet, it was time for the calves. Shen Qinghan's calves were straight and slender, they felt incredibly soft when massaged, a touch so pleasant it was hard to let go, perfectly exhibiting the characteristics of her water attribute. As Lin Zichen massaged these perfectly formed calves, he marveled and said, "Your physique is really amazing. Despite years of high-intensity training, your muscles don't seem developed at all, they're soft to the touch, as if made of water, causing envy in other girls who practice martial arts." "What's there to be envious about?" Shen Qinghan spoke dismissively. "Because of this mysterious water attribute physique, I still have to wear diapers even now, and when I was a child, I was mocked by classmates for it, which was just miserable." She thought that if it wasn't for Lin Zichen being by her side all the time, protecting her, she might have become withdrawn and dropped out of school long ago. "Xiao Chen, I really appreciate you." "Why the sudden thanks?" "If it weren't for you always being there to protect me, my childhood at school would have been very miserable. With our relationship, saying thanks is just too formal." Lin Zichen stopped massaging Shen Qinghan's calves, moved his hands to her thighs, and began massaging them with a slightly increased intensity. There was more flesh on the thighs, and without some force in the massage, it was hard to relax the muscles effectively. "By the way, what are we exactly?" he asked. Shen Qinghan twirled her hanging hair with her fingers, asking somewhat nervously, "Friends? Childhood sweethearts? Or, girlfriend?" "Family," Lin Zichen replied. The relationship signified by the word family was too broad, it could mean a wife or it could mean a sister. Shen Qinghan, not quite satisfied with the answer, pursed her lips and prodded further, "As family, then what kind of family?" Lin Zichen smiled and counter-questioned, "What kind of family do you want it to be?" Shen Qinghan hesitated for a moment, her cheeks tinted with a flush, then, "Fiancé." Fiancé, Lin Zichen affirmed. At that response, Shen Qinghan's heart leaped with joy, and instinctively, she blurted out, "So, shall we get married after we graduate from college?" Lin Zichen, "Okay." Upon hearing this answer, Shen Qinghan was overjoyed. Then, she sat up from the bench, stretched out her pinky finger excitedly towards Lin Zichen, and said, "Xiao Chen, let's make a pinky promise like when we were kids, to hang for 100 years without change, agreeing to get married after college graduation. Let's do it." Lin Zichen smiled and extended his pinky, hooking it with Shen Qinghan's. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 115, 115, Fiancé_2 Chapter 115, Fiancé_2 Shen Qinghan swayed their linked little fingers, her face filled with sweetness as she made a promise. Shen Qinghan and Lin Zichen have agreed that after university graduation, we'll get married. Lin Zichen also swayed his little finger, smiling as he said, "Agreed, we'll get married after university graduation. Pinky promise, hang it on a hook, for 100 years, no changing allowed." At this moment, the two of them made a promise, just like they did when they were children. A bit childish, but very meaningful. In the evening, after taking a shower and having dinner, Lin Zichen watched TV in the living room with his parents, occasionally chatting, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. The genius from Kyoto University has successfully integrated the black flame serpent gene, breaking the record for the youngest 4-time genetic integrator in the university's history, and at the same time, has evolved into a high-level genetic integrator, breaking the record for the youngest high-level genetic integrator at Kyoto University. Machine God Corporation declares that it has initiated the ascension plan for the mechanical genius girl, aiming to create a steel Valkyrie within 10 years, with strength comparable to a rare-level fighter. The evening news was broadcasting, and it came to the stories about the geniuses from Capital City and the mechanical genius girl. Ever since the mechanical genius girl was successfully treated by Machine God Corporation and became even stronger, the major media outlets like to bind her and the genius from Capital City together, branding them as the unparalleled duo to create a buzz. Whenever there's news about one of them, it invariably includes the other for comparison, steering the topic towards a mighty confrontation, spurring debates in the comments section over who is stronger. This genius from Kyoto is something else, huh? Just turned 20 and is already a 4-time genetic integrator and a high-level fighter. Looks like he's going to rewrite all the records of Kyoto University. And this mechanical genius girl seems to be only half a year younger than the Kyoto genius, and now they're claiming that within 10 years, they will turn her into a rare-level mechanically modified human, that is, a rare-level mechanically modified human before the age of 30. This is more exaggerated than the other. Lin Yanzheng commented while watching the news on TV. Zhang Wanqin gave him a glance. Don't know what you're sighing about, our son and Han Han are also very impressive, why don't I see you sighing about them? After saying that, she continued, our son and Han Han are Nanjiang province's second best and top scholar, who knows, once they get to university, they might perform even better than these two, maybe even successfully go through genetic fusion 5 times before they're 20, directly breaking the world record. Lin Yanzheng replied somewhat helplessly, Wanqin, you're really exaggerating, there's no need to be so competitive to the point of disregarding science. So what if it's not scientific, does that mean it'll definitely not happen? No sooner had she finished speaking than Zhang Wanqin pressed on, before the college entrance exams, could you have imagined that Han Han would become the top scholar in Nanjiang province? Certainly not, right? Zhang Wanqin pressed him aggressively, stop always talking about what's scientific and what's not. This world has many miracles that can't be explained by science, and I believe miracles will happen to our son and Han Han, is that not allowed? Lin Yanzheng was left speechless by her rebuttal. After so many years of marriage, the rational him had never won an argument against the emotional Zhang Wanqin. Listening to his parents' argument, Lin Zichen suddenly realized he hadn't yet told them that he had joined the Tianren Pavilion and was going to pursue the pureblood human path. Just as he was considering how to broach the subject SE of the ovalfire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The doorbell at their home rang. Ding dong. Coming. Lin Yanzheng, who was closest to the door, responded and then stood up to open the door for the visitor outside. Soon, a series of conversational voices came from outside the door. President Ma, what brings you here? I apologize for the disturbance so late in the evening. I came because I wanted to have a talk with Zichen about the choice of college. President Ma had purposely come late in the evening. Because people are more emotional at night and more likely to make decisions. Tonight, he was determined to win Lin Zichen back from Lu Chuanwu. Choice of college? Lin Yanzheng was a bit confused. Hadn't the college already been chosen quite some time ago? Why would President Ma need to come over to discuss this late at night? By the way, here are 2 ice crystal fish, their taste is exceptionally fresh. They have calming, brain-stimulating, beautifying, and health-preserving effects. They were gifts from one of my graduated students who gave me a lot. I brought 2 over for you to try. President Ma passed over the bag he was carrying to Lin Yanzheng, which contained 2 transparent, frozen fish that looked like ice blocks. Lin Yanzheng received the bag, smiling and saying, "You're too kind, President Ma." "Not at all, it's just a small token of appreciation." "President Ma, Xiaoqin is right here in the living room. Let's go sit down and chat. Then I'll be imposing." After a brief chat, the 2 went to sit in the living room. Noticing that a guest had arrived, Zhang Wanqin, who had just been arguing with Lin Yanzheng, seamlessly switched into the role of a wise and virtuous wife. She expertly brewed tea, giving her husband plenty of respect in front of their guest. Once President Ma was seated, he didn't rush to discuss college choices with Lin Zichen but began with small talk with the couple. Finding the atmosphere right, he then turned the conversation to Lin Zichen, with a look of regret. Zichen's genetic fusion compatibility rate is as high as 15%, which indicates an immeasurable future if he follows the genetic fusion path. There's really no need to go down the pureblood human path, which would be a waste of talent. Tianren Pavilion has good intentions, but their theory about pure-blood humans hasn't shown any substantial progress. It's a huge pitfall. Zichen, if you jump into this pit, it will only harm you, he continued, looking at Lin Zichen. Being passionate is a good thing, Zichen, but being too hot-headed is not. Listen to my advice, don't go down the pureblood human path, it will only lead to mediocrity. Better to choose Evolution College instead. Chapter 116, 116, Fiancé_3 Chapter 116, Fiancé_3 Before Lin Zichen could respond, Zhang Wenqin, who was beside him, revealed a confused expression and said, President Ma, I'm a bit lost by what you're saying. Hasn't Xiaochen already enrolled in Evolution College? Upon hearing her say this, Ma Zhenhe became somewhat befuddled. What's going on? This couple doesn't know that their son has already joined Tianren Pavilion and then transferred to Martial Arts College. At this moment, Lin Zichen looked towards his parents and explained, Mom and Dad, I forgot to tell you, I joined Tianren Pavilion a few days ago and have now transferred to Martial Arts College to pursue the pure-blood human path. Upon hearing his explanation, the couple was stunned. Immediately after, they felt nervous and scared, fearing their son had taken a wrong turn. Tianren Pavilion had a notoriously bad reputation and had ruined many talents. Xiaochen, what exactly is going on? Zhang Wenqin was the first to snap out of her daze, urgently asking Lin Zichen. Seeing the anxious look on his parents' faces, Lin Zichen cut a long story short and told them how he ended up joining Tianren Pavilion. He said that he recognized the ideals of Tianren Pavilion. Then, under the condition of the Martial Arts College president offering 3 times the benefits, he agreed to join Tianren Pavilion for half a year to try the pure-blood human path. If there was no progress after half a year, he would return to Evolution College to pursue the genetic fusion path. After hearing this, Lin Yanzheng and Zhang Wenqin both breathed a sigh of relief. It was only a trial for half a year, and not an unwavering commitment to the pure-blood human path. If it was just for half a year, it wouldn't have too great of an impact on the genetic fusion path, and this they could accept. On the other hand, after listening to Lin Zichen's recount, Ma Zhenhe frowned deeply. Evolution College's welfare package for the second-best exam ranking was already very generous, and it pained him to even offer that much. That raised a question, where did the perennially impoverished Tianren Pavilion and Martial Arts College get the money to offer triple the benefits? Ma Zhenhe was only somewhat puzzled and didn't dwell on it too much. Soon, he advised Lin Zichen, Zichen, while the triple benefits are indeed substantial, you must look at the bigger picture. These are all minor profits, and it's not worth missing out on greater things. Even though it's just a trial for half a year and you can still come back to pursue the genetic fusion path if it doesn't work out, this short span of 6 months is enough to cause you to miss out on a lot of valuable knowledge, far more than what 3 times the benefits could make up for. I've been at Shanghai University for so many years, and I've seen too many similar situations occur. Trust me, you won't go wrong. There's no need to waste that half a year. But in reality, there was no waste involved in just half a year's time. Mainly, he was worried that Lin Zichen, during his half-year stay at Tianren Pavilion, would be further swayed and brainwashed by Lu Chuanwu and end up like the capital city second-best exam scorer from years past, fully immersed in the pure-blood human path and never turning back. Thank you for the advice, President Ma, but I presently very much endorse the ideals of Tianren Pavilion. If I don't try it out, I'll always be thinking about it later on, and it might even become a demon in my heart, Lin Zichen asserted stubbornly. Endorse the ideals? No, it was the triple benefits that were too attractive. Ma Zhenhe continued to urge, analyzing the pros and cons for Lin Zichen from various perspectives. Yet, Lin Zichen still insisted on trying it for half a year. Seeing his stubbornness, Ma Zhenhe didn't want to plead fruitlessly, so he took his leave with a word of farewell. There are top exam scorers every year, Evolution College wouldn't lack just one. If he could persuade him, good, if not, let it be. It's just a top exam scorer, not worth him, the dignified president, to lower his stance and beg for someone to return to the right path. After Ma Zhenhe left, Lin Yanzheng and Zhang Wenqin talked with Lin Zichen for over 2 hours. They discussed his joining Tianren Pavilion. Although Lin Zichen was very clear that it was just a trial for half a year, the couple still worried, fearing he could be misled and not turn back. However, after a long conversation, the couple still chose to trust their son. After finishing the conversation with his parents, Lin Zichen saw it was about the right time, so he grabbed his daily necessities and headed to Shen Qinghan's place to sleep. Sleep was just incidental, the main purpose was to study Shen Qinghan's water-based superpowers. He went to Shen Qinghan's room. After chatting with Shen Qinghan for a while and feeling that the atmosphere was right, Xiaochen started kissing her, delving deep into the study of her mysterious water-based superpowers. It was just less than an hour's time. Shen Qinghan had changed her diaper 4 times, feeling like she was about to be dehydrated. Xiaochen poured her a glass of water, letting her replenish her fluids. Then, while she was drinking the water, he suggested, "How about we don't wear the diaper? It's really quite troublesome to change, and it wastes too much." "But I don't want to pee on you." Shen Qinghan's face showed difficulty, but her heart was clearly wavering, no longer as adamant about wearing a diaper as before. Xiaochen struck while the iron was hot. "It's okay, I really don't mind." Shen Qinghan hesitated for a while but eventually agreed. "All right then, let's not wear it. Let's go, we can continue kissing in the bathroom." With that, Xiaochen scooped Shen Qinghan up and left the room, heading into the bathroom across the way. Although it wasn't possible to lie down and kiss in the bathroom, it had the advantage of making cleanup more convenient should she pee. Shen Qinghan was a bit reserved when she first began to pee, but as time went on, she slowly adapted and became completely immersed in the kissing. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Xiaochen woke up in bed and glanced at Shen Qinghan still sleeping soundly beside him. Sure enough, there was drool at the corner of her mouth. He took a tissue and wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth clean. Afterward, seeing that it was still early, Xiaochen didn't rush to get up and chose to lie in bed and read the news on his phone. Just as he opened the news app, a top trending news story caught his eye. Outrage. Tianren Pavilion dupes and brainwashes Nanjiang Province's second highest scorer into giving up the genetic fusion path for the pureblood human path, causing a genius to become indistinguishable from the masses. Seeing this headline, Xiaochen was taken aback for a moment. What's going on? Has the gossip come knocking on my own door? Xiaochen frowned and hurriedly clicked on the news to check the content. The content of the news was very simple, just 3 short paragraphs. The first paragraph stated that Nanjiang Province's second highest scorer, Lin Zichen, joined the Tianren Pavilion and took the pureblood human path. The second paragraph lamented the wasted potential of the second highest scorer. The third paragraph mentioned the second highest scorer from capital city 10 years ago, saying that this female genius also became nothing more than ordinary after joining the Tianren Pavilion. After reading the content of the news, Xiaochen immediately went to the comments section. As expected, the netizens were up in arms. They were denouncing Tianren Pavilion, accusing it of misleading the youth and corrupting geniuses. There were also many comments calling Lin Zichen stupid. After reading through the comments, he found that many of the netizens seemed like paid trolls, deliberately guiding public opinion to attack Tianren Pavilion and the pureblood human path. This was an overtly targeted attack. Xiaochen's brows were deeply furrowed. He didn't care about whether Tianren Pavilion was being targeted. What he cared about was that his personal information had been leaked. Now, the whole country knew that Nanjiang Province's second highest scorer was Lin Zichen and that this top scorer had joined Tianren Pavilion. And this could very likely trigger an online storm. An online storm denouncing Tianren Pavilion for misleading the youth. An online storm attacking the Nanjiang Province's second highest scorer Lin Zichen for being foolish. P.S. Setting out my bowl, seeking monthly and recommendation tickets. Chapter 117, 109, Carry on the Family Line. Chapter 117, 109, Carry on the Family Line. Who was the one who leaked the information? Ma Zhenhe. Or other factions that are hostile towards Tianren Pavilion? Lin Zichen's thoughts raced non-stop. After pondering for a while, he felt that this was not important. What he urgently needed to do was to quickly remove the news. Thinking this, Lin Zichen scrolled to the bottom of the news page and found the reporting feature to report the article. He reported the news for violating regulations and invading the privacy of the person involved. Afterward, he also called the relevant internet authorities to file a complaint. After a series of actions, the news exposing the personal privacy of the exam candidate was eventually removed from the news app at 10 a.m. However, it was too late. In the few hours before it was deleted, the related public opinion had already fermented, giving rise to many self-media articles that circulated on various internet platforms. Almost the entire country knew that the high school runner-up from Nanjiang Province had joined Tianren Pavilion and chosen the pureblood human path. Some unscrupulous bloggers, for the sake of traffic, even concocted various conspiracy theories, saying that Lin Zichen's joining Tianren Pavilion was not voluntary but that he was threatened, or that there was some unknown deal between the two parties. SEA the novelfire.net ** website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. In the meantime, many classmates and teachers asked Lin Zichen what was happening through WeChat. Lin Zichen didn't explain much, only replying that it was inconvenient to disclose, and then ignored these WeChat friends. By the afternoon, the high school runner-up incident intensified. Someone leaked a photo of Lin Zichen, claiming this male student was the high school runner-up from Nanjiang province. Because he was too handsome, at first, netizens thought a male internet celebrity was trying to grab attention. Once it was confirmed that it was indeed Lin Zichen himself, the public opinion further fermented. Many female netizens, seeing how handsome Lin Zichen was, began calling him husband in the comment sections. A few more extreme ones even said they wanted to have his babies. Several professional fan leaders smelled a business opportunity and individually messaged these female netizens in the comments section to invite them to set up a fan support group, aiming to make money from it. Seeing the public opinion fermenting more and more intensely, Lin Zichen's frown deepened, feeling very troubled but helpless. He didn't want to be famous at all or to be exposed under the public eye. He just wanted to be a genius in his own small world and evolve quietly. After all, being watched by too many people is not a good thing. Especially someone like him, a traveler filled with secrets, being watched by too many people before he had fully grown was too risky and could invite attacks from the heretical sect at any minute. As it neared evening, several well-known internet celebrity incubator companies contacted Lin Yanzheng and Zhang Wanqin through their phones. They said they could package Lin Zichen with a persona of handsome and capable genius to create an internet sensation on par with the genius from Jing University or the mechanical genius girl. They also said that in this era where female consumers have a higher willingness to spend, a persona of handsome and capable would definitely be more profitable than either the Jing University genius or the mechanical genius girl. Lin Yanzheng and Zhang Wanqin were very rational and rejected these internet celebrity incubator companies without a second thought. Earning money is of course good. But if making this money meant having to frequently make public appearances and disrupt their studies, then forget it. After dinner in the evening, both families sat down together to discuss how to deal with the Lin Zichen situation. Lin Zichen's popularity was now so high that it would inevitably affect his normal life. The parents from both sides discussed for a long time but couldn't come up with a good solution. As ordinary people, they had no money or connections to resolve such a situation. Ultimately, after much discussion, the parents decided the solution was to ignore it. Thinking that the internet is full of fresh distractions and most people were just joining in on the excitement temporarily. As time went on and the novelty wore off, the fervor would most likely die down. At 11 p.m. Lin Zichen took a shower, put on pajamas, lay in bed checking his phone, and kept an eye on the news related to himself. Seeing the intensity of the public opinion surrounding him rise, his frown deepened. Not long after, Shen Qinghan's voice came from outside his room. "Xiao Chen, I want to sleep here tonight. The door's not locked, come in." Creak, along with the sound of the door opening, Shen Qinghan, dressed in a nightgown and carrying a bag of daily necessities, entered gracefully. At the moment, she exuded a pleasant scent of shower gel, evidently having just finished showering. After placing the bag on the table, she took off her slippers. Shen Qinghan climbed into bed and sat next to Lin Zichen, shoulder to shoulder, leaning against him, and looked at his phone screen. Seeing Lin Zichen searching for news about himself joining Tianren Pavilion, she couldn't help but say, "Those people are so mean, to directly use an innocent examinee as a pawn with no principle whatsoever." That's how struggle works, having principles puts you at a disadvantage, being unprincipled gives you the edge, Lin Zichen said indifferently. Shen Qinghan suddenly recalled her nominal master. Her nominal master, Yuan Dongji, was the vice-chancellor of Shanghai University, the head of the academic department, and also the young lady of the Yuan family. Any of these three identities seemed very influential. If she asked her nominal master for help, would it be possible to remove all news about Xiao Chen? Thinking this, Shen Qinghan said to Lin Zichen, "Xiao Chen, my nominal master seems quite influential, do you think if I ask her for help, she could get rid of this trouble for you?" "Most likely not," Lin Zichen shook his head and explained, "given the factional struggle, if nothing unexpected happens, it's the genetic fusion faction putting pressure on the pureblood human faction, and your nominal master is part of the genetic fusion faction, so there's no reason she would help with this." Chapter 118, 109, Carry on the Family Line Chapter 118, 109, Carry on the Family Line. Shen Qinghan listened and thought it made sense. But then she thought, what's the harm in trying? It's not like there will be any loss, so she decided to give it a try. So she took out her cell phone and sent several messages to Yuan Dongji on WeChat. She explained Lin Zichen's situation to her and asked if she could help solve this issue. About half an hour passed. Yuan Dongji replied to the messages. She replied with just one word, okay. Seeing this, Shen Qinghan said with some surprise, Xiao Chen, take a look quickly, Master said she would help you deal with this matter. Lin Zichen looked at his phone. In the chat box Yuan Dongji had just replied with one word, okay, which seemed quite perfunctory. He didn't hold out hope and didn't expect Yuan Dongji to help him resolve this trouble. However, less than half an hour later, Shen Qinghan said to him with a delighted face, Xiao Chen, Master replied, she said the problem has been solved. Solved? Lin Zichen was a bit stunned. Shen Qinghan said, I'm not sure if it has been solved or not. Master just replied with a brief, solved, you should search for the news related to you and see if you can still find it. Lin Zichen immediately opened the news app and typed his name into the search box. Then, he clicked search. The result displayed, none. He then opened various major social platforms to search, and the results were the same, none. Finally, he searched for those bloggers who had intentionally spread rumors about him, only to find that they had all disappeared as if the platforms had banned their accounts. At the same time, several popular news apps and social media platform apps had unanimously pinned the same piece of news to the top. Shocking. Top male celebrity arrested at the #1 club in the mountains and seas. A third of the involved are celebrities. This news was so hot that it had gathered tens of thousands of comments in the comment section in less than 5 minutes after it was posted. Lin Zichen opened the comment section to check. As expected, there were many bot accounts spamming comments, piling up the floors. Xiao Chen, it's really solved, you can't find any news about you anymore. Shen Qinghan was extremely surprised. She hadn't expected her nominal master to have such great influence, resolving the matter in less than half an hour with no dawdling. Lin Zichen was also amazed. He hadn't expected Yuan Dongji would actually help him solve this matter. Was it doting on her disciple? Or was it in memory of the past relationship with Lu Chuanwu, choosing to help Tianren Pavilion? Regardless, he was the beneficiary in the end. Lin Zichen steadied his emotions and, looking at Shen Qinghan next to him, said, Han Han, please thank your master for me, I am extremely grateful for her help, thank you very much. I'll convey your thanks right now. After saying that, Shen Qinghan sent a message of gratitude to Yuan Dongji on WeChat, including her own thanks and Lin Zichen's. After thanking Yuan Dongji, Shen Qinghan looked at Lin Zichen with a smile and said, Xiao Chen, you owe me one for solving this problem, how do you plan to repay me? How do you want to be repaid? Not much, just give me a kiss. Shen Qinghan extended her fair and delicate finger, pointing to her tempting cherry lips as she said this. Lin Zichen smiled silently and then kissed her cherry lips gently. It was just a light peck. It wasn't that he didn't want to kiss her more deeply, mainly, he was afraid Shen Qinghan would faint. After days of getting used to it, Shen Qinghan was no longer as sensitive as she was at the beginning. After handling the news turmoil, Lin Zichen's life quickly returned to normal. There were mainly 3 things he needed to do every day. One was to exercise to train his body, the second was to temper his physical body with the blood tempering technique, and the third was to study Shen Qinghan's superpowers. 3 days later. In the room. Lin Zichen opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, showing a smile on his face. He had finally finished tempering all of his skin. And at the moment of completion, his biological level had evolved to ordinary 7th tier. It was an unexpected joy. Soon, Lin Zichen had a thought and summoned the panel to check his attributes. Name, Lin Zichen, age, 18, biological level, ordinary, tier 7, biometric attributes, use it or lose it, Tianren aptitude, survival of the fittest, water fortune, survival of the fittest, sky's eye, social animal, natural camouflage, danger perception, body refining, skin tempering, 1 time, flesh tempering, 0 times, bone tempering, 0 times, unknowingly. He had already acquired 9 biometric attributes. This could basically be equivalent to a 10 times genetic integrator, right? Well, that's 5 more than the 4 times genetic integrator genius record breaker from the Capitals University. 2 words, overwhelming. Sir the novel_fire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Zichen subconsciously compared himself to the Capitals University genius. He couldn't help it, he had grown up watching the news about the university genius, and subconsciously, he had started using that as a benchmark. In terms of genetic fusion, he was now basically worth 2.2 of the Capitals University geniuses. After pondering all these things for a while, Lin Zichen quickly collected his thoughts and earnestly touched his own skin to feel if there was anything different from before. After feeling it for a while, he thought it was more resilient. However, he figured it was likely a psychological effect. After all, resilience is an attribute that needs to be felt by pinching softly, you cannot tell by just touching. Xiao Chen, may I come in? Shen Qinghan's voice sounded from outside the room. Ever since she got a cell phone and learned some knowledge about sex in high school, she would knock on the door when looking for Lin Zichen rather than just turning the handle and entering. After all, adolescent boys often do indescribable things in their rooms, and barging in could lead to an embarrassing scene. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 119, 109, Carry on the Family Line. Chapter 119, 109, Carry on the Family Line. Hearing Shen Qinghan's shout, Lin Zichen got out of bed to open the door for her. As soon as the door opened, Shen Qinghan, dressed in a connected dress, handed the lemon tea she was holding to Lin Zichen, and smiled sweetly. Just took it out of the fridge, it's cool and refreshing, feels great to drink. Let me try. Lin Zichen took the lemon tea, took a sip with some anticipation, savored the burst of sour and sweet on his taste buds, and couldn't help but praise, it tastes quite good, much better than the ones sold outside for over $10. Of course. Shen Qinghan said somewhat proudly. After speaking, she noticed something different about Lin Zichen's skin and asked with curiosity, Xiao Chen, how do I feel? Like your skin seems to have become firmer. You can tell. Lin Zichen felt a bit surprised, he hadn't expected Shen Qinghan to be so observant. Shen Qinghan stretched out her hand to touch his arm, and as she felt it she said, obviously, I've been sharing a bed with you for several days now, I'm really familiar with your body. After touching for quite a while, and finding that Lin Zichen's skin indeed had become a lot firmer, she asked curiously, so why has your skin become firmer? It's the effect of the blood tempering technique. The body refining method given to you by Tianren Pavilion. Right. It really works well, makes me want to practice it too. Shen Qinghan said enviously. Lin Zichen laughed, forget it, if you can walk the path of genetic fusion, there's no need to follow the pureblood human path. Shen Qinghan curiously asked, by the way, what's your current biological level? I haven't asked you yet. She had been curious for a long time, but had never asked. Now that they had both confirmed their intention to get married after college graduation, being a closely connected engaged couple, it was okay to ask a little secret about the other. Lin Zichen didn't hide it from her and honestly replied, normal 7th rank. You're already at normal 7th rank. Shen Qinghan said with a feeling of powerlessness, I'm only at normal 2nd rank. There was no surprise on her face regarding Lin Zichen's high biological level of normal 7th rank, only a sense of helplessness. After all, back in elementary school, she had witnessed Lin Zichen's far exceeding strength among his peers, knowing he had always been concealing his true power and not showing too much of it. You're different, your genetic fusion compatibility has reached 21%. Once you get to college, just casually fuse some exotic beast genes, and you could evolve into an advanced level creature easily. Lin Zichen soothed her with a smile. Right. Shen Qinghan curved her beautiful eyes in a smile, then let's see who evolves into an advanced level creature first. Lin Zichen, sure, let's see who's faster. Shen Qinghan, oh right, Xiao Chen, that cheap master of mine has never taken the initiative to contact me, it feels like I've been left to fend for myself. Lin Zichen, being left to your own devices isn't so bad, at least you're free. At that moment, Shen Qinghan's phone vibrated, someone had sent her a message on WeChat. She opened WeChat and found it was a message from Li Chuxin. Chu Xin, Han Han, I'm planning to retrieve my eggs next Monday, want to come together? Han Han, so soon. After replying to the message, Shen Qinghan turned to Lin Zichen and asked, Xiao Chen, Chu Xin invited me to retrieve eggs next Monday. Do you think I should go? Students who decide to walk the path of genetic fusion usually go to a specialized hospital to have their sperm or eggs retrieved and stored before they undergo their first genetic fusion. Because after undergoing genetic fusion, there is a high probability of losing the ability to reproduce. If one wishes to have children in the future, they must retrieve and store their sperm or eggs in advance, to be used when they desire to have offspring. Lin Zichen suggested, since Chu Xin invited you to retrieve eggs, then go ahead. Retrieve them sooner and get it over with, so you don't have it weighing on your mind. Then I'll go retrieve them next Monday. After finishing, Shen Qinghan sent a reply to Li Chuxin, agreeing to go with her next Monday to collect the eggs. In the time that followed, Lin Zichen returned to sitting on his bed, holding the translation of the blood tempering technique, and studied it earnestly, ready to start the next body refining phase, tempering flesh. Shen Qinghan sat beside him and watched for a while, but she couldn't understand it all, so she took out her phone to entertain herself. It was hard to tell how much time had passed. Shen Qinghan, who was scrolling through short videos on her phone, looked up at Lin Zichen and hesitantly asked with a blush, do you have one of those educational websites that boys often look at? I've never seen it before, and I'm a bit curious to take a look. You've never seen it? Lin Zichen was a little surprised. He figured that in this age where everyone had a smartphone, anyone should be able to find whatever they wanted to watch online, and there shouldn't be anything they couldn't see if they wanted to. He suspected Shen Qinghan was lying. I've never seen it. Shen Qinghan shook her head in response, then her cheeks turned even redder as she said, do you have any? If you do, recommend one for me. Lin Zichen took out his phone, opened up the video cache list in a browser, and handed it to Shen Qinghan, saying, forget websites, I have a few downloaded on my phone. They're all anime style. If you're curious, go ahead and take a look. Oh, then I'll take a look. Shen Qinghan, with a blushing face, took Lin Zichen's phone and casually selected one of the educational videos to watch. The next second, the room filled with the passionate voice of an anime-style female teacher giving a lecture. Shen Qinghan was startled and quickly turned the volume down to the lowest setting. Lin Zichen found her awkwardness adorable and smiled as he handed her a pair of earphones, saying, it's no fun without sound. Put the earphones on and take your time watching. Shen Qinghan took the earphones with embarrassment, feeling she really was stupid. In her heart, she hoped that her future children would inherit more of Lin Zichen's intelligence and less of her own clumsiness. Deep under Shanghai City. 20,000 meters deep. Inside, the tunnels crisscrossed, resembling an ant colony. Half a year ago, all these tunnels were emitting streams of warm air, and the temperature was extremely high. Now, however, the temperature had dropped to the same normal range as the surface above. The reason was that many deep blue crystals were embedded in the walls of the tunnels. These deep blue crystals constantly emitted a chill, maintaining the temperature in the tunnels at the same normal range as above ground. In addition to the deep blue crystals, the walls were also covered with the root systems of unknown plants. These root systems firmly fixed the tunnels, making them incredibly stable, so stable that collapse was impossible. At the center where countless tunnels intersected, there lay a vast, spacious underground palace. At this moment, two humanoid creatures were conversing in the palace. One was a three-eyed giant over 4 meters tall. The other was a mysterious person, only 1.7 meters tall, holding a wooden cane in his hand and wearing a mask on his face. Divine Envoy, all 108 tunnels have now been fully dug through. Now, we will trouble you to set a biological coordinate here. The three-eyed giant, who 6 months ago had been loftily superior before the Rat King, now acted extremely subservient before the masked person, always trying to force a pleasing smile on its gruesome, fearsome face. The masked person didn't say anything but just nodded. Afterward, he thrust the cane he was holding into the ground with force, cut his wrist, and let the blood pour onto the cane. The blood was quickly absorbed by the cane, and then numerous blood-red roots grew from the bottom of the cane, filling up the entire bottom of the underground palace. Search *the ovalfire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. After finishing this, the masked person said in a hoarse voice, the biological coordinate here is set. What remains is to wait for the origin land to also find a corresponding boundary point and lay down a similar biological coordinate. Once the coordinates begin to resonate with each other, the tunnels can be connected to the origin land. P.S. Begging bowl out, please vote for monthly and recommendation tickets. Chapter 120, 120, 110. See God Revival Chapter 120, 110. See God Revival a few days later, Monday. After breakfast, Lin Zichen accompanied Chen Qinghan to a specialized hospital to retrieve eggs. Since the hospital was a bit far, they did not cycle but hailed a Didi on the roadside. When they arrived at the hospital, Li Chuxin was already waiting outside. As soon as she saw the two getting out of the car, she waved her hands with a smiling face and called out, "Han Han, Zichen, over here." Hearing her voice, Lin Zichen and Chen Qinghan walked towards her. Subsequently, they all entered the hospital together. Looking around after entering, it wasn't like ordinary hospitals that were crowded. The place appeared quite deserted with very few people inside. It would be more accurate to call it a genetic material cryopreservation bank than a hospital. Its services were very singular, involving only the extraction of genetic material, cryopreservation, and in vitro fertilization. Beyond that, there was nothing else. This was an official facility built to serve high school seniors who were following the genetic fusion path or the mechanical modification path, not for profit. "There's an introduction column over there, let's go have a look," Li Chuxin pointed towards a wall ahead and said. On that wall, there was a column introducing the services of the hospital. Quickly, the three of them went over. Lin Zichen skimmed the contents of the introduction column at speed, mainly showcasing the technology for cryopreservation of genetic material. It could preserve not only the genetic material of males or females alone but also the material of the successfully combined entity capable of giving birth to a new life. Under the latest cryogenic technology, theoretically, it could be preserved for several hundred, even 1,000 years. It was truly a case of, the person dies but the seed lives on. It could result in a situation where a baby born in 2999 had biological parents who had been buried back in 2099. Zichen, Han Han, they can extract and cryopreserve the fertilized egg here, do you two want to consider it? Li Chuxin teased the couple beside her. Chen Qinghan actually considered it and silently turned to Lin Zichen, seeking his opinion. Lin Zichen didn't hesitate to say, no need. Extracting and cryopreserving the fertilized egg felt as if the child was being frozen immediately upon conception, which was somewhat difficult to accept. Hello, do you have an appointment? Sir, the Nelfer.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. A nurse with a friendly smile approached and asked. She was a woman in her early 30s, with an especially warm smile, not at all like a typical nurse. The reason for her good attitude was that those who could come to this hospital were the future elites, and naturally, the service provided to the elites had to be of excellent quality. We've already made an appointment. Li Chuxin opened the reservation proof on her phone and showed it to the nurse. Chen Qinghan did the same. After glancing over the reservation proof on their phones, the nurse smiled and turned to Lin Zichen, asking, Sir, do you have an appointment? Lin Zichen replied indifferently, No, I'm just accompanying them. He was following the pure-blood human path, so his reproductive capacity would not be affected, eliminating the need to extract genetic material. Please, follow me. After checking the appointment proofs, the nurse led Chen Qinghan and Li Chuxin further inside. With nothing to do, Lin Zichen started scrolling through news on his phone in the lobby, keeping up with social facts. About an hour and a half later, Chen Qinghan and Li Chuxin both came out. They hadn't retrieved eggs, only gone through a physical examination and received a follicle-stimulating shot. The egg retrieval would have to wait until tomorrow. Such a hassle. I thought we could just get it done today. I didn't expect we'd have to wait until the next day, Li Chuxin complained. Ordinarily, the retrieval could be done right away. But the maturity of the genetic material in both of their bodies was not quite up to the standard and needed another day to mature. I heard the follicle-stimulating shot we just had can also increase libido. I wonder if it's true, but I'm not feeling anything yet. After speaking, Li Chuxin looked at Chen Qinghan and asked, Han Han, do you feel anything? Chen Qinghan shook her head, no feeling. Li Chuxin laughed and said, even if you did, it's all right, you've got Zichen. After that, she continued, unlike me, nearing 19 and still a single virgin, never even held a boy's hand. As soon as school starts, I'm definitely getting a boyfriend. While walking out, the three of them chatted on and off. As they stepped out of the hospital, Li Chuxin suggested they not rush home and proposed they go shopping since they were already out. Shen Qinghan was very keen and wanted to go shopping too. Lin Zichen wanted to go home to practice tempering flesh, so he didn't join the two in shopping. After all, while girls liked to shop, boys did not. Alone, he returned home. Lin Zichen went upstairs to his room, quietly studying the blood tempering technique, specifically, the tempering flesh phase. After half a morning of research, he finally mastered the technique of tempering flesh. Eager to proceed, he began to temper, starting with his right arm. The right arm was used more often and was thus the priority for tempering. Compared to tempering skin, the burning sensation of tempering flesh was stronger, but still within a bearable limit. You are using qi blood to temper your muscles, muscle strength +1, blood tempering technique proficiency +1, in the blink of an eye, an afternoon passed. Lin Zichen consumed nearly half the qi blood in his body and finally completed following the entire right arm. The cost was that he felt very weak, and dizzy to the point of fainting. This was due to consuming too much qi blood. A normal martial arts student with modest talent would need to calculate by months to temper an entire arm. But Lin Zichen had accomplished it in just one afternoon. The gap was so vast that it wasn't an exaggeration to say it's the difference between heaven and earth, even feeling like they were not of the same species. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 121, 121, 110. See God Revival _2 Chapter 121, 110. See God Revival _2, if there really are superhumans in the world, I wonder if their talents can compare with mine. Lin Zichen felt a bit curious about this. However, he didn't delve too deep into it and quickly grabbed the food he had prepared in advance, eating it voraciously to replenish the qi blood he had spent during his tempering flesh. Once his qi blood had almost recovered, he found a grip strengthener made of special elastic alloy and set it to the highest strength. Then, he squeezed it hard with his right hand to feel the current grip strength of his arm. After testing it out, the grip strength of his right hand had obviously increased a lot. At least by 50%. And that was just the increase in strength. Besides strength, there were definitely the same levels of enhancement in defense, endurance, and recovery among other aspects. If the effect of just one body refining was this exaggerated, 5 times of tempering would surely multiply the strength by several times. No, it could even be more than 10 times. Now, only the muscles of the arm had been tempered once, and it had led to a 50% increase in the right hand's grip strength. If the muscles of the entire body were refined, enhancing all the muscles, then the increase in right hand grip strength would definitely be more than 50%. After all, grip strength is influenced not only by the muscles in the arms but also by other parts of the body like the chest muscles. With this thought, Lin Zichen was invigorated and filled with the motivation to temper his flesh. In the evening, after dinner, Lin Zichen sat down for a while to digest, feeling that his qi blood was very abundant. He didn't stay downstairs long and stood up to go back to his room to continue tempering flesh, aiming to refine all the muscles in his body within half a month. Nearly a whole night passed. He had finished tempering all the muscles in his entire left arm. Feeling the strength in both arms, Lin Zichen thought he could give himself a nickname, Iron Arm Xiaochen. I'm here to see you. Hurry up and open the door. Coming. Hearing Shen Qinghan's voice, Lin Zichen responded and went to open the door. As the door opened, Shen Qinghan handed him the shoebox she was holding, saying, "These are the running shoes I bought while shopping with Chu Xin today. See if they fit. I'll try them." Lin Zichen opened the shoebox, which contained a pair of light gray running shoes. Upon trying them on, they were a perfect fit and very comfortable. "These are couple shoes, you know. I have a light pink pair at home. Later on when we go out for runs to train, let's wear these," said Shen Qinghan, having taken off her slippers and sitting on the bed, her voice sweet and crisp. Lin Zichen found the shoes very comfortable and thought they must not be cheap. He asked, "How much did these cost?" Together, both pairs just hit 1,000 yuan. That's pretty expensive. But they're worth it for the comfort, plus they're durable. If you buy cheap ones, the soles wear out after just a few runs. That's true. Talking like this for over an hour, the two of them ended up lying on the bed. Shen Qinghan, while chatting, blushed slightly, looking a bit embarrassed, and said, the second dimension study videos on your phone, I didn't finish watching them last time. I want to continue." "Addicted to them, huh?" Lin Zichen couldn't help teasing her. I never imagined you were such a lecherous girl. No way. I'm not addicted at all. I'm just curious, retorted Shen Qinghan with a pout. It's you, always downloading and saving them, you're the real lecher, and you have the nerve to talk about me. Man's nature, I'm naturally lecherous, Lin Zichen admitted unashamedly with thick skin. Shen Qinghan didn't know how to handle him and thought indeed there was nothing like the shameless. You always make fun of me, so as punishment, you're not getting any kisses tonight. Shen Qinghan puffed up her cheeks, pretending to be angry, and turned away from Lin Zichen with a bit of coquettishness. Lin Zichen ignored her punishment, directly turned her around with his hand, embraced her, and kissed her on the mouth. Shen Qinghan put up a symbolic struggle, but soon she succumbed and began to respond to Lin Zichen's kisses. The next morning, after eating breakfast made by Zhang Wanxin, the two left for the hospital to meet up with Li Chuxin. They went through the formalities in no time, and Li Chuxin then proceeded with egg retrieval. It was a very simple minimally invasive surgery, completed in just over 10 minutes. How does it feel? Seeing Li Chuxin come out of the operating room, Shen Qinghan immediately asked. Li Chuxin replied, I didn't feel much, just lay there and played with my phone and it was over. The only scary part was the needle they use for egg retrieval, it's a bit terrifying. While speaking, she gestured with her hands in front of Shen Qinghan, saying, it was this long, this thick, and they just pierced it right through to my lower abdomen. If it weren't for the anesthetic, it would definitely be unbearably painful. Don't scare me, Chu Xin. Shen Qinghan regretted asking Li Chuxin how she felt. CTHNovelFire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Originally not afraid of the egg retrieval surgery, but after hearing about the needle from Li Chuxin, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. Next, please come in. A female doctor's voice came from the operating room. Hearing the call, Shen Qinghan quickly walked in. Then, about 10 minutes later, she walked out of the operating room. There was no apparent discomfort in her body, not at all like she had been pierced with a needle. The biological technology and medical techniques of this world were quite advanced, and many minimally invasive surgeries were virtually injury-free, with very mild postoperative anesthesia effects. By the way, we've been on summer vacation for so long and our group of 4 hasn't gone out to play together yet. Should we pick a day to go out together? Li Chuxin suggested, looking at the two. Shen Qinghan was the first to agree, good idea, the 4 of us should go out and have fun. Chapter 122, 110. See God Revival _3 Chapter 122, 110. See God Revival _3 Lin Zichen remained silent. Because if Shen Qinghan was going, it meant that he would definitely go too. The two were bound together. Li Chuxin smiled and said, well, let's tentatively agree on this for now. When we go back, we'll discuss it in our group chat and see where might be the most fun to go. The 3 chatted for a bit in the hospital. Soon, they each took their own cars and went their separate ways home. Once back at home, Lin Zichen spent the entire day tempering his muscles. He was tempering the muscles in his legs. The muscles in the legs were much more numerous than those in the arms. After almost a day of tempering, he had only completed one whole right leg. The remaining left leg would take another day to finish tempering. At 11 p.m., Shen Qinghan arrived on time wearing pajamas, looking for Lin Zichen to sleep. Ever since they decided they would marry after graduation, the two basically often slept together. Mainly because Shen Qinghan was clingy and liked to sleep with Lin Zichen. Out of 10 days, she'd at least want to share a bed with him for 3, otherwise, she'd feel restless. Xiao Chen quickly checked the group chat. Chu Xin and you are already discussing where to go for fun, Shen Qinghan said as soon as she sat down on the bed. Lin Zichen opened the group chat and saw that there were already 99+ messages. Looking through the chat history, some suggested going for a hike to watch the sunset, others proposed horseback riding, visiting water parks, or even going to the beach. There were many suggestions, but because Li Chuxin and He disagreed, no decision had yet been made on where to go. Both of them messaged Shen Qinghan in the chat, asking her where she would like to go. Shen Qinghan didn't have a preference and thought anywhere would be fun, so she replied that they could decide. As for Lin Zichen, neither of them asked him. After being classmates for 3 years, they both knew it was futile to ask, where the answer would definitely be, I'll do whatever Han Han wants. About half an hour of arguing passed. Li Chuxin and He Yu finally compromised and decided they would go to the beach. As soon as Shen Qinghan saw that the decision was to go to the beach, she felt troubled. She couldn't go into the sea. As soon she entered the water, she would start hearing creepy sounds from the ocean depths and feel very unsettled. Xiao Chen, what should I do? Shen Qinghan felt somewhat at a loss and turned to Lin Zichen for help. Li Chuxin and He Yu had asked for her opinion, and she had said anything was fine, leaving the decision to them. Now, after they had argued for nearly half an hour, they finally agreed on a satisfactory outcome to go to the beach. If she said she couldn't go, it would seem very uncooperative. Just say you have an injury and can't touch seawater, so going to the beach is out of the question, Lin Zichen suggested after some thought. Shen Qinghan hesitated for a moment, but eventually shook her head. Never mind, they finally reached a compromise after so much effort. It would be inappropriate for me to reject it now. Let's just go to the beach then. Worst comes to worst, I just won't go into the sea. I can sunbathe and have a barbecue on the beach. All right, it's decided. After making up her mind, Shen Qinghan replied in the group chat, expressing her agreement to go to the beach. Seeing this, Lin Zichen simply went with what she liked. He also thought that as long as she didn't go into the sea, there shouldn't be a problem. Having settled on the beach, saw the novel, F.ir.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The four of them discussed and agreed to depart at 7 a.m. in 10 days, to a place in the city known as Shuangri Bay. In the days leading up to the beach trip, Lin Zichen hardly left his house. Apart from regular training outings with Shen Qinghan, he spent the rest of the time secluding himself in his room to temper his muscles. He tempered them for 9 days straight. Fortune favors the diligent, and he finally tempered all his muscles. The moment he completed the muscle tempering, a prompt appeared in the void. Your biological level has been raised to ordinary 8th rank. To think he had reached ordinary 8th rank. Lin Zichen felt it was somewhat surreal. Before practicing the blood tempering technique, on average, it took about 3 to 4 years to advance a single biological level. After practicing the blood tempering technique, not even half the summer had passed, and he had raised his biological level from ordinary 6th rank to ordinary 8th rank at an astounding speed. Last time, after tempering the skin, my biological level evolved to ordinary 7th rank. This time, after tempering the flesh, it evolved to ordinary 8th rank. So, when I temper the bones next time, it will definitely evolve to ordinary 9th rank. Ordinary 9th rank, and above that are the lofty advanced level creatures. It seems that joining Tianren Pavilion was an absolutely correct decision. The blood tempering technique perfectly matches my physical talent and can significantly speed up my evolution, Lin Zichen muttered to himself, feeling exhilarated. The next day, at 7 o'clock in the morning, the 4 members of the Breaking Dawn group gathered at the gate of Shanghai High School to set off for the beach. The mode of transport was by car, with He Yu as the driver. He Yu, when did you get your driver's license? On the car, Li Chuxin, sitting in the passenger seat, asked curiously. The summer vacation had only been about a month, and he already had a driver's license, which seemed incredible. With a nonchalant one-handed turn of the steering wheel, He Yu answered, I got it nearly 3 weeks ago. I got my license just 10 days into the vacation. You were practicing driving during winter break. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Chuxin negated her own question. No, that can't be right. You had your 18th birthday during the next semester. You were still a minor during winter break. How did this happen? I signed up for an express class. It only took 10 days to get a license. There's an express class like that. Li Chuxin looked puzzled. I've lived in Shanghai City for so many years, how come I've never heard of it? He Yu boasted, my dad pulled some strings to find it for me. Of course, you wouldn't have heard of it. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 123, 123, 110. See God Revival _4 Chapter 123, 110. See God Revival _4 After speaking, he added, if you 3 want to enroll in the crash course, I'll just mention it to my dad when I get back, and it will be done. Do you want to sign up? He Yu, of course we do. Li Chuxin, now feeling indebted after accepting favors, promptly switched to calling him He Yu, aiming for a flexible and variable approach. Lin Zichen, who was sitting in the back seat, also chimed in, Hiyu, please enroll Han Han and me as well. Hearing this title of Hiyu made Hiyu feel quite pleased inside. An hour and a bit later, the car arrived at the destination, Shuangri Bay. It was the height of summer, and the beach was crowded with people. As soon as they got out of the car, Hiyu's eyes were immediately drawn to the bikini-clad women in the crowd. His gaze was unabashed and full of desire. In contrast, Lin Zichen appeared much more reserved. Unless there was a swimsuit beauty of Shen Qinghan's caliber, he couldn't be bothered to give even a glance. He was simply uninterested. Hiyu, can you not be so sleazy? Look at Zichen, such a gentleman, not a single lustful gaze in his eyes. Li Chuxin said to Hiyu with some dissatisfaction. Hiyu disagreed. What a joke, Zichen's just been spoiled by Qinghan, how could he not be lustful? So all men are lustful, is that it? Hiyu continued, besides, if you come to the beach and don't look at the bikini beauties, what's the point of coming to the beach? Li Chuxin had no retort. She chose to take Shen Qinghan's hand and leave, saying to her, let's go, Han Han, let's go over there and change into our swimsuits, ignore him. Lin Zichen looked at Hiyu and said, let's go change too. Let's go, I can't wait to go diving. After saying that, Hiyu excitedly headed towards the changing room with Lin Zichen. On their way to the changing rooms, Lin Zichen was recognized by many as the second top scholar from Nanjiang province's Gaokao exams. These people all pointed at him and murmured among themselves, saying he had joined Tianren Pavilion, that his ideas had gone awry, and he had been brainwashed. Lin Zichen, having acute senses, heard every one of these negative comments as if they were said directly to his ears. He was unbothered by the criticisms, but he quietly took note of the hidden hand behind his current predicament. Once he became powerful, he would surely settle the score with the culprit. For mental anguish alone, he would demand compensation in tens if not hundreds of millions. Who do you think you are, daring to judge the second top scholar from Nanjiang province's Gaokao exams? Hiyu, who was traveling with him, overheard someone bad-mouthing Lin Zichen and immediately confronted them angrily. The individuals he confronted all shrunk back like turtles in their shells, none daring to retaliate. While they were bold enough to laugh about Nanjiang province's second top scholar behind his back, it did not mean they dared to offend him. Nanjiang province's second top scholar, even if he was to follow the path of a pure-blood human and become commonplace, was not someone these average Joes could afford to offend. Not to mention, this top scholar could switch majors at any time and return to the genetic fusion path. Zichen, you really are patient. If it were me being talked about, I would have probably punched them already. Hiyu said with an indignant expression. Lin Zichen laughed and replied, patience is relative, I just don't care about these things. If they touched on something I do care about, I would certainly react. Hiyu asked curiously, then what do you care about? No sooner had the words left his mouth, than Li Chuxin, already changed into her swimsuit, came over and smilingly answered for Lin Zichen, do you even need to ask? What Zichen cares about most is definitely Han Han. Yeah, that was a bit of a stupid question on my part. Hiyu said with an embarrassed smile. While laughing, his gaze landed on Li Chuxin. Li Chuxin was wearing a revealing bikini, her waist slender and pale, which looked very tempting. Next to her, Shen Qinghan looked much more conservative. She wore a close-fitting beach dress that only revealed a pair of slender and white legs, and a pair of small and delicate feet. Beyond that, there was nothing to see. See thnovelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Soon, Lin Zichen and Hiyu headed inside the changing room to switch into their beach shorts. When the two of them came out wearing beach shorts, Li Chuxin and Shen Qinghan had already found a good spot on the beach, where they set up a mat and a sunshade. Seeing the sun a bit too fierce, Lin Zichen went over to Shen Qinghan, took out a bottle of sunscreen from his bag, and offered to apply it for her. Shen Qinghan blushed slightly but saw no reason to decline, so she agreed. Chu Xin, I'll help you with the sunscreen. Eager for the touch of an 18-year-old girl's tender skin, Hiyu volunteered himself to Li Chuxin. Li Chuxin gave him a glare. Ha, you wish you could take advantage of me. I'll have Han Han help me later, you lascivious beast, stay away from me. Hiyu felt regretful. Meanwhile, Lin Zichen had Shen Qinghan lie on the mat to apply the sunscreen on her. Shen Qinghan was dressed conservatively, only exposing her face, neck, arms, calves, and feet. Technically, those were the only areas that needed sunscreen. Even the feet really didn't require it. However, when Lin Zichen was applying the sunscreen on Shen Qinghan, he didn't skip any area. Even with the dress obstructing, he reached inside to apply it, moving higher and higher up. Was this applying sunscreen? Or taking advantage? Shen Qinghan knew exactly what was happening, but she allowed Lin Zichen to take his liberties. Because she was also enjoying the intimate physical contact, indulging in the blurred lines with Lin Zichen, and somewhat addicted to it. As she silently relished the touch of Lin Zichen's hands, squeezing her slender legs tightly and her cheeks flushed with pleasure, a strange, ancient, and weathered whisper suddenly rang by her ear. Great God, revive, seize. Origin land. Hearing this eerie whisper, Shen Qinghan suddenly opened her eyes wide, filled with panic. This strange whisper was coming from the sea. P.S. Begging bowl out, need monthly tickets, recommendation tickets. Chapter 124, 111, Contaminated Shen Qinghan. Chapter 124, 111, Contaminated Shen Qinghan. What's wrong? Noticing Shen Qinghan's abnormality, Lin Zichen immediately expressed concern. Shen Qinghan sat up from the mat, her expression frantic as she leaned in close to his ear and whispered, "Xiao Chen, I heard that voice again." That voice. Could it be the voice from the sea? Thinking of this, Lin Zichen couldn't help but turn slightly pale. He quickly found an excuse to leave and took Shen Qinghan to a secluded corner, then asked with a furrowed brow, "Is it that voice from the sea?" "Yes, it's the voice from the sea." Shen Qinghan tried her best to calm her nerves and continued, "This time I heard the content of the voice clearly, though it was very fragmented. I only caught some clear words, mentioning a great God, revival, the origin land, and the like. The voice was just as unsettling as before, making my heart flutter in panic." Lin Zichen asked, "Can you still hear the voice now?" "No, not anymore." Shen Qinghan shook her head, feeling a bit frightened in retrospect. The moment the voice sounded, her heartbeat had accelerated sharply, and a sudden surge of inexplicable fear overwhelmed her, giving her a slight feeling of chest tightness. Now that the voice had disappeared, her mind finally began to settle down. After hearing Shen Qinghan's words, Lin Zichen fell into deep thought. A great God, revival, the origin land. Her mysterious physique, could it have something to do with the origin land? After pondering for a while, Lin Zichen said to Shen Qinghan, "Our knowledge is too limited. Knowing this information we can't uncover much, but after we understand more about the origin land in the future, let's see what it's all about. Or maybe after you start university, when you're more familiar with that cheap master of yours, you could try to probe her about the origin land, to see if she knows anything about the sea's origin land. Also, as long as it doesn't compromise our safety, we could come to the seaside more often in the future to see if we can unearth more information." Before, when Shen Qinghan couldn't understand the voice from the sea, Lin Zichen couldn't be sure of the situation and didn't dare take Shen Qinghan near the sea. But now that Shen Qinghan could understand the voice, and it seemed to bear no malice, just a murmur, he felt that in the future, it would be suitable to bring Shen Qinghan here to dig for secrets. As long as they didn't enter the water, just standing on the shore might allow them to hear the murmur and thus dig up more useful information, unveiling the secrets of Shen Qinghan's special physique. The two exchanged thoughts in the corner and soon returned to He Yu and Li Chuxin. After sunbathing, everyone gathered together for a barbecue lunch. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan weren't in the mood for barbecue, their minds occupied with the voice from the sea. Thinking of staying at the seaside to see if they could hear the voice again. However, they waited until nightfall, when it was time to leave the seaside and head home, but Shen Qinghan hadn't heard the murmur from the sea again. At night, inside the room, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan played with their phones while chatting about the voice they heard at the seaside during the day. Having discussed for a while without reaching any conclusions, they soon stopped. They went about their own business, like an old married couple, in the room. Lin Zichen put down his phone, got out of bed, and sat at the desk to flip through blood tempering technique, studying the step of bone tempering seriously. Shen Qinghan lay on the bed, using Lin Zichen's phone to watch second-dimensional educational videos, her cute face blushing at the occasional cheer coming from the earphones. At this moment, both were earnestly studying the knowledge they craved, though the topics of their studies differed. Approaching 10 o'clock at night. Lin Zichen successfully grasped the technique of bone tempering and without wasting a moment, began his first session of bone tempering. The bones of an adult are divided into 3 main parts. They are 29 cranial bones, 51 torso bones, and 126 limb bones. See the novel, F.ir.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The head is the most crucial part, as well as the most fragile. Therefore, Lin Zichen prioritized the cranial bones, to enhance the defense of his head. You are using Qi blood to temper your bones, bone strength +1, proficiency in blood tempering technique +1, bone tempering is much harder than tempering skin or tempering flesh. The process is incredibly painful. First, one must control the Qi blood to penetrate the bones, then maintain the Qi blood flowing back and forth inside, creating intense pain that is hardly bearable. After less than half an hour of tempering, Lin Zichen was sweating cold beads and turned pale from pain. It felt as if his skull were being pierced with steel needles, sending jolts of sharp pain intermittently. And for enduring such agony, he had only tempered the smallest of the cranial bones, with 28 more to go. Bone tempering really is tormenting, Lin Zichen muttered to himself and then, braving the pain, continued to temper the rest of his cranial bones. Setting a small goal for himself, he aimed to complete the tempering of all 29 cranial bones within 5 days, achieving an indestructible head, so he would no longer need to wear a helmet when going out fishing. Closing in on midnight. Lin Zichen had painstakingly tempered 3 cranial bones. By this time, his clothes were soaked with sweat, and his breathing became a bit chaotic, unable to continue the tempering. He had to stop and rest, or his head would hurt to the point of losing consciousness. Xiao Chen, why are you sweating so much? Having just finished watching an educational video, Shen Qinghan noticed Lin Zichen drenched in sweat and felt very puzzled. Catching his breath, Lin Zichen explained, I was just using Qi blood for bone tempering. The pain was quite outrageous, and it made me sweat profusely. Is it that exaggerated? Shen Qinghan was somewhat surprised. Regaining her senses, she quickly got out of bed, took a few tissues to Lin Zichen, and tenderly wiped the sweat from his face. Chapter 125, The Contaminated Shen Qinghan _2 Chapter 125, The Contaminated Shen Qinghan _2 Seeing Lin Zichen with sweat all over his head, she couldn't help but think of the scene from the learning video she had just watched, where the male lead was also hot and sweaty after battling with the female lead. As soon as she thought of this scene, more battle images began to emerge in her mind, unstoppable. While contemplating, Shen Qinghan felt her body heat up, and her cheeks turned a hot red. Why is your face so red? Lin Zichen noticed Shen Qinghan's unusual demeanor and couldn't help but ask, puzzled. With flushed cheeks, Shen Qinghan said, the male lead in the video just now was sweating profusely, just like you are. Lin Zichen was somewhat at a loss for words, then said, you should watch less of that in the future. Look, your thoughts are no longer pure. You'll turn into Shen Wuhang sooner or later. I'm already 18, I can be dirty. Just because you're 18 doesn't mean you have to be dirty. Why not stay pure? No way, if you don't understand anything by the time you're 18, that's not called being pure, that's called being stupid. After saying that, Shen Qinghan hesitated for a moment, then with her cheeks redder and hotter, she asked, Xiao Chen, do you think doing that kind of thing is really as comfortable as it looks in the video? She was very curious about it and wanted to try it with Lin Zichen, but didn't know how to bring it up, so she initiated this conversation instead. Probably. Lin Zichen replied somewhat noncommittally. He didn't want to continue the topic, feeling that it was easy for things to get out of hand with just a man and a woman alone together. However, Shen Qinghan's thoughts were the exact opposite. Seeing that he was evading the subject, she mustered up the courage and directly said, Xiao Chen, I want to try it with you. Such a statement was rather shocking, leaving Lin Zichen utterly silent. He hadn't expected Shen Qinghan to be so forward. After a moment of silence, he said, it's a bit too soon, let's talk about it after school starts. It had only been a few days since their first kiss, and he wanted to savor the gradual progression of their relationship, not rush to the summit. At least 2 more months should pass before they resumed that topic. The glory of reaching the summit was indeed beautiful, but the scenery along the ascent was uniquely charming as well, and he didn't want to miss out on that. Seeing Lin Zichen's refusal, Shen Qinghan felt somewhat disappointed. Pursing her rosy lips, she said, Xiao Chen, after training, you always help me massage and relax my muscles to make me comfortable. I want to make you comfortable, too. Oh, you want to give me a massage? Lin Zichen laughed and said, but your strength is so limited, I'm afraid you might not be able to handle my body. Instead of engaging in their usual banter, Shen Qinghan replied with a shy voice, close your eyes and don't open them, stay seated and don't move, I definitely won't disappoint you. A massage that requires you to close your eyes, stay seated, and not move. Lin Zichen was a bit baffled, but he didn't dwell on it and chose to obediently close his eyes and let Shen Qinghan take the lead. Soon, he felt the soft warmth from Shen Qinghan's palms and couldn't help but tremble slightly in unexpected comfort. Hiss! This massage was too comfortable. Really too much. The next day, at 9 a.m. The two of them were lying in bed chatting, showing no intention of getting up. Early in the morning, tucked under the blankets while the air conditioning was on, felt too comfortable, as if they were sealed to the bed. It's already 9 o'clock, aren't you two going to come down for breakfast? Zhang Wanqin, who was cleaning upstairs, heard the chatting coming from their room and knew that Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were awake. She came over to knock on the door and told them to get up. The two of them didn't want to get out of bed at first, but when Zhang Wanqin came knocking, they had no choice but to get up, change clothes, and head downstairs for breakfast. Breakfast consisted of sandwiches and soy milk, all made by the culinary expert, Zhang Wanqin. Han, try the soy milk and tell me if it's sweet enough. CTH novel_fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Zhang Wanqin had stopped her cleaning upstairs and deliberately waited downstairs for Shen Qinghan's verdict on the soy milk. This was a new recipe she had just learned to make, and Shen Qinghan hadn't tried it yet. I'll taste it. Shen Qinghan smiled sweetly, then picked up the glass of soy milk in front of her to drink. But as she brought it to her lips, she glanced at the milky white hot soy milk in the cup and her expression turned somewhat peculiar, reminded of last night's embarrassing moment. She steadied her emotions and stopped dwelling on it. Quickly, she took a small sip from the cup. Is it sweet? Zhang Wanqin asked expectantly. She had tasted it herself, and found it sweet and very tasty, but she wanted to hear the evaluation from her soon-to-be daughter-in-law. Very sweet, really delicious. Shen Qinghan praised with a smile, yet she felt only the sweetness in her mouth, not in her spirit. Because her spirit had been tainted last night. She should no longer be called Shen Qinghan but Shen Wuhang. Lin Zichen, who was eating a sandwich beside her, noticed the odd expression on her face and teased, the effects can't be that lasting, can they? You still have the nerve to laugh at me, it's all your fault. Shen Qinghan bit her lip and gave Lin Zichen a somewhat resentful look, admonishing him. Lin Zichen felt somewhat wronged. It was you who took the initiative, how can this be my fault? It's your fault, just your fault. Shen Qinghan retorted with the petulance of a wild little girlfriend. These two are really a perfect match. Watching the two kids flirt and squabble, the mother Zhang Wanqin's face was full of an aunt's amused smile. During the following summer vacation, Lin Zichen's life was rather dull and monotonous, mostly occupied with bone tempering. Every time he underwent bone tempering, the pain was so intense that cold sweat broke out and his face turned pale. In contrast, Shen Qinghan's life was much more colorful. She pursued genetic fusion, and becoming stronger wholly depended on it. She only needed to finish basic daily exercises, and then she could use her remaining time freely, going wherever she wanted to play. As long as Li Chuxin asked her out, she usually agreed. After living repressively for so long, she was determined to have a good time this summer break. In mid-August, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan took time off to take their driving tests. During the driving lessons, whenever Shen Qinghan grabbed the gear stick of the instructor's car, she would involuntarily recall the scenes of being tarnished by Lin Zichen from that night, then feel that the hand holding the gear stick was strangely awkward. It wasn't just during driving lessons, even when she went with Li Chuxin to classmate Gui Yanling's place to sing karaoke, holding the microphone felt weird, too. Even sometimes, seeing children playing with water guns by the roadside, she would subconsciously feel uncomfortable, with all those disorderly images flooding her mind, unable to be dispelled. Oh no, I've really become Shen Wuhang. Shen Qinghan felt she had lost her innocence and was somewhat troubled and anxious about it. As the summer days passed by, before they knew it, September 7th arrived. Just 2 days left until university began. Unlike primary and secondary schools, Shanghai University's start date was set later, usually in the second week of September. On September 7th, after being tortured by bone tempering for over a month, Lin Zichen finally succeeded in tempering all 206 bones in his body. At the moment he finished tempering all his bones, his biological level evolved from an ordinary 8th rank to an ordinary 9th rank, just one step away from evolving into an advanced level creature. That very day, he began to study how to open acupoints. According to the notes in the blood tempering technique, as long as he could successfully open an acupointment in his body, even just one, he could definitely break the ordinary limits and evolve into an advanced level creature in one fell swoop. However, this task sounded simple but was extremely difficult in practice. To this day, not a single instance of a pure-blood human evolving into an advanced level creature had occurred. In such circumstances, to take the first step, one almost had to pioneer the path like feeling stones to cross the river. How exactly do I open this acupointment? Lin Zichen spent a whole day researching how to open acupoints, trying all the methods mentioned in the notes of the blood tempering technique, yet he came up empty-handed. Previously, during tempering skin, tempering flesh, and bone tempering, since the notes provided clear methods for body refining, there was no need for him to explore on his own, which made his training progress quickly. But now he had to rely on himself to explore, and the difficulty instantly skyrocketed. Forget it, let's put aside the task of opening acupoints for now and wait until university starts to discuss it with Chuan Wulu, the expert on pure-blood humans. At this stage, it's better to continue body refining and see if I can achieve a full 5 refinements. Unintentionally, there were only 2 days left before university started, and he wondered what university life would be like. Lin Zichen pondered these random thoughts. P.S. Begging a bowl, asking for your monthly and recommendation tickets. Chapter 126, 126, 112, College starts. Chapter 126, 112, College starts 2 days later, on the morning of September 9th. It was the opening day of Shanghai University. Before leaving the house, Zhang Wanqin quietly slipped a box of natural latex rubber ultra-thin condoms into Lin Zichen's luggage bag, to avoid him and Shen Qinghan becoming parents before they even graduated. On the other hand, Su Meng directly handed the same box of natural latex rubber ultra-thin condoms to Shen Qinghan and seriously advised, Han Han, during the time before genetic fusion, make sure you and Xiaochen stay safe, understand? I understand, Mom. Shen Qinghan nodded with a flushed face. Su Meng helped her check her luggage, making sure she had everything, then took her over to Lin Zichen's house. The couple had to go to school for evening classes and didn't have time to take Shen Qinghan to register, so they had to ask Lin Yanzheng and his wife to do it instead. Soon after, Shen Qinghan, with her luggage in tow, got into Lin Yanqing's car and, as always, sat in the back seat with Lin Zichen. Xiaochen, my mom just gave me this. With her cheeks tinted pink, Shen Qinghan pulled open the zipper of her backpack with her delicate, fair fingers, revealing the packet of natural latex rubber ultra-thin condoms that Su Meng had just given her. Lin Zichen glanced at it and couldn't help the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Then, he took out his phone and sent Shen Qinghan a message on WeChat. Zichen, I shouldn't have shown you that stuff back then. Now you think about it every day. After seeing the message, Shen Qinghan immediately replied. Qinghan, you're the one who's dirty, not me. I was just showing you what my mom gave me and you're already letting your imagination run wild. Zichen, you're the dirty one, acting like a thief crying, stop thief, right? Qinghan, no, I'm not, you're slandering me again. The two of them kept exchanging messages on WeChat throughout the journey. About an hour later, the car arrived at its destination, Shanghai University. Shanghai University was situated in the outskirts of Shanghai City, only about 50 kilometers away from home, so it wasn't far. One could say that Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were attending university right from home. So early and still almost couldn't find a parking spot. There are way too many cars now, not enough parking spaces. Driving is just so inconvenient. After spending over 10 minutes finding a hard-earned parking space, Lin Yanzheng couldn't help complaining about it as he parked the car. Afterward, the four of them got out of the car with their luggage in hand and walked towards the university entrance. Lin Zichen looked at the imposing gate ahead that was 40 meters tall and 80 meters wide and felt awe in his heart. Although as a resident of Shanghai City, it wasn't his first time visiting Shanghai University, but each time he saw the extravagantly large university gate, he would still feel profoundly impacted. About Shanghai University, he had specifically looked up information over the summer break. He learned that this top-tier institution, known as one of the top 2 schools, covered an immense area greater than 55,000 acres, which was more than 3 times the size of the largest aviation university in his former world. With a total number of close to 20,000 people, when converted to per capita land space, it meant an average of nearly 2,000 square meters for each person, which was quite astonishing. Lin Zichen's opinion was that this was a mutant university, on a mutant Earth, famously sprawling with sparse population. After entering the university, there were malls, hospitals, food streets, hotels, and inns, everything one needed. The hospital was a full-fledged large hospital, not just a small infirmary. The entire university looked like a mini-city, capable of meeting all personal needs. Xiaochen, look, that ice cream shop is still there. When they arrived at the food street, Shen Qinghan pointed to an ice cream shop ahead, her face full of joy. As a child, her parents often brought her to visit Shanghai University to soak in the university atmosphere. Every time they visited, she liked to buy ice cream from this shop. Let's go over and buy some ice cream. We have plenty of time, and it won't be too late to register after that, Zhang Wenqin suggested with a smile. Zhang Wenqin, not her biological mother, had always doted on Shen Qinghan like her own daughter over the years. Seeing that Shen Qinghan wanted to eat ice cream, she suggested buying some without a second thought. Before long, the 4 of them entered the ice cream shop, ordered their scoops, and found a place to sit. In the meantime, many students inside cast glances at their table. See the nellfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Mainly because all 4 of them were so good-looking. One was a handsome, manly uncle. One was a beautiful aunt, with charm and grace still intact. The 2 youngsters were even more prominent, having been the school's male and female heartthrobs since childhood, always catching eyes wherever they went, whether being sneakily photographed or asked for WeChat contacts. Naturally, the 4 of them seated together became a striking scene, prompting everyone who saw them to linger for a few extra glances. Xiaochen, this is strawberry milk flavored, it's especially delicious. Try some. Shen Qinghan scooped a piece of pink ice cream from her bowl with a spoon and affectionately brought it to Lin Zichen's mouth to feed him. Lin Zichen took a bite and found it indeed delicious. Just then, a noisy group of laughing men and women came from outside. Come on, another drink. Jiasen, the skirt you're wearing today is so long, it's hard for me to get a good touch. You can reach inside, I don't mind. Yonggu, stop playing with girls and start guessing the dice. Haha, you lost, drink up. Lin Zichen followed the sounds and looked across to the small bar opposite, where he saw a couple of male students playing dice and drinking with a group of female students. Chapter 127, 112, University starts _2 Chapter 127, 112, University starts _2 The female students all had pretty faces and sexy, hot figures. As for the 2 male students, although they were average in looks, one had scales covering both hands and the other had a pair of horns of some unknown creature growing on his head. Clearly, they were the esteemed genetic integrators. At that moment, both male students were hugging the girls closely, their hands restlessly wandering over their shapely bodies, presenting a scene that was somewhat indecent. Lin Zichen only glanced at this spectacle before he quickly looked away. In contrast, the 2 male students sitting at the next table started to viciously criticize the scene unfolding outside. That Huang Jiasen, acting like a high and mighty goddess every day in the art college, claiming to be annoyed by the sight of men, but look at her now, throwing herself at guys from Evolution College and letting them grope her left and right, such a hypocrite. Can't blame her, after all, those from Evolution College have a promising future. If you were a girl, you'd probably throw yourself at them for the attention too. True, if I were a student from the inner campus at Evolution College, I'd also come out here to the outer district to pick up chicks every day. Just a little wave of my finger and a bunch of so-called goddesses would flock to me. A poor man's goddess, a superior man's lackey. While listening to their banter, the first thing Lin Zichen captured was the words, inner campus. Shanghai University has an inner and an outer campus. The outer campus is where the liberal arts and art students study. The inner campus is for students studying evolution, mechanical engineering, and martial arts. The outer campus is open to the public, and having been there countless times since childhood, Lin Zichen was very familiar with it. However, the inner campus, because it involves genetic fusion and mechanical modification, is only accessible to students from there and is not open to the public. The restriction on entry was so severe that even students from the outer campus of the same university could not enter. It gave off the vibe of a slum next to a wealthy district. Because of this, Lin Zichen had always been curious about the environment within the inner campus and wanted to see it for himself. You too, now that you're at university and have some freedom, you cannot indulge yourself like those people drinking outside. You have to continue to study hard, do you understand? Zhang Wanqin earnestly reminded both of them. She looked at the group across the street, yelling and rolling dice while drinking, feeling disgusted from the bottom of her heart. She did not want her son and future daughter-in-law to end up like them. Lin Yanzheng laughed, "You're worrying too much. Xiaochen and Han Han have always been sensible and good kids since they were little, they won't turn out like that." After finishing their ice cream and seeing that it was time, soon, the four of them got up, left the ice cream shop, and headed to the inner campus to register. Since the inner campus was off-limits to outsiders, Lin Yanzheng and Zhang Wanqin escorted the two kids to the entrance, dropped off their luggage, gave a few reminders, and then left. "I can fit all my luggage in one backpack and one suitcase, how come you need one backpack and 3 suitcases?" Seeing that Chen Qinghan had way too much luggage to carry, Lin Zichen couldn't help but tease her, then volunteered to help her with one of the cases. "It's different for girls versus boys, we need to bring more things." "It's perfectly normal," Chen Qinghan said, feeling a bit wronged. "I'm not saying it's not normal, I'm just teasing you a bit." "Alright, let's hurry in and register." CTHnovel_fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. "Oh." Chen Qinghan acknowledged with a sound and obediently followed Lin Zichen, dragging 2 suitcases behind her. At the checkpoint for entering the inner campus, a guard called out, "Hey, you two, please show your acceptance letters." Both Lin Zichen and Chen Qinghan were lugging luggage, making it obvious they were freshmen. The old man needed to confirm which college's freshmen they were. After all, there had been many students in previous years with no sense of direction, who, despite being liberal arts or arts students, accidentally, or perhaps on purpose, ended up in the inner campus. Lin Zichen and Chen Qinghan found it inconvenient to set down their bags to take out their acceptance letters, so they helped each other by unzipping their backpacks to get the letters out. Lin Zichen first helped Chen Qinghan remove her acceptance letter from her backpack and showed it to the guard. Then, it was Chen Qinghan's turn to help him fetch his acceptance letter to show to the old man. However, as soon as she began unzipping the backpack, the guard said, "All right, no need to show it, I recognize you as the runner-up in the provincial college entrance exam who joined Tianren Pavilion. Go on in." Hearing this, Lin Zichen was a little surprised. He hadn't expected that the news which leaked his private information, even after such a long time, would cause people to still recognize him. It seemed that the news had a much more significant impact than he had ever imagined. If even a gatekeeper remembered him, then it was likely that teachers and students inside would remember too. He was becoming famous right from the start of the school year. From now on, peace and quiet would probably be hard to come by, as walking anywhere would involve being pointed at and talked about, facing gossip and commentary. A bit overwhelming. Shaking his head, Lin Zichen didn't dwell on it any longer and walked into the inner campus with Chen Qinghan, dragging their luggage. After a few minutes spent passing through a tunnel-like passage, they finally arrived at the mysterious inner campus. As soon as they entered, they were deeply shocked by the scene before them. The high-rises were still those high-rises, the greenery was still that greenery. The only difference was that the inner campus was filled with genetic integrators and mechanically modified humans everywhere. There were genetic integrators with tails, with horns on their heads, with wings. Mechanically modified humans had alloy legs, alloy arms, alloy eyes. At a glance, very few appeared to be ordinary humans. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 128, 128, 112, University starts _3. Chapter 128, 112, University starts _3. It felt as if they'd passed through to another world. Xiaochen, that upperclassman's cat ears on her head are so cute. And look at that upperclassman with a fluffy fox tail on her behind, swaying back and forth when she walks. It looks so unique. Xiaochen, quick, look up in the sky, there's a mechanically modified human flying. Watching the genetic integrators and mechanically Modified humans around her, Shen Qinghan was thoroughly excited and couldn't stop talking. During this time, many passers-by noticed the high-value childhood sweethearts. A few somewhat handsome upperclassmen wanted to ask for Shen Qinghan's WeChat, but seeing Lin Zichen close by, they tactfully refrained from hitting on the already taken beauty. Besides, several people recognized Lin Zichen, the second-ranked student in the provincial college entrance exams who had joined Tianren Pavilion, but they merely whispered among themselves and did not pay too much attention. Those in the Shanghai University campus were all crème de la crème of their age. Being geniuses, everyone was typically busy and did not have much time to pay attention to others' gossip. You have too much luggage. I'll take you to Evolution College first to register, and then I'll go to Martial Arts College to register by myself. Sure, thanks, Xiao Chen. We're practically engaged, no need to be so formal. Lin Zichen smiled, then followed the directional signs on the roadside, taking Shen Qinghan to the new student registration at Evolution College. The upperclassmen at the registration point were immediately struck by the couple's outrageously high attractiveness as soon as they saw them. After Shen Qinghan finished filling out the paperwork and was about to head to her assigned dormitory, the upperclassmen inside vied with each other to show off in front of her, offering to carry her luggage and such. Shen Qinghan was very sensible and chose an upper-class woman to help carry her luggage to the dormitory right away, maintaining a distance from the other males except for Lin Zichen. Xiao Chen, see you at the evening meeting. Sure, see you this evening. Lin Zichen watched Shen Qinghan leave and then dragged his luggage over to the Martial Arts College to register. It was quite different from the scene at Evolution College. When he arrived at the new student registration for Martial Arts College, the upperclassmen there got excited when they saw the second-ranked student from Nanjiang Province had arrived. Martial Arts College didn't have top scholars as common as Evolution College, where there was no shortage of valedictorians and salutatorians. Seeing a provincial top-ranked student in Martial Arts College was like once in a blue moon. After all, those with high scores in the college entrance examinations would definitely choose Evolution College. Zichen, you're so handsome. Zichen, can I add your WeChat? Zichen, let me carry your luggage. While eagerly helping Lin Zi, the upper-class women were very enthusiastic about getting his WeChat contact, and many upperclassmen expressed the same wish. After all, this was the prestigious second-ranked student in the province. And a handsome one at that. His future prospects were immeasurable. Despite Lin Zi joining Martial Arts College, the upperclassman at the registration point felt that he wouldn't stay long. He was bound to switch back to Evolution College to pursue genetic fusion and become one of the elite. And now, having the chance to meet such a future elite, they were eager to speak to him and get to know him while they had the chance. Let alone anything else, just having him as a WeChat contact, they could brag about knowing this elite individual in the future. Search *the novel_fire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. P.S. Finally entered the university chapter. From tomorrow on we dive into the main storyline of the book. Fast-paced and thrilling updates are coming. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 129, 129, 113, Cohabitation Life. Chapter 129, 113, Cohabitation Life. Having completed the new student registration procedures, Lin Zichen's next destination was the dormitory. Sophomores and seniors at the registration desk vied to send him off in order to get closer to him. In the end, it was a senior with big, wavy blonde hair who outdid the rest and earned the right to show him the way to the dormitory. This senior had a decent appearance, scoring at least a 7 out of 10. Her most prominent feature was her particularly voluptuous figure, seductive enough to tempt one to commit crimes. All along the way, the senior made a point to display her charms in front of Lin Zichen, hoping to get his attention. However, Lin Zichen was not at all hooked and was oblivious to her impressive figure. By the way, Zichen, up ahead is Sunrise Plaza where the school's student power ranking is located. Would you like to go see it? As they passed a forest path, the senior smiled and pointed to a plaza ahead, asking him. Lin Zichen was quite interested in the power ranking and responded with a smile, "Sure, let's go have a look." "Thank you for showing the way, senior." "It's no trouble at all, it's my pleasure to show the handsome junior the way," she said. The senior presented herself humbly, with every smile and tone of voice designed to ingratiate herself with Lin Zichen to the greatest extent possible. After a brief walk, the two stopped in front of the so-called power ranking. There were two power rankings, the peak ranking and the newcomer ranking. The peak ranking was for all the students in the college and had a total of 500 ranks. The newcomer ranking was only for first-year students and had 100 ranks. Scanning the two lists briefly, Lin Zichen saw the peak ranking filled with the names of 500 densely packed students. As for the newcomer ranking, it was blank. After all, the term had just started, and the new students hadn't crossed fists yet, making it impossible to rank them. As for ranking by college entrance examination scores, the college deemed it unnecessary, believing that the entrance exam was a thing of the past. Now that they were in college, it was time to speak with their current strength. Lin Zichen quickly scanned through the peak ranking. The top three were advanced warriors, with the first and second ranks being evolvers and the third mechanical students, all seniors. From 4th to 108th place were ordinary 9th rank, all evolvers and mechanical students. Rank 109 to 500 were ordinary 8th rank, almost all evolvers and mechanical humans. The reason it's almost is that 3 martial arts students had made it onto the list. All 3 were senior students of martial arts college, oddly ranking at 389, 453, and 498, respectively. For these 3 martial arts students to rank so high as pure-blood humans was indeed a glory for martial arts. Yet, with only 3 senior martial arts students in the top 500 of the peak ranking, the gap in numbers was staggeringly large. It was evident how disadvantaged pure-blood humans were against genetic integrators and mechanically modified humans. Zichen, the 3 martial arts students on the peak ranking are members of Tianren Pavilion like you, said the senior. Trying to find a conversation topic with Lin Zichen, the senior took the initiative to introduce the martial arts students on the peak ranking. She continued, these 3 could have been admitted to Evolution College based on their college entrance examination scores, but because they believe in the pureblood human path, they joined Tianren Pavilion under President Lu's invitation. Without their convictions, given their current physical strength, they would have long since transferred to Evolution College and embraced genetic fusion, rather than staying at the nearly feudal martial arts college, where they painstakingly temper their physical bodies night and day, she said. Isn't genetic fusion tempting? Taking the genetic fusion path, as long as you have exotic beast genes, a simple fusion makes you stronger, and the effort required is much less than following the pureblood human path. I really admire them, she added. Search * the novelfire.net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Admiration. In truth, she didn't admire them at all, she even thought those 3 were a bit foolish. Her current claim of admiration was primarily in hopes of currying favor with Lin Zichen. After all, Lin Zichen was a member of Tianren Pavilion. If it were her, she would not hesitate to transfer to Evolution College to become a genetic integrator with a bright future. It wasn't surprising that she would think this way, considering that martial arts students truly endured discrimination in the school and had a hard time. Even though martial arts students were in the inner campus area and shared a learning environment with evolution and mechanical students, many martial arts graduates fared even worse than students from the outer campus areas studying culture or arts. Unless they could transfer to Evolution College or Mechanical Academy later on, achieving a life-changing reversal of fortune. The suitability for genetic fusion and mechanical modification could be enhanced through subsequent training and would increase as the body grew stronger. However, the improvement was quite limited. Simply put, 9 parts were fated, 1 part dependent on struggle. In the entire martial arts college, by continuously training the body to improve suitability, about 10% of students could defy fate by the time they graduated after 4 years, meeting the requirements for genetic fusion or mechanical modification. 90% of martial arts students hope to turn their destiny around by enrolling in martial arts college, seeing it as a second college entrance examination in their lives. As for the remaining 10%, these were either poor students who didn't perform well academically but had decent physical test data, forced to enroll in martial arts college, or the very few who believed in the pure-blood human path and were members of Tianren Pavilion. Zichen, with your talent, you will definitely be able to make it onto the peak ranking in the future. As a pure-blood human, you'll break the records of martial arts students and charge directly into the top 5 of the peak ranking. After introducing the 3 martial arts students on the peak ranking, the senior turned the conversation back to Lin Zichen, continuing to flatter him, hoping to win his favor. Chapter 130, 113, Cohabitation Life _2 Chapter 130, 113, Cohabitation Life _2 Hearing the words, breaking the record, Lin Zichen asked with a bit of curiosity. Senior sister, what's the record for martial arts students? Number 6 on the peak rankings. After answering, the senior sister added, this record was set by an old senior sister in our martial arts college named Song Yuyen. She said it just as her senior year began. But less than 2 months after the semester started, her ranking fell from 6th to beyond the 20th place. Because her pureblood human path had reached a bottleneck, while others kept growing stronger through genetic fusion and mechanical enhancements, and slowly she was overtaken by various others. The senior sister continued, now, this old senior sister has become a mentor in our martial arts college and is also the ace researcher at Tianren Pavilion, an invaluable assistant to President Liu. Number 6 on the peak rankings. Lin Zichen looked surprised, a bit shocked by the record. Seeing the astonishment on his face, the senior sister explained with a smile, the reason Instructor Song could reach number 6 on the peak rankings as a pureblood human was that she had a very strong natural talent as the valedictorian of the capital city college entrance exam. At this point, the senior sister spoke with a hint of regret, but even such a talented Instructor Song, because she followed the pureblood human path, has been stuck at the ordinary 9th rank for nearly 10 years now. Then, she became the representative of wasted genius, often used as an example of what not to do. Every time I hear people using Instructor Song as a bad example, I feel very angry. Those people simply don't understand how great Instructor Song's sacrifice is. If someday the pureblood human path shines brightly, Instructor Song will be seen as a pioneer. How could she be mentioned in the same breath as those mediocrities? As she spoke, the senior sister started to flatter Lin Zichen again, feigning conviction as she said, Zichen, with you joining Tianren Pavilion, the pureblood human path will surely shine brightly one day. Having said this, she expected Lin Zichen to be overjoyed and say something passionate like, I didn't expect you to appreciate the pureblood human path so much, you truly understand me. We must keep in touch in the future. However, Lin Zichen merely responded indifferently, hearing what you've said, Instructor Song does seem great. Seeing Lin Zichen's tepid response, the senior sister felt rather disappointed. Afterward, the two left Sunrise Plaza and headed for the dormitory building. With the senior sister leading the way, Lin Zichen quickly arrived at his college dormitory. Sarthanafire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. It was a small single room with a bedroom, a bathroom, and a balcony. Beyond that, there was no other space. Wow, is this the best dorm room martial arts college has to offer? It's great being the college entrance exam runner-up, having a whole dorm to yourself is enviable indeed. Living here, you won't need to go to a hotel if you get a girlfriend, just bring her straight to the dorm. You'll save quite a bit of money. The senior sister looked around Lin Zichen's dorm while expressing her envy. As she spoke, she deliberately pulled at her neckline to cool down, revealing a glimpse of her snowy white chest to Lin Zichen, and hinted suggestively, Zichen, it was so hot walking outside just now. Can I take a quick shower here to cool off? Lin Zichen knew what she was implying but skipped right over it, smiling as he said, you've worked hard, senior sister. There's a milk tea shop right across the dormitory. Let me treat you to milk tea as a token of thanks. That works. The senior sister wasn't foolish, realizing she couldn't seduce Lin Zichen, she temporarily gave up and opted to have milk tea with him downstairs. After all, coming on too strong might just scare Lin Zichen away. She was battle-hardened in the ways of love and knew very well the principle of, too much is as bad as not enough. Arriving at the milk tea shop across the dormitory, Lin Zichen spent over $30 to buy the senior sister a milk tea filled with extras. Having repaid the favor of being led here, he quickly finished his own cup of milk tea and then, despite the senior sister's attempts to keep him there, turned and went back to his dormitory. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, he received a WeChat message from Shen Qinghan. Opening it, he saw several pictures of dormitories that Shen Qinghan had taken, saying it was a personal single-room dorm prepared for her by Yuan Dongji. Upon opening these pictures, Lin Zichen instantly felt his own little single room was less appealing. Shen Qinghan's dorm had a training room, a large living room, a large balcony, a large bathroom, and even a bathtub in the bathroom for soaking baths, an extremely luxurious apartment. In comparison with this luxurious apartment, his tiny single room was downgraded to a place not even fit for a dog. Han Han, Xiaochen, have you arrived at the dorm yet? Zichen, I have. Han Han, quick, send me pictures of your dorm to see. Zichen, Lin Zichen replied with a string of ellipses, then turned on his phone's video function and recorded a video tour of his little single-room dorm, inside and out, and sent it to Shen Qinghan to see. After seeing his dorm, Shen Qinghan was somewhat surprised. This small single room was too plain compared to her own luxurious apartment. It felt like comparing a thatched hut to a palace. Han, your dorm is too small. Why don't you move in with me? The bed here is even bigger than the one at home. Zichen, move. Absolutely. Han, where's your dorm? I'm coming over now to help you with your luggage. Zichen, I don't have much luggage, I can carry it myself. Just give me your dorm address. Han, alright then. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 131, 113, Cohabitation Life _3 Chapter 131, 113, Cohabitation Life _3, Han, my dorm is near the entrance to the inner campus, Zhongyuan Building No. 8, Dorm 603. Zichen, okay, I'll be there shortly. After replying to the message, Lin Zichen didn't hesitate for a moment and quickly picked up his luggage and set out. If someone chooses not to live in a luxury apartment, they must be out of their mind. Zhongyuan Building No. 8, a high-end dormitory building constructed by Evolution College at its own expense, was specially designed to attract top talents from various regions. At the entrance of the building stood two statues about the height of a person. On the left was a dragon soaring through the clouds, and on the right was a phoenix dancing gracefully. Search the novelfire.ne*t website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The combination of the dragon and the phoenix exuded a majestic aura. When Lin Zichen arrived at this dormitory, the sight of the dragon and phoenix at the entrance gave rise to a twinge of worry in his heart. Comparing Evolution College's upscale dormitory to the small single room he was assigned, his own felt like a crudely made dog kennel. And this dog kennel was supposedly the best dormitory in the martial arts college. This inevitably made him question whether Lu Chuanwu, as the dean of martial arts college, had the capability to fulfill the promise of triple benefits. The triple benefits they had discussed initially referred mainly to evolutionary resources, such as exotic beast meat, exotic flowers and fruits, and pills that could increase chi blood, among others. However, judging by the disparity in accommodations, Lin Zichen felt somewhat doubtful, worried that Lu Chuanwu might not have the funds to provide the triple benefits. Shaking his head, he stopped dwelling on it. Lin Zichen took the elevator to Shen Qinghan's dorm 603 and sent her a message that he had arrived, standing outside her door. Less than a second after sending the message, the door in front of him opened. Shen Qinghan, wearing a dress, stood at the entrance and said, "Xiao Chen, come inside. I've turned on the air conditioning in the living room, it's super cool." Lin Zichen dragged his suitcase inside, curiously surveying the interior of the room. It was large and spacious. The floor and ceiling were spotless, without a trace of dust. Clearly, it hadn't been Shen Qinghan who cleaned up the place, but it had been tidied up before she moved in. This dorm is so luxurious and clean. It's obvious that your cheap master cares a lot about you. You didn't recognize a master in vain. I think so too, master really treats me well, Shen Qinghan said, smiling sweetly with her eyes curved into crescents. After chatting briefly, the two quickly opened their suitcases and began arranging the dormitory. It took about half an hour to set everything in place. Towels, toothbrushes, slippers, and other daily necessities were neatly arranged, creating a pleasant sight. "Xiao Chen, from now on, this is our little home. With no parents around, we can run around naked and nobody will care," Shen Qinghan said, sitting casually on the floor, her face beaming with a smile, looking forward to the cohabiting life with Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen was somewhat taken aback. "What do you mean running around naked? Don't get too carried away." "Oh, come on, that was just an exaggerated way of expressing freedom," Shen Qinghan retorted, somewhat speechless. Then she got up and headed towards the bathroom, saying as she walked, "I sweated a lot when I went to register as a new student earlier. Now that the sweat has dried, I feel sticky and need to take a shower." Seeing her enter the bathroom empty-handed, Lin Zichen reminded her, "You're not taking your clothes, are you planning to come out naked?" "I'm already in the bathroom, and I'm too lazy to go out and get them." "You'll bring them for me, won't you?" By now, Shen Qinghan was treating Lin Zichen as her husband, planning on living with him as a married couple would. After all, they had grown up together and were incredibly familiar with and understood each other well. In essence, there was no difference from an old married couple. Soon, the sound of Shen Qinghan humming songs could be heard from the bathroom, a content and relaxed tone in her voice. Lin Zichen sat down on the sofa, took out the student handbook obtained during registration from his backpack, and began to read out of boredom. The content was mainly divided into two parts. One was an introduction to the school's specialties, and the other was the details of the school's regulations. Lin Zichen quickly flipped through the pages at a glance, but when he saw the section on credits, he immediately became interested. At Shanghai University, credits were akin to contribution points in cultivation novels, which could be exchanged for various evolutionary resources in the school. For specifics, he could download a school app to check. There's a shopping platform-like marketplace section in the school app where students can use credits to exchange for various evolutionary resources. Following the guidance of the student handbook, Lin Zichen swiftly downloaded the Shanghai University app. He then logged into his student account, navigated to the marketplace page, and opened it to broaden his horizons. The web page opened quickly, displaying the marketplace in less than a second. What caught Lin Zichen's eyes next was a plethora of evolutionary resources that money couldn't buy. There was exotic beast meat he had never seen before. There were exotic beast gene reagents. There were exotic flowers and fruits. There were mechanical modification parts. And there was an array of advanced weapons and equipment, and so forth. At a glance, all were rare resources that money couldn't buy outside, exclusive to the school. These are all amazing things, Lin Zichen remarked, his eyes almost gleaming as he looked at the items. Unfortunately, as a new student without any credits, he could only look at these desirable items, unable to purchase them. Now, how does one earn credits again? Thinking this, Lin Zichen picked up the student handbook and continued reading about credits. After a thorough reading, he learned there were 3 ways to earn credits. First, by climbing the peak or rookie rankings. Students who made the list received monthly credit rewards. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 132, 113, Cohabitation Life _4 Chapter 132, 113, Cohabitation Life _4 2, receive tasks distributed by the school, and earn credit rewards after completing them. 3. Represent the school in competitions, and earn credit rewards for achieving excellent results outside. In the past, I was thinking about how to make money in university to buy exotic beast meat, but now I don't have to worry about that, just think about how to earn credits and that's it. As Lin Zichen was thinking about this, a shout came from the bathroom, "Xiao Chen, I'm done washing, help me bring in clothes, just grab any dress, no need for underwear." Shen Qinghan was used to not wearing underwear right after a bath because the body is wet, and you need to air dry to evaporate the moisture on the skin before putting on underwear. "Okay, coming." Lin Zichen responded and went into the room to grab clothes for Shen Qinghan. Just as she had said, he only took a dress. Creak, Lin Zichen opened the bathroom door and saw Shen Qinghan soaking in the bathtub, her fair and tender shoulders emerging above the water surface, which was quite tempting. Especially her cheeks, flushed red from the hot water, had a beauty like a lotus flower emerging from the water. Lin Zichen didn't look too much, he hung the dress on the wall and was about to leave. "Xiao Chen, it's so comfortable to soak in this bathtub, do you want to come in and join me?" As if afraid that Lin Zichen wouldn't join her, Shen Qinghan added, "Such a big tub of hot water, it would be too wasteful to let it drain away after only I use it." Seeing that Shen Qinghan, a girl, had pushed the invitation this far, Lin Zichen felt that it would be impolite not to join her. See the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Then let's soak. After saying that, Lin Zichen undressed in front of Shen Qinghan, conscientiously went over to the shower to rinse off his body, and only after getting clean did he join her in the tub. As for being straightforward in front of Shen Qinghan, since she had already seen everything that night in the room, and even touched, there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Quickly washing himself, Lin Zichen sat down in the tub next to Shen Qinghan, facing her as they soaked together. After soaking for a while, he looked at Shen Qinghan in front of him and asked, "By the way, I previously learned back scrubbing from online videos, do you want to experience it?" "Sure." Shen Qinghan nodded with a blush on her soft voice. After speaking, she turned her back to Lin Zichen, allowing him to scrub her back. Lin Zichen had only learned back scrubbing from online videos before, but this was his first time actually doing it. Nevertheless, his technique on Shen Qinghan's back was so proficiently frightening, it seemed more skilled than many bath workers who had decades of experience. You are helping Shen Qinghan scrub her back, hand agility +1, back scrubbing proficiency +1, this is strange, in the videos they just rub a little and dirt comes right off, but why can't I see any dirt on your back after scrubbing for so long? Lin Zichen had scrubbed Shen Qinghan's clean, snow-white back for nearly 10 minutes, yet strangely, no dirt had come off, which was quite unscientific. Shen Qinghan said with a bit of pride, "That's because I'm clean. No matter how clean, it's impossible not to have any dirt, this is already unscientific." Having said that, Lin Zichen added, "I think it must be related to your special water attribute physique, which naturally keeps your skin clean." It should be. Shen Qinghan nodded in agreement. Since her childhood, she had never scrubbed any dirt off her body during baths and was always aware of her unique body cleanliness trait. She just never considered her water attribute superpower before. The more Lin Zichen scrubbed, the more incredible he found it and said with envy, "You really have a divine physique, your body doesn't get dirty, even your sweat smells nice, it's too incredible." Jealous. Jealous. Lin Zichen admitted sincerely. Shen Qinghan laughed, then turned to face him and said, "Little Lin, you've scrubbed my back for so long, now it's Xiaoshen's turn to scrub you. Alright, let's experience Xiaoshen's scrubbing technique." Lin Zichen smiled, and was about to turn around to enjoy the gentle caress of Shen Qinghan's hands. However, Shen Qinghan said, "No need to turn around." Lin Zichen thought Shen Qinghan was going to scrub his back, but that wasn't the case at all. P.S. Bowing my head, asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. Chapter 133, 133, 114. Heading to the Tianren Pavilion headquarters. Chapter 133, 114. Heading to the Tianren Pavilion headquarters after the bath, Lin Zichen emerged from the bathroom, looking refreshed and revitalized. Shen Qinghan's jade-like hands were so warm and soft, the touch was incredibly comfortable, under her careful kneading, every second was a supreme delight. My skills aren't bad, right? Dressed in just a sundress, Shen Qinghan followed Lin Zichen at a leisurely pace, a hint of smugness on her face. Sure, it was good, but it still couldn't compare to mine. Lin Zichen thought to himself, nodding in agreement, your skills are indeed good, they really make me want to linger. Winning Lin Zichen's approval made Shen Qinghan feel quite pleased with herself. She walked around to face Lin Zichen, with sparkling peach blossom eyes, she smiled and suggested, "Then, next time we take a bath, let's do it just like we did just now. You help me scrub my back first, and after I'm comfortable, I'll help you scrub, what do you think?" Deal. Lin Zichen agreed without hesitation. Before they knew it, it was nearly 12 noon. It was time for lunch. Lin Zichen suggested going out to eat, but Shen Qinghan, claiming it was too hot outside and that she didn't want to sweat right after bathing, proposed they order takeout and eat at home. Most people could just carry an umbrella, walk slowly, and eat in an air-conditioned restaurant without sweating too much. But Shen Qinghan was not most people, she had a constitution that sweated easily. A little exercise or a slight rise in temperature would leave her drenched in sweat. "What would you like to eat?" Lin Zichen took out his phone, opened the university's app, navigated to the takeout section, and showed the screen to Shen Qinghan, asking her opinion. Looking at the unfamiliar interface on the screen, Shen Qinghan asked curiously, "What takeout platform is this? I've never seen it before." This is the Shanghai University app, which includes a delivery platform exclusive to the school, a store for exchanging evolution resources, and all kinds of other convenient features. That sounds really handy. It is quite convenient. You can download it by scanning this QR code in the student handbook. I'll download it too. Shen Qinghan promptly took out her phone to scan the code and download the app. Lin Zichen reminded her, "You still haven't said what you want to eat." "Anything is fine, I'll just have the same as you." "Then I'll order potato chicken stew." After making his choice, Lin Zichen selected potato chicken stew on the page and spent 50 yuan to place an order for 2 servings. One serving was 25 yuan, takeout was outrageously expensive these days. He couldn't help but grumble to himself as he looked at the payment message on his phone. At that moment, Shen Qinghan chimed in, this university app also sells fresh vegetables, rice, and meat. You can buy everything you need for daily necessities like grains, oils, and condiments. How about we buy our groceries and cook our own meals in the future? Search * the novelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. That's a good idea. Lin Zichen agreed instantly without a second thought. If they could cook their own food, they certainly should. It was better to minimize ordering takeout. Of course, this was under the premise that their cooking skills were up to par. Both Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were masterful in the kitchen, making everything delicious. One was a natural, able to cook just from watching videos. The other had learned from her mother since childhood. With practice came proficiency. After lunch, Lin Zichen rested for a while, and once he felt his food had digested sufficiently, he began to temper his body. He was tempering his skin, undergoing the tempering skin process for the second time. The second tempering skin was far more difficult than the first. Lin Zichen had tempered for more than 2 hours before he finished tempering the skin on his entire right hand for the second time. The process was noticeably painful, consuming more qi blood energy. In contrast, the first time he tempered, it took only a little over half an hour to complete the same process on his entire right hand. Most importantly, there hadn't been much pain during the first tempering, just a slightly burning sensation, hardly painful at all. Do you have a sewing needle? Lin Zichen looked over at Shen Qinghan and asked. He needed a sharp needle to test the strength of his twice-tempered skin, recalling that Su Meng had prepared a toolbox for Shen Qinghan containing all kinds of tools. Shen Qinghan, who was lying on the bed scrolling through her phone, her fair and slender legs swinging back and forth, looked quite eye-catching. Upon hearing Lin Zichen ask for a sewing needle, she immediately set down her phone and said, I have one, I'll get it for you now. She quickly found a box and handed it to Lin Zichen. The box contained more than 10 sharp sewing needles. Curious about Lin Zichen's request for a sewing needle, she asked, what do you need a sewing needle for? To prick my hand with. Prick your hand? Yeah, to prick my hand, to test the strength of my skin. After explaining briefly, Lin Zichen picked out the sharpest sewing needle from the small box and forcefully pricked his right hand with it. The action was so sudden. Shen Qinghan was startled and let out an "ah," instinctively flinching. Lin Zichen was amused by her reaction. It's not like I'm pricking your hand, why such a big reaction? Regardless of whether it's my hand, that sudden and forceful jab without any warning would startle anyone. Having said that, Shen Qinghan looked quite displeased. Easy for you to say standing over there without a care. Lin Zichen smiled and said no more, his gaze returning to his own right hand. At that moment, on the back of his hand, a very sharp sewing needle was pressing against the skin but couldn't pierce through. It merely created a small indentation on the skin. My goodness, such a sharp needle, and despite pressing so hard, it can't even penetrate the back of your hand. You're practically invulnerable. Shen Qinghan was incredulous, visibly shocked by the strength of Lin Zichen's skin. Lin Zichen explained, my right hand's skin has been tempered twice now, it's normal for it to have this strength. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 134, 114. Heading to the Tianren Pavilion headquarters _2 Chapter 134, 114. Heading to the Tianren Pavilion headquarters _2, then this blood tempering technique is really too impressive, it has me wanting to follow the pure-blood human path. Shen Qinghan said enviously. If given the choice, who wouldn't choose to become stronger without undergoing genetic fusion? Probably very few people in the world would opt for genetic fusion. After all, the thought of fusing the genes of other organisms into one's own body is quite repulsive. It's not just the blood tempering technique that's impressive, it's also my own awesomeness. If someone else practiced the blood tempering technique, it's highly unlikely they would achieve the same effective results as me. Lin Zichen said bluntly and without modesty, better to prevent Shen Qinghan from impulsively dropping out of Evolution College to pursue the pure-blood human path. With a 21% adaptability to genetic fusion, joining Tianren Pavilion to follow the pure-blood human path would be such a waste, utterly irrational, and totally unnecessary. Most crucially, Shen Qinghan's physical strength was not outstanding. In following the pure-blood human path, it would be a dead end. At least that's how it seems for now. You are puncturing the back of your right hand with a sewing needle. Right hand skin resilience +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. For the next half a minute or so, Lin Zichen continued to prick his hand with the sewing needle. The pricking became faster and harder, until the sewing needle bent, yet the skin remained completely undamaged. The right hand, after second stage tempering skin, had reached maximum resilience, to the point of being impervious to blades and guns. After testing the skin's resilience, Lin Zichen quickly stood up and walked into the kitchen to test the next attribute of his skin, heat resistance. He turned on the gas stove, and placed the palm of his right hand above the flame. Soon, a plethora of digital information began to pop up in the void. You are burning your right hand palm heat resistance +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. In the beginning, there was no sensation of burning at all. It wasn't until after a minute had passed that a clear sensation of burning emerged, becoming slightly painful. The effects of the blood tempering technique are really fierce. With the biometric attributes principle of use it or lose it, I'll eventually reach physical sanctification. Lin Zichen murmured to himself, slightly energized. In the time that followed, Lin Zichen sat cross-legged on the floor of his room, focusing on the second stage of tempering skin. The efficiency of the tempering was a bit slow. He had to stop about every half an hour to rest and eat something to recover the qi blood consumed by tempering. Just before 4 p.m., the smartphone by his side vibrated slightly. He picked it up to see that President Lu Chuanwu had sent a message on WeChat. President Lu, Zichen, have you reported to Shanghai University yet? Zichen, I arrived this morning. President Lu, how do you find the luxury personal dormitory I prepared for you? Zichen, it's nice. CTH novelfire.ne*t website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. President Lu, are you free right now? If so, do you want to come over to Tianren Pavilion's headquarters for a tour? I'll show you around, and you can meet other members of the pavilion. Zichen, I'm free. Lu Chuanwu, okay, wait for someone in the lobby of your dormitory building to come pick you up. You just arrived at the school, and aren't familiar with the place yet. It's better to avoid getting lost. Zichen, President, I'm not at my dormitory right now, I'm in my childhood friend's dorm, Zhongyuan Building No. 8, room 603. Lu Chuanwu, then I'll have someone go to Zhongyuan Building No. 8 to pick you up. Zichen, alright, I'll head down now. After responding to the message, Lin Zichen said to Shen Qinghan, who was at his side, the head of Martial Arts College has invited me over to Tianren Pavilion's headquarters for a look. I'll step out for a bit. Oh, go ahead. Shen Qinghan responded. At the moment, she was browsing through seasonings on the school's food delivery app, doing the groundwork for cooking in the dormitory in the future. Lin Zichen put on his shoes, went out the door, and took the elevator down to the lobby of the dormitory building. Then, he walked to a tree in front of the building and stood there playing with his phone, silently waiting for someone from Tianren Pavilion to arrive. Before long, a boy with bleached blonde hair, a muscular build, and a bit of handsomeness walked past him nonchalantly. This guy recognized him as the second-ranking top student from Nanjiang province who had joined Tianren Pavilion, and he approached him with interest saying, I know you, you're Lin Zichen, the second-ranking top student from Nanjiang province who joined Tianren Pavilion. Lin Zichen looked up upon hearing this, gave a polite hello, and then lowered his head to his phone again, not wanting to engage in further conversation with the swaggering blonde. However, the blonde adopted a rather familiar manner and didn't move on, starting to chat on his own accord. To be honest, I really admire you for giving up the path of genetic fusion and taking up the currently uncertain pureblood human path. It's genuine admiration, no sarcasm here. I've always believed that any research direction, if started with good intentions, should be encouraged rather than ridiculed. I'm also a freshman like you this year, but I'm from Capital City. I lived close to the Capital University, often wandering around its campus when I was a kid. Once upon a time, there was a research institute in Capital University that studied the pureblood human path, but with no significant progress after more than 20 years, they dissolved the institute. As far as I know, only Shan University still maintains this kind of research institute. I hope the Pureblood Human Research Institute at Shan University will continue to stand the test of time until one day it achieves groundbreaking results that will astound the world. There I go again, blabbering too much. As always, I didn't mean to ramble. I still have to get my dorm sorted out, I'll head off now. I hope you make great achievements at Tianren Pavilion. Fight on. With that, the blonde guy made a cheering gesture to Lin Zichen and turned to enter the upscale dormitory of Evolution College, in the very building that Shen Qinghan was staying in. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 135, 114. Heading to the Tianren Pavilion headquarters _3 Chapter 135, 114. Heading to the Tianren Pavilion headquarters _3 Being able to live in Evolution College's high-end dormitory signified that this blondie was also a genius. Moreover, a top-ranking genius in the entire province. Otherwise, he would never have had the privilege to stay in this luxurious dormitory building of Evolution College. Sarthanelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. This guy is really eccentric. Watching the blondie's retreating figure, Lin Zichen couldn't help but inwardly mock with this comment. The blondie had suddenly come up to him, spouting a whole lot of words on his own accord, then, feeling satisfied with himself, turned around and left without any interaction throughout the entire exchange. Such behavior was too odd, giving off vibes akin to a patient in a mental institution. Lin Zichen thought that perhaps geniuses had always been this distinctive from the crowd since childhood. For example, Shen Qinghan had wet the bed throughout his childhood. And, like the blondie who just left, enjoyed bizarrely babbling to people without any interaction, the kind that talked non-stop by himself. Vroom vroom vroom. At that moment, the roaring sound of a motorcycle erupted. Lin Zichen followed the noise and saw a scene unfolding before him, a beautiful lady dressed in a martial arts uniform riding a flaming red motorcycle heading his way. She had a tall and slim figure, with beautiful curves, and her facial features were more three-dimensional, resembling a mixed-race child born to a combination of Eastern and Western parents. Soon, the motorcycle stopped in front of Lin Zichen. The high beauty value lady on the bike turned to him with a bright smile and asked, "Hello, are you Lin Zichen?" Lin Zichen, "Yes, it's me." The lady's voice was sensuous as she said, "Let me introduce myself briefly. My name is Song Yuyan. I am a mentor at Martial Arts College as well as a researcher at Tianren Pavilion. I came here to pick you up and take you to the Tianren Pavilion headquarters." Song Yuyan. Lin Zichen was very familiar with this name. During the morning's encounter with the senior sister at the student combat power rankings, he had heard this name from her. This Song Yuyan was the same one who had joined Tianren Pavilion years ago, followed the pure-blood human path, and vanished into the crowd as the second topper of the capital city's college entrance exams. While Lin Zichen was thinking this over, Song Yuyan turned her motorcycle around and said to him, "Come on, sit behind me. I'll drive you there." "Okay." Lin Zichen responded, and without wasting time, he swung his leg over and sat on the back seat of the motorcycle, hands holding the rear, trying to avoid any physical contact with Song Yuyan as much as possible. Seeing him settled, Song Yuyan twisted the throttle and drove off. On the road, they chatted sporadically. It was mostly Song Yuyan talking, while Lin Zichen was responsible for responding. "Since we're both going to be members of Tianren Pavilion, I'll call you Zichen, and you can call me Sister Yan," she said. After speaking, Song Yuyan laughed and added, "Zichen, your looks are a bit too handsome. You must have been chased by girls a lot before, haven't you?" Lin Zichen, "It's okay. You're a bit modest." After laughing, Song Yuyan continued, "Originally, the dean had arranged for a senior to pick you up, but I became interested when I heard you were this year's second topper in the Nanjiang province exams, so I volunteered to come fetch you. Are you happy to have such a beautiful senior come to pick you up willingly?" Lin Zichen, "I feel very honored." Song Yuyan curiously asked, "By the way, you're a student of Martial Arts College, so what were you doing downstairs at Evolution College's high-end dorm just now?" Lin Zichen, "My childhood friend lives there, I came to visit her." Song Yuyan chuckled and said, TSK, only the best of the best from Evolution College get to live there, your childhood friend must be quite something." Lin Zichen, "It's okay." Song Yuyan suggested with a smile, "Speaking of which, Evolution College's high-end dorms are much better than the shabby dorms of Martial Arts College. Haven't you considered moving in with your childhood friend?" Lin Zichen, "We're already living together." He felt there was nothing special about cohabitating with Shen Qinghan. Sooner or later, everyone would naturally find out, so there was no harm in mentioning it now. "Wow, I was just making a casual comment, but you've already moved in together. Young people nowadays are impressive, Song Yuyen said and added with a gossip-filled expression. So, now that you're cohabitating, does that make you and your childhood friend boyfriend-girlfriend? Lin Zichen, yes. Hearing this reply, Song Yuyen's face was full of envy. That's wonderful. Unlike me, I'm almost in my 30s and haven't even touched a man's hand, let alone lived with one. Lin Zichen smiled and remained silent. This Song Yuyen, with her pretty face and sexy body, if she really wanted to live with a man, she'd only need to flick her finger and plenty of men would queue up for her choosing. Her current claim could either mean she was an old hand at love feigning innocence as a fishing tactic, or she was a lesbian uninterested in men, hence why she hadn't touched a man. In any case, it wasn't because she lacked charm. P.S. Begging bowl out, seeking monthly and recommendation tickets. Chapter 136, 115, A Peerless Genius. Chapter 136, 115, A Peerless Genius. About 5 minutes later, the motorcycle pulled up to a secluded building and stopped. It's called secluded because the building is situated next to the back mountain of the school. Surrounding it were only trees, no other buildings. Above the entrance to the building hung an eye-catching signboard, Pure Human Research Institute. Lin Zichen guessed that the Pure Human Research Institute was probably an abbreviation for the Pure Blood Human Research Institute. Song Yuyen casually parked the bike to one side, turned to Lin Zichen, and said, "Come on, I'll show you around first, then I'll take you to the dean." After dropping that remark, she strode toward the inside of the institute. Lin Zichen followed closely behind, taking in the surroundings as he entered. This Pure Human Research Institute was a bit different from what one might expect of a research facility. The lighting inside was quite dim. It lacked the array of sophisticated high-tech equipment that one might have envisioned. All there were corners piled with all sorts of old and unwanted items. It looked like a large storeroom. But upon closer inspection, those so-called old items in the corners actually resembled antiques of great research value. Soon, they entered a brightly lit hall. Inside was a television, a computer, sofas, a massage chair, and even a bed, giving off a homely vibe. Upon reaching this hall and breaking her silence, Song Yuyen began to explain, "This is the Institute's living and leisure area. When research gets dull, you can come here to rest and relax. The big room we just passed by is the Institute's storage area, where we keep all kinds of things that we're not currently researching. It looks rather messy, but everything there is valuable. Further inside is the research area, where everyone cooperates with the dean on research most of the time." Song Yuyen, speaking as she stopped in front of a refrigerator about 2 meters tall, grabbed a bottle of drink and tossed it to Lin Zichen, saying, "Anything in the fridge was bought with our budget, feel free to take whatever you want to eat or drink." After that, she closed the refrigerator door and set off into the depths once more, walking with long strides and saying, "Come on, I'll take you to the research area to get acquainted with the place." Lin Zichen opened the drink and took a sip, then quickly followed. Once he entered the research area, he looked around. Then he realized, it was not much different from the storage area they had initially passed through. It was just as cluttered, with old items everywhere, not a single piece of the high-tech equipment he'd imagined in sight. CTHNovelFire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Sister Yen, why does the Institute feel so empty? I haven't seen a single person. Seeing that the storage area, the living and leisure area, and the research area were all deserted, and he had not seen anyone else since they had arrived, Lin Zichen couldn't help feeling puzzled. Song Yuyen explained. With a wry smile, the Tianren Pavilion has always been unpopular, the school gives us very little funding, so we can't support many people. Also, after many years of research into the pureblood human path, there's been no significant progress, and many people have lost patience and chosen to give up, gradually leading to the decline of the Tianren Pavilion, so now there are very few people. Of course, that's just one reason. The main reason is the dean thinks that Tianren Pavilion doesn't need too many people, a few geniuses are enough, otherwise, too many people would only distract his attention. So now Tianren Pavilion only consists of the dean, you, me, and 3 fourth-year martial arts students. Beyond that, there is no one else. Even if there are others, they are the ones with poor commitment, those who come in full of passion and then can't endure the challenges and choose to leave. Song Yuyen didn't hide the desolation of the Tianren Pavilion at all, and chose to tell the truth. In short, there are very few people who can stay for a long time, and you might leave due to the hardship after half a year yourself. After hearing this, Lin Zichen felt somewhat baffled. So few people in the Tianren Pavilion. Then what about those people who came to recruit with Lu Chuanwu during the summer holidays? Could they have been outsiders brought in by Lu Chuanwu just to put on a show? Lin Zichen thought about it and concluded that this was probably the case. After all, Lu Chuanwu came to recruit talent. If he had come alone, it would have looked too unimpressive and not conducive to recruitment. At this thought, Lin Zichen suddenly felt deceived. In the time right after his college entrance exams ended, the Tianren Pavilion was often featured in the news, continually boosting its presence, giving the impression it was a major organization. But now, the whole organization had only 6 long-term members, including himself. Such trickery. Lin Zichen shook his head, feeling somewhat disappointed in the scale of the Tianren Pavilion. However, he didn't really care that much. As long as he got the triple benefits promised, everything else was irrelevant. "Dean, I've brought Zichen." After giving Lin Zichen a tour around the institute, Song Yuyan finally stopped in front of a basement door, knocked on the door, and shouted loudly. She shouted so loudly as if she was afraid that Lu Chuanwu inside might not hear her. Soon, the door to the basement opened. Lu Chuanwu stood at the door with a messy head of hair, dark circles under his eyes, and smiled at Lin Zichen, saying, "Zichen, you're here. Come on, I'll show you around and help you get familiar with the institute." Song Yuyan interjected, "No need, Dean, I've just taken him around already." Lu Chuanwu replied, "Is that so? Well, come on in, let's sit down inside and have a good talk." Lin Zichen followed Song Yuyan inside, carefully observing his surroundings. The research room was messy, filled with books, jars and vessels, and even stone steels and other items. They all looked very ancient, as if unearthed from graves. Chapter 137, 115, A Peerless Genius _2 Chapter 137, 115, A Peerless Genius _2 It seems the style of this research institute is all about being outdated. But thinking about it, that makes sense, given that the pure-blood human path inherently has archaeological traits. All the related objects are excavated from ruins. It's not like genetic fusion and mech transformation, which are all about high-tech. "Director, you look so haggard, how long have you been cooped up in there without coming out?" Song Yuyan casually picked a chair to sit down on, slinging her legs over the arm in a carefree manner, and looked at Lu Chuanwu as if it were all normal. Lu Chuanwu said listlessly, "Almost half a month now, constantly researching the content of the blood tempering technique initiation chapters. Sadly, there's still no progress, it's a bit tough to handle." It's mainly the lack of support from martial arts geniuses. The current state of the pure-blood human path still relies on martial arts geniuses with extremely high bodily talents to break new ground. If the talent isn't there, it just isn't, more people won't bring about a qualitative change. However, now that Zichen has joined, the pure-blood human path will definitely make great progress. Lu Chuanwu smiled and began to introduce Song Yuyan to Lin Zichen, saying, "Don't be fooled by your sister Yan's casual appearance, she was once the second top scorer in the capital city's college entrance examination. It's only with your sister Yan's contribution that the pure-blood human path has made significant strides these years. The biggest development was helping me, who had been stuck at the second body refining for decades, to successfully complete the third body refining 8 years ago, achieving the feat of an ordinary 9th-rank pure-blood human crushing a higher, lower-rank genetic integrator." As he said this, Lu Chuanwu's eyes were full of gratitude for Song Yuyan. If Song Yuyan hadn't given up the genetic integrator path and resolutely chosen to join Tianren Pavilion to shine, it would have likely ceased to exist by now. Surprising, right? Back in the day, I was the second top scorer in the capital city's college entrance exam. Song Yuyan looked at Lin Zichen with a teasing smile and said, "My physical test scores back then were even higher than yours." Feeling a bit outdone. "Okay, we get it, you're amazing, don't demoralize the younger generation." Lu Chuanwu glanced at Song Yuyan, then turned to Lin Zichen to reassure him, "Zichen, although your physical test data from the high school exams wasn't as good as your sister Yan's, that was just an exam. Life is so long, and there are plenty of examples of accumulating knowledge to achieve success later on. You'll have plenty of opportunities to surpass Sister Yan, I have high hopes for you. Jokingly, I'm the capital city's top second placer, how could a Nanjiang province's high school top scorer compare to me?" Song Yuyen watched with a carefree demeanor, but deep down she was quite proud. However, as much as she thought about it, she still said with a smile, the director is right, as long as you accumulate enough, it's very possible to rise to the top. Surpassing me isn't impossible. Tianren Pavilion had finally recruited a martial arts genius, they needed to cherish him, offering plenty of encouragement so he wouldn't leave dissatisfied. Lu Chuanwu looked at Lin Zichen and asked, by the way, how is your progress with the blood tempering technique I gave you over the summer break? Have you learned to control your blood? Lin Zichen, I've learned it. Lu Chuanwu asked again, has your biological level evolved to ordinary fourth order? Lin Zichen, yeah, it has. Lu Chuanwu, very satisfied, smiled and said, good, you've learned blood control and your biological level has evolved to ordinary fourth order. Starting today, you can begin tempering skin. Next, let your sister Yen guide you on how to do it. Aim to complete tempering skin by the first semester of your freshman year, and then start on tempering flesh during the winter break. Like your sister Yen, she successfully completed tempering skin in less than 3 months as a freshman. She has quite a bit of experience and insights on that front, and with her guidance, you will surely complete tempering skin smoothly in your first semester of college. Also, your sister Yen is one of the most skilled instructors at the martial arts college. When it comes to teaching, no one dare claim they're first if she says she's second. With her guidance, you will avoid many detours. Therefore, over the same period, you're likely to go further on the pure-blood human path than she has. Lu Chuanwu, afraid that Lin Zichen might be put off by the dilapidated state of Tianren Pavilion's base and consider leaving, kept offering big promises to encourage him, praising him as a prodigy. Lin Zichen saw his worry and caught on to the promises, simply saying, don't worry, director. As long as the triple benefits are realized, I will stay at Tianren Pavilion for all 4 years of college. Stay for 4 years? Wasn't it just for half a year? Lu Chuanwu thought he had heard wrong and quickly asked to confirm, you say you're going to stay at Tianren Pavilion for 4 years? Lin Zichen, as long as the triple benefits keep coming, I can stay in Tianren Pavilion as long. SEA the novel_fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Haha, that's great. Lu Chuanwu was overjoyed. As long as you stay committed to the pure-blood human path here at Tianren Pavilion, I promise you the triple benefits will always be there, and you won't miss a thing. Originally he worried that Lin Zichen wouldn't stay long, but now there was no need to. As long as there were triple benefits, he could keep him. As for the issue of funding, it could be solved by spending time with a few old friends. After calming down a bit, Lu Chuanwu quickly realized something. Possibly, Lin Zichen's statement that he would stay at Tianren Pavilion as long as there were triple benefits meant that he truly believed in the principles of Tianren Pavilion. Even without the triple benefits, he might have stayed anyway. Asking for triple benefits was just taking advantage of the situation. After all, if it's free, why not take it? Realizing this, Lu Chuanwu didn't feel like he was at a loss, but rather that he had gained something instead. Chapter 138, 115, A Peerless Genius _3 Chapter 138, 115, A Peerless Genius _3 Because the more Lin Zichen acknowledges the philosophy of Tianren Pavilion, the greater his contribution to the research on the pure-blood human path will be. SEA the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The benefits of this are far more significant than the threefold benefits given away. Song Yuyen also saw Lin Zichen's approval of the Tianren Pavilion's ideals and her fondness for him grew immensely. She beamed like a blooming flower and said, I like you, Junior. Come, Sister Yen will teach you how to perform tempering skin. I guarantee you that you'll finish one cycle of skin tempering in your first semester of freshman year, and then, while the students from Evolution College and Mechanical Academy have yet to grow, you can brutally thrash them with your powerful flesh and blood. Lin Zichen replied indifferently, no need, I've already completed a cycle of skin tempering during the summer vacation. Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyen both had question marks floating over their heads, at first thinking there was something wrong with their ears. Lin Zichen's words were akin to a young child who had just learned to speak, telling their parents that they had learned calculus, which was shocking. Song Yuyen was the first to react, saying, you must be joking. You were by yourself at home during the summer vacation, with no one to teach you skin tempering. It would have been great if you could even master blood control, so how could you possibly learn skin tempering, and to temper your full skin at that? Lin Zichen explained. The translated version of the blood tempering technique had detailed annotations. I studied it for a few days and learned how to temper skin. Studied it for a few days? Not quite. In truth, it only took half an hour to learn blood control, and then he intuitively mastered the technique of skin tempering. Zichen, you must be mistaken. You might think you've done skin tempering, but you actually haven't. Lu Chuanwu, too, was incredulous and after speaking, insisted, come on, stretch out your hand and let me see, I need to confirm it. Lin Zichen didn't hurry to extend his hand but instead, with a thought, used the biometric attributes, natural camouflage, to disguise his biological status. Biological level disguised as common tier 5. Body refining progress disguised as 1 cycle of tempering skin. During the summer vacation, he had not skimped on researching his 9 biometric attributes. After some research, he discovered that the natural camouflage attribute could not only hide his vitality to conceal his biological level but also mask other states of his body. After camouflaging his attribute status, Lin Zichen extended his right hand for Lu Chuanwu to examine. Lu Chuanwu grabbed his arm, and after briefly feeling and pinching it, his face was immediately covered in shock, expressing disbelief. How can this be possible? It's really 1 cycle of skin tempering. Hearing this, Song Yuyan quickly stepped forward to feel Lin Zichen's arm as well. When she discovered that Lin Zichen truly had undergone 1 cycle of skin tempering, her entire world was rocked, her face filled with doubt about life itself. What's going on? How did you do this? This is completely unlike biology. Lu Chuanwu took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, and with trembling lips, asked, Zichen, what is your biological level now? Common tier 5. Lin Zichen answered calmly. Upon hearing this answer, Lu Chuanwu could no longer suppress the excitement within him, his face bursting with exhilaration as he loudly exclaimed towards Lin Zichen, a genius, a peerless genius. Secure, the pure-blood human path is secured. Haha, with you here, the body of a pure-blood human will definitely break the shackles of ordinary creatures and evolve into an advanced-level creature. While Lu Chuanwu was getting excited, Song Yuyan felt somewhat deflated to the side. She couldn't figure it out, and looking towards Lu Chuanwu, she asked, Director, what's going on? His physical talent clearly isn't as high as mine. Why is his practice of the blood tempering technique so much more effective than mine? Lu Chuanwu calmed himself once more and after thinking a bit, he explained, in this case, it can only be said that Zichen is highly compatible with the blood tempering technique, just like how genetic fusion and mechanical modifications have compatibility, practicing the blood tempering technique also has compatibility. Practicing the blood tempering technique has compatibility too. Was there such a thing? Song Yuyan's emotions were complicated. She had always believed that as a martial arts prodigy, she would definitely lead others on the pure-blood human path in the future and become a pioneer of pure-blood humans. However, she was now witnessing someone who was even more suitable for the pure-blood human path than herself, and it unavoidably left her feeling a bit disheartened. But that feeling of disappointment vanished in a flash, replaced by excitement and eagerness. Who was more suited for the pure-blood human path wasn't important at all. What mattered was that someone could pioneer the pure-blood human path, leading everyone to go further. Rather than she herself pioneering and spending a lifetime stuck at the ordinary 9th rank without evolving, it would be far better to honestly follow behind Lin Zichen, treading the path he'd walked, easier and less trouble. As for the role of pioneer, it was trivial compared to evolving into an advanced-level creature. Having realized this, Song Yuyan looked towards Lu Chuanwu with excitement and said eagerly, Director, we should quickly publicize Zichen's potential to attract more geniuses to Tianren Pavilion and get more funding. Lu Chuanwu waved his hand and said, Not at all, let's keep the news of Zichen being highly suitable for the pure-blood human path between the 3 of us for now. Why, Director? Song Yuyan was puzzled. Lu Chuanwu explained, Previously, I publicly promoted Tianren Pavilion to recruit geniuses, but now that we have the right genius, there is no need to continue publicizing and recruiting. It takes too much time and energy, wasting time we could use for research. It's not about having a lot of geniuses, but about having the right ones. Too many people might not necessarily lead to a qualitative change, but it will certainly dilute our resources. Chapter 139, 115, A Peerless Genius _4 Chapter 139, 115, a peerless genius _4. Now that we have Zichen, what we need to do is concentrate all resources on him and help him break free from the shackles of being an ordinary creature, Lu Chuanwu continued. Of course, the most important thing is the interest involved. It's too risky to rashly reveal Zichen's astonishing adaptability to the pure-blood human path, as it may attract danger. Song Yuyan frowned, but doing so, how much funding will we lose? Without sufficient funding, it won't be beneficial for researching the pure-blood human path either. Lu Chuanwu said with a calm face, don't worry, in the coming time, I will utilize all the connections I can to raise funds to prepare evolution resources for Zichen. Also, once Zichen's performance is astonishing enough, I'll find him a backer to ensure his safety, and then promote him vigorously, spreading the philosophy of Tianren Pavilion. With that, we'll have both safety and publicity. The principal is truly considerate. Song Yuyan gave Lu Chuanwu a thumbs up. Lu Chuanwu said with a smile, of course. The excitement and agitation on both their faces could not be concealed, and they had already started to fantasize about the day Lin Zichen, with a pure-blood human physique, would break free from the restraints of an ordinary creature and evolve into an advanced-level creature. Seeing how excited and agitated they were, Lin Zichen couldn't help but smile. To think that just evolving to a common Tier 5 biological level, and completing just one tempering skin during the summer vacation, already got them this excited. If they knew that my biological level had already evolved to an ordinary 9th rank, and that both tempering flesh and bone tempering were already completed, and I am in the midst of a second refinement, wouldn't they be flabbergasted? Zichen, you don't need to attend classes at the martial arts college anymore. The low-end courses there won't be of much help to you. Just come directly to the Research Institute and work with your sister Yen on researching the pure-blood human path and exchange experiences deeply. After finishing, Lu Chuanwu turned his head toward Song Yuyan and said, Yuyan, you shouldn't be a mentor anymore either. I'll pay your salary out of my own pocket, and from now on, you'll help Zichen practice the blood tempering technique, and be his personal mentor, aiding him in his cultivation. Before Song Yuyan had a chance to respond, he changed his mind and said, no, that's not right. Zichen has more talent for practicing the blood tempering technique than you do, you can't be his mentor. You can only be his assistant. From now on, you'll be his exclusive assistant. Principal. Song Yuyan expressed her dissatisfaction, don't I have any face left? Lu Chuanwu chuckled and said, you talk about face, but when you're ridiculed and lost in the crowd every day, your face has become as thick as a bulletproof vest, so do you really care about these blunt words I say? Song Yuyan rolled her eyes at Lu Chuanwu and didn't bother to talk to him. Lu Chuanwu turned to Lin Zichen with a smile and said, tomorrow afternoon the school will hold a welcome meeting. After it ends, there will be an opening trial to select the newcomer king. Your biological level is as high as a common Tier 5, plus you've completed a tempering skin session, so without accidents, the title of newcomer king will likely be yours. During the trial, remember to give the newcomers from the Evolution College and the Mechanical Academy a good beating. Stand up for the Martial Arts College, and after it's done, I'll give you 10 chi blood pills. This was a personal vendetta. He wanted to embarrass Ma Zhenhe, the principal of his arch-rival Evolution College, and also to have a moment of triumph in front of his ex-wife, Yuan Dongji. Song Yuyan said with exasperation, Principal, you still hold grudges just as you did before. So petty. Lu Chuanwu responded nonchalantly, what do you, a youngster, understand? Often, people live for the sake of pride. If holding in anger makes one feel oppressed, then it needs to be vented promptly. Turning back to Lin Zichen, he said with emphasis, the pure-blood human path, at its core, follows the path of chi blood. Considering chi blood contains the word chi, if the chi isn't flowing smoothly, it will affect the blood, which in turn impacts the physical training. Patting Lin Zichen on the shoulder, he said, if you ever feel frustrated in the future and your strength isn't enough, you can bear it for the time being, but once your strength is sufficient, you must take revenge and release that anger. Thank you for the guidance, Principal. SE at the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Zichen responded perfunctorily, then asked with genuine concern, Principal, what rewards will the school give for winning the newcomer king title in the opening trial? They award academic credits, Lu Chuanwu replied and continued, according to previous years, first place is rewarded with 10 academic credits, which can be exchanged for evolution resources in the school apps store. You can download the app from the school's official website to see what evolution resources are available. 10 academic credits. Lin Zichen recalled the prices of the items he saw in the school app store that morning, with many seemingly expensive exotic beast gene reagents selling for only 5 credits each. So in this light, a reward of 10 credits seems quite generous. P.S. Please support with monthly and recommendation tickets. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 140, 140, 116. The only genetic integrator among the newborns. Chapter 140, 116, the only genetic integrator among the newborns. Lin Zichen had stayed at the research institute for a long time, only leaving at 10 p.m. When he returned to the dormitory, Shen Qinghan was fiddling around in the kitchen. She wasn't cooking, just arranging the condiments. Seeing Lin Zichen at the kitchen's entrance, Shen Qinghan looked at him and said, "Xiao Chen, you stayed at Tianren Pavilion for quite a while, huh? I was actually hoping to cook dinner with you tonight." "No worries, if we can't have dinner, we can make a midnight snack." "I don't want to, eating midnight snacks will make you fat. With such a large amount of exercise, it won't make you fat." "Seems like it," Shen Qinghan said with a laugh, and then playfully asked, "What do you want for your midnight snack?" "I'll make it for you now." After thinking for a moment, Lin Zichen said, "Then let's have noodles. It seems like it's been a long time since I've had your noodles, I want to try them." "Okay, I'll make noodles for you," Shen Qinghan said and took 2 pieces of noodle dough, starting to make noodles for Lin Zichen to eat. About 10 minutes later, the noodles were ready. It was made simply, with a fried egg, a few pieces of meat, and some greens. After finishing the noodles and washing the dishes, Shen Qinghan, her arm looped through Lin Zichen's, coyly said, "Xiao Chen, how about we take a bath together later?" "Lin Zichen, I'll scrub your back." Shen Qinghan pursed her cherry lips, a faint blush on her cheeks as she said in a soft voice, "Just scrubbing the back is so greasy, how about scrubbing some other places too?" "Lin Zichen, you tell me where to scrub, and I'll scrub." Shen Qinghan smiled delightedly and said, "Then as a reward, you let me scrub anywhere, and I'll help you scrub there too." The next day, at 5:30 a.m. Lin Zichen was used to waking up early. He opened his eyes before it was fully light outside. In contrast, Shen Qinghan was still curled up in bed, fast asleep. Lin Zichen wiped the drool from her mouth and quietly left the room to do his morning exercises in the training room. By about 7:15 a.m. Shen Qinghan finally woke up, lazily emerging from the room. She never wore makeup and didn't have to get up early to apply makeup like other girls did. Classes started at 8 a.m., so she could afford to sleep until 7:15 a.m. After a simple grooming session, Shen Qinghan slung over her shoulder a small crossbody bag that Lin Zichen had made for her, and left the house with him. After going down the elevator, the two went their separate ways. Shen Qinghan walked leisurely toward the teaching building of Evolution College with an umbrella in one hand and a small fan blowing on her face. She was going to attend the entrance class meeting and get to know the new college classmates. Lin Zichen headed for the Pure Human Research Institute, located in a secluded corner, to get acquainted with the other members of Tianren Pavilion, namely the 3 senior martial arts students who had reached the peak of the student rankings. 5 minutes later, Lin Zichen arrived at the Pure Human Research Institute. His speed was even faster than yesterday when Song Yuyan had taken him there on a motorcycle. Entering the institute, where it was silent and not even the lights were on, Lin Zichen used danger perception to sense the biological pressures within the institute and found that the entire place had only one person, Song Yuyan, in the living and leisure area. He withdrew his sensing and walked toward the front living and leisure area. Upon entering, he saw Song Yuyan wearing pajamas and doing yoga on a mat, showcasing her curvaceous figure to full effect. "You're here so early." Song Yuyan, continuing her difficult yoga poses, smiled and said to him. Lin Zichen responded with a smile, "Sister Yan, you arrived earlier than me." "Don't get me wrong, I didn't arrive earlier than you, I've just been living at the institute." "Why live at the institute?" Lin Zichen was puzzled. The institute looked like a storeroom, and staying here couldn't be as comfortable as being at home. Song Yuyan explained, "To save money. Living in the institute, the school pays for utilities. During the summer with AC, I can save several hundred a month. Just to save those few $100. Lin Zichen found it somewhat unbelievable. After all, with a status like Song Yuyen's, an annual salary of $1 million wouldn't be an exaggeration. Yet she was even frugal with a few $100 of utility fees. That seemed excessively thrifty. Wondering, Lin Zichen asked, "Sister Yen, when do the dean and those 3 seniors usually come to the institute?" "Those 3 usually won't come to the institute until around 10 in the morning, and as for the dean, the timing isn't very fixed, since he often needs to go out and mingle with his old flames." Those. Lin Zichen felt like he had stumbled upon some incredible information and asked curiously, "How many old flames does the dean have?" "Oh, so many. I know of more than 10. The dean is truly impressive," Lin Zichen said admiringly. Song Yuyen bittersweetly smiled and said, "There's no helping it. The funding the school provides is too little, it's not enough to support the daily needs of the institute, so the dean has to go out and use his charm to attract investments." Hearing this, Lin Zichen instantly felt Lu Chuanwu's image grow in stature. 10 minutes later, Song Yuyen finished yoga and took Lin Zichen into her private research lab. Search the novel, ir.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. She went to a cupboard, took out a stack of documents, and handed them to Lin Zichen, saying, "This is the research results and directions of Tianren Pavilion over the years. Have a look when you're free, just to familiarize yourself a bit with the content." Lin Zichen received the documents, as thick as a dictionary. "There's a lot of material, just skim through to get familiar, no need to look too closely. Otherwise, you might not finish by the end of the semester." After saying this, Song Yuyen went to her desk and sat down, beginning her research for the day. Chapter 141, 141, 116, The Only Genetic Integrator in the Newborns _2 Chapter 141, 116, The Only Genetic Integrator in the Newborns _2 Its research related to textual work. Research on the content of the blood tempering technique opening chapter. Lin Zichen looked over from a few meters away, glancing at the stack of photocopied blood tempering technique scriptures in front of Song Yuyen. He saw that they were filled with all kinds of strange and unusual characters, not in modern text, completely incomprehensible to him. Unable to understand, he didn't look for long and quickly found a spot to sit down, scrolling through his own research materials. Reading 10 lines in a single glance. By the time it was 10:30 in the morning, he had already gotten through almost a third of it. He learned that Tianren Pavilion's research mainly focused on the nature of the flesh body and how qi blood affects it. Strange, it's already 10:30. Why haven't those 3 guys come to the research institute yet? Song Yuyen put down her photocopies and muttered with a hint of confusion. Normally, those 3 senior martial arts students from Tianren Pavilion would arrive at the research institute precisely at 10 a.m. to join in on the research. But now it was already past that time by half an hour, and there wasn't a sign of them. Worried something might have happened to them, Song Yuyen immediately took out her mobile phone to check on their situation on WeChat. But as soon as she opened WeChat, she saw that one of the 3 had sent her a message half an hour ago, saying they had left Tianren Pavilion and wouldn't be coming to the research institute anymore. Song Yuyen was stunned and asked for the reason. The person was reluctant to say at first, but Song Yuyen persisted with her questions, and in the end, they had no choice but to confess. They said the dean of Evolution College had offered them benefits they couldn't refuse, convincing them to join Evolution College. Song Yuyen frowned but couldn't really fault the 3 of them. After all, they had been in good relations for several years. She could only say that everyone had their own aspirations and wish them well. After ending the chat, Song Yuyen turned to Lin Zichen and said, "Zichen, those 3 senior students in the institute told me on WeChat that they have left Tianren Pavilion and won't be coming anymore. They were all poached by the dean of Evolution College with high benefits, probably in retaliation for our dean bringing you over from Evolution College. From now on, in the research institute, it will just be you, me, and the dean left." After saying that, Song Yuyen added, "But it doesn't really matter. Those 3 were not quite top tier in their talents, their departure won't greatly affect the research on the pure-blood human path. With them gone, our resources will even increase." "Indeed." Lin Zichen nodded, feeling no disturbance in his heart. He knew Song Yuyen said this because she was worried that seeing others leaving might stir similar thoughts in him. Thinking about it, he voiced his confusion. Those 3 had been committed to the pure-blood human path all the way till their senior year. Logically, their belief should have been solid. How could they be poached? Song Yuyen gave a wry smile. As long as the offer is large enough, there's no one who can't be poached. Those steadfast in the pure-blood human side, like me, are always in the minority. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few people in the research institute. Plus, the convictions of those three had been wavering for a while. After all, they were already seniors, yet the future of the pure-blood human path remained unclear, and they no longer had time to wait, Song Yuyen said with self-mockery. If they continued waiting, they would end up just like me, indistinguishable from the masses. The two chatted for a while. Seeing that it was almost 11 a.m., Lin Zichen said he needed to head back to the dorm to cook, which meant he had to go to the residential area to buy groceries. Before leaving, he asked Song Yuyen if there were any more copies of the blood tempering technique and materials to learn the language within it. Song Yuyen said she had some and quickly found them for him. He took the photocopies of the blood tempering technique and the related language learning materials, along with the research findings and directions on pure-blood humans, and soon left the research institute. Then, he went straight to the residential area, bought meat and vegetables for two, and headed back to the dorm to start cooking. Close to noon. Shen Qinghan came back. The two dined together in the living room. Xiaochen, you've barely cooked a few times, yet your culinary skills are as good as mine. Your all-round talent is truly infuriating, Shen Qinghan said, her face full of envy as she tasted Lin Zichen's cooking. Lin Zichen had a sip of soup and chuckled, I also envy your mysterious superpower that allows your genetic fusion compatibility to directly reach 21%. That number is probably unmatched historically and forever after. How could that be? Shen Qinghan shook her head, not agreeing, the world is so vast, there must be someone better out there, a higher sky beyond the sky we know, and people beyond people. Lin Zichen nodded in agreement, that's true. After discussing this, their conversation shifted to Shen Qinghan's classmates. Shen Qinghan was in the genius class. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The classmates were primarily top scholars from various regions, valedictorians, salutatorians, and the like, with an astonishingly high average level. After graduation, these individuals would certainly become the pillars of human society, valuable social resources for Shen Qinghan in her college life. By the way, Xiaochen, I saw a genetic integrator in my class today, a girl, very pretty, with a pair of fluffy beast ears on her head, which commanded a lot of attention. I heard she's the daughter of Evolution College's dean, who had been studying in Capital City until she finished her college exams and then came back to Shanghai City for the genetic fusion surgery. She succeeded in her first genetic fusion and is now the only new student genetic integrator in the whole school. Shen Qinghan leisurely spoke as she ate the fruits after the meal. Lin Zichen, that is indeed impressive. Impressive, but not comparable to you, Shen Qinghan said as she picked up a grape, held it to Lin Zichen's mouth for him to eat, and continued, not only her, no one in the entire genius class can compare to you. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Part 2 of the series ends here, thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.